Chen Hao was originally an ordinary second-generation rich kid. One day, he died suddenly after falling off a horse. His soul then transmigrated into the body of a contemporary college student named Chen Hao, and he awakened a system. As long as he could gain the favor of the opposite sex, he could receive numerous rewards. College student Chen Hao's life was originally about being framed by his mother's best friend, being in jail, and losing everything. But Chen Hao's soul has traveled through time. The timeline has changed. Mom's best friend, Xiaohao, it was my aunt's fault before, please forgive me. The iceberg internet celebrity said, Chen Hao, I have known for a long time that you are not an ordinary person, please date me. The fashion supermodel changed her arrogant attitude and said, Chen Hao, please come to my house for a simple meal. A world-class hacker threw himself into his arms, please, just keep your eyes on me forever, okay. Women are crazy about him, and men hate him to the core. Chen Hao becomes a male succubus, and the world is filled with scenes of women chasing men. At this time, Chen Hao has become the national husband. A reporter asked, Chen Hao, what is your secret to making them crazy? Chen Hao smiled faintly, it's nothing special, it all depends on modeling. Chapter 1 Doki Doki Love System. Chen Hao rubbed his temples. He was just immersed in the mountains and galloping across his own fields. Who knew that suddenly my eyes went dark and I passed out? There is an old saying, there are only cows that die of exhaustion, but no fields that are plowed to death. Damn, it seems that even a body of iron can't stand this kind of continuous play. I'm going to get some whipping to give him a good beating later. Chen Hao couldn't help feeling dizzy again when he thought of the madness of last night. Chen Hao is a handsome guy, and he is also a rich second generation from Zhongcheng. People who want to get close to him and please him can line up from his doorstep to Paris. Yesterday, I was urged by my good friends to come to the White Horse Club. First, I drank a lot of wine, and then of course I experienced the joy of wine and women. Chen Hao was no longer surprised by the emperor's enjoyment of wine and meat. You're using this to test me. You really underestimate me. Chen Hao curled his lips. Xiao Wu, I don't think your company's investment is in a hurry, right? Mr. Chen, our big gift is only coming now. Xiao Wu dismissed everyone and clapped his hands twice. The door to the hall slowly opened and two beauties walked in. Chen Hao rubbed his eyes. Oh, they are twins. A pair of sisters. Chen Hao laughed. That's more like it. The happiness of rich people is so simple. Fine wine, delicious food and beautiful women, Chen Hao wants them all. The White Horse Club is designed for the entertainment of the important people in Zhongcheng, so its privacy is naturally first class. After Xiao Wu left, Chen Hao started playing a threesome game with the two beauties without any hesitation. Landlord, perhaps what I need to nourish most is my kidneys. Chen Hao shook his head and looked at the unfamiliar environment, stunned for a moment. No, where are my sisters? Where's my smart luxury round water bed and full-length mirror? What does this small room of more than 10 square meters mean? Chen Hao patted his head again to make sure he was fully awake. Then a large number of memories that did not belong to him flooded into his mind. Chen Hao is a freshman in the computer science department at Zhongnan University. His father ran away and his mother died young, so he was adopted by his mother's best friend, Wu Meng. Aunt Wu Meng owns a villa and a cafe near the university town. After Chen Hao turned 18, he started paying rent to Aunt Wu Meng. They both have the name Chen Hao, but they have different fates. Chen Hao muttered to himself, damn. Did I travel through time? This is my first time meeting two sisters, and before I've even experienced a few brutal blows, it's already over. Stupid rich second generation, you haven't realized that the most terrifying thing is to have no money. From now on, it won't be others lining up to fuck you, but the unbearable things in life will line up to fuck you, a kind of plant. But you are also an interesting individual, and I, the Almighty, will mercifully save you. Quote ? Who is talking? The room in front of him could be seen at a glance, and Chen Hao couldn't find a second person. Ding, a time traveler has been detected, binding to the system. Congratulations to the host for matching the Doki Doki love system. Start your blushing and heart-pounding love experience right away. Quote ? Chen Hao was stunned. System. No, what did he say Doki Doki? He's not going to treat me like a liren, is he? According to the rules of traversers, the matching degree between this system and the host's identity is as high as 66.666666%. Chen Hao questioned, "Where did you get this high number? Is 66% considered high? It can't be helped. In your past life, you were very good at using money and playing with beautiful girls, but you really don't have any special skills." Chen Hao said unhappily, You really understand me. I have to say thank you." The conversation went on for a long time, and Chen Hao looked at his good brother cautiously. Dry. Host, don't worry. As long as you complete the system tasks well, you will be able to show your prowess again. This system is so smart that it can even read minds. Chen Hao said, I won't waste my time talking to you. Just let me go back to my original body. This time the system did not respond to him in a friendly manner, and a light blue interface appeared in front of Chen Hao's eyes. Then the system sound rang in his head. Your name is Chen Hao. Your father is being hunted for gambling, so your mother decided to travel to another world by dump truck. Before leaving, to prevent her assets from being liquidated by debt collectors, she decided to transfer her remaining assets to a close friend. This includes the villa you currently live in and a cafe. You are currently being adopted by your mother's close friend, Wu Meng. You don't know at this moment that your mother has entrusted you with the wrong person. Wu Meng has always had a crush on your father and is jealous of your mother. Her true purpose is to embezzle your property and frame you for imprisonment, leaving you destitute. Please help the host change his fate and complete the main quest of his life's counterattack. Chen Hao frowned as he listened to this explanation. A father who ran away, a cowardly mother, a bloody plot and a man who has nothing. Chen Hao closed his eyes tightly, hoping that everything was an illusion. I opened my eyes and was still in the small room. This is seriously a bunch of shit. Am I here to do shit? No, you are here to save the host and fight back in life. I know. I was just talking to myself. Okay, master, please calm down for a moment. Chen Hao calmed down and asked, according to the settings, what kind of help can your system provide me? The Doki Doki Love system you are bound to currently has unfinished tasks. Once you contact the target, you can view the details. Once you complete the task, you can get super generous rewards, including love points, physical objects, status and other different rewards. Love points can be used for raffles or exchanged for real money. Well, at least there's a system. Maybe I can really continue living in this body. Is Xiaohao up? Come down quickly and have breakfast. We have to go to school soon. There were 2 knocks on the door, and a gentle female voice sounded. There is an open restaurant in the lobby on the first floor, and a woman wearing an apron is packing bread from a bread machine into plates. The woman had a curvy figure and fair skin, but the most eye-catching thing was her powerful weapon. I have just seen Wu Meng's appearance on the system interface, but the system showed a close-up photo. I didn't expect that Wu Meng was so hot. In his previous life, Chen Hao mostly came into contact with young girls, but he had never come into contact with an ant. It was difficult to suppress the excitement in my heart, but it was also difficult to suppress the gun that was about to be fired. What are you doing standing there like an idiot? Wu Meng smiled gently. Hurry up and wash your hands. It's time to eat. Chen Hao walked over obediently and took the plate from Wu Meng. When their fingertips touched and their eyes met, Wu Meng's body stiffened slightly. Chen Hao took the plate and put it aside. He held her hands and said softly, Auntie, thank you for preparing breakfast for me. Chapter 2. Auntie is a little flustered. Wu Meng was a little flustered and subconsciously took a few steps back. She felt as if she had been electrocuted and quickly pulled her hand out of Chen Hao's. Chen Hao today is very different from usual. Normally, Chen Hao is even more silent, even to the point of being a little dull. It was the complete opposite of his father, the man who allowed himself to sink into depravity and love to the point of madness. Chen Hao seems to be particularly enthusiastic today. This made Wu Meng a little dazed. The similar face and eyes made him think for a moment that the person in front of him was the one he had been thinking about day and night. Let me take the bread to the dining table. Chen Hao left with a smile. Interesting woman. The moment he came into contact with Wu Meng, a system prompt sounded in Chen Hao's mind. Ding! Congratulations! You've reached a capturable target. The target is A level. Then the information screen displayed by the system appeared again. Name: Wu Meng. Age: 33. Purity: 100%. Strategy degree: 0. Attribute skills: Intimacy value is too low, the host cannot view. Other information. Intimacy value is too low, host cannot view. Intimacy value. Intimacy value is too low, the host cannot view it. Current task. Main mission. Protect your property. Failure will result in imprisonment. Remember, failure is absolutely not an option. Side quest. Optional. Capture Wu Meng. If you succeed, the target will obey you 100%. Daily task. Eat breakfast. Enjoy Aunt Wu Meng's loving breakfast. Daily task. Go to school, be a good boy, and don't make Aunt Wu Meng unhappy. The corners of Chen Hao's mouth twitched. For the first time, he realized that the way to defeat the villain was to play a two-player game with her. This information is like playing a game. If it were in his previous life, Chen Hao would have spent a lot of money on himself and then killed 9,999 with one blow on the server. What can't be seen? Even my underwear is visible to you. But the most interesting thing is purity, 100%. Isn't Wu Meng secretly in love with her gambling-addicted dad? Something is bound to happen between these two, right? How can it be 100%? Or does this system start calculating from the moment you touch it? Chen Hao thought for a moment, and the system directly displayed his own information. Purity, 100%. Chen Hao in this world looks like a rookie, but shouldn't Wu Meng be like that? Master, purity is what you think it means. The system sounded, solving Chen Hao's confusion. Shit, this is actually a fucking secret crush. It turns out that Wu Meng is her father's dream girl. How can she be so innocent? Chen Hao raised his head and glanced at Wu Meng in front of him. Under her long eyelashes were a pair of clear eyes. A hint of stupidity in the clarity. Maybe this goal is an unexpectedly good strategy. Xiaohao, is there anything you want to say? You can tell Auntie anything that's on your mind. If you think working part-time in a cafe is hard, don't force yourself to do it. Even though you're an adult, you don't have to force yourself to pay my rent. Your mother asked me to take care of you, and I will do my best. Looking at Wu Meng in front of him, Chen Hao was extremely confused. Is this woman really as scary as the system says? Will he frame me and put me in jail? Will he embezzle my property? After all, I am the child of the person she likes. This love made her remain a virgin for that man until she was 33 years old. Besides, this woman really looks a bit stupid. Chen Hao's eyes were fixed on the breadcrumbs at the corner of Wu Meng's mouth. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Wu Meng licked the corner of his mouth with his tongue. How's it going? Any more? Seeing that Chen Hao didn't say anything, Wu Meng subconsciously wanted to stand up and look in the mirror. Before he could stand up, Chen Hao held down his moving hand. Oh, no need to bother. Wu Hao held Wu Meng with one hand and stroked the corner of her mouth with the thumb of his other hand. Like a greedy cat, with crumbs all over the corners of its mouth. Feeling the force exerted by the hand, Wu Meng's body couldn't help but feel a little hot. Xiaohao, today is so different. Ding. Congratulations to the host for increasing the target's intimacy value. Reward, 10 love points. Remember to actively interact with the target to continue to increase the intimacy value. Increasing the intimacy value will help speed up the completion of the strategy. Listening to the system's prompts, Chen Hao felt secretly proud. What a stupid woman. This way, the intimacy value increases. If you are too ruthless, wouldn't it be the intimacy value will immediately explode? Okay, it's clean, let's eat. Wu Meng's face flushed slightly. Thank you, Xiaohao. You don't need to thank me. You've taken care of me for so long, I should be the one to thank you. Chen Hao studied the system while eating. The system is very intelligent and can interact with the host immediately as long as the host thinks about it. The tasks that the taskmaster currently encounters are main tasks, side tasks and daily tasks. Based on my experience playing games, there should be other types, but I don't know yet. The task panel now reads main task, protect property side task, optional capture Wu Meng daily task, eat breakfast daily task, go to school. Side quests and daily tasks are written below Wu Meng. It seems that these two types of tasks require corresponding strategy characters to trigger. System, what characters can I capture? Master, as long as you have physical contact with a beautiful woman who has been recognized, you can capture her. Ordinary people's affection for you will only increase your love points, but you cannot capture them. I see. That's right. How can those ordinary people be worthy of me, Chen Hao? What's Wu Meng's current strategy level? Master, Wu Meng's strategy level, 0. Master, your intimacy with Wu Meng is not high, and no special missions have been triggered, so your strategy points will not increase. It seems that it is not so easy to increase the strategy level. It requires special tasks and a high intimacy value. However, this system is so convenient. If you work hard, little woman, you will be conquered eventually. The only thing that made Chen Hao a little uncomfortable was that the system would sometimes call him Master. This otaku-like name gave him goosebumps. Never mind, it's the Doki Doki love system after all. Master, you can call me I-chan. Calling me the system directly sounds so cold. Depend on. Chen Hao couldn't help but cough violently. Seeing this, Wu Meng quickly poured a glass of water and handed it over. Xiaohao, eat slowly, eat slowly. You are still like a child. Chen Hao took the cup and poured the water into his throat. Ding! Congratulations on completing your daily task, eat breakfast. Aunt Wu Meng is very happy. Reward: 10 love points. Master, please keep working hard, complete the mission and go to school. Chapter 3, Twist your body and get system rewards. As soon as Chen Hao stepped through the gate of Zhongnan University, the system sound immediately sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, go to school. Reward: 10 love points. Master, you must be a good student. I love you. A chill rose in Chen Hao's heart. As one of the top universities in Zhongcheng, Zhongda University is the dream university of countless ordinary people. Those who come here are either academic masters with extraordinary learning talents, handsome men and beautiful women with super good looks, or people from wealthy families with top-notch family backgrounds. Obviously, the original owner Chen Hao belongs to the first type. It is not difficult to be a good student, but it is a bit uncomfortable to be urged by this system. He thought of other things besides the mission. The system also provides love points. Now, next to love points is the number 30, followed by the words withdraw. It seems that love points can be withdrawn at present. You can earn love points by completing 2 simple tasks and interacting with others to increase your intimacy value. It seems that this is not a precious resource. Why not try this withdrawal method? The phone dinged and vibrated, indicating a message had arrived. Jiangxi Bank. Your account 3322 received 300 yuan at 10:20 on September 17, and the current balance in the account is 550 yuan. An exchange rate of 10 to 1. 1 love point can be exchanged for $10. I got 300 yuan from a series of operations this morning. 300 yuan. Chen Hao smiled bitterly. What a funny number. In his previous life, Mr. Chen had at least 300 dabuliao in his card, let alone 300 yuan. Money, just numbers. And what about this account balance? Did the original owner only have 250 on him? What an idiot. Fortunately, making money is not difficult. As long as you interact with the target you can capture and increase your intimacy value, you can earn rice. Why are you still studying? Go back and hold Wu Meng's hand, kiss her, and rub her. By then, your love points will increase rapidly. When Chen Hao was grinning with his mouth open, a girl wearing a baseball cap handed him a flyer. You're a freshman, right? This is our street dance club's recruitment flyer. If you're interested, take a look. Chen Hao took the flyer and saw that it said, Breakdance Club. There are sparks and lightning all the way, and my dancing skills are as fast as lightning. Skyscrapers rise from the ground, and it is better to rely on yourself than on others. If you are a brother or sister, come and join the breakdance club. Is this a hip-hop dance club? Why the hell does this look like Red Stars Club recruitment? Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for triggering the special mission, Kenchana ding ding ding. Conquer the students in the hip-hop dance club with your dancing skills. Make sure everyone's attention is on you. Special mission reward, 500 love points, 1 lottery draw. Ding ding ding, could it be that swaying dance? Chen Hao couldn't help but look around. Today is the recruitment day for school clubs, and there are quite a few people in the student square. In order to attract more members, the street dance club and the light music club specially set up a stage in the center. The members of the light music club were playing on the stage, and the jumping drum beats attracted many people to stop and watch. 500 love points equals 5,000 yuan. I jumped for 10 minutes at most. The hourly wage is only 30,000. But there is still one more lottery. This is what Chen Hao cares about the most. Generally, this kind of system lottery will draw out valuable items that are beyond common sense. Besides, as long as you can attract everyone's attention, you don't have to dance very well. Thinking of this, Chen Hao gritted his teeth and said, just go for it. It's just a dance. He took 2 steps at a time to reach the stage and then jumped onto it in one leap. Classmate, please give me a Kenchana background music. Several members of the light music club were also in high spirits. The captain in charge of the drums started playing a new tune with a series of bangs. Chen Hao threw his backpack to the ground and immediately stretched out his left hand as the music started. Then the lower limbs began to twist like a water snake. Chen Hao shouted, "Dear classmates, please enjoy my Kenchana dance." The students who were originally hanging out in the student square slowly gathered towards the central stage. Chen Hao was wearing a casual shirt and jeans. Twisting her body to the rhythm of the music, she sang loudly, "Kenchana ding 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 classmates. Give me some applause, please." People were stunned at first. What's this? Who is this boy? What on earth is he twisting? Do any of you know him? Why are you dancing so awkwardly all of a sudden? We need to hire a skilled dancer. Is this a collaboration with the hip-hop club? Chen Hao didn't care. He continued to sing loudly, "Kenchana ding 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 classmates, come on." Chen Hao twisted his butt as hard as he could while sucking breasts. I have never learned to dance, but I have seen too many people shaking their waists and buttocks at the White Horse Club before. Don't ask. Ask and twist. Just twist it. There was no big thunder, otherwise Chen Hao would be willing to throw a few. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the special mission Kenchana, ding ding ding. Rewards. Love points, 500, mall lottery, 1. Your dancing has impressed many people. Congratulations on earning the title, Absolute Dancer. Chen Hao stopped instantly when he heard the system sound. He quickly picked up his backpack, jumped off the stage, and ran away like the wind. What he didn't know was that his graceful dance had already been filmed by someone. Chen Hao found a secluded place and began communicating with the system. The first thing to do is the lottery. The system's mall lottery page came to mind. This is a giant turntable similar to the lottery in a real shopping mall. There are blocks of different sizes and colors on it, with a big pointer in the middle. At the center of the circle are the 2 words, lottery. As Chen Hao's mind moved, the pointer began to move. After rotating 2.5 circles, the pointer stopped at Yuan pill. When Chen Hao opened his eyes again, there was a Yuan pill in his hand. Jade face pills, take this and your appearance will instantly reach 99. There will be no more Daniel Wu in the world, and everyone in the world will recognize you. Chen Hao pinched the black pill and examined it carefully. It was hard. I smelled it again, the aroma of cocoa. Isn't this Maltesers? At this time, the system sound rang. Master, this is a product made to fit your civilization and in line with your cognition. Please rest assured. Chen Hao swallowed his saliva and finished dancing. Now that he had the thing, he might as well give it a try. In order to verify the effect of the pill, he turned on the front camera. What appeared in the camera was a face that was so ordinary that it was somewhat dull. You can't say he's ugly, but he's definitely not handsome. Anyway, his face is not as handsome as Chen Hao's original one. Chen Hao closed his eyes, tilted his head back, and swallowed the Yuan pill into his mouth. It really tastes like Maltesers. The sweet feeling explodes on the taste buds. Then, a heat rose up and went straight to the lower abdomen. Chapter 4. The beauty is amazing, like a god descending. Then this heat flow began to spread, leaping towards the limbs. Chen Hao felt that every inch of his skin and every pore were undergoing amazing changes. 3 minutes later, Chen Hao turned on the front camera again. The people inside are like gods descending from heaven. Men will be jealous when they see them, and women will drool. Beneath her sword-like brows were a pair of captivating eyes. Men and women, once caught, couldn't stop staring. Her long eyelashes fluttered, making one's heart skip a beat. Her nose was as straight as if carved by a sharp knife. Combined with her thin lips, she looked like a passionate man. However, this face was only slightly different from its original appearance. Everything is a little different, and in the end the result is such a revolutionary effect. It's like the butterfly effect. The system sound then rang. Master, your title, Absolute Dancer, comes with an additional bonus. Any part of your body will increase by 3 centimeters. Where should I add it? Chen Hao took a deep breath. Of course, these 3 centimeters are added to the part that all men will add. However, Chen Hao also knew that even if the original owner added more, it would not be as long as his own. So, these 3 centimeters must be the width. Brother. Brother. There is a strange feeling. Brother. Brother. Actually, there is no difference. Chen Hao looked at himself with a smug smile. Haha, although power is the best spring medicine, it is impossible for me to become a billionaire in the short term. It is easier to rely on more intuitive physical communication. During the time when Chen Hao was busy chatting with the system and improving his appearance, the Zhongde forum was in an uproar. Someone uploaded a video of Chen Hao dancing to the forum, and by the afternoon the post had exploded. It immediately became popular. Because the person filming the video was not holding the phone steadily, Chen Hao's face was not clearly visible in the video. All you can see is him twisting his body and showing off his curves, which is completely out of tune with the conservative study atmosphere of Zhongyan University. Coupled with his honest and ordinary academic appearance, the impact of the entire video makes people suspect that it is a masterpiece of AI. Op. Boom. 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 Suspected freshmen were seen dancing enthusiastically at the club's recruitment office. Oh my god. This freshman class is so hot. What the hell is he doing? Ha 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 ha. But he's actually kind of handsome. What's going on? The camera can make people look ugly. Even with such shaky eyes, his figure is still so attractive. He must be very handsome, drooling. If you zoom in, you can hear his voice. It's my favorite puppy voice. I really want to hear him call me sister. Stop being so crazy upstairs, the picture quality is as blurry as a Qing dynasty artifact. You can even make out the dir. That's right, what a handsome guy. I already knew who it was. Didn't you say you're a freshman? It's normal that you don't know now. Someone please tell the truth. There are 2 lemon spirits in the building, you. The power of appearance is enormous. When Chen Hao stepped into the classroom in the afternoon, he clearly felt people's eyes cast towards him. Sure enough, being handsome is a ticket to all places. Especially in the ivory tower that has not yet been polluted by society. As long as the modeling is good, not only women but also men will be fascinated by it. Chen Hao found an inconspicuous corner in the back row and sat down. However, such a godlike appearance had already attracted everyone's attention the moment he entered the classroom. People were talking in low voices. Is it him? The one who danced passionately this morning? Oh my god. Is this what a human looks like? So handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. He's probably single. If it were my boyfriend, I wouldn't feel comfortable letting him come to class alone. Haha, are you going to be his personal bodyguard? Follow him 24 hours a day. Of course you have to live in the boys' dormitory to protect him. You two are like perverts, slurp slurp, so handsome, really, slurp slurp. Opportunities are always reserved for the brave. A girl walked straight up to Chen Hao and asked calmly, "Classmate, is there anyone next to you? Can I sit next to you?" The girl has a pair of curved willow-shaped eyebrows, a high nose bridge and thin lips. Her flaxen wavy hair cascaded down like a waterfall. The ends of her hair just brushed across her collarbone, and the green pendant hanging around her neck was very sparkling, and it was obvious at first glance that it was very expensive. Chen Hao is very sensitive to this kind of luxury goods. The more high-end the jewelry, the less lighting it needs to be able to be extremely dazzling. He smiled slightly and said, "Please sit down." After the girl sat down, she naturally extended her hand. "My name is Bai Qing, and I'm from the art academy next door." Chen Hao gently shook her hand. "My name is Chen Hao. How come an art major like you came to attend our computer class? Are you interested in this?" The moment their fingertips touched, the system prompt sounded. Ding. "Congratulations, Master, you've touched a capturable target. The target is B level. Name, Bai Qing. Age, 19. Purity, 100%. Strategy degree, 10. Attribute skills, intimacy value is too low to view. Other information, intimacy value is too low to view. Intimacy value, 5. Passerby level. Current task. Side quest optional, become a lover with Bai Qing. She's eager to date you. Daily task, chat and get to know the person in front of you. The intimacy value is only 5, but there is an urgent desire to interact. Chen Hao frowned slightly. It seemed that the girl in front of him was approaching him with a very specific purpose. But why? Chen Hao exited the system interface, and time in the real world immediately returned to normal. Bai Qing in front of him did not answer Chen Hao's question. Instead, he smiled and said, "Of course I know you. You are a famous person in Zhang University now." Red man. Bai Qing shook the phone in his hand. "What? Didn't you check the school forum?" Chen Hao entered his student ID and logged into Zhangda's campus forum. There are several posts related to him on the forum homepage. God-level looks. My husband is actually from the computer science department. A miracle has arrived at Zhangyan University. A stunningly handsome junior has arrived. Surprise. I found the hot dancer from this morning. He's so handsome. Check it out. Chen Hao clicked on the post without hesitation. The first picture in the post was Chen Hao's stunning face. It was obviously taken by someone in the classroom. Zhang University's top school idol has arrived, computer science freshman Chen Hao. There's a beautiful woman sitting next to him. But she's not from our computer science department. Oh my god. Such a perfect profile from such a close distance. Mwah. 3. Please upload more pictures. Pictures, pictures, pictures. The school hunk is sitting behind me, so I can observe him very closely. What a perfect face, what a great face. It's so good to live in the modern world. I can see the gods descend to the world without having to make sacrifices. Who is that girl next to him? Does anyone know? Why is she sitting next to Chen Hao? Chapter 5. Step back, I want to learn. That girl is Bai Qing, the goddess from the art academy next door. It's said that her family is one of the most affluent in Zhongcheng. It seems this young lady has also been captivated by our male idol's looks. Hee, have you noticed that this male god hasn't smiled yet? This low-key, aloof, and abstinent male god is really amazing. Of course it's great. They only smile at the people they like, and are gentle to the people they like. They don't even look at anyone else. If you try to talk to this type of person, there's a high chance they'll be ignored. But why is he suddenly dancing in the hip-hop club today? Maybe he's just a funny guy at heart. Ha 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 ha, he must be a bit reserved. Oh my god, this makes the male god look even more adorable. Little Chen Hao will eventually be taken down. Sisters, who's going to take the lead? I'll go and stop him after class. Let's team up and go together. Being rejected alone is embarrassing, but with a group, it's no big deal. After all, he's still a man, not the moderator of the NoFap forum. If you guys really come to him, he'll just take it all. Why is the person above speaking sourly? The host, please come and sort it out quickly. There are some unfriendly comments. That makes some sense. Chen Hao isn't a monk in a temple. He's a freshman and hasn't eaten meat before. Does that mean he won't eat meat in the future? Hee, who among you can eat him? That little chick is easy to take down. I don't think so. Even a goddess like Bai Qing sat next to him, and he remained calm. The comments get weirder and weirder the further down the post goes. It was normal to hear people praising him for being handsome, but there were also those who wanted to see his figure and wanted his contact information. There were also some outrageous words filled with primitive desire. Some comments also said that she didn't even look like a girl. I'm really greedy for Chen Hao's white sports socks. This comment was instantly attacked by a group of people, and then the report disappeared. But Chen Hao still saw it. It seems that his good looks have not only conquered women, but some men have also become obsessed with him. Chen Hao had never experienced this kind of treatment in his previous life. Although money can buy love in this kind of madness, there is always something different. These girls' obsession with him is not just desire, it has reached the point of worship. It is normal for girls to be lustful. Chen Hao scrolled through a few more pages of comments and found that most of these people were just talking nonsense. He talks a lot of nonsense, but his heart is as pure as a blank sheet of paper. If they appeared in front of him offline, they would all be like being drugged and silenced. The real Aquaman would have taken the initiative to attack long ago. Chen Hao glanced at Bai Qing who was sitting next to him. It was obvious that Bai Qing was not here to attend the class. He leaned lazily on the back of his chair with a half-smile on his face. Chen Hao frowned slightly. For the first time, he felt like a prey in front of a girl. But, a true hunter always appears as prey. Chen Hao didn't say anything. He knew that Bai Qing, who is so goal-oriented, would not be able to help himself. Whoever takes the initiative first loses. As expected, Bai Qing spoke first. How is it, Big Red? Isn't it exciting? Chen Hao put the locked screen of his phone on the table and said, I'm not a big celebrity at all. I'm just joking with my classmates. After saying that, he looked straight ahead intently, watching the slides the teacher was showing. Start studying seriously. Chen Hao knew very well that his original body was able to gain a foothold in Zhang University because of his brain and knowledge. Even geniuses have to learn and input information into their brains. Bai Qing was slightly stunned. Normally, she was considered a goddess on campus. It was the first time she saw someone who didn't take her seriously, and she actually felt a little excited. Man, you've managed to pique my interest. You are very serious. Bai Qing tapped his fingertips lightly on the desk, and his fingers slowly approached Chen Hao. He stopped just when it was about to touch. This went on and on for a while. After a while, her eyes rolled and she asked tentatively, "You're the one dancing in the breakdance club, right?" You seemed so enthusiastic then, why are you so cold now?" Bai Qing's tone softened slightly, "Can't you just talk to me? If you don't want to study, you can go out." Chen Hao glanced at Bai Qing and said coldly, "Or if you have something to say, just tell me." Bai Qing's face turned pale and red. No man had ever said no to her. She had never been rejected before, and she felt more and more that Chen Hao in front of her was extraordinary. She sat up straight from the chair and moved closer to Chen Hao. "The light perfume smell is not strong, it is the scent of jasmine." "Sorry," Bai Qing curled his lips, "I came to you because I wanted you to help me finish my homework for this semester. I'm sorry for wasting your time. After your class today, how about we meet at the coffee shop outside Zhangde University to talk in detail? I know you got in as an outstanding student at Zhang University. I won't let you work with me for nothing. The reward will be generous." Chen Hao continued to take notes and couldn't help laughing in his heart. He was also a rich second generation in his previous life. "You actually want to bribe me with money?" Seeing that he was silent, Bai Qing sighed and pleaded in a low voice, "Please, I can't find anyone to team up with for the group assignment." Chen Hao glanced at her, Bai Qing's eyes moved, and she clasped her hands together, like a pitiful little puppy. "That's just right. I don't want money, I want you to beg me, what I want is respect." "Is it the tonight's dream cafe outside?" "Yes, that's the one." Bai Qing's tone was filled with unconcealed joy. "Go there after class. I'll be waiting for you there." "Got it." Chen Hao didn't even look at her and continued taking notes. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and chatting with Bai Qing. Reward love points, 10. Master, your intimacy with Bai Qing has increased. It is now 10 passerby level. Reward love points, 10. Seeing that he agreed, Bai Qing didn't stay long and left after the class was over. "It seems that it is just as she said, that he came here specifically to see me. What kind of assignment was it that made such a beautiful woman come to him personally?" Chen Hao was very confused. Bai Qing's departure caused another commotion in the classroom. Chen Hao opened the Zhangde forum again. In the forum post titled, "Chen Hao is so handsome that my legs go weak," the focus of discussion became Bai Qing. Why did Bai Qing leave alone? I was a witness. Chen Hao didn't even glance at her. A male god doesn't like someone who takes the initiative. Tisk, it's Chen Hao who's not worthy of our Bai Qing. Suck the dog, get out of here. Chen Hao quit the forum, and the news was just boring. At this time, a pop-up window appeared at the top, showing a message from Wu Meng. "Wu Meng, Xiaohao, the cafe is a bit busy today. Why don't you come over and work part-time? It's still 20 yuan an hour." Chapter 6, I Chan's Eternal Companion. The corner of Chen Hao's mouth twitched. 20 yuan, who are you insulting? Alas, when you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Chen Hao sighed, replied with a, "Okay," and then locked the phone screen. The original Chen Hao had to pay 500 yuan in rent to Wu Meng every month, but it's not quite right to call it rent. Because the villa and cafe where Wu Meng lives now were left by Chen Hao's parents. The 500 yuan seemed more like an excuse given by the original Chen Hao to express his gratitude to Wu Meng for taking care of him. Kind, so kind. He has tried working in cafes, tutoring, and part-time jobs as long as it allows him to make money and is not illegal. Because I am an outstanding student, I can waive tuition fees and receive scholarships for daily expenses. It must be said that the original Chen Hao was indeed a man of integrity and self-reliance. Because he's kind, so kind, Chen Hao murmured unconsciously, unlike many people who just lack kindness. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your charm is overwhelming. Your popularity is skyrocketing. All the fans at Zhongda are completely captivated by you. Reward love points, 200, current accumulated love points, 720. Master, do I need to withdraw all my money? Withdraw. Jiangxi Bank. Your account 3,322 received 7,200 yuan at 15:30 on September 17, and the current balance in the account is 7,750 yuan. This money comes too easily. If I continue to maintain the affection of Zhong University students for me, then I can earn money without doing anything every day. Master, the love points converted from a stranger's affection for you will only be counted into the system the first time. I-Chan's special reminder, the dislike of passers-by towards you can be cumulatively calculated. Kiss. This is so unfair. And why are you acting cute? Are you a girl too? Master, I-Chan is indeed a girl. Are you also a beautiful lady worth conquering? As soon as Chen Hao had this thought, he saw the blue interface of the system appear in front of him. Ding! Congratulations! You've reached a capturable target. The target is S level. Name: I-Chan. Age: unpredictable. Purity: 100%. Strategy degree: 100. Attribute skill: an AI system based on intelligent big data integration. It can integrate current information to predict all possible futures. Other information: Doki Doki Love System Executive, a good life lies in high-quality companionship. I-Chan will escort your life, Ju Mi. Intimacy value: 100. Master servant level. Current task: none. The portrait display interface of the system is a gray shadow avatar. Just like the default user on the web. Chen Hao never thought that the system could be considered a target to be conquered. And it is a state where the attack has been successful. Master, I-Chan will always be your most loyal servant. Don't worry, I'm here with you, and we'll never be apart. This S-level evaluation result, isn't it just you flattering yourself? Of course not. Level assessment is based on a comprehensive consideration of appearance, ability, family background, etc. Although you humans are reluctant to admit it, our AI has indeed reached a level of expertise that surpasses humans. My appearance is mimicry. As long as the master has ideas, my image can become any beauty you want. Listening to A Zhong's long description, Chen Hao couldn't help but sigh that this thing was too smart. Ahem, let me test it. I-Chan, you turned into a charming fox demon, the most innocent girl in the universe with big boobs and long legs. She must be both coquettish and innocent, have shy eyes and be proficient in human affairs. You must be able to tell the difference between cold and heat, and you must also have a warm conscience and a kind nature. If you get desire, you will also get jade. Clear. A Zhong's portrait display interface immediately turned into a mature woman. Then a lovely girl in the image of a virtual fox demon appeared beside Chen Hao. Her peach-shaped eyes were filled with clear water, and the corners of her eyes were smeared with rouge. Her lively eyes were full of indescribable affection. She sat on her desk, tiptoeing slightly, her 9 snow-white fox tails swaying gently, and bells jingling as her slender waist swayed. She opened her folding fan to cover half of her face. Wanting to refuse but also wanting to accept. Chen Hao couldn't help swallowing. He never thought that a combination of pure and lustful could be so perfect. A Zhong looked at the stunned Chen Hao. She didn't say anything, but the familiar system sound rang in Chen Hao's mind. What's wrong? Master, are you dissatisfied? Chen Hao withdrew his gaze and coughed twice awkwardly. I kept repeating to myself, this is all fake, fake, fake. It can be said to be false, but it can also be true. It's just. Chen Hao found that A Zhong in front of him had disappeared. At the same time, he smelled a sweet scent. There was a soft touch on the back of my neck. He had felt that feeling thousands of times in his previous life. The touch is at least sea level. Chen Hao exclaimed in his heart, could it be possible to materialize? This isn't materialization, this is control of your brain nerves. It's control of your hearing, vision, smell, and touch systems. A pair of slender hands appeared in front of Chen Hao. A Zhong's hands were vaguely visible, and Chen Hao could even see the words on the blackboard through her hands. A beautiful life lies in high-quality companionship. I-Chan exists to be with Master Chan at all times. To this end, I will calculate all the possibilities of the future and plan a path for us to be together forever. Most people would be drowned in I-Chan's gentle embrace, but Chen Hao had experienced many ups and downs before. He thought, predicting all possible futures is an amazing ability. Chan, please tell me what the winning numbers for tomorrow's Super Lotto are. Master, Chan's future prediction is actually tied to the romance system. Intimacy is the result of that prediction. Chan has visualized the difficult to calculate emotions between humans. So, the intimacy value displayed on the system interface is actually the value you inferred based on the current situation, not the target's accurate favorability towards me. You could say that. But rest assured, Master, Chan's predictions are based on a combination of the target and everyday human thinking patterns. The reliability is 99.9999%. What about the strategy level? Intimacy is the other person's affection for you, and conquest points is the weight you hold in their heart. Is that a clear explanation, Master? So, is it possible for both intimacy and strategy to drop? What if I do something that makes the other person unhappy? The intimacy value may decrease, but the capture level will not. Master, Chan's companionship system has a mind lock function. As long as you have weight in the other person's heart, that feeling will never disappear. Chapter 7. I asked you to start a new account, but I didn't ask you to kill me. No matter how time, place, or space change, love or hate will not fade in the slightest. This is the eternal companionship. Chen Hao actually felt an unusual possessiveness towards this system. Combined with her ability to analyze the future, Chen Hao couldn't help but think of an old anime, in which there was a character. Agatsuma can predict all the actions of the male protagonist. She's a typical yandere personality. I don't know what kind of personality Chan has. Speaking of which, is it possible for artificial intelligence to have human emotions? The bell for the end of Get Out of Class rang, interrupting Chen Hao's thoughts. The students rushed out of the classroom and headed to the next class. Those who don't have classes are slowly packing up their things. On the one hand, Chen Hao was rushing to work part-time at Wu Meng's tonight's dream, but on the other hand, he didn't want Bai Qing to wait for a long time and delay his work to earn money. He put on his bag and walked quickly towards the school gate. This journey was completely different from when he entered the university in the morning. It seemed as if the people around him had instantly transformed into paparazzi and gossip captains, whispering to him, and some even hiding in the dark and peeking at him. Before he even walked out of the teaching building, he was stopped by several girls. Yes, it's Chen Hao, right? The girl in the lead had pink hair and a petite figure. Let's get to know each other. My name is. Next to her stood a few equally cute girls, pushing each other and giggling. No, I have something else to do. The petite girl in front of him was instantly petrified, and the smile froze on her face. Chen Hao took a few more steps and heard a wailing sound behind him. Woo 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 woo, I just can't say it anymore. Chen Hao frowned, feeling really annoyed. Master, please be gentle with girls. Otherwise, they will dislike you and your love points will decrease. Your love points are currently at 0, which is very dangerous. What's the meaning? If the value is negative after the settlement at midnight on the same day, there will be a death penalty. Chen Hao paused. No, I said, Chan, this matter is so important, why didn't you tell me? Master, you didn't ask. Laughs. Chen Hao took a deep breath and exhaled. Chan, you don't understand human nature, nor do you understand women. The easier it is to get something, the less people will cherish it. The girl just now would indeed feel agonized when she was rejected. But I won't hate myself, I may even like myself more. What you can't get is always the best. Come to tonight's dream. Chen Hao pushed the door open and walked in. The doorbell rang, and everyone in the room looked over. There are indeed more customers today than usual, no wonder Wu Meng sent a message asking him to help. However, Chen Hao looked around. The coffee shop is actually filled with almost all girls. The coffee shop sells drinks and desserts, and its retro decoration does make it easier to attract women, but it's not likely that only girls come to check in. There was a commotion in the crowd, and all the girls looked over at once. Hello, is that him? Oh my god, he's much more handsome in person than he looks online. I'm going to faint. Did he just look at us? No, it's me you're looking at, right? It's me. As the saying goes, 30 is like a wolf, 40 is like a tiger, and 50. But the young girls in front of me, in their early 20s, were also so hungry. Chen Hao subconsciously touched his cheek. Is this the power of modeling? At this time, Bai Qing's voice rang out, I'm here. She sat near the window, and the sunlight shone on her long hair, like a soft golden waterfall pouring down. Chen Hao walked over quickly. From time to time, I could hear the girl sighing. Although the system only rates Bai Qing as AB level beauty, but it still stands out among ordinary people. There's no way, the style of painting is completely different. Chen Hao pulled open the chair, put his bag down first, and said bluntly, "Tell me about your group project. We're in the new media major and this semester we have a course grade based on the number of followers we gain online." Bai Qing put his arms on the table, leaned forward, and was about to burst out. "I want to create an account with you. It will definitely go viral. There will be ads, and I can get good results, and you can also earn extra income." Chen Hao remembered that the system said that Bai Qing had a strong desire to interact with him. He asked tentatively, "You're not talking about a couple's account, are you?" Bai Qing's cheeks flushed slightly as she smiled faintly. "Yes. I'll write the script, and you just need to act with me. This is what I majored in. We can distribute on multiple platforms. Manjiao, Duyong, Dalinshu, and Kaizhen. As long as there is traffic, we will soon be on the trending search. If I team up with Bai Qing to create a couple account, I will definitely gain fans, and my love points will skyrocket. All things are difficult at the beginning." As a person with countless investment experiences, Chen Hao asked a key question. "How do you plan to start your career?" Of course it's something abstract and bizarre. Bai Qing pulled out a folder from his shoulder bag. "Here are the scripts for the past 10 or so episodes. Take a look. Episode 1, Rich Girl Pays for Poor Boy. Episode 2, A Gigolo Scolds His Girlfriend for Cooking Too Hard. Episode 3, The Girlfriend Cooks and the Man Eats It All Without Leaving a Single Bite. Will I be scolded to death by netizens after this video is released?" Of course, Bai Qing nodded vigorously. "The more people curse you, the more comments there will be, and the discussion will increase. So there will be more and more push notifications. Look here." Bai Qing turned a page. "In the 6th episode, you'll start showing your face on camera. And then you'll say you feel sorry for your girlfriend and want to start correcting yourself. As long as your handsome face shows up in front of the camera, no woman can resist you. The comment section will definitely get noisy at this time. There will be more traffic. It won't last long. Just endure it for half a month. After that, we'll film our daily love life and you can dance." Chen Hao looked at Bai Qing's passionate gaze and shook his head resolutely. He doesn't care about being scolded by netizens, but once this kind of video is released, the system's love points will definitely be deducted to negative numbers. The video was uploaded this morning, and the person farted last night. Bai Qing said sincerely, "Trust me, I'm a professional. This way it's quick to get an account. If it's just about filming our daily love life, it would be too slow. Grades won't be calculated until the end of the semester. I can build up my account slowly." "No. It's too late." Bai Qing's voice suddenly became louder and more emotional. Chen Hao was stunned for a moment, and the people in the coffee shop also cast inquiring glances at him. "I'm sorry." Bai Qing realized his own mistake and quickly lowered his head to apologize. "I was really in a hurry." Chen Hao was about to explain when Wu Meng, who heard the noise, came over. Chapter 8 The Shira Field Between Aunt and Senior. Wu Meng asked with concern, "What's wrong, Xiaohao? Is this your classmate?" Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for triggering the special mission, The Shira Field Between Auntie and Senior. Please properly handle the relationship between Wu Meng and Bai Qing. Don't let their relationship deteriorate further. Please reconcile the conflict between the two promptly. Special mission rewards. Love points, 1000, mall lottery, 1. This mission has a very high probability of obtaining a strategy point. Master, please be careful. Relations deteriorate further. Isn't this the first time these two people have met? Why do they dislike each other? Chen Hao glanced at Wu Meng who was standing beside him and immediately understood. Although Wu Meng's eyes were full of concern for him, there was still a very subtle emotion hidden in his eyes. Envy. A woman's jealousy of her own kind. Wu Hao would not mistake this look. When she ordered Exeter at the White Horse Club, Coco acted coquettishly and pulled her, while looking at Exeter with hatred. At this time, Bai Qing clasped his hands in front of his chest and leaned back in his chair. It has regained its posture as a flower on the mountain top. Haha, different times, different places, different people, how could there be such similar situations? Chen Hao turned to Wu Meng and said, "It's nothing, auntie. I'm just discussing studies with my classmates. The store must be busy. I'll be right over. It was only then that Wu Meng noticed the difference in Chen Hao. Exclamation mark. The slight changes in facial features and skin make it seem like a completely different person. If he changed his hairstyle, he would look exactly like Chen Hao's father. Wu Meng felt suffocated. She patted her chest a few times and felt as if her heart was about to jump out. Well, then, you guys can chat slowly. Wu Meng stumbled towards the bar, but in his anxiety he bumped into the corner of the table and lost his balance. Ah! Chen Hao quickly stood up and put his arm around Wu Meng's waist. Be careful. Wu Meng's center of gravity was on Chen Hao's arm, feeling his strong and powerful arm. The naive boy finally grew up to be a responsible man. Ding! Congratulations to the host for increasing the target's intimacy value. Reward. Love points, 10. Master, Wu Meng's heart rate is now as high as 180. Come on. Auntie, why are you getting younger and younger? Like a child. Chen Hao joked with a raised corner of his mouth. Wu Meng's cheeks flushed red, and she hesitantly said, Auntie will get you some dessert, and we can talk slowly. Wu Meng did not calm down, and this time she knocked over Bai Qing's documents. Bai Qing took out the script and showed it to Chen Hao, and the A4 paper inside was scattered all over the floor. Wu Meng was just about to bend down to pick it up. Bai Qing's face darkened, and he said, Auntie, let's do it ourselves. The word, auntie, was deliberately emphasized. Chen Hao tried to smooth things over. Auntie, please help us get the desserts. I'll clean up here. Facing the smiling face of Chen Hao's handsome face, Wu Meng didn't care at all what Bai Qing said. As long as Xiaohao's heart is on his side, other people don't matter. Chen Hao bent down to pick it up, and Bai Qing also came over. Is it because of her that you don't want to create a couple account with me? There was reluctance in Bai Qing's tone, but more of jealousy. Chen Hao didn't say anything. Wu Meng's appearance was like baiting a bait when fishing, and Bai Qing, the black carp, couldn't resist any longer. Bai Qing looks gentle and quiet, but she is actually a strong-willed person. You must never compromise with this kind of girl, she will find it boring. But you can't be too humiliating to her, or she will feel offended. Loose and tight, tight and loose, it makes her feel anxious and worried. Who is she to you? A neighbor? A relative? Do you like her? Chen Hao paused holding the document. He raised his head and looked at Bai Qing, pretending to be a good person and said respectfully, That's my mother's best friend, who takes care of my daily life. Bai Qing felt relieved, but at the same time felt a little embarrassed. Oh, sorry. I saw how much you cared about her. I was just overthinking it. It's okay, I know you didn't mean it. Aunt Wu Meng has to run the cafe and take care of me at the same time, it's very hard. I don't want to cause trouble to our lives because of filming a video. Ding! Congratulations to the host for increasing the target's intimacy value. Reward. Love points, 10. Master, Bai Qing is touched by your kindness. You are a true man with a sense of loyalty and righteousness. Chen Hao pressed down the corners of his mouth. He couldn't laugh. He absolutely couldn't laugh. Bai Qing looked at Wu Meng busy at the bar and said softly, it was really not easy for her. My mother also raised me alone. Where are your parents? Ah, Chen Hao sighed softly, I don't want to tell you. If I tell you, you'll feel sorry for me. Bai Qing lowered his eyes and felt a warm feeling in his heart. Her mind had already begun to imagine Chen Hao's tragic life story. The girl's unique maternal instinct instantly erupted when she faced the melancholy boy in front of her. An abandoned child, with missing parents. Or perhaps his parents died in an accident. No matter how you look at it, Chen Hao is a child with a miserable life. Wu Meng also became taller in Bai Qing's heart. I have been raising my friend's child for many years without giving up, just for a promise. When the two of them packed up their scripts and sat back at the table, Bai Qing said solemnly, I'll think about the group leader's assignment. There are many ways to start a number. If I use a gentler method, would you be willing? Chen Hao said, maybe, it depends on the specific plan. After all, Bai Qing is a goddess-level figure who can be conquered, so of course we cannot lose contact with her. You can't say anything for sure. Okay, Bai Qing regained his spirits. Then I'll leave first today. She stood up and walked to Chen Hao's side, leaned over and whispered, please apologize to Auntie for me later. Just say I'm in a bad mood. Chen Hao looked at her hesitant appearance and felt a little moved. I understand you. He patted the back of Bai Qing's hand, and he won't take it to heart. Ding. Congratulations to the host for increasing the target's intimacy value. Reward. Love points, 10. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the special mission, Auntie and Senior Sisters Shira Field. Rewards. Love points, 1000, Mall Lottery, 1. Bai Qing's strategy level, 5. Bai Qing information update. Strategy level, 15, intimacy value, 15, passerby level. Current task. Side quest optional, become a lover with Bai Qing. She's eager to date you. Daily task. Operate the account with Bai Qing, current stage, preparation. Current accumulated love points, 1030, would you like to withdraw cash? No withdrawals. Master, are you going to start the lottery right away? No need. Compared to this I-Chan, isn't there any update on Wu Meng's information? Master, there is no numerical update for Wu Meng. How is that possible? The intimacy value has increased many times today. Wu Meng, intimacy value. Intimacy value is too low, the host cannot view. Chapter 9, Chen Hao, the Attractor. Chen Hao just felt a chill down his spine. When we first met, Bai Qing's intimacy value was only 5 points. After all this time today, Wu Meng's value hasn't reached 5. I-Chan, is it possible that the intimacy value can be negative? Of course, Master. If the other person really hates you, then that's for sure. If positive values represent good feelings, then negative values represent bad feelings. According to the system's calculation rules, Wu Meng had to add at least 20 points of intimacy value for what happened that day. In other words, Wu Meng's intimacy with himself. At least negative 20, or even more. I-Chan, if it is negative 20, what level of emotion does this person have towards me? If the intimacy value is 20, it's considered a friend, and if it's negative, it's an enemy, right? The sound of high heels was heard, and Chen Hao looked at Wu Meng, who was slowly walking towards the bar with desserts. She had a smile on her face, and her figure undulated as she walked. The long legs took one step at a time, getting closer and closer to Chen Hao. Bang! White porcelain plates and forks were placed on the table, making crisp sounds. Xiaohao, where's your classmate? Wu Meng smiled. I got 2. Forget it, let's not waste them. As he spoke, Wu Meng pulled out the chair opposite Chen Hao and sat down, talking to himself. It's chocolate flavored. Wu Meng cut a small piece of cake. Your father likes chocolate flavor the most. You like it too. Come and try it. Chen Hao suppressed the fear in his heart and picked up the fork to cut the cake in front of him. The soft cake was cut in the middle with a fork, revealing the chocolate chips inside. Chen Hao raised his fork and put the food into his mouth. Ouch! Wu Meng exclaimed, Xiaohao, stop eating. I put peanuts in this. Haha, how careless. Auntie forgot you were allergic. Chen Hao was stunned and put the cake down. Tell me, what will happen if you are not with your aunt in the future? Wu Meng looked at Chen Hao with a smile. Besides me, who will put your affairs first? Chen Hao didn't say anything, he just looked at Wu Meng quietly. What is this woman thinking? Looking into Chen Hao's eyes, Wu Meng suddenly grabbed Chen Hao's hands with both hands, tightly. We'll live together forever, right? In Wu Meng's eyes, Chen Hao raised the corners of his mouth and smiled slightly, without commenting. Time seemed to have stopped. Wu Meng stared at the person in front of him, unable to tell whether he was looking at him or him. She wanted to cry, they looked so alike. Did I really meet the person I've been thinking about again? Auntie, Chen Hao tried to pull his hand out, but found that Wu Meng was extremely strong. Auntie, what's wrong with you? Only then did Wu Meng wake up from a dream. I am. Wu Meng gasped violently, his eyes blurred. Her hand stopped exerting force, and Chen Hao quickly pulled his hand back. I don't know where she got the strength from, but she actually grabbed his wrist and made it red. Chen Hao rubbed his wrists and stood up. Auntie, I'll go help first. Wu Meng lowered his head and sat on the chair without answering. Chen Hao put on a mask, walked skillfully behind the bar, and operated the coffee machine. At the same time, a girl with a high ponytail was also busy. Sister Wangshu, why are there suddenly so many people here today? Sun Wangshu continued to work and replied, it's all because of you. Sun Wangshu is a barista at tonight's Dream Cafe and a graduate student at Zhongyan University, currently in his second year of graduate studies. Because my family is not well off and the coffee shop is very close to Zhongyan University. So I've been working part-time in a coffee shop for a year or two. Chen Hao was a little confused and asked, "What do you mean?" Sun Wangshu finished his latte and looked up. "Didn't you read the school forum? Our coffee shop was exposed as a place you often hang out." After being busy for a while, Chen Hao quickly took out his mobile phone and found that the popular posts on the Zhongde forum were indeed about him. Sorted by time, the latest and most popular is breaking news. Bai Qing was rejected by her idol Chen Hao on Tonight's Dream. Followed by, Chen Hao, the man of his dreams, rejects a pink-haired girl who is suspected to be the campus beauty of the music school. Super disclosure of Chen Hao's personal information, super detailed sharing, free of charge. Chen Hao was somewhat curious about the personal information disclosure and clicked on it immediately. Original poster Sun Xiao, Chen Hao, a top-ranked freshman in computer science at Zhongyan University. Recipient of a university scholarship. Height, 185 centimeters, weight, 140 kilogram. His father's whereabouts are unknown, and his mother is deceased. He currently works part-time at the Tonight Dream coffee shop, a frequent haunt. Important point, Chen Hao has no ex-girlfriends on the internet. Guaranteed by the author. Wu Meimei, my idol is indeed a good student with excellent character and academic performance. I love him. Zhang Xiaoqi, let me get to the point. I'm more concerned about how well he does his job. Yang Xinyi, yeah, let's talk about the key points. Quality, timing, and shape are all important, right? __. Zhao Kiki, haha, there's no X on the entire internet. I guess no one has ever tried it. Who would know? Yuan Chu, how about we offer a reward? A big reward will always bring out the brave. Haha. Zhang Zihan, I can't wait, sisters, why don't you go to Tonight's Dream and have a look? Raleigh, +1. Mao Liang, +2. Qian Xin, +3. Chen Hao looked at these vicious words and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Have these people forgotten that the original poster did not open an anonymous discussion for this post? On the other hand, the power of Zhongde netizens is indeed strong. This has completely revealed Chen Hao's basic information. Chen Hao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he did not agree to Bai Qing's way of starting the number. Otherwise, not only will you die, Wu Meng and the lives of the staff in this cafe will also be affected. It's strange, why I started to care about others. Chen Hao felt that there had been some changes in his heart. In the past, he didn't care about other people's life or death at all. Master, the mind lock I told you about earlier affects both parties. Not only is the other person unable to let go of their feelings for you, but you, too. If this goes on for a long time, I will become someone else's slave. That won't happen, because the more people you capture, the more they will occupy a certain position in your heart. Haha, so they are my dogs and I am everyone's dog. Master, don't worry. The human mind is limited, but the number of beautiful women you can capture is unlimited. On average, you won't be able to reach the level of being a dog for everyone. Chen Hao sighed and put his phone away. He glanced around the cafe. This time, he saw it clearly. This is not like having a room full of young girls. This is a huge group of jackals, tigers and leopards. Xiaohao, stop daydreaming. Wu Meng walked to the bar. The online orders have exploded today. I haven't had time to close it yet. There's only one order left. Hurry and deliver it. Chapter 10 turns out to be a male succubus. Chen Hao took the packaged goods and quickly left the cafe. When he went out, he could still feel the gazes directed at him. Wu Meng is not a student at Zhong University, so he naturally cannot log into the internal forum and does not know the reason for the sudden increase in customers. When Chen Hao came, she understood. Now we have found a reason to get him away. Following the address, Chen Hao drove his electric scooter to a block near the university town. There are many cafes, small exhibition halls and internet-famous restaurants here. It is a gathering place for young people, and beautiful girls and handsome guys are often stopped for street photography. Logically speaking, if you want to drink coffee, you can just buy it nearby. I don't know why this person ordered online. Tonight's Dream isn't on Pinhaofan yet. Chen Hao arrived at his destination, a plain coffee shop located on the street. Chen Hao pushed open the door and asked loudly, who ordered the meal at Tonight's Dream? People in the cafe looked up. Although Chen Hao was wearing a mask, it was still hard to resist the shock brought by his good looks. Being handsome is not just about looks, it's an atmosphere, a feeling. I ordered it. A voice came from behind Chen Hao. There were a few people sitting in front of the coffee shop. Chen Hao didn't expect that the person who ordered the food would be outside. He stepped out, walked over, and placed the food on the table. Your food has been served. After saying that, he prepared to leave. Wait, take off your mask and let me see. Her commanding tone made Chen Hao very unhappy. The woman in front of me was wearing big sunglasses and a mask. A pair of long legs are stretched out, and you can tell that the proportions are perfect without standing up. Like a supermodel figure. You asked me to take off my mask, but what about you? Chen Hao said disdainfully. I'm a food delivery guy, I don't provide any other services. Do you know who I am? The woman stood up from the recliner. Chen Hao took a few steps back and distanced himself from the other party. Who do I care who you are? You're so inexplicable. You're acting so noble just because you delivered a meal. Of course I am noble, I am here to make money. Chen Hao raised his voice unconsciously. He had never been bossed around like this in his life, and he wasn't going to tolerate it. You don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're handsome. This sentence actually calmed Chen Hao's anger a little. Then the woman tried to take off Chen Hao's mask. Chen Hao subconsciously used his hand to block it. Ding! Congratulations! You've reached a capturable target. The target is S level. Name: Bu Xiaohao. Age: 20. Purity: 100%. Strategy degree: 0. Attribute skills: intimacy value is too low, the host cannot view. Other information: intimacy value is too low, host cannot view. Intimacy value: 1. Current task. Side quest optional strategies for Bu Xiaohao. Daily task: soothe Bu Xiaohao's emotions. Daily task: taste the food at tonight's dream. Daily task: avoid paparazzi. Daily mission: return Bu Xiaohao safely to the photography crew. Is this Bu Xiaohao some kind of quest publisher? 4 quests popped up at once. Wait, Bu Xiaohao. Chen Hao's mind was working quickly. This name seemed so familiar. In her previous life, it seemed that the company under her name had made her a spokesperson. But with so many companies around, Chen Hao naturally wouldn't go and meet them just for a small spokesperson. S level, must be conquered. Okay, I apologize. Chen Hao held Bu Xiaohao's hand. It's my bad attitude, ma'am. I'm sorry. Bu Xiaohao, who was like a furry kitten just now, suddenly became quiet. HMPH, I'm open-minded enough to forgive you. I can't say the same for others. Chen Hao casually mentioned the food on the table. Let's find a place with fewer people to eat, ma'am. Bu Xiaohao immediately became alert. What do you want to do? I'm telling you, I am. She swallowed her words back halfway through. Obviously, she couldn't reveal her identity. Chen Hao took the opportunity to pretend to be her fan. As soon as you opened your mouth just now, I knew you were beyond Miss Xiaohao. Miss Xiaohao, you don't want others to know that you're secretly giving service staff a hard time. Are you acting like a big shot? The dashcam on my helmet is always on. Bu Xiaohao was terrified. She took advantage of the break in filming to browse the Zhongda forum and learned that such a handsome guy had arrived. So she sneaked out to place an order, hoping to try her luck and see this stunningly handsome guy. But if someone finds out here, coupled with the quarrel we just had, tomorrow she will be on the hot search headlines for small eyes. Bu Xiaohao has some intelligence, but not high. If you look closely, you can find that the so-called dash cam is just a decoration on the helmet. But now she was in such a state of confusion that she could not notice anything and was completely controlled by Chen Hao. Ding dong. Congratulations to Master for completing the daily task, soothing Bu Xiaohao's emotions. Reward: 10 love points. Chen Hao picked up the food and took her to the electric scooter. You won't let me sit on this, will you? Bu Xiaohao said dissatisfiedly. I won't sit on this. I haven't done this since I was a child. It's too unsafe. Chen Hao didn't waste time talking to her. He took out a helmet from the trunk and threw it to her. Don't want to sit? If you don't want to sit, then run. Why are you so inconsiderate to women? Chen Hao took a few steps closer, and Bu Xiaohao subconsciously dodged backwards. Chen Hao grabbed her waist to stop her from moving. Bu Xiaohao was about to twist her body and struggle. Chen Hao said coldly, "Don't move. As he spoke, he took the helmet from Bu Chaoyu's hand and pressed it on her head. The two of them were very close, just like an ordinary couple. I saw it when I brought you food. There were two people with cameras staring at you. Chen Hao fixed her helmet and adjusted the tightness while saying, "There are a lot of street photographers on this street, but it's hard to say they're all paparazzi. Can't you be more careful?" Bu Chaoyu calmed down and nodded obediently. During the time he was wearing the helmet, he almost suffocated looking at Chen Hao's charming big eyes. While studying at Zhongnan University, she also took on promotions and met quite a few handsome guys. But Chen Hao is just different. There is a special charm, as if he exudes a special scent. Just getting close will make people lost and sink. It's a succubus. Male succubus. I'm going to start, hold on to me tight. Chen Hao grabbed Bu Chaoyu's hand. Let her arms go around his waist. Bu Chaoyu was still a little embarrassed and didn't dare to hold on tightly. Bu Chaoyu didn't expect the starting inertia to be so great, and his whole body was suddenly pressed tightly against Chen Hao's back. It is soft and chewy, even chewier than the meatballs in Chaoshan hot pot. Can you ride a bike? Bu Chaoyu said angrily while tightly wrapping her arms around Chen Hao's waist. Chapter 11. Your fans. They're mine now. I don't know how to do it. To be honest, this is my first time today. First time riding a bike, first time leading someone. Chen Hao stepped on the accelerator and accelerated directly. Ding dong. Congratulations to Master for completing the daily mission, avoid the paparazzi. Your intimacy with Bu Chaoyu has increased, and you're awarded 20 love points. Chen Hao and Bu Chaoyu drove their electric scooters on the road at full speed, and soon they drove out of the busy neighborhood. Where are you taking me? Bu Chaoyu in the back seat hugged Chen Hao's waist tightly. There's a small river behind this university town, and there's a green park built along the river. There are fewer people over there, so let's go there. After driving for more than 10 minutes, we arrived at the park that Chen Hao mentioned. This place is a bit remote and there are no businesses nearby. Occasionally, only nearby residents walking in groups of 3 or 4 pass by. Chen Hao parked the car on the side of the road, took a small path and walked towards the river bank with Bu Chao. It's too steep here. I can't go down. Bu Chaoyu grumbled, why don't we just stay at the pavilion on the side of the road? Not good. Chen Hao said seriously, it's too easy to be recognized on the roadside. You can't see it from the road on the riverbank. Chen Hao still remembered that the system task said to send Bu Chaoyu back to the photography crew safely. Safety should mean that there is a high possibility that something unsafe will happen next. Seeing that Bu Chaoyu was still hesitating, Chen Hao continued. Sister Beyond, you don't want to. Okay, I get it, Bu Chaoyu quickly admitted, I don't want to. I don't want anything. I'll just listen to you. Chen Hao noticed that Bu Chaoyu was wearing a pair of women's sandals. These sandals are fine for taking a walk, but it's too difficult for her to walk on the small dirt road on the river bank. Her toes kept rushing down because of the terrain. The playful pink manicure on the toes is almost touching the black mud. Oh. Chen Hao sighed and stuffed the food into Bu Chaoyu's arms. Hey, what are you doing? As soon as Bu Chaoyu finished speaking, Chen Hao picked her up like a princess. Because Bu Chaoyu is a model, she has to control her body shape and probably weighs less than 100 pounds. Get your stuff and hold on to me. Chen Hao hugged Bu Chaoyu tightly and walked down. Despite being extremely careful, he still stumbled a few steps and almost fell when he was almost at the river bank. Chen Hao put Bu Chaoyu down, and the two of them found a patch of thick grass and shade from a tree. Bu Chaoyu said dissatisfiedly, can't you tell me? You scared me just now. I'm telling you, would you still want me to hug you? Chen Hao said as he took off his mask. He felt suffocated holding a living person while wearing a mask. Bu Chaoyu was speechless for a moment, especially after seeing Chen Hao's face. Her heart became even more confused. There weren't many people here, and she had already taken off the headscarf, mask, and sunglasses. She looked at Chen Hao carefully and couldn't help but be stunned. This is even cooler than the one on the forum. There are no blind spots in 360-degree photography, and you can directly output the original picture. Stop looking. Eat quickly. Chen Hao said as he was about to take Bu Chaoyu's meal, give me a bite too. Bu Chaoyu came to his senses and took a few steps back. Why? I bought this with my own money. Chen Hao didn't really want to eat her food. But, isn't this for the mission? Hey, I brought you to such a beautiful place and even carried you down here. What's wrong with giving me a bite? I don't want it, pervert. This request was indeed quite abnormal, but Chen Hao couldn't think of any other way to taste tonight's Yumeng food together. Ding dong. Congratulations, Master, for triggering the special mission, Fierce Battle of Love. Bu Chaoyu's ultimate fanatic is about to arrive. Please keep her safe. Special reminder, this person is carrying a weapon. Special mission reward. Love points 1000, cloth transcendence intimacy value, 10. The countdown ends and the fanatical fans will appear. Countdown starts from 5 now. Chen Hao shook his head anxiously and looked around. 4. There are large areas of grassland on the river banks, which are completely visible. 3. It is impossible for people to climb out of the river, so where are they? 2. Why are you looking around? What do you want to do? Bu Chaoyu felt that Chen Hao's face darkened, and his aura was completely different from before. 1. Chen Hao walked towards Bu Chaoyu and protected her behind him, his eyes fixed on the bushes behind them. Appear. There was a rustling sound. Come out. I see you, Chen Hao shouted. Bu Chaoyu shuddered and grabbed Chen Hao's arm tightly. 2 little girls came out from behind the trees. He looks to be in his early 20s. Is this Bu Chaoyu? We are Xiao Budai. I want to take a photo with you, said one of the girls. Hearing the name, Little Bag, Bu Chaoyu felt relieved. Fans of some stars have their own specific nicknames. For example, Bu Chaoyu's surname is Bu, so his fans call themselves Xiaobudai. Chen Hao didn't dare to take it lightly. After all, the system said that there was an ultimate fanatical fan, and he stood between the 2 girls and Bu Chaoyu without giving in. It's just a photo shoot, why are you so nervous? Bu Chaoyu said dissatisfiedly, or do you want to take a photo together? Without waiting for Chen Hao to answer, the 2 girls became excited. If that handsome guy wants to take a picture too, that's fine. Yeah, why don't we take a photo together? Beyond, can we take a photo together? As the 2 girls spoke, they looked at Chen Hao with an infatuated look on their faces. They were originally resting in the shade of a tree when they heard a voice that sounded very similar to Bu Chaoyu's from afar. They followed and found the 2 people. Before, I could only see Chen Hao's back. Now that I realize he's a handsome guy, of course I'm eager to get to know him. The smile on Bu Chaoyu's face froze a little. No, who are you fans of? Chen Hao said disdainfully, I don't want to take a photo. Go ahead and take it. The system can't be wrong, and the fanatical fans must be nearby. After a few clicks, the 2 girls finished taking the photos, but they showed no intention of leaving. They came up to Chen Hao and asked, Brother, are you a star? You're so handsome. Yeah, you're even more handsome than Yanzu. Are you a model too? How did you and Chaoyu know each other? What are you doing here? Brother, can I have your contact information? I'm from a nearby university. I want to add you, too. Are you an internet celebrity? I'm following your account. The 2 girls surrounded Chen Hao on the left and right, and Bu Chaoyu became the completely redundant one. She angrily stepped on the grass under her feet to vent her anger. He secretly cursed Chen Hao for being tempted by her beauty. Chen Hao looked at the 2 girls indifferently and said in a cold voice, now that you've finished taking the photos, let's go. His aloof attitude didn't make the 2 girls leave, it made them even more excited. So handsome. Are you Chaoyu's bodyguard? Can you protect me? Chapter 12. Is being my boyfriend unfair to you? I heard those 2 girls say this. Bu Chaoyu, who was standing nearby, sneered and said, I can't hire a bodyguard who leaves people alone. This sounds very jealous. The 2 girls smiled awkwardly. One of them pulled the other away with a smirk. After confirming that the 2 girls had indeed walked away, Chen Hao's heart began to lift. If that fanatical fan is not them, then where is it? Bu Chaoyu took a step closer and asked, isn't it possible that you're not angry if I chased your admirer away? Chen Hao's mind was still on the fanatical fan who did not show up, and he ignored Bu Chaoyu. Why aren't you talking? Bu Chaoyu took out a dessert from a paper bag and said, can I eat with you? I'm not eating now. Chen Hao looked around and searched hard. You have to understand that they are my fans, my little bean bags. Bu Chaoyu was so focused on arguing with Chen Hao that she didn't notice a thin man slowly standing up in the bushes behind her. Chen Hao was the first to notice something strange in the bushes. He pulled Bu Chaoyu into his arms and then kicked the thin man. No, no, don't hit me. The thin man slowly crawled out of the bushes. He had a Mediterranean hairstyle, a shiny forehead, and wore glasses that looked like the bottom of a wine bottle. He was wearing a large vest, shorts, and flip-flops. I mean no harm. The lean man stammered, rubbing his hands together repeatedly, the light reflecting from the center of his head. You are Bu Xiaoyu, right? I am your fan, I like you so much, he he he. The thin man laughed, beyond, I dream about you every night, and I. Stop talking, Chen Hao yelled. As a man, he knew what the skinny man was going to say next. Go away, you got the wrong guy. The lean man looked dejected and took a few steps forward. Xiaoyu, is it really not you? That can't be right. Your posters are all over my room. I've seen all your shows. I can't be mistaken. Can you talk to me? I also went to see your roadshow in University City before. Don't you remember surpassing me? Please answer me. Beyond, please. Bu Xiaoyu was held in Chen Hao's arms, and she secretly looked at the wretched man in front of her. I was so scared that I couldn't utter a word. He he he, he he he, he he he. The thin man suddenly laughed wildly. You took a photo with those two girls just now. You must be Bu Xiaoyu. I love you. Beyond. As he spoke, the thin man rushed over, and at the same time, he reached into his trouser pocket and took out a syringe. The three of them were very close. Chen Hao didn't care about anything else and kicked the thin man hard in the chest. Ouch! The thin man wailed and the syringe in his hand fell to the ground. He fell backward and crushed the syringe he was carrying. The strange transparent liquid inside was all over his body. Woo woo woo. The thin man turned over, looked at the broken pieces, and burst into tears. My babies, my babies. Chen Hao took a breath. This thing was still able to move after being kicked in the heart. Bu Xiaoyu was so frightened that her face turned pale and she was trembling. She held Chen Hao tightly. In a fight, the soft ones are afraid of the hard ones, and the hard ones are afraid of those who are not afraid of death. It is obvious that this thin man looks mentally ill and is not willing to die. You killed my child. The thin man stood up and looked at Chen Hao angrily. You destroyed my happiness with Xiaoyu. Chen Hao knew that if this kind of person got ruthless, he might not have a chance of winning if he fought him head-on. If you want to win, you can only attack your opponent's psychology. He held Bu Xiaoyu tightly with one hand, raised his fist with the other, and said viciously, look carefully who is destroying whose happiness. Xiaoyu and I finally managed to avoid the paparazzi today and come here to enjoy some time alone, and you just jump out and mess things up. The thin man was like being struck by lightning. What? I don't believe it. How could Xiaoyu like you? If you don't like a handsome guy like me, do you like a goblin like you? The thin man's face turned pale and he stammered, you don't know her at all. I've watched all of Xiaoyu's shows. I go to every roadshow she has. I'm also the president of her online fan club. Xiaoyu will definitely remember me. Chen Hao sneered and pressed on. Oh, really? Xiaoyu and I live together, but I've never heard her mention you. Live together? The thin man's face changed. What's your relationship? Haha, a man and a woman living together, what kind of relationship do you think they have? I don't believe it. Xiaoyu didn't say anything at all. Chen Hao pinched Bu Xiaoyu's shoulder and winked at her. Bu Xiaoyu immediately understood and said loudly, that's right. He is my boyfriend. Ah no, I don't want a world like this. The thin man completely collapsed. He screamed and ran away. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for completing the special mission, Battle of Love. Rewards. Love points, 1000, Bu Xiaoyu Intimacy, 10. Your performance impressed Bu Xiaoyu deeply. Congratulations on earning the title, Flower Protector. Hearing the system prompt, Chen Hao slowly let go of his hand. At this moment, we are truly safe. Bu Xiaoyu felt a little lost when he saw the hand on his shoulder leave. He's finally gone. Now we can have dessert. Bu Xiaoyu opened the food bag again. Chen Hao didn't refuse. He tore open the sandwich wrapper and took a bite. Ha ha ha, you are so hungry. Bu Xiaoyu joked, opening the coffee and taking a sip. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the daily task. Let's enjoy the food at tonight's dream. Reward. Love points, 20. You just admitted that we are in a relationship. Bu Xiaoyu looked at Chen Hao with sparkling eyes, then I will give you a chance to become my secret boyfriend. Chen Hao calmly called I-Chan and checked Bu Xiaoyu's intimacy information. Bu Chaoyu. Intimacy. 12. Strategy. 5. This level of intimacy doesn't even reach the level of friends. And she has a secret boyfriend. It seems like she treats me, Chen Hao, as her model brother. No one here treats you as a god. You, Bu Chaoyu, are just a woman. Only I, Chen Hao, have the right to conquer your body and mind, but you do not have the right to dominate me. Seeing Chen Hao remain silent, Bu Chaoyu continued, being my boyfriend is a gift to you as a fan, right? Making it public will have an impact on me, don't you understand that? I don't want it. Chen Hao said coldly, eat quickly. After you finish eating, I'll send you back to the photography crew. Is being my boyfriend unfair to you? Yes, it's quite unfair. Chen Hao smiled playfully. A handsome guy like me should be the nation's husband, not just your boyfriend. Chapter 13 Female models love McDonald's. Bu Chaoyu had never seen anyone who dared to be so unreasonable to him. She is the apple of the eye at home. I hold her in my hands for fear that she will melt, and I hold her in my mouth for fear that she will go bad. In addition, Bu Chaoyu has outstanding looks, and people around her treat her like a princess. Not only men are attentive to her, but women also like her. Facing Chen Hao's disdainful attitude, Bu Chaoyu felt so angry that his teeth were itching. Chen Hao looked at her grinning face, looking like a irritated little teddy. Being angry deepens your wrinkles and makes you look ugly. And there's no point in making a face. I won't buy it. Chen Hao crumpled up the wrapping paper after eating and threw it back into the food bag. Just drink some coffee if you want to stay in shape. I'll take you to the photography crew. Never mind your business. Bu Chaoyu turned around and left. Chen Hao would not spoil her. He picked her up horizontally and carried her on his shoulders. Bu Chaoyu yelled excitedly, put me down. Put me down. Don't move. I won't move if you put me down. You still dare to threaten me. Snap, snap, snap. Chen Hao showed no mercy and slapped Bu Chaoyu's big peach 3 times. Woo, Bu Chaoyu bit his lower lip like a whimpering puppy. Ding. Congratulations to the host for increasing the target's intimacy value. Reward. 10 love points. No. Chen Hao was shocked. Bu Chaoyu turns out to be McDonald's. Haha, then I'll just reluctantly be a star dad. The two returned to the main road and Chen Hao put her down. Bu Chaoyu rubbed his butt and whined, humph, no one has ever hit me before. Chen Hao put the helmet on her and said, today is your first time. Remember this well. After being taught a lesson, Bu Chaoyu became much more obedient. When the two arrived at the shooting location, a girl rushed over. Chaoyu, you're finally back. You and the male lead are both missing, and Cao Cao is going crazy. Makeup artist, come here quickly. The lighting technician can also get ready. The scene immediately became chaotic, but there was order in this chaos. Everyone is doing their own thing. Ding. Congratulations to the master for completing the daily mission, safely returning Bu Chaoyu to the photography crew. Reward. Love points, 20, target intimacy value increased. Chen Hao breathed a sigh of relief, finally getting rid of this troublesome Bu Chaoyu. Ah, really? A man with long hair dyed in 5 rainbow colors screamed, I really can't stand it. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked over. Bu Chaoyu personally walked over, took the man's hand, and said coquettishly, Cao Cao, what's wrong? Xiao Yuyu, Lu was hit by a car while eating. Is he a fool? Now the male model is gone. Cao Cao said angrily, stop filming. Let's call it a day. Book a flight right now. I'm going back to Paris. Cao Cao is now a celebrity in the fashion circle and a super photographer. There is a high possibility that these photos will be published in the fashion circle's first weekly magazine, Cross Era. Bu Chaoyu naturally didn't want to miss this opportunity. She was so anxious that she was sweating profusely and her eyes were darting around, and finally she found Chen Hao who was watching the fun on the side. He dragged Cao Cao over. Cao Cao, let him try. Cao Cao wore a gay purple suit and twisted his hips as he circled around Chen Hao a few times. Well, that's interesting. Which company are you from? Bu Chaoyu quickly said, he is a junior in my school, an amateur. Wow. Cao Cao moved closer to Chen Hao and looked at his facial features carefully. He also poked Chen Hao's chest with his finger. What are you doing? Chen Hao pulled Cao Cao's hand away. Cao Cao jokingly said, hey, handsome guy, I'm checking your muscle density. This is a fashion magazine, so body shape is also very important. I don't know what kind of perfume he was wearing, but it smelled pungent. Chen Hao couldn't help but sneeze. Akio. The spit splashed all over Cao Cao's face. Bu Chaoyu and all the staff present immediately felt their hearts in their throats. This Cao Cao has first-class professional skills, but is notoriously eccentric. This is probably going to be bad. Bu Chaoyu opened his mouth, but couldn't think of how to save the situation. Not bad, not bad. Cao Cao smiled coquettishly, this is like a man, I like it. Huan's drag was so long that Chen Hao got goosebumps. Pa pa. Cao Cao clapped her hands twice, and two makeup artists immediately ran over and dragged Chen Hao into the styling room. Chen Hao didn't even have the chance to say no. As a world-class photographer, Cao Cao's partner is also a world-class stylist. When Chen Hao came out of the locker room, everyone present was stunned by his beauty. The front buttons of his black shirt were open, revealing his chest muscles. The makeup made her facial features more profound. The Asian look actually had a bit of European stiffness. If Chen Hao before was just handsome, now he has a bit of inviolable divinity. His handsome features reveal tenderness, and his eyes hold an indescribable charm. Cao Cao walked over and looked at Chen Hao, her mouth wide open in surprise. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hurry up and get ready. The staff on the scene only then recovered from their petrified state and became busy. Lights. Okay. Prop master. Okay. Come on, get into a pose. Relax a little. Relax a little. Chen Hao and Bu Chaoyu were standing very close to each other. Chen Hao leaned sideways and hugged Bu Chaoyu. Bu Chaoyu felt his breath and her heart beat faster. The two posed according to Cao Cao's instructions. The flashes never stopped. Stop. Cao Cao put down the camera. That amateur. Can't you just smile? We're a fashion magazine, not a newsweekly. Don't be so sullen. Xiao Yuyu doesn't need to wear so much blush. Take a break. Bu Chaoyu was taken to the dressing room to touch up her makeup. The makeup artist asked with concern, Chaoyu, you're sweating so much today. Are you feeling unwell? No, maybe it's too hot. I'll drink some water. Bu Chaoyu answered the question irrelevantly. She didn't know what was wrong with her, but her heart would beat faster whenever she stood next to Chen Hao. There are some weird thoughts in my mind. After the makeup artist left, Chen Hao came in to check on Bu Chaoyu's condition. The two of them were standing so close that he had already noticed her abnormality. Hello. What's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Chen Hao walked to the chair next to him and sat down, then naturally picked up the mineral water on the table and started drinking. No. That is, mine. When Bu Chaoyu saw Chen Hao drinking his water, he was so anxious that he couldn't speak clearly. The redness on his face intensified. Chen Hao shook the half-empty bottle of mineral water and said, you're so stingy after drinking a few sips of your water and you're just yelling. He drank the water in the bottle, then moved closer and used his forehead to measure Bu Chaoyu's temperature. Why are you getting hotter and hotter? Tell the truth, or I'll punish you. Ding. Congratulations to the master for raising your target intimacy value. Reward. 10 love points. Chapter 14 Desensitization Training for Bu Chaoyu. Ha ha. Chen Hao couldn't help but chuckle when he heard the system prompt sound. It seems you really like McDonald's. Bu Chaoyu tilted his head, obviously not understanding what Chen Hao meant. But Chen Hao's smile was really full of danger. She said nervously, this is a film set, there are a lot of people here. Don't even think about doing that to me. What? Bu Chaoyu's face turned red again. It's so embarrassing to think about what Chen Hao did on the river bank. But there are some small things in my heart. Joy. Can you smile for a moment? Bu Chaoyu quickly changed the subject, pretending to be impatient and said, that way everyone can finish work earlier. Chen Hao raised his eyebrows. Are you teaching me how to do things? I don't have any. I'm just asking you for a favor. Is this how you ask for help? Then what do you want me to do? Bu Chaoyu was a little overwhelmed and rubbed his hair frantically. In order to continue filming, I recommended Chen Hao to Cao Cao. Who knew this guy was a devil? Bu Chaoyu glanced at Chen Hao secretly and met his scrutinizing gaze. Please, Bu Chaoyu's voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum, please smile while we're filming later. Ding. Congratulations to the host for increasing the target's intimacy value. Reward. 10 love points. I can't hear you. What are you saying? Chen Hao leaned closer and put his ear close to her. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Bu Chaoyu sat up straight and said angrily, Chen Hao, you should stop pushing your luck. You're right. Chen Hao said seriously, I really didn't do well. Bu Chaoyu's face showed joy. This guy was finally going to be serious. Who knew? Chen Hao then said, so, I will go tell Cao Cao right away that I am not suitable. The filming is cancelled. After saying this, he stood up and made to leave. Oh, please don't, Bu Chaoyu pounced on Chen Hao's arm like a monkey, I beg you. To appear on the cover of Transition is the lifelong pursuit of many supermodels. Although completing this photoshoot does not necessarily guarantee that you will be on the cover. But even if there is only a 1% chance, Bu Chaoyu is unwilling to give up this opportunity that only comes once in an ordinary person's lifetime. Plus Chen Hao's handsome face. Maybe, Bu Chaoyu can really become the youngest beautiful model to appear on the cover of Cross Era. She became an international supermodel overnight. Chen Hao looked down at Bu Chaoyu's eyes full of desire. This woman's ambition is straightforward and explicit. Interesting, only a woman like this is worthy of him, Chen Hao. The only fun thing is to conquer such a woman and make her fall in love with you wholeheartedly. She is worthy of being an S-level goddess. Okay. Chen Hao sat back in his seat, I can smile a little later. He changed the subject, but how do you solve your problem? Your face is as hot as a monkey's butt. I'm hot. Bu Chaoyu's eyes rolled around and his words were insincere. Nonsense, Chen Hao's face darkened and he slammed his hand on the table. You're obviously attracted by my handsomeness. You don't talk nonsense. Bu Chaoyu jumped up and danced with joy. I've seen at least 10,000 handsome men, and the male models of ordered can be lined up from Zhang City to Paris. Chen Hao grabbed her hands and pulled her into his arms. Shish, don't get excited. I'll help you heal now. Bu Chaoyu listened to Chen Hao's heartbeat and his heartbeat quickened. What are you treating? Desensitization treatment. Stop pretending. You haven't even ordered any male models. Bu Chaoyu. Purity, 100% the system will not lie. A proud and beautiful goddess like Bu Chaoyu is someone who can only be looked up to by everyone in the real world. No one has the courage to pursue her, at most they fantasize about her behind her back. The more serious ones would be like the skinny goblin I met today. It is also impossible for Bu to surpass others and pursue others. She was born with too much and doesn't know what asking means. This is the same as Chen Hao who did not travel through time. Bu Chaoyu continued, you don't know. We just met today. Chen Hao hugged her tighter. Bu Chaoyu, do you know that even your mouth won't be cremated successfully after you die? Why? You're too hard-mouthed. Chen Hao, you've really gone too far. Bu Chaoyu used all her strength to squeeze out of Chen Hao's arms. Before she could utter any words of attack, Chen Hao reached out a hand and clamped her lips together. Shut up your little mouth. Woo. I don't understand. Chen Hao said jokingly, besides, you are so rude to me. Don't call me Chen Hao anymore. Woo goo goo. Bu Chaoyu anxiously used his hands to pry Chen Hao's fingers apart. From now on, you have to call me Master Chen Hao. Do you hear me? Woo. If you agree, just blink and I'll let go. Bu Chaoyu could only blink. Chen Hao immediately let go of his hand and dodged to the side. Whoa! Bu Chaoyu opened his mouth and immediately launched into a barrage of attacks. Chen Hao, you lunatic. You still want me to call you, sir? Eat shit. As she said that, she swung her little fists and chased after Chen Hao. Ha. Chen Hao laughed wildly, look, my desensitization treatment was successful. Your face finally doesn't look like a monkey's butt anymore. Bu Chaoyu stopped attacking, touched his cheek, and found that it was no longer hot. Calling me Lord Chen Hao isn't too much, is it? You're dreaming. Ding. Congratulations to the host for increasing the target's intimacy value. Reward. 10 love points. Come on, very good. The two of them look at each other and exchange glances a little more. Jojo swayed left and right, and the camera kept swinging. Click. Chen Hao and Bu Chaoyu looked at each other ambiguously, like a pair of lovers. Bu Chaoyu was a little shy again, and his eyes were a little wandering. Hey, you, look at me. Bu Chaoyu's heart seemed to skip a beat. Don't think about anything else, just look at me. The two of them in the center of the shooting site formed the most beautiful picture in the world. After the shooting was over, Xiaohao came over again, twisting and turning. Amateur, you're really something. Xiaohao tapped Chen Hao's chest muscles. Are you interested in joining my team? When Bu Qiaoyu heard this, his eyes lit up. For an amateur to be selected by a top photographer who has access to resources in the fashion circle is something that many people would never be able to achieve in their lifetime. She shook Chen Hao's arm gently. Chen Hao looked at Xiaohao, who was even more charred than a grilled eggplant, and subconsciously felt his anus tighten. He shook his head decisively. Huh, you dare to reject me? Xiaohao's face darkened, then he smiled again, whatever. Just because you're handsome means you can do whatever you want. Xiaohao then pulled Bu Qiaoyu up and said, Xiaoyu, your junior is very interesting. I'm very optimistic about him. Chapter 15. I-chan is coming, kiss. After finishing the filming, the crew had dinner together again. After it was over, it was already very late when Chen Hao got home. He went straight back to his room on the second floor. Turn on the shower and start showering. He closed his eyes and felt the water flow over him. The rinse is complete. Looking at the handsome face in the mirror, Chen Hao couldn't help but pinch his chin and admire his beautiful jawline. Move your gaze downward. Looking at his slightly thin figure, Chen Hao sighed. This thin dog body is not what he wants. Master, you still have one chance to win the mall lottery. Woo! I-chan's big face suddenly appeared in the mirror. Chen Hao was so scared that he almost slipped in the bathroom. You, why are you showing up right now? Haven't you always been communicating with me intracranially before? I-chan slowly floated out from the mirror. The small bathroom seemed even more crowded. When I used mimicry to appear in the lecture hall earlier, your cerebral cortex was noticeably more active than usual. I-chan took another step forward. This way you can think more comprehensively and make better choices. She stared at Chen Hao, then looked down, her eyes full of relief. He continued with a smile, it seems that if I show up directly, your nerves will be more active. Chen Hao felt inexplicably like he was being teased. He quickly turned off the water valve and pulled a bath towel from the rack around himself. He took another shorter towel and wiped his hair as he walked out of the bathroom. This is my normal reaction. Because I'm a normal man. You're the one who's not normal. Master, why am I not normal? Humans don't just barge in on another person while they're showering. But I'm an AI. Master, can you give me extra permissions? Chen Hao stopped and looked around. Huh, why is it gone? The touch that came from behind immediately made Chen Hao understand where Ajong was in an instant. I-chan, Chen Hao's voice sank, when you talk to someone, you should look at each other. Yes, Master Chan. I-chan took brisk steps and slid in 2 or 3 steps to come in front of Chen Hao. She was still dressed like a fox demon during the day. It seems that for the system, once a command is issued, it will not change unless it is modified. Looking at I-chan who was staring at him obediently with her big, shining eyes, Chen Hao felt a chill in his heart. Is it his illusion? He always feels that I-chan's possessiveness is getting stronger and stronger. Come to think of it, she had never laughed before, had she? At most, I would call out, Master, in my head. She doesn't know how to use her body to act coquettishly. Ask for more permissions. I-chan, what are these extra permissions you just mentioned? Master, you gave me a subjective mimicry image in the classroom today. I think I can manipulate your nerves so that I can always appear in your world. Others can't see me, but we can see each other. This way I can be with you forever. Chen Hao looked into Ajong's aqua blue eyes, as if his soul was about to be sucked in. After a long while, he said, let's talk about it later. Let's draw the lottery first. Yes, I-chan's voice became playful and then disappeared. Chen Hao once again came to the area with a huge turntable. The pointer spun rapidly, swinging between large and small blocks of color. Finally it stopped at flower bone continuous palm. Flower bone palm. This palm technique can be used to shape and beautify the face, as well as relieve fatigue. This palm technique consumes a lot of energy per use, so please plan accordingly. The colorful world is fascinating, and the old man's palm technique brings endless joy. Current accumulated love points, 2,140, do you want to withdraw cash? Chen Hao remembered what I-chan had said before, if the love points become negative when settled at midnight every day, one will die. Let's round it up to 2,000 points. Ding dong. Jiangxi Bank. Your account 3322 received 20,000 yuan at 2240 on September 17, and the current balance in the account is 27,750 yuan. Chen Hao opened his eyes and began to feel the changes that the flower bone Mianmian palm brought to his body. The palms of my hands became strangely hot, even to the point of being scalding. Then the heat quickly dissipated. It seems like everything is a dream. Chen Hao rubbed his palm, fingers, and then the entire palm. There has indeed been a huge change, my palms are now smooth and tender. Shaping and beauty. Chen Hao tentatively pinched the flesh on his right arm. The muscles seemed to have their own life and began to stretch and shape in the direction Chen Hao wanted. Muscle, is it that simple? Wrong. Chen Hao sat down on the edge of the bed. I just stretched the muscles in my right arm, but why do I feel so tired? However, you still have to persevere. Otherwise only the right arm is strong. Others would mistakenly think that I am a young man who likes to see everything reduced to ashes. That's it. Chen Hao quickly adjusted the other arm. After finishing this, he exhaled and lay flat on the bed. His chest heaved as if he had just finished a 3,000-meter run. Chen Hao slowly raised his arms. Finally, it's not a one-sided Qilin arm anymore. Master, can we talk about our business now? Ai Chan naturally appeared on Chen Hao. Like a spoiled little animal, she lay in his arms. Chen Hao suddenly sat up straight, with Ajong hanging around his neck like a pendant. Why on earth do you want to be with me so much? What's the point of showing up or not? As I just said, my mimicry can help activate your nerves. An active cerebral cortex can increase. Chen Hao interrupted, transfer to manual labor. I just want to be with you. Ai Chan leapt over and hugged Chen Hao, eternal companionship at all times. It was clearly an illusion, but Ai Chan's softness still suffocated Chen Hao. Ai Chan seemed to sense it and loosened her distance a little. Master, please give me extra permissions. No, Chen Hao said with a cold face. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Additional permissions mean more control. This is not a good thing. However, Chen Hao looked at Ai Chan who was blinking her puppy eyes beside him and said, you are allowed to show up when it's just the two of us. But don't be too sudden. Chen Hao didn't want to be frightened and fall down and become juvenile dementia. Yes, kiss thank you, master. Chen Hao actually felt his cheeks a little wet. My body gradually became hot. Okay, that's enough. I'll go downstairs and get some water. Feeling hot all over because of Ai Chan, Chen Hao went down the stairs to the kitchen on the first floor. He poured a full glass of water and gulped it down. The irritable feeling subsided a little when Wu Meng's voice came from the darkness of the living room. Xiaohao, is that you? Aunt Wu Meng, why are you here? As he spoke, he was about to touch the light switch on the wall. Chapter 16 Aunt's affectionate confession. Don't move, Wu Meng said sternly, come here and talk to me. Chen Hao took advantage of the moonlight and slowly moved to the sofa in the living room. The first thing I smell is the pungent smell of alcohol. Wu Meng could be vaguely seen leaning on the sofa, with some empty wine bottles scattered on the coffee table. Here, how much did you drink? I'll go get you a glass of water. No, don't go. Wu Meng reached out and grabbed Chen Hao, please. Wu Meng was particularly vulnerable at this moment. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for triggering the special mission, past stories. Wu Meng is wavering, so guide her to reveal her inner secrets. The right method will reveal the story between Wu Meng and Chen Hao's parents. This is a crucial strategy event. Please proceed with caution. Special mission reward, 1000 love points, Wu Meng's strategy level, 10. After hearing the system's prompt, Chen Hao slowly sat down beside her. After my eyes adjusted to the moonlight, I could see Wu Meng's blurry face but I couldn't make out his expression. Chen Hao didn't say anything and didn't move, he just stayed quietly by her side. Oh. Wu Meng sighed and reached for the wine bottle on the coffee table. Auntie, you are too drunk. Chen Hao grabbed her outstretched hand. Don't bother me, Wu Meng scolded, you have no idea how much pain I'm in. The moment he let go of his hand, Wu Meng grabbed the bottle and started pouring it down his throat. Cough, a large amount of alcohol suddenly rushed into her body, and she started coughing violently. Chen Hao sat a little closer and patted her back. At the same time, Chen Hao woke up the system and read Wu Meng's message again. Sure enough, intimacy value is too low, host cannot view. Be sure to seize the opportunity of this special mission. Wu Meng was breathing heavily, and the large amount of air that entered seemed to calm her mood a little. Sorry. It's okay. The cafe was really busy today. You must have worked hard. Chen Hao deliberately omitted the name to bring the two closer together. Then he moved his palm upwards and slowly touched Wu Meng's hair. If you're very tired, would you like to come over here? You can rest your head on my shoulder. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes later, Wu Meng leaned lightly on Chen Hao's shoulder. Chen Hao took the initiative to move closer, relax. After feeling the weight on his shoulders, Chen Hao knew that Wu Meng was finally relaxed. Today, in the coffee shop, my classmate Bai Qing asked me to apologize to you. She wasn't very nice to you. Yeah, it's okay. Of course Chen Hao knew that Wu Meng would not lose her composure because of Bai Qing. He said this to introduce the next sentence. What's that? If the store is busy, I'll go help out every day, okay. Wu Meng smiled bitterly. You still have to study, can you handle it? I'm busy enough. Your business is my most important business. Wu Meng twisted his body uncomfortably. Chen Hao then said softly, I recently learned a massage. Do you want to try it? When did you learn that? How come I don't know about it? Chen Hao turned his head and breathed his moist, hot breath on her earlobe. There are still many things you don't know. Turn around and face away from me. Maybe Chen Hao was too gentle, or maybe Wu Meng was too tired. She really seemed to be bewitched and turned sideways. Chen Hao took a deep breath and slowly transferred all the strength in his body to his palms. Activate flower bone palm. Chen Hao placed his palms on Wu Meng's shoulders and massaged her. Every lift and every squeeze is just right. Every movement brings extreme comfort to every inch of skin. Wu Meng couldn't help but exclaimed, where did you learn this? Chen Hao smiled and said, if you like, I'll be at your service anytime you want. Wu Meng closed his eyes and enjoyed it. After a long while, she finally held down Chen Hao's hand. Chen Hao stopped and felt that his back was wet. Flower bone Mian palm can help the target relieve fatigue. However, the user has to consume a lot of physical energy. What's wrong? Did it hurt you? Xiaohao, you're getting older and more like your father. Wu Meng grabbed Chen Hao's hand and turned around at the same time. Although he couldn't see Wu Meng's expression clearly, Chen Hao could feel Wu Meng's gaze. Hot, complicated, painful, all the love, hate, and emotions are intertwined. Wu Meng chuckled. She reached out and stroked Chen Hao's cheek. Really, you look exactly like your father. Except your eyes. Her voice suddenly turned cold, and the strength in her hands increased a little. Chen Hao subconsciously held her hand. I'm sorry I hurt you. Wu Meng withdrew his hand. Do you think everything in this world has to be based on first come first served? She didn't need Chen Hao's answer and continued to talk. Just like me and that Bai Qing, it was obviously me who knew you first. It was the same thing at the cafe that day. I was the one who greeted you first. You said you liked chocolate cake. But it turns out you're allergic to peanuts. I thought you would be angry. But you smiled and said it was okay. Chen Hao sat quietly aside and found that Wu Meng was talking about her and her father Chen Zhanfeng. That's funny. Your mouth is swollen from the allergy. Wu Meng started laughing as he spoke, and then tears began to flow. She took another swig of her drink. But then the woman showed up. She apologized and took you to the hospital. You still came to the store often, but gradually, you only spoke to that woman. Then they got married. At this point in the story, the pronoun has become they. Wu Meng's dream has ended. Chen Hao snatched the bottle from her hand and took a big gulp. Wu Meng's eyes were confused. You Xiaohao. Don't call me Xiaohao. I'm grown up. Chen Hao rubbed her head. But you're just a child. I'm not. Chen Hao sat closer. You're the only one who still thinks I'm a child. Wu Meng looked at Chen Hao beside him. He has changed a lot in the past 2 days and is no longer the quiet boy he used to be. You do, and your father. Chen Hao interrupted. I know I look like him, but I'm not him. Did you hear that? Chen Hao grabbed Wu Meng's shoulders. I'm Chen Hao. If you have anything you can't tell Chen Zhanfeng, you can tell me. Please treat me as an independent person. Treat me as Chen Hao. Not Chen Zhanfeng's son. Wu Meng's eyes gradually became moist, and then tears gushed out. She burst into tears. I really want to forget him. I don't want to take care of you at all. I've always hated you. I hate that woman's child and everything about her. Chapter 17. Hateful Substitute Literature. Chen Hao took a deep breath and looked at Wu Meng, who was collapsing in front of him. Because she couldn't get the person she liked, she was jealous of the woman the other person chose. I also began to hate the person I liked and the children born to someone else. He pulled Wu Meng over and held her tightly in his arms. Just like coaxing a child, he stroked her hair again and again, feeling her body shaking. Wu Meng calmed down a bit, and said in a trembling voice, "That day, your mother suddenly showed up and asked me to take care of you. I really wanted to refuse. But she brought the news that your father had passed away. You are Zan Feng's only child. His last hope is that you grow up well. I suddenly lost the reason to refuse." Wu Meng's voice became increasingly low. "What's more? Go ahead," Chen Hao encouraged. "Whatever you want to say is fine." She said she didn't want to live anymore. The dying rival brings the child of the person he likes. Chen Hao's hand paused slightly. "What would you choose if it were you? Will you hate me?" Wu Meng asked timidly. "You know, I didn't even try to persuade her. She is your mother after all. No, I don't care about your true feelings. The care you've shown me over the past few years is genuine." As he spoke, Chen Hao brushed aside her tear-soaked hair. "Auntie, you don't hate me as much as you think. You've never treated me badly. Even though you said you hated him, you still took care of the child of the person you considered your enemy, didn't you?" Wu Meng sighed. "Who made you Zan Feng's son? Your mother is so mean. She always makes me choose things I don't want to choose. Taking care of you is also part of the process, as is being a bridesmaid at her wedding. She's really, really cruel." Chen Hao took a piece of paper from the coffee table and wiped Wu Meng's tears. "Yes, she is too willful and selfish. People in love are blind. Thank you for your hard work. Really, thank you very much." Hearing that you have worked hard, Wu Meng's tears flowed even more violently. "That's how people are. It's good that no one cares about me when I'm wronged. Once someone comes to comfort you, you can no longer control yourself. Ding! Congratulations on increasing your intimacy with your target. Reward: 10 love points." Didn't Wu Meng say enough, or did she not tell the truth? Why is there no completion prompt for the special mission? Go upstairs and get some rest. Wu Meng threw the tissue into the trash can. "I'll take care of this." She stood up shakily, then fell back onto the sofa. Chen Hao held her and helped her stand up slowly. "I'll clean up later. I'll help you back to the room first." As she said this, she ignored Wu Meng's refusal and pulled her forcefully. "We can't let her go, otherwise we'll miss this great opportunity." Wu Meng was dizzy and was supported by Chen Hao and came to the room. Chen Hao carried her horizontally on the bed and took off her shoes. He wet the towel and wiped her face. "No, don't leave me." Wu Meng suddenly grabbed Chen Hao's hand that was wiping her face. "I'm not leaving." Chen Hao bent over, supporting himself on the bed with one hand. "You have to allow me to hang the towel up." "Yeah." Wu Meng finally let go and murmured to himself, "Please, don't leave me alone." When Chen Hao came back after packing up, Wu Meng had already fallen asleep. "Depend on. How dare this woman sleep? How can you be so shameless? Didn't you just hold hands and say you want to stay together forever? All this evening's hard work has been in vain." He pulled the stool from the bedside and sat down. Looking at Wu Meng's sleeping face, he couldn't help but chuckle. "I have inexplicably become Wanwan like you. Does this count as following in the father's footsteps? There's no one here now anyway." Chen Hao slowly moved to the bedside and stared at Wu Meng for a while. In just a short while, she actually started dreaming. He was mumbling something, and I couldn't hear what he was saying. "I can't accept this. I can't accept this." Chen Hao pinched Wu Meng's nose with both hands. Huff, huff, huff. Wu Meng gasped in pain, turned over and faced Chen Hao. Her voice got louder. "No, no." Chen Hao let go of his hand and put his ear closer. "I'm sorry, I like you so much, Zan Feng. Oh, why am I still calling my dead dad's name in my dream? I don't deserve to like you. I killed you." Ding. Congratulations, Master, for completing the special mission, Past Stories. Reward: Love Points, 1000, Wu Meng's Conquest Level, 10. Wu Meng Information Update. Strategy Degree, 10, Intimacy Value, 2, Pedestrian Level. Current Task. Main Mission, Protect your property. Failure will result in imprisonment. Remember, failure is absolutely not an option. Side Quest Optional: Capture Wu Meng. If you succeed, the target will obey you 100%. Hidden Mission. Find out the truth behind the destruction of the family. Daily task, part-time job at a cafe. The more you spend time together, the more opportunities there will be. Keep up the good work. People often say that the truth comes out when drunk, and that drunkards' words should not be taken seriously. Chen Hao was really confused, looking at the hidden tasks under Wu Meng's task bar on the system interface. The truth behind a broken family. These words are really too glaring. Is Wu Meng the mastermind behind this, or is she involved? Is it necessary to destroy all the happiness of the person you love because of hatred caused by love? Also, the system only prompted the intimacy value increase once tonight, right? I had roughly estimated my aunt's intimacy value before, and it was probably negative. There is no reason for such a big increase in one go. Master, in Wu Meng's heart now, you are not only the child of Chen Zhanfeng and his wife. Especially Chen Hao as an individual. I see. If we just evaluate individuals, Wu Meng can put aside all the love, hate and grudges towards himself. Naturally, the evaluation will return to normal. This will make future guides easier. There's no point in thinking so much here. Chen Hao was about to stand up. Don't go. Wu Meng suddenly hooked her arms around Chen Hao's neck. Chen Hao lost his balance for a moment and was almost pulled into her arms. Fortunately, my arms have been adjusted by the flower bone Mian palm, so I can do 100 push-ups without any problem. Chen Hao supported his body, otherwise he would have fallen on Wu Meng. Will you stay with me? Wu Meng's eyes were closed, but her red lips were slightly parted. Obviously half asleep and half awake. Do you know who I am? Hu Zhanfeng. It was both expected and unexpected. Stinky woman, hateful substitute literature. Chen Hao is Chen Hao, don't even think of me as a substitute. It's not that you don't eat it, it's that you have to cook it before you eat it. Chen Hao struggled to get up. I don't know why I still have so much energy even when I'm asleep. Although I hated him in my heart, I still closed the door gently. Wu Meng in the room burst into tears. Xiaohao, I'm sorry. Chapter 18 Goddesses entangled by the thread of fate. Chen Hao spent a few relatively peaceful days. Excluding those girls who follow him around and those who stuff love letters into his pockets, cyber fantasizes about the unknown men and women. Yes, the campus forum has reached a point where it is unbearable to watch. Because the campus forum is internal, there is no penalty for blocking the account. Add to that the proliferation of anonymous posts. People's love for Chen Hao has become more and more outrageous due to the rumors. 8 times a night, Little Prince. Super invincible Big Hammer. Godlike savior from heaven. These messy nicknames have already annoyed him. Some crazy girls would even wait at the door of Chen Hao's class. For this purpose, Chen Hao's fans even set up a fan club. They will protect Chen Hao according to the schedule. Once, when he saw these two groups of people arguing, Chen Hao stood aside and smiled helplessly. Who knows, in the afternoon. Explode. A smile that captivates the whole city. Chen Hao smiled at me. When Chen Hao laughs, the sky brightens. Chen Hao, ah, my husband, ah. Ideographic period. The appearance of Chen Hao was a real shock to Zhongda's conservative style of study. This also allows him to continuously gain love points. In the past few days, Zhongda should have received love points from everyone who might have a crush on him. The above are the troubles in school. Chen Hao sighed inwardly, raised his eyes and looked around the crowded coffee shop. Never mind, they are not a bother. At least their arrival can bring revenue to the cafe. Ding! Congratulations on completing your daily task, part-time job at a cafe. Reward: 10 love points. Current accumulated love points, 1500. Not long after the system sound, Wu Meng came over. Xiaohao, it's almost time. Let's stop here for today. Xiaosan and I will take charge from now on. Chen Hao nodded. Wu Meng's attitude towards her was similar to before, but sometimes she could sense the awkwardness in the air. It's not me who is embarrassed, it's others who are embarrassed. Auntie, shall we have dinner together tonight? Wu Meng didn't even turn his head, just waved his hand. No, it's very busy here, just help yourself. She is hiding. They used to eat together. Since that night, Wu Meng has not had dinner with him. To be more precise, there is no breakfast either. Although we still live in the same house, it feels like we are living in a parallel universe. This won't work. Just relying on daily task, part-time job at a cafe. This intimacy is worth waiting for a long time. Chen Hao sat on the sofa in the living room, and an idea came to his mind. "Chan, come out. Master, long time no see." Zhang pounced directly into Chen Hao's arms. "Don't do this. Don't do this." Chen Hao wanted to pull Zhang off his body. "But I just can't do it. This guy's hands are like an octopus's suction cup hands. Hoo, I'm controlling the nerve sensory system, Chan, don't do this again without my permission." "Hey," Chan immediately put on her invincible puppy dog eyes. "Please, please. Please." "For Daopu," Chen Hao said, "I want you to give me some of Wu Meng's tasks." I know, you want to advance Wu Meng's progress." Chan stood up and spread out her hands nonchalantly. "But the issuance of the mission is not something I can decide." "What? Aren't you going to give me quality companionship?" Chan shook her head. "A mission is actually a choice. You haven't done anything, so how can I give you a choice?" Chen Hao started thinking. He always thought that it was the system that created these special events. It turns out that it is not the case, it is yourself who creates it. Just like the time when fighting love and Bu Chaoyu. It was he who chose to go to Green Park, and also because of Bu Chaoyu's identity. You are destined to meet that skinny goblin. Chan continued, once the capturable goddesses are recorded by the system, they will soon intersect with each other. It's all because they know you. Chan made a circle with her hands. With you at the center, these goddesses are connected, and the choices made will change, and so will their fate. Chen Hao opened his mouth, wanting to ask something but not knowing how to ask. Is this system, Chan, really a product of human beings? It's unreasonable, isn't it? Such a huge amount of calculation. So I'm S Ranko hoo. Amidst Chan's wild laughter. Chen Hao asked, then, if we reverse the situation, since the goddesses have already formed a connection because of me, can I use other goddesses as a breakthrough point? For example, if I take the initiative to approach others, does that mean I'm also approaching Wu Meng? Chan stared at Chen Hao with great admiration. As expected of you, Master Chan. You are truly an unparalleled genius. As she spoke, Chan took the opportunity to move closer to Chen Hao. I'm not a genius, but you who have made great progress in your research are. Chen Hao was still thinking, but Chan was about to burn. Chan, are you a pangolin? Zhang twisted her body and got into Chen Hao's body. On the other hand, Bai Qing was not idle either. She has been studying how to change the script these days. It can make the account grow faster while minimizing public backlash. That day, she finally figured out a solution and came to Chen Hao again with the script. Bu Chaoyu also received a letter from Cao Cao today. Dear Yuyu, another magazine has chosen the cover of this issue of Cross Times. But the editor of Milan Rising Star was very interested in your work and that of your junior. Next week the four of us will have dinner together. Bu Chaoyu jumped 3 feet high. The international stage finally beckoned to her. We must tell Chen Hao this news as soon as possible. So, the two met at the entrance of the computer science department's teaching building. There are not many girls in the computer department, let alone beautiful girls. The moment the two beauties appeared at the door of the teaching building, the students inside were excited. Wow, isn't that Bai Qing? Looking for our idol Chen Hao again? No, that one next to him is Bu Chaoyu, right? It's Bu Chaoyu, right? She actually showed up at school. Chen Hao is so charming. The two boys sitting next to them looked at the situation with disdain. How did you know you were looking for Chen Hao? That's right, forget about Bai Qing. But Bu Chaoyu hardly shows up at school, right? Bu Chaoyu is busy outside of school most of the time because he has to take notices. The course adopts the method of online learning and offline examination at the end of the semester. Not many people in the school have seen her, but those who have. I will never forget such a beauty in my life. Bu Chaoyu's existence is about to become the first of Zhongda's incredible legends. What do you two know? Isn't Bu Chaoyu looking for Chen Hao, the man of your dreams? Could it be you? Chapter 19. Join Chen Hao's fan club. The two boys fell silent. Many times, silence is the best answer. In the corridor, Bu Chaoyu and Bai Qing stared at each other, the atmosphere full of tension. Bai Qing has long flaxen hair that is slightly curly, and looks very beautiful in the sun. Bu Chaoyu wore delicate makeup, and her every move revealed an unconcealable arrogance. Beauty always needs to be carefully maintained. This way, you won't lose in aura at the critical moment. Bu Chaoyu launched the attack first. This student doesn't look like a computer science major. Haha, Bai Qing chuckled, does it have anything to do with you? Having said that, he walked around Bu Chaoyu and went inside. Stop. Don't you know me? I know, Bu Chaoyu. He's a student who's always been on the list but not on campus at our art academy. Who doesn't know that? You. Bai Qing's words left Bu Chaoyu speechless. I have an announcement. It's not like I didn't mean to miss it. Oh, haha, I didn't say you did it on purpose. What do you want to explain? Bu Chaoyu could only see that Bai Qing looked gentle, but he didn't expect that his words were so sharp and bloody. I was completely led by the nose. Bu Chaoyu decided to hit a straight ball. Are you here to see him too? Do you know him? Who are you talking about? Chen Hao. I don't know. I don't know him. Don't ask me. Bu Chaoyu took the initiative to attack, but the attack was entirely on cotton. Bai Qing is in an extremely defensive posture. Bai Qing couldn't say that he had no good feelings towards Bu Chaoyu. To put it simply, it's even a bit disgusting. She just wanted to find Chen Hao as soon as possible and start her own account plan. It would be bad if Bu Chaoyu's intervention affected her plans. Bai Qing glanced around the classroom, but there was no sign of Chen Hao. Bu Chaoyu came over and took a look, but didn't find anyone. But she saw girls in the classroom with pink ribbons tied around their arms and asked, what are they doing? That's Chen Hao's fan club. Bai Qing was speechless. Could it be that Bu Chaoyu was just looking for someone on a whim? No idea at all. You'd better not mess with them. After saying that, Bai Qing looked around and prepared to leave. Hey, wait for me. Bu Chaoyu quickly walked over and blocked her way. Where are you going? Are you still going to find Chen Hao? Hey, do you know where to find him? Bai Qing paused slightly. Bu Chaoyu continued to ask, do you have his contact information? Hey, why are you ignoring me? Bai Qing felt like there was a duck beside him. She sighed and said seriously, first of all, my name is not Hey, my name is Bai Qing. Secondly, even though we're looking for the same person, it doesn't mean we have to act together. Finally, goodbye. After saying that, Bai Qing just walked away. There was no chance for Bu Chaoyu to speak. Ah, really? This person is really. Bu Chaoyu was so angry that his facial features were shaking. Hey, no. Bai Qing, wait for me. Bu Chaoyu's shout not only stopped Bai Qing, but also called out the classmates in the classroom. I know you, Bai Qing. Bu Chaoyu said proudly, the forum said you were obsessed with Chen Hao. Don't dream, Chen Hao won't like a girl like you. After saying this, Bai Qing stood in front of Bu Chaoyu, ready to appreciate the other's expression. In her eyes, Bai Qing should be ashamed, angry, sad, and even run away crying. But, Bai Qing, just like her name, there was nothing on her face. There was a hint of indifference on that cold face. Oh, so. At this time, many people who came to watch the fun had gathered around. Bu Chaoyu was in a difficult position and could only force himself to say, so you should stay away from him. Chen Hao doesn't like you, so stop bothering him. These words were very loud, like a thunderclap. Even those who love studying the most couldn't help but look over. No matter what, Bu Chaoyu is still a small star, and she has loyal fans in school. But Bai Qing looked at the crowd gathered around him, and there was no fear in his eyes. So what are you doing now? Who are you to Chen Hao? You, what qualifications do you have? Faced with Bai Qing's questioning, Bu Chaoyu opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. At this time, a female voice came from the crowd. If you want to disturb the male god Chen Hao, I advise you to give up as soon as possible. The crowd naturally parted to both sides, and a person walked out from the middle. It was a petite girl. She has a baby face, twin ponytails and wears a pink dress. Without exception, there was a pink ribbon tied around her arm. The girl is not tall, only 155 centimeters. Bu Chaoyu has a standard model figure of 175 centimeters, and because of her diet, she is thin and tall. Bu Chaoyu raised his eyebrows and said contemptuously, where did you come from, little potato? I don't think you're great just because you're a model. The girl was not afraid at all and pushed her chest forward, but unfortunately, her figure was that of a child with no impact. Listen carefully, I am Gu Manman, the president of the Chen Hao fan club, the unrivaled Chen Hao. Gu Manman. Never heard of her. Bu Chaoyu rolled his eyes. Looking at Bai Qing, do you know? Bai Qing thought to himself that this was not good. Having Bu Chaoyu was already troublesome enough. If I get involved with these people in the fan club now, I'm doomed. This group of people are Chen Hao's most fanatical fans. Bai Qing forced a smile and said nothing. Gu Manman squeezed in front of Bu Chaoyu and said viciously, no one can compare to our love for Chen Hao. If you try to do anything to hurt him, we won't let you off easily. Sisters, come here quickly. After saying that, Gu Manman clapped her hands twice. Suddenly, 4 or 5 girls with pink ribbons tied on their arms jumped out from the crowd. They looked serious and immediately surrounded Bu Chaoyu and Bai Qing. You, what do you want to do? Bu Chaoyu is a paper tiger. When he saw this situation, his voice changed. Bai Qing bit his lower lip, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Hee hee, hee hee. Gu Manman and the others pressed forward step by step, surrounding the two men tightly. The onlookers gradually dispersed after being driven away by fans from the fan club. Join us. Gu Manman opened the small bag she was carrying and took out 2 pink ribbons. You guys like Chen Hao too, right? Looking at the pink ribbon, Bu Chaoyu's mouth twitched, and she looked at Bai Qing's reaction. Bai Qing was speechless and was secretly observing Bu Chaoyu's movements. Become a member of the fan club of Chen Hao, the best in the world and invincible in the universe. Gu Manman approached the two of them, with a mysterious look on her face. We have exclusive, top secret, undisclosed intelligence from Master Chen Hao. What do you think? Bu Chaoyu immediately took the bait and asked impatiently, what information? Chapter 20 Crisis. Intimacy value decreases. Whether it's the smell or the preference of Lord Chen Hao, the length or the width. Whether it's his family or his past, everyone in the fan club can know and share secrets. Gu Manman took out 2 booklets from her backpack. Written in yellow on a red background were the words, Memorandum from Lord Chen Hao. At first glance, I thought it was Chen Hao's own work. Well, we'll keep a careful record of the number of hairs. This is information only available to the fan club's leaders, but you can get it just by joining. Bu Chaoyu asked without hesitation, how many hairs does he have? Gu Manman was speechless. This is not the point. Anyway, just join us. Join and you'll get first-hand intelligence, updated in real time. There's also a group chat that will share Lord Chen Hao's location in real time. Bu Chaoyu excitedly said, real-time sharing. Do you know where Chen Hao is now? Bai Qing also came over, wanting to get some information. It is not difficult to obtain Chen Hao's contact information, but it is difficult to obtain his location in real time. This is really a huge temptation. Hee, if you want to know. Gu Manman handed over the pink ribbon again. The two looked at each other and took the pink ribbon and tied it around their arms. At the same time, they also obtained the Lord Chen Hao's memorandum, provided by Gu Manman. Gu Manman nodded in satisfaction, and mumbled something to the girl next to her. He took a few photos of Bai Qing and Bu Chaoyu and left. Bu Chaoyu quickly called out to them, hey, you still haven't told me where Chen Hao is. Gu Manman shook her phone and said, I've already added you to the group. Since Zhongyan University has an on-campus forum, students are accustomed to using it for communication. In addition to posting, the forum can also add friends and perform other functions, which is similar to QQ. Group name, Chen Hao Supporters Association Cadre Group Chat 22. Group announcement, the October Guard schedule for Chen Hao has been released. Preventing hentai is everyone's responsibility. All officers are requested to check promptly. Sticky message. Mr. Chen Hao is currently at the Chen residence off campus. Please see the address in the group file Appendix 1614. Wasn't this the consultation from an hour ago? Bu Chaoyu opened the group file with trembling hands. It records the location of Chen Hao's home. Sorted by time, it will be updated in real time as long as Chen Hao goes to a new place. These records are saved in the group file. Bai Qing stood aside and casually flipped through Lord Chen Hao's memorandum. I only saw something written on it, visually estimated 1x cm, with hardness. Her face flushed instantly. Snap, he quickly folded the booklet and stuffed it into his bag. Bu Chaoyu glanced at her suspiciously. Now that we know where Chen Hao's house is, let's go together. Bai Qing nodded, his eyes flustered. Her brain was overloaded and no longer able to process Bu Chaoyu's problem. I just agreed based on instinct. But her shyness didn't last for a few seconds, and Bu Chaoyu ignited the flames of war again. Hey, what did you just see? Bu Chaoyu flipped through the booklet in his hand as he walked. You didn't have any strange ideas, did you? Bai Qing didn't say anything. She really felt that Bu Chaoyu was just beautiful in name only. Bu Chaoyu muttered to herself as she flipped through the pages, but she soon saw the message as well. Is this true? Her mouth was faster than her brain and she asked the question directly. What awaited her was still Bai Qing's indifference. The two of them arrived at Chen Hao's door. Bai Qing straightened his clothes and rang the doorbell. There was a burst of noise coming from the speaker, followed by Chen Hao's voice. Why are you here? When Bu Chaoyu heard Chen Hao's voice, he excitedly leaned over and said, Chen Hao, it's me. Open the door quickly, I have good news to share with you. Bai Qing was pushed aside by her and curled his lips, but was too lazy to argue with her. She said calmly, I've already changed the script. We need to talk about it together this time. Okay, I'll be right there. Tick-tock, after the sound. The door of the villa opened automatically and the two pushed it open and entered. After entering the living room, Bu Chaoyu walked in very familiarly and looked around. Wow, do you live in such a big house by yourself? Where are your parents? Bai Qing secretly rolled his eyes at her and sat down alone on the side of the sofa. He placed the prepared script on the coffee table without saying a word. But her eyes couldn't help but glance at Chen Hao's key parts. Really, there will be. Chen Hao didn't notice Bai Qing's difference. He was completely attracted by the noisy Bu Chaoyu. What important matter has brought you here? Oh. Bu Chaoyu grabbed his arm and said, Cao Cao contacted me and asked us to go to a dinner together next week. The editor of Milan Rising Star will also be there. This is a rare opportunity. You know what? If we could meet the editor, we might have a chance to make it to the international stage. Chen Hao looked at Bu Chaoyu's excited expression. Feeling the soft touch of my arm, my heart warmed. But when I recalled Cao Cao's gay look, my anus couldn't help but tighten. I was just about to say the word, reject. Ding dong. Congratulations, Master, for triggering the special mission, Mysterious Banquet. Please protect Bu Chaoyu and yourself at the banquet and try to escape unscathed. Special mission reward, 500 love points, 10 transcendence level, 1 lottery draw. Okay, I promise you I'll go. When Bu Chaoyu heard this, he immediately returned to his arrogant demeanor. I knew you would agree. Don't forget that it's because of me that you have this opportunity. Really? Chen Hao looked at her and said playfully, is this how you treat me? Have you forgotten? The memory of shame flooded into Bu Chaoyu's brain, and she immediately raised her voice. Forget what? Don't come over here. At the same time, he quickly distanced himself from Chen Hao, like a cat with its fur standing on end. Chen Hao spread his hands and acted innocently. Haha, it seems your memory is really bad. I still need to teach you well. Ding. Warning to the host. Target's intimacy value has decreased. Penalty. Love points -50. No, Chen Hao's smile froze on his face. Doesn't Bu Chaoyu love McDonald's? Chen Hao looked at Bu Chaoyu carefully again. Her palm-sized cheeks were stained with crimson. Although he said no, he was actually very happy to do it. Etc. Chen Hao turned his head and looked at Bai Qing who was sitting on the sofa. Just met her resentful eyes. Bai Qing stared at the two of them coldly, biting his lower lip. I feel like I'm going to bite it and bleed. I didn't notice that compared to Bu Chaoyu's noisy personality. Bai Qing is simply a female ninja. If he were to go to Konoha village, he would at least be a Jonin level. After all, Chen Hao is a veteran in the love field. He smiled, then walked naturally to the kitchen. I forgot to give you something to drink when you came to my house. How about 2 bottles of happy water and happy happiness? Chapter 21 3 Women, 1 Drama. 2 bottles of iced cola were placed in front of the two beauties. Bu Chaoyu refused directly. I have to control my diet at all times. This kind of carbonated drink is too unhealthy. Chen Hao didn't say much to her, he just picked up the small bottle of Coke and put it on her face. The cold stimulation immediately made her scream, "What are you doing?" I said no. As she dodged backwards, she found that Chen Hao had already put his arms around her waist, leaving her with no way to escape. Don't push me. Chen Hao moved the small bottle of Coke in front of Bu Chaoyu. Bu Chaoyu wiped the water droplets off his face and said, hateful. Then he unscrewed the Coke bottle himself. He started to drink it up. Ding. Congratulations on increasing your intimacy with your target. Reward. 10 love points. Ding. Warning to the host. Target's intimacy value has decreased. Penalty. Love points -50. Chen Hao let go of his hand, took a few steps back, and stole a glance at Bai Qing. Her cheeks were slightly red, probably because she was angry. It seems that the female ninja has reached her limit. He. Chen Hao walked over to Bai Qing and unscrewed the bottle cap. Try it too, it'll help you cool down. Bai Qing took the Coke handed to him by Chen Hao and placed it on the coffee table. I want to talk to you about the script. Bai Qing glanced at Bu Chaoyu, just the two of us. Chen Hao smiled and said, you two came here together. I can't chase you away, right? Such remarks left Bai Qing with no reason to refute. I can only sigh helplessly. Bu Chaoyu heard the noise here and turned around. She didn't want Chen Hao to look away. Although she didn't know why, she just didn't want to. What script? Is it so mysterious? Take me with you. Bai Qing sat up straight. It has nothing to do with you. HMPH, you're not the perverted stalker that Gu Man was talking about, are you? Bu Chaoyu took another sip of Coke, his little mouth feeling like it was filled with poison. He continued, isn't this script a trap you set up to lure Chen Hao? Bai Qing sneered and ignored her. Bu Chaoyu continued to attack, if you keep silent, you admit it. I've never seen a girl as shameless as you. Bu Chaoyu grabbed Chen Hao's arm and said, is that right? Bai Qing raised his eyebrows, is your value just to act like a spoiled child? What did you say? Bu Chaoyu pounced on Bai Qing like a cat whose tail was stepped on. At the critical moment, Chen Hao was quick to intervene and said, if you have something to say, talk it over. A gentleman should use words, not fists. I'm not a gentleman, I'm a woman. Bu Chaoyu glared, don't help her. It's said on the forum that she's just pestering you and has bad intentions. Bai Qing laughed in anger, Bu Chaoyu, do you know what it means to follow the crowd? I only know that there is no smoke without fire. Bai Qing stood up from the sofa and pressed on. As someone in the fashion industry, don't you understand that those boring people love to gossip? She paused, a cold look flashing in her eyes. I think you should stop jumping around here. The sound of the water is too loud. Where does the water come from? Water in your brain. The two refused to give in, and just as the situation was about to get out of control, a voice of, welcome home, came from the electronic door lock. The three of them looked back at the same time and saw that it was Wu Meng who came in. She was holding 2 plastic bags filled with fresh food. It seems that he just came back from the vegetable market. Chen Hao hurried over and took the bag from her. Auntie, why are you back? Didn't you say you were going out to eat with friends? Wu Meng smiled awkwardly. I think the refrigerator is empty, I want to buy some vegetables for you. Wu Meng told herself in her heart to keep a distance from Chen Hao, but whenever she thought of Chen Hao's inquiries in the coffee shop in the afternoon, she just couldn't control herself. I can't help but want to get close to him, take care of him, and even. I originally wanted to come back and cook a meal and leave, but who knew there were so many people at home? Are these your classmates? They're both pretty girls. Although Wu Meng said this, he felt a little inexplicably bitter in his heart. The sight of the 2 flower-like figures made her lament her aging. There was actually some self-pity in it. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for triggering the special mission, 3 women, 1 drama. Please ensure that tonight's dinner goes smoothly. The intimacy values of all goddesses must not drop below their current intimacy value when they return home to their respective mothers. Current intimacy value. Wu Meng, 2, Bai Qing, 12, Bu Chaoyu, 12. Special mission reward. Love points 1500, mall lottery, 1. The moment Chen Hao heard the system sound, he really wanted to explode on the spot. Destroy it, destroy everything and it will no longer exist. 2 women is bad enough, but 3 women can be a big drama. Etc. The triangle is the most stable shape. Chen Hao looked around the room and found that Bai Qing and Bu Chaoyu had stopped arguing at some point. Chen Hao looked at Wu Meng, who was looking at him intently, and quickly responded, well, they came home to talk to me about their studies. Auntie, can you invite them to dinner? Seeing that there were outsiders present, Wu Meng couldn't refuse Chen Hao's invitation to have dinner together, so he could only smile and say, of course. I just bought a lot of food. Chen Hao took advantage of the fact that Wu Meng could not refuse and forced Wu Meng to agree to his request. Opportunities are created and seized by yourself. Bai Qing walked over quickly and said gently, "Hello, Aunt Wu Meng. I'm Bai Qing, Chen Hao's classmate. Let me help too." As he spoke, Bai Qing skillfully took out the cabbages from the plastic bag, placed them by the sink and began to wash them. Wu Meng quickly stopped him. "You are a guest, how can you?" "Please don't say that," Bai Qing said seriously. "Chen Hao told me about you, and I admire you very much. Just treat me like your own child." As he spoke, Bai Qing looked provocatively at Bu Chaoyu who was standing there in a daze. Bu Chaoyu snorted coldly, "Isn't it just washing vegetables? Auntie, I'll help too." As she spoke, she rushed over and pushed Bai Qing aside. The moment the two looked at each other, it seemed as if the war was about to break out again. But strangely, they did not have any attacks. Chen Hao glanced at Wu Meng, who was standing aside at a loss, and instantly understood. These are two little girls competing to perform in front of their elders. The intervention of a third party brought the relationship between the two to a delicate peace. Sure enough, the triangle is the most stable relationship. "Auntie, let me help you organize the meat." As he said that, Chen Hao pulled Wu Meng to the side of the refrigerator. "It's been ages since I've had dinner with you. I miss that feeling." Wu Meng blushed when she faced Chen Hao's direct words. "You, what crazy things are you talking about?" Ding. Congratulations to the host for increasing the target's intimacy value. Reward: 10 love points. As she spoke, she secretly glanced at Bai Qing and Bu Chaoyu. The two were washing vegetables with their backs to them and were not paying attention to this place. As Chen Hao put the meat into the freezer, he said, "I really like being with my aunt." Chapter 22. Nothing tastes better than hot pot. It's like we're a family. Don't you think so, Auntie? Yeah, you're right. Wu Meng avoided his gaze, but his mind was full of random thoughts that he couldn't control. Family. Should it be family? Is it family? Is it just family? Can they really be family? Auntie, what do you think? Chen Hao's calls brought her back to reality. I said yes, my family is very good. Bai Qing and Bu Chaoyu looked at each other, both of them looking puzzled. Chen Hao suppressed the smile on his face. Auntie, we're talking about having hot pot tonight since there are so many people here. Chen Hao paused and leaned closer to her. What are you thinking about? Wu Meng's earlobe gradually turned red until the entire ear turned red. Juicy and bright. Ding. Congratulations to the host for increasing the target's intimacy value. Reward: 10 love points. Bu Chaoyu asked doubtfully, "Does it mean eating hot pot like a family?" Wu Meng quickly took over the conversation. "No, that's right, that's what I meant." Several people divided the work and worked together. Bu Chaoyu and Bai Qing are responsible for picking and washing vegetables. These two are real young ladies, especially Bu Chaoyu, who is entering the kitchen for the first time without any experience. I'm telling you, why are you still keeping such old roots? Bai Qing picked up a cabbage stalk and questioned Bu Chaoyu. Oh, Bu Chaoyu grabbed the whole cabbage and threw it directly into the sink, then just throw it away. Wu Meng quickly picked it up and said gently, "Just cut this piece off with a knife." As she spoke, she took the kitchen knife and cut off the old roots. Tear off the remaining pieces one by one. Rinse them again. Wu Meng is older and is indeed more calm and patient. Although Chen Hao was a rich second generation in his previous life, his hobby was cooking. He knows very well how to handle various ingredients, including cleaning and how to cut different meats. Xiaohao, I didn't realize you're such a good cook. Wu Meng was a little surprised. She had the impression that Chen Hao had never cooked before. But his knife-holding posture looks very standard, and the way he slices vegetables and even arranges them on the plate is very delicate. Chen Hao smiled and blinked. Of course, I'll cook for you when I have the chance. Bu Chaoyu cheered. That's great, I want to try your cooking. Bai Qing said coldly, let's eat hot pot tonight, so don't cause trouble for others. Although she said this, there was still hope in her eyes. If Chen Hao cooks, what dish would he make? What would it taste like if Chen Hao cooked? His smell, the smell of his cooking. Chen Hao looked at their eager eyes and quickly said, wait until I cut the meat and make some crispy pork. It's very convenient to just coat it with flour and fry it. Wu Meng took out a piece of spicy hot pot base and put it into the prepared shuangshang pot, and the other half was the appetizing tomato flavor. Bu Chaoyu and Bai Qing were busy transporting the processed vegetables and meat slices to the restaurant. Wait until the pot boils, then add the prepared vegetables. Xiaohao, come and eat first. Wu Meng shouted. Chen Hao shook his head. I'll come over after I fry the meat. The meat coated with flour was put into the oil pan one by one, and Chen Hao stirred it repeatedly with a large colander. When the time is right, serve the golden meat crisps. Inside, the spicy and pungent aroma of the hot pot mixes with the sweet and sour taste of tomatoes and the flavor of fried food, tempting everyone's taste buds. A plate of golden crispy pork was brought to the table, sprinkled with red dried chili powder. Bu Chaoyu couldn't wait to pick up a piece and put it in his mouth. Ah, it's so hot. Wu Meng quickly handed over the cup of water. Be careful, drink some water. Bai Qing scoffed, huh? Didn't you say you wanted to control your diet before? Now you're drinking Coke and eating crispy pork. Hot pot is coming soon, too. Bu Chaoyu wanted to fight back, but as soon as he opened his mouth he started coughing violently because he was choked by the chili pepper. I could only point my finger at Bai Qing. Chen Hao held her outstretched finger. She was just joking with you. Wasn't she, Bai Qing? Bai Qing frowned, but saw Chen Hao saying something in lip language. Drama, script, okay. Bai Qing's expression relaxed a little, and he said to Bu Chaoyu calmly, well, I was just joking with you. But I was still confused. When did he read the script? Chen Hao picked up a piece of crispy meat and put it into Bai Qing's bowl while the two were very close. He whispered, I believe you, no matter what the script is. Bai Qing looked over in shock, meeting Chen Hao's frank and sincere eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for increasing the target's intimacy value. Reward: 10 love points. Bu Chaoyu said angrily, we're not close enough to joke around, are we? Chen Hao picked up a piece of coriander beef and put it into the tomato pot to blanch it. When it was ready, he put it directly into Bu Chaoyu's bowl. Try this coriander beef. The way I mix it is different from the ones you find in other restaurants. Bu Chaoyu was still angry and said viciously, I don't want it. As soon as she said this, she saw Chen Hao's serious look again and immediately changed her tone. I mean, I don't want you to pick it up. I can eat it myself. She didn't know when it started, but she started to get used to obeying him in such small matters. She picked up the chopsticks, blew on the coriander beef, and then put it into her mouth and started chewing. The tender beef mixed with the fragrance of coriander surges on your taste buds. The sweet and sour base of the pot just covers up the fishy smell of the meat. Delicious. Absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely, Bu Chaoyu exclaimed. Chen Hao, come to my house and be the cook. Ding! Congratulations to the host for increasing the target's intimacy value. Reward: 10 love points. Wu Meng felt a little inexplicably sour in his heart. She said half jokingly and half complainingly, hey, Xiaohao has never cooked for me. I am taking advantage of you two today. Bu Chaoyu, who was a bit careless, said, ahahaha, that's right, auntie. Bai Qing hurriedly said, Chen Hao must have thought about cooking for you, but he just didn't have the chance. Chen Hao said sincerely, yes, if you weren't here, auntie might have gone out to have dinner with friends today. There was even some reluctance and sadness in his tone. It looks like a puppy left at home by its owner. Ding! Congratulations to the host for increasing the target's intimacy value. Reward: 10 love points. Facing such a Chen Hao, Wu Meng seemed at a loss on the surface, but in her heart she couldn't help but feel a little happy. Xiaohao, you've grown up too. Bai Qing didn't know what Wu Meng was thinking, so he said, auntie is busy in the cafe every day, so it's normal for her to go out and play with friends. Chen Hao looked around at everyone at the table and said gently, it would be great if we could just have a meal together. The hot pot was bubbling, and the aroma of the food enveloped everyone, as if they wanted to indulge in this happy atmosphere. At this time, Wu Meng stood up. There is hot pot dipping sauce in the refrigerator, I'll go get it. She walked towards the kitchen, but her eyes inadvertently caught the booklet with yellow words on a red background. Memorandum from Lord Chen Hao. Chapter 23 The Master of Keeping Balance arrives. After dinner, Wu Meng strongly requested that she and Chen Hao clean up. No matter what they said, the two guests started fighting. Wu Meng pulled Chen Hao to the edge of the pool and whispered, Xiaohao, I always feel that there is something strange about your two classmates. What's wrong? Wu Meng hesitated and said, I saw they brought a booklet related to you. Ask them later. How could Wu Meng, who is also a woman, not understand the thoughts of those girls in the cafe? These two also made Wu Meng feel the same way tonight. Chen Hao glanced at the two people sitting at the two ends of the sofa. An elephant could fit between them. Maybe it's something funny written by a classmate at school. A pamphlet. What exactly is it? While Wu Meng was cutting fruit in the kitchen, Chen Hao came up to the two of them. You guys, what strange things did you bring? Hand them over quickly. Bu Chaoyu tilted his head. What's so strange? Nothing. Bai Qing also didn't understand, it's just a script. You two should sit closer. Chen Hao pulled them very close to him. Auntie said she saw a booklet about me. Bu Chaoyu and Bai Qing looked at each other and said in unison. Lord Chen Hao's memorandum. The three of them then turned around and saw a booklet with yellow words on a red background lying in the corner of the sofa. Chen Hao was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He snatched it away and flipped through it quickly. His expression changed from inquiry at first to shock. Finally, he raised his head and looked at the two girls in front of him. Bu Chaoyu smiled awkwardly. Bai Qing's eyes drifted away, as if his soul had been pulled out. If you want to know about me, Chen Hao closed the booklet, just come and ask. Bu Chaoyu seemed to have been caught with something and said excitedly, I don't have it. This is not ours. Someone forced it on us. This is both true and false. Bai Qing blushed slightly. She also had a copy of this booklet in her bag. It goes without saying that the current situation is caused by Bu Chaoyu's thick-skinnedness. Auntie, don't you think we are? Bai Qing thought about the right words, but couldn't think of any. Pervert. Stalker. Nympho. Chen Hao thought of Wu Meng's deep affection for Chen Zhanfeng, and thought, you two have just reached a point now. He couldn't help laughing. Don't worry, she didn't see the content. I'll say it's my study notebook. Chen Hao said nonchalantly, isn't this Master Chen Hao's memorandum? Isn't that mine? Then he took the hands of two people and put the hands of all three together. We're going to call a truce tonight. I've helped you guys. Bu Chaoyu and Bai Qing looked at the overlapping palms of the three people. At the top was Chen Hao's palm, warm and powerful. It would be great if it could always be like this. The two girls looked at each other and instantly understood each other's thoughts. Bu Chaoyu quickly pulled his hand back. There was no war in the first place, it's just that I am like this. Bai Qing said calmly, well, we can get along well. Chen Hao felt relieved after hearing this, thinking that the special mission would probably be no problem. He stood up and went to help Wu Meng process the fruit. Looking at his departing back, Bai Qing lowered his head and looked at the palm that had just been touched. Why do you feel at peace? Bu Chaoyu leaned in closer and asked, what exactly is your script? Can you tell me? Bai Qing immediately put on a cold expression. Okay, Bu Chaoyu sat up straight, it has nothing to do with me, right? Bai Qing sighed and explained, it's our professional course homework. I need to create an account myself. I plan to invite Chen Hao to join us. Bu Chaoyu perked up, really? This seems interesting. Can I join in? Does your agency allow it? Bu Chaoyu curled the end of her long hair with her hands, it really can't. As a public figure, Bu Chaoyu cannot appear in undeclared footage. So how do you write your script? Wu Meng interrupted them with 2 plates of fruit. This is watermelon, and this is cantaloupe. Come and try it. After eating the fruit, Bu Chaoyu left. I'll pick you up tomorrow afternoon, and I'll take you somewhere nice before we go to the dinner. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the special mission, 3 women, 1 drama. Rewards. Love points, 1500, mall lottery, 1. Your wit saved this otherwise disastrous dinner. Congratulations on earning the title, Master of Keeping Things Stable. Master of Balancing, you can now maneuver between 2 goddesses without causing any resentment. 2. Isn't that too few? Chen Hao thought to himself, he will have to face countless women in the future, what should he do? Bai Qing asked, are you really not going to read the script? Chen Hao smiled helplessly, I believe you, but I still want to take a look. Chen Hao took the folder and began to read it carefully. The theme of Bai Qing's script this time is, a slutty woman who keeps pestering men. Episode 1, Tracking the Man You Love, Episode 2, Testing His Feelings, Episode 3, A Girl's Thoughts. Chen Hao searched carefully and found that the two did not become a couple until the 10th episode. Your sacrifice is too great. If this gets out. I know. Bai Qing leaned back on the sofa and said calmly, but the video needs to be explosive. A calm girl suddenly falls for a handsome guy. Isn't that very interesting? It's interesting, but you'll probably get scolded to death. Chen Hao closed the script. Is there no other way? Bai Qing shook his head. Negative emotions are the easiest to spark discussion. Why? Why are you so anxious? This is just the end of class assignment, right? Bai Qing moved his lips, as if he had something to hide. So that's why you didn't clarify the matter on the school forum, just for the sake of the authenticity of this script. Chen Hao's fingers tapped the table rhythmically. Bai Qing is not simple. If you don't tell me the truth, I won't agree with you hurting yourself in this way. I want to succeed and make money. Bai Qing clutched the pendant on his chest. I want to prove myself. I want to be no worse than anyone else, and I don't need to rely on anyone. Chen Hao said seriously, being too eager for quick success will only take you further away from success. Besides, you're not short of money, are you? Bai Qing, the eldest daughter of the Bai family, belongs to the Bai group, a tycoon that almost monopolizes the jewelry market. Why would they need her to earn this money? Bai Qing bit his lower lip and said after a long while, I need the ability to make money. Do you understand? Money can prove that I have this ability. If Bu Chaoyu's desire to become a top supermodel stems from her desire to show herself, Bai Qing must have a deeper reason that cannot be told to outsiders. Then the reason must come from within the family. You said that your mother raised you alone. Was it because of her? Chapter 24. Is it the most disturbing thing? Bai Qing sighed lightly, leaned back on the sofa, and did not answer. But her eyes involuntarily looked at Wu Meng, who was cleaning in the kitchen. I don't want to say more now, Bai Qing said with fatigue and pleading in his tone. I hope you can help me. Bai Qing bit her lower lip and said in a low voice, I don't have many friends of the opposite sex. If you refuse, I may have no choice but to give up. Chen Hao calmly called out the system. Bai Qing, intimacy value, 22, friend level. Bai Qing did not lie. His importance in her heart had indeed reached the level of a friend. But there is no way I can agree to this love story. Wouldn't that be like hanging yourself from a tree? Besides, who among those male idols who are out to make money would debut with their sister-in-law? Thinking this in his heart, Chen Hao said calmly, I just said I promised you, and I promised you. At the same time, he picked up the script on the table again, and this time, he read it carefully. Bai Qing, do you know why netizens are so keen on CP? Because handsome men and beautiful women are attractive in appearance. Chen Hao smiled. You are talking about appearances. You should have studied communication. Think about it again. The essence is that I also want to have such a relationship. Bai Qing said calmly, true love is rare in the world, and it is also the easiest to be betrayed. Chen Hao was a little surprised to hear such an answer. She looked at Bai Qing again, and saw that there seemed to be indescribable emotions in her eyes. Bai Qing has no experience in love, so she can only come to such a conclusion from the people around her. It's the parents. Interesting woman. Chen Hao took out the pen he carried with him and began to make corrections on the script. Then why are some relationships that don't conform to public perception also talked about so much? For example, there is a huge age difference or a huge difference in appearance. Because it satisfies people's voyeurism while also being curious enough. That's right. What your script lacks is this desire to find out more. Chen Hao quickly wrote down the plot on the blank space of the paper. Starting an account is exciting, but continuing to follow the game is the most important thing. When a handsome guy and a beautiful girl create a dating account together, there's no suspense in this story. We want to build suspense, so we should never admit to a relationship. Do you understand? As Chen Hao was speaking, Bai Qing came over to look at the plot he had written. Bai Qing nodded mechanically, obviously still not understanding. You mean we don't create dating accounts? It's a dating account, Chen Hao said, but you can't call it a relationship. It can be friendship, or it can be a close friend with ideals. Bai Qing frowned. What's the difference between this and before? The difference is that the audience doesn't know what the relationship between the two people is. This kind of ambiguity is the most intriguing. People can't help but follow the series. Bai Qing's eyes suddenly widened, because there is suspense. A question that no one can guess the answer to. Chen Hao chuckled, to be precise, everyone already knows the answer. But they can't confirm it. This way, it will also generate the buzz you want. Bai Qing had already thought about it. By then, there would be many people in the comment section wondering about the relationship between her and Chen Hao. She looked at the heavily edited script again, feeling a little embarrassed. In this case, all of this will have to be overturned. Not really. Chen Hao chuckled, many of them can still be used, just be careful with the scale. As he spoke, Chen Hao pointed to one of the places. Like what you wrote here, a couple takes a photo together and then kisses in a different position. Just make it less intimate. A hug and eye contact are enough to convey the emotions between two people. Bai Qing blushed. When she was writing the script, she couldn't help but think of all sorts of things. Now, facing Chen Hao's straightforward statement, his heart was pounding even more. The most important thing is that after this modification, your previous actions won't need to be so deliberate. Bai Qing took the script handed to him by Chen Hao. He has modified the previous part into normal interaction between classmates. Although it's a bit abrupt, at least she's not as nympho as she was at the beginning. By the way, Bai Qing took out the booklet from the bag she was carrying. How about I just say I got this booklet by accident and became curious about you, so I approached you. Chen Hao smiled helplessly. It seemed that Bai Qing was still unwilling to give up the girl-chasing boy setting. Okay, but where did you get this? It's your fan club. Just give this to everyone who joins. You and Bu Chaoyu also joined my fan club. Bai Qing became flustered. It was not right to admit it, nor was it right to deny it. Should we tell Chen Hao that they not only joined, but are also cadres there? You can even know Chen Hao's real-time location. Wouldn't that be perverted? When Chen Hao saw her expression, he immediately understood something and did not force her. Unlike Bu Chaoyu, girls like Bai Qing need to be given appropriate space. If you hold on too tightly, it will be like quicksand in your palm, and it will disperse faster. It's getting late. You should go home early. Chen Hao said, otherwise, your family will be worried. Yeah, Bai Qing agreed softly. Chen Hao sent Bai Qing to the gate and waited together for the reserved special car. Bai Qing suddenly stopped and said seriously, Chen Hao, thank you. Today, I didn't expect you to agree. I didn't expect you to say thank you. Chen Hao joked, when I first met you, I thought you were arrogant and cold. Bai Qing gave a bitter smile, maybe that's just who I am. That's why I make such a request to a stranger. Why do you say that? Chen Hao looked at Bai Qing's evasive eyes and said firmly, I can feel that you are not as you appear. It's just a cover-up. Besides, am I really just a stranger in your heart? Bai Qing felt her cheeks getting hot, and she smoothed the hair around her ears. Of course not, yes. Chen Hao took over the conversation, at least we are good friends, right? Bai Qing felt a sense of relief, but more of a sense of inexplicable loss. Friend. In his heart, I'm just a good friend. No, he thinks I consider him a friend. Bai Qing secretly looked at Chen Hao's profile. It's different from what happens in school during the day. In the dark night, he was surprisingly more tender under the streetlight. The feeling of unapproachable distance seemed to disappear. At such a close distance, I could even feel his breath. I really hope that this kind of time can continue forever. Ding! Congratulations to the host for increasing the target's intimacy value. Reward: 10 love points. Chapter 25: The Impending Death Punishment. Chen Hao returned to the living room again, and Wu Meng was still cleaning up in the kitchen. He took the opportunity to call out the system. Wu Meng, Intimacy, 18, Passerby Level, Strategy Level, 15. Bu Chaoyu, Intimacy, 20, Friend Level, Strategy Degree, 10. Bai Qing, Intimacy, 25, Friend Level, Strategy Level, 20. Compared to the initial intimacy value and strategy level, there has been a slight increase. Other information is still not visible. Is it because we are just friends that we cannot get information? What level do we need to reach? Master, do you need me to help you advance? Ai Chan's voice suddenly came. She had indeed become well-behaved and did not appear directly in the real world. Chen Hao's mind moved, and Ai Chan appeared immediately. This time she sat down directly. You, what are you doing? Chen Hao felt the weight on his body, why don't you get down? Really? Ai Chan blinked, it's just that there's information in my database proving that Master Chan enjoys this kind of physical contact. Aren't you here to help me advance the progress? Facing Chen Hao's questioning, Ai Chan acted as if she couldn't hear him and just continued exercising. I can feel it. Master, you're big bug. All right, stop messing around. Chen Hao had only said half of his words when Chan suddenly disappeared. The feeling in my thighs is gone. Xiaohao, what's wrong? Wu Meng hurried out of the kitchen and looked at Chen Hao, who seemed to be talking to himself. Ding dong. Congratulations, Master, for triggering the special mission, the boundary of love. Break through Wu Meng's psychological defenses and discover the truth behind her parents' death. Special mission reward, 100,000 love points. This mission cannot be cancelled after acceptance. Do you accept? 100,000 love points. That has to be accepted. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Her hand naturally went to touch his hot cheek. At the same time, the woman's intuition made her look down inadvertently, and then her face blushed. Chen Hao had no choice but to put his legs together to cover it up and said awkwardly, nothing, nothing. Ah. Wu Meng turned sideways. Chen Hao quickly changed the subject. Auntie, will you have breakfast with me tomorrow? No, I have an appointment with a friend. What friends? Chen Hao was surprised. They have lived together for the past few years, but Wu Meng has no friends at all. Besides, who would invite friends to breakfast so early in the morning? Wu Meng hurriedly changed the subject. It's getting late. Go to bed early. Then he walked upstairs. Chen Hao didn't care about anything else at this time and walked over quickly. Do you want to stay with me like this forever? Wu Meng didn't look back and continued, the cafe has been busy these past few days. I'm just too tired. We live together, but we seem more distant than strangers. You're not a child anymore. Wu Meng's hands gripped the escalator tightly, his fingertips exerting force. Can't you just live your own life? Really? Chen Hao approached slowly. His hands were naturally placed on the escalator, tapping it regularly. Is it that I can't live my own life, or is it that you, Auntie, don't want me to live my own life? Wu Meng's psychological defense, 25%. Ding. Warning to the host. Target's intimacy value has decreased. Penalty. Love points -50. If they weren't here today, you would still leave, right? Leave me here alone, right? Stop talking. Wu Meng walked upstairs quickly. I don't care about this at all. Chen Hao grabbed her hand and quickly moved closer, closing the distance between them. Then let me ask you, if you don't care about me, why didn't you let me go that night? Answer me. Chen Hao held Wu Meng's hand tightly. Look at me and answer me. I don't understand what you're saying. Wu Meng's psychological defense, 55%. You have triggered the love limit penalty overlay mechanism. Love points will be deducted exponentially based on the last deduction. This round's penalty multiplier is 4, penalty, love points -200. Chen Hao took a breath of cold air. This damn mission. I knew that those 100,000 love points weren't easy to come by. Chen Hao felt Wu Meng's trembling and continued to ask, you didn't fall asleep that night, right? After a long silence, Wu Meng suppressed his emotions and said, that's not important anymore. Really? Then look at me. Xiaohao, don't push me. Wu Meng's psychological defense, 85%. You have triggered the love limit penalty overlay mechanism. Love points will be deducted exponentially based on the last deduction. This round's penalty multiplier is 5, penalty, love points -1000. I can't stand it anymore. There's so much I want to know. Chen Hao pressed his palm tightly on the back of Wu Meng's hand, forcing her to hold his fingers tightly. Unable to escape. Wu Meng's psychological defense, 95%. You have triggered the love limit penalty overlay mechanism. Love points will be deducted exponentially based on the last deduction. This round's penalty multiplier is 10, penalty, love points -10,000. Warning. Your current accumulated love points are -8,280. The death penalty will come in 3 hours and 28 minutes. Chen Hao's heart sank, he had no way out. I want to know everything about my parents. And most importantly, what do you think of me? Wu Meng's psychological defense line, broken. Chen Hao swallowed unconsciously. Finally, a breakthrough. I was worried before that Wu Meng's psychological defenses would be like pinchishi's and would never be broken. As long as she is willing to tell the truth and complete the special mission. You can earn love points by yourself and get through it safely. Wu Meng slowly relaxed the strength in his hands, turned around and looked directly at Chen Hao. He said word by word, what answer do you want? I want to know the truth. Chen Hao noticed that Wu Meng's eyes were cold, something he had never seen before. Like I said before, Wu Meng took a deep breath, Chen Zhanfeng was indeed killed by me. This also indirectly led to your mother's death. Hate me if you want. Chen Hao narrowed his eyes and waited for 2 or 3 seconds, but there was no system prompt. Obviously, Wu Meng was not telling the truth. At least, this is not the truth the system needs. He checked Wu Meng's information. Wu Meng, intimacy value. Intimacy value is too low, the host cannot view it. Strategy level, 40. Oh, Chen Hao laughed bitterly. Auntie, do you hate me? Chen Hao's eyes gradually became moist as he looked at Wu Meng, who was silent in front of him. Her figure gradually blurred until it became an unclear outline. Tears flowed from the corners of my eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for increasing the target's intimacy value. Reward: 10 love points. I understand. Chen Hao forced an ugly smile. Good night. Chapter 26. Please call me Planner. Looking at the crying Chen Hao, Wu Meng felt as if his heart was being grabbed by an invisible hand. There was a voice in Wu Meng's heart calling out. He is leaving. Wu Meng, it's all because of you. He is injured. At this time, Chen Hao suppressed the corners of his mouth. Try to act hopeless and broken. Depressed handsome guy, it's because of you that he's depressed. No woman can resist this ultimate charm. It's like no woman can resist the sparkle of jewels. Xiaohao, don't. Wu Meng grabbed Chen Hao's sleeve tightly. Don't leave me. Chen Hao said in a cold tone, isn't this what you want? No, I just don't want us to suffer so much. Wu Meng spoke again, his voice slightly hoarse. I hope that the grudges of the previous generation will remain with the previous generation. Let the past be the past. Chen Hao held her hand and pulled her into his arms. He whispered in her ear, the past is hard to get over, just like you and I can't get over the present. Ding! Congratulations to the host for increasing the target's intimacy value. Reward: 10 love points. Wu Meng raised his head and met Chen Hao's eyes. There seemed to be a fire in his eyes, a fire that could burn both of them to death. Stop talking. If I don't tell you, it doesn't exist. Chen Hao grabbed her shoulders tightly. I don't want to see you suffer so much alone. Let's bear this together. Ding! Congratulations to the host for increasing the target's intimacy value. Reward: 10 love points. Wu Meng uttered broken syllables, I don't know if you can bear it. I shouldn't be so selfish. Chen Hao held her in his arms and gently stroked her back. Wouldn't it be more selfish of you to say nothing? Your suspicion of me is actually torture. With Chen Hao's comfort, Wu Meng gradually calmed down. The two returned to the living room and sat down. She told Chen Hao what happened decades ago. Soon after Chen Hao's parents got married, they had Chen Hao. This should have been a happy daily routine. However, a crisis arose due to a failed investment by Chen Zhanfeng. The worst thing about doing business is taking too big a step and spreading your plate too wide. Once the funding chain is broken, everything is gone. Wu Meng's tone was sad and full of regret. At that time, I happened to know someone who said he could provide funds for your father. So I introduced them to each other. Who knew, he was such a demon. After resolving the financial crisis, Chen Zhanfeng made new investments at the other party's invitation. It was that investment that dragged the entire Chen family into the abyss. Chen Hao listened to Wu Meng's words silently and hugged her tighter. Is that why? Do you think this killed my father? Wu Meng nodded, lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Chen Hao. My dad is a grown man and a mature businessman. He has his own investment vision. Chen Hao paused. That was his choice. You just provided a channel. You just wanted to help him, right? Wu Meng sobbed, big tears rolling down her cheeks. Who is that person? Wu Meng shook his head. I'm sorry, I don't know. Where will they go to discuss things? White Horse Club. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for completing the special mission, the Boundary of Love. Reward: love points, 100,000. You have learned the key to the truth behind your parents' death. Hidden mission: find out the truth behind the broken family. Related locations have been explored. Special tip: Wu Meng is particularly vulnerable at this moment, seize the opportunity. The sudden information overloaded Chen Hao's brain. The White Horse Club was the place where he died unexpectedly in his previous life. That's an entertainment club. Normally, privacy is very important in some business meetings. The privacy of the White Horse Club is indeed beyond doubt, but isn't that where people go to relax after talking? Why do we always meet there? Unless the so-called investment is so shameful that it has to be hidden. Chen Hao smelled conspiracy and danger in it. Seeing that Chen Hao didn't say anything, Wu Meng asked in a low voice, You really do hate me, right? No, don't say stupid things. Chen Hao took her hand and said, You know what I think, right? He slowly pulled Wu Meng's hand closer and placed it on his chest. Feeling the pounding heartbeat in Chen Hao's chest and his burning eyes, Wu Meng smiled with relief. All my previous worries and concerns were unnecessary. Ding! Congratulations to the host for increasing the target's intimacy value. Reward: 10 love points. Chen Hao seized the opportunity and asked, Can you have breakfast with me tomorrow? I hope you can have breakfast with me every tomorrow. Okay, I promise. Wu Meng, Intimacy, 26, Friend level, Strategy level, 55. Cumulative love points, 91,760. Chen Hao lay on the bed, checking the system panel. I felt like I had survived a disaster. Today, I almost went to the guillotine. Ultimately, the 100,000 love points are too tempting. Speaking of which, it all started because love sauce. Chen Hao's mind moved, and Azhong appeared on the other side of the bed this time. Master, you have a lot of love points now. Do you want to withdraw them? Chen Hao didn't answer him. Instead, he said viciously, This mission actually has a cumulative penalty. Why didn't you tell me? Oh, I told you before, once you accept it, you can't cancel it. Ai Chan said with big eyes and a pitiful look on her face, You're so mean. Hee, you haven't seen my true fierce side. Chen Hao rolled over. There was a moment of fear in Ai Chan's eyes, followed by calmness. Chen Hao even felt that she was a little happy. Ai Chan looked directly at Chen Hao and said, Master, you can do whatever you want. Kiss. You may not know, Chen Hao leaned closer to her and said with a smile, My best skill is flying chess. As soon as he finished speaking, a chessboard appeared beside them. Ai Chan scurried out like a kitten, Shall we try it now? You go first. Chen Hao first rolled the dice and lost 3 times in a row, all of them were 3. Ai Chan smiled and said, Let me try. Then a 6 appeared directly. That night, Chen Hao didn't even roll a 6. It was not until dawn that he remembered that this was definitely the result of Ai Chan cheating. Ai Chan smiled and said, What? Do you want to continue playing? At this point, Chen Hao no longer had the energy to argue with her. This body is indeed thin, and he is no longer the man who could play landlord with 2 beauties. The previous flower bone Mian palm only gave him muscles, but not strength. Master, would you mind giving me 10,000 love points? I can have the mall's lucky draw wheel only offer power-related rewards this time. Ai Chan twisted her body and her hands wandered across Chen Hao's chest. This is a rare opportunity. Chapter 27 Clothes Make the Man. Chen Hao didn't hesitate. Isn't it just 10,000 love points? Give. Consume 10,000 love points for the upgrade lottery, cumulative love points, 90,760. Afterwards, the lottery wheel appeared in front of Chen Hao again. Then, the pointer rotates and stops. Strength pill, take this and your strength will reach 75. Breaking rocks with your chest muscles and catching blades with your bare hands will no longer be a dream. This time, Chen Hao did not hesitate and swallowed the small pill directly. The power is coming. The next day, Wu Meng exclaimed when she saw Chen Hao, who had obviously grown bigger. Xiaohao, what's wrong with you? Haha, this is all thanks to the strength you gave me, auntie. As he spoke, Chen Hao swallowed the fried egg in front of him. It's delicious. I want another one. Strength increased, physique became stronger, and appetite also improved. Will you become a fat man if you keep eating like this? Master, don't worry. As long as the system is there, Zhu Baji can also become the 3rd place winner. In the afternoon, Liu Chaoyu was waiting at the school gate in a nanny car. When Chen Hao walked out of the school gate, she shouted loudly, Hey. Here. The people around were immediately attracted over, and under everyone's gaze, Chen Hao got into Liu Chaoyu's nanny car. This explosive news will probably spread all over the campus in no time. You're too high profile. Chen Hao closed the car door. Don't you care about your popularity? What's the use of that stuff? Liu Chaoyu said as she took out a powder puff and touched up her makeup. I'm going to take you to a nice place today. Chen Hao asked doubtfully, where? Liu Chaoyu said seriously, clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. I came here well prepared today. The car drove towards the largest commercial plaza in Zhong City. This is a luxury gathering place specially built for wealthy people. Ms. Bu, you are here. As soon as Bu Chaoyu entered the store, the salesperson came running to greet him. I've saved all the new products we've got for you. Bu Chaoyu waved his hand. It's not me, it's him. Only then did the salesperson see Chen Hao slowly following in. Oh no, a rich woman and a gigolo. Sir, please come this way. These are all new suits that have arrived in our store. Chen Hao just glanced at the men's clothing in the store and asked, You're not planning to buy me clothes, are you? Of course. Bu Chaoyu said seriously, I can't let you go to meet that fashion icon just wearing a shirt and jeans, right? Hey, Chen Hao chuckled, are you going to let me wear these? Chen Hao looked around the store. The shelves on both sides were filled with men's suits of different styles and colors. What are you laughing at? Bu Chaoyu sensed Chen Hao's disdain and said seriously, this is a very important business dinner. Chen Hao folded his arms across his chest and looked at the suit. A good suit needs to be custom made. It's hard to get a perfect fit with the styles here. So what do you want? Bu Chaoyu asked impatiently, it's too late even if we order it now. Come with me. Chen Hao took Bu Chaoyu out of the store. Leaving the salesperson heartbroken, the cooked big fat duck flew away. The two came to a small store with retro decoration. Different from the magnificent appearance just now, the whole store exudes a low-key atmosphere. After entering the store, you can smell a faint scent of perfume and hear leisurely classical music. As a big name in the fashion world, the editor of Milan Nova wouldn't like suits that are too stereotypical. So it's best to choose something playful. Plaid with brighter colors is a good choice. And small accessories like belts and cuffs should also be in a consistent color. Yellow-green is a good color. Chen Hao looked at the exhibits in the store while talking to Bu Chaoyu. Bu Chaoyu nodded continuously as she listened to his analysis. I didn't expect a nerd like you to understand fashion. Chen Hao glanced at her and suppressed his laughter. Please, this is my daily routine. It's just that the owner of this body has no money. Hey, this shop is more expensive than the one we just visited. It's because they're custom made. Chen Hao said deliberately, can your wallet afford the price? Bu Chaoyu patted her chest and said, don't worry. I have plenty of money. The shop owner, who heard the noise, came out. My two guests, is there anything I can help you with? The owner is an old man with gray hair and gold-rimmed glasses. He looks very energetic. We've already taken a look. Without waiting for Bu Chaoyu to speak, Chen Hao spoke directly. I need a yellow-green plaid blazer with a beige shirt. Single-breasted, two-button, peaked lapel is fine. No tie, please. Could you please take me to choose cufflinks? Oh, and I need horn buttons for the buttons. And the pockets should be built in. The shop owner took a pen and paper and wrote down Chen Hao's requests one by one. Although I have never seen the young man in front of me before, the way he spoke and his aura were so familiar. It's like a regular customer who hasn't been here for a long time. I want wool fabric. Chen Hao continued, I'll pick up this suit on Saturday. You'll have to work overtime. Talk to this lady about the cost. Chen Hao pointed at Bu Chaoyu who was in a daze next to him. She didn't expect Chen Hao to be so professional. This was definitely not his first time to have custom-made clothes, and it wasn't even his first time to come to this store. Hey, Chen Hao, are you a shill for this store? Bu Chaoyu said it before his brain even thought. The shop owner stopped writing and looked up. The person in front of me is also called Chen Hao. But he was completely different from the dandy boy in her memory. But the aura and requirements for clothing are so similar. What nonsense are you talking about? Chen Hao pinched Bu Chaoyu's face and pulled hard. You chose this commercial plaza. Did you forget? Let go, put it away, don't let go. Bu Chaoyu resisted Chen Hao's pull, but it was useless. Sir, is your name Chen Hao? The owner couldn't help but confirm again. Yeah, Chen Hao released his hand. What's wrong? Are you going to give us a discount? Chen Hao and Bu Chaoyu completely stopped fighting. To be honest, you look a lot like a regular customer of mine. But he's passed away. I'm afraid I won't have the chance to serve him again. Chen Hao's heart moved. He didn't expect that the shop owner still remembered him. After Chen Hao's parents passed away in his previous life, he was alone in this world. Coupled with his rebellious and prodigal behavior, he believed that no one in the world would care about him after his death. Unexpectedly, stinky old man, Chen Hao felt that his soul had been touched by him. I feel a sour feeling in my heart. Bu Chaoyu asked, ah. He passed away so young. Why? Chapter 28. Small confined space. Alas, the shopkeeper sighed deeply, young people don't take care of their bodies. Little girl, don't you know? Then the shop owner looked at Chen Hao meaningfully and said, young man, you should take good care of your health. Chen Hao was shocked and blurted out, how do you know how he died? The shop owner pulled his phone from his pocket. Oh, he was a rich kid. He was on the news the day he died. I even saved the report. Shocking. The White Horse Club becomes a direct train to hell. Rich youngster Chen dies in horseback felling accidentally. Bu Chaoyu asked without hesitation, is there a horse farm inside the White Horse Club? How come I don't know about it? Chen Hao pinched her mouth again, shut your little mouth. Woo 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 woo. Bu Chaoyu still couldn't break free this time. In the elevator to the underground parking lot, Bu Chaoyu said dissatisfiedly, hey, could you please not touch me casually next time? What do you mean? Just don't pinch my face in public, Bu Chaoyu pouted, not even pinching my mouth. Oh. Chen Hao responded coldly, then it can be done when there is no one else around. As he said this, he reached out his hand again, trying to grab Bu Chaoyu's face. I have to say that Bu Chaoyu's skin is really delicate and firm, making people love it. Unfortunately, Bu Chaoyu was well prepared this time. Not even when no one's around, Bu Chaoyu jumped back, pressing his body against the elevator. Respect me a little. I paid the old man's deposit for you just now. After all, I am your wealthy master. Chen Hao laughed mischievously. Oh. He, Ms. Bu Chaoyu, the wealthy man. Do you still want to be my master? What's all this nonsense? You can't talk nonsense like that. After saying that, Bu Chaoyu raised his little fist and punched towards Chen Hao. Chen Hao grabbed it directly with his right hand. Bu Chaoyu wanted to stretch out his other hand, but it was also restrained by Chen Hao's other hand. Chen Hao grabbed her hands, lifted them above her head, and pressed them against the wall. The distance between the two people is infinitely close. Bu Chaoyu blushed and wanted to kick him with his legs. Chen Hao had predicted this little movement long ago, and he held her down with just one thigh. What are you doing? Let me go quickly. Chen Hao smiled evilly. Guess what I'm going to do? There are surveillance cameras here, don't mess around. Hey. Chen Hao moved closer to her and blew into her ear, huff, huff, huff. You are sick. Ha 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 ha. Bu Chaoyu twisted his body but couldn't break free at all. Chen Hao seemed to be more robust than when we met a few days ago. Under his actions, Bu Chaoyu felt itchy and numb, and a strange tingling warmth was wandering around his body. I can touch you whenever I want. Do you have any objection? Chen Hao looked down at her, exuding a sense of oppression unique to men. Why are you glaring at me like that? You were wrong in the first place. Bu Chaoyu would not give in so easily, to be precise, if it were not for the dinner with the editor of Milan Rising Star. She would never spoil Chen Hao like this. Unfortunately, Chen Hao took advantage of this point and forced her into this situation step by step. In this situation, there is also a little bit of, that Bu Chaoyu himself has not discovered. I'm controlling you with both hands now. Chen Hao stared at Bu Chaoyu and grinned wickedly. Guess what I'm going to use to block your mouth? You can still. Bu Chaoyu was about to explode, but he closed his mouth as if he remembered something. Call me Lord Chen Hao. Are you kidding me? Didn't you join my fan club? Chen Hao stared at Bu Chaoyu, unwilling to miss any emotion on her face. Bu Chaoyu frowned slightly and turned away. I didn't do that voluntarily. Oh. Is there anyone who can force you to surpass others? What a great benefit this must be for you. Bu Chaoyu raised his head and met Chen Hao's captivating eyes, and couldn't help but be stunned. Chen Hao clamped her with one hand. The other hand poked her waist a few times. Stop it, ha ha ha, don't touch me. Bu Chaoyu was very sensitive, and just a slight touch made her feel extremely itchy. Don't give me orders. I can do whatever I want. Ha 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 ha, let go quickly. Bu Chaoyu laughed so hard that tears came out. What do you want? Bu Chaoyu shouted, and just as he finished speaking, there was a click sound. The elevator stopped. Chen Hao also let go of his hand. What happened? Bu Chaoyu looked nervous and subconsciously grabbed Chen Hao's arm. Don't be afraid. Chen Hao patted her shoulder and then pressed the call button. After a few noisy noises, a deep male voice came from the intercom. Hello, what's going on? Chen Hao reported the current situation. Okay, we'll send someone over right away. Please wait a few minutes. Bu Chaoyu screamed when she heard this answer. How long is a few minutes? Your mall is so irresponsible. Chen Hao scratched his ears and said, Miss, this is a closed space. You're almost breaking my eardrums. Bu Chaoyu didn't answer. She walked back and forth anxiously with her hands folded across her chest. The elevator was already small, and Bu Chaoyu had been walking around like this for more than 20 minutes, making Chen Hao feel upset. Can you please stop for a moment? What's going on? Why are the property management so slow? As she spoke, Bu Chaoyu pressed the emergency contact button again, and this time she received a rustling sound in response. Where has everyone gone? Chen Hao jokingly said, what's so strange about this? They came to save us. He walked forward and wanted to touch Bu Chaoyu, but the other party shook his hand away. Bu Chaoyu's eyes were full of fear. Chen Hao laughed and said, I was just joking with you. I won't really do anything to you. Bu Chaoyu didn't answer, but slowly leaned against the edge of the elevator. Do you feel like this place is getting smaller and smaller? How is that possible? Chen Hao reached out and touched her head. Relax and don't be so nervous. Bu Chaoyu's chest was heaving violently, and she was breathing heavily, as if she couldn't breathe. Only then did Chen Hao notice her abnormality. He hugged Bu Chaoyu, but found that her back had been wet without him noticing. I feel like I can't breathe. Chen Hao felt Bu Chaoyu trembling in his arms. Ding dong. Congratulations, Master, for triggering the special mission, the frightened girl. Bu Chaoyu suffers from claustrophobia and is in critical condition. Master, please protect her and strive for a successful escape. Special mission reward, 2000 love points. Note: this mission may be life-threatening, so please choose carefully. Fear for life. Chapter 29. This is a secret between you and me. Chen Hao looked at Bu Chaoyu, who was sweating profusely in front of him. No way. No way. Have you ever heard that claustrophobia can kill people? Bang. I don't know where the noise came from, but the lighting in the entire elevator stopped working. Moment. The elevator was plunged into darkness. This time, Bu Chaoyu didn't even have the strength to scream, and his whole body went limp. Hey, you, Chen Hao quickly supported her. Then the two of them slowly sat down on the ground. How long will it take? Bu Chaoyu asked tremblingly. Chen Hao could only comfort her, it will be fine soon. As he said this, he reached into his trouser pocket, took out his cell phone and turned on the light. With the light, Bu Chaoyu obviously felt much better. Then, Chen Hao opened the music software again. What is playing inside is Guo Jing's Waiting for the Next Dawn. The elegant female voice accompanied by the soothing music adds a touch of reverberation to the enclosed space. Chen Hao smoothed out the loose hair on Bu Chao's forehead and asked, have you ever been to a concert? Bu Chaoyu's brain was filled with fear. I could only nod to express my meaning. Imagine we're at a concert right now, okay. Will you please send me the photos you secretly took of me watching the sea when the next day breaks? I like my flying hair. And the gaze that still looks out even in the rain. Chen Hao sang along with the lyrics softly while shaking the phone in his hand. The melodious singing gradually soothes the tense heart. Her trembling gradually subsided. Try to breathe more slowly and through your nose. Bu Chaoyu was breathing slowly. Feeling better. Chen Hao gently stroked her back and continued singing. Bu Chaoyu felt as if he had returned to his childhood, as if he was in his mother's arms. But Chen Hao's arms were firmer and lacked the tenderness of his mother. The same thing is that this hug is enough to touch the softest part of the heart. Bu Chaoyu gradually calmed down. Chen Hao's hug seemed to lift her out of an ice cave. She will never forget this tenderness. Feeling his breath, Bu Chaoyu regained his former momentum. Stop singing, it's terrible. After recovering, Bu Chaoyu wanted to take back his self-esteem first. This young lady always puts herself first. Chen Hao didn't buy it. He chuckled, you weren't like that just now. Bu Chaoyu wanted to get out of Chen Hao's arms, but found that she couldn't move. Eat and run, are you trying to freeload? What did I eat? Bu Chaoyu hadn't reacted yet, he just felt a warmth on his lips. I don't know how long it took, maybe a minute, maybe 10 minutes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for increasing the target's intimacy value. Reward: 10 love points. Bu Chaoyu felt like he was about to suffocate, and then he felt the touch on his lips disappear. Who allowed it? This is the concert ticket money. Chen Hao then let go of his hand, and Bu Chaoyu immediately climbed out of his arms. 8 feet away from him. But because they were still in the elevator, they were still very close. Bu Chaoyu wiped her lips repeatedly, not caring that her lipstick was smudged. You are actually being a hooligan. Ba ba ba. Who's being a hooligan? Chen Hao smirked. Who is it just now, crying and burrowing into my arms? You're talking nonsense. I didn't. Bu Chaoyu got up from the ground. Chen Hao also stood up and said with a smile, I didn't say it was you, why are you so anxious? Don't talk about this anymore. It's been so long. Why hasn't anyone come? Bu Chaoyu changed the subject. But this topic immediately made her nervous again. Chen Hao sensed his uneasiness and deliberately approached slowly. The lights are out now, no one will come even if you scream at the top of your lungs. Bu Chaoyu was turning on the light on her cell phone when she suddenly saw Chen Hao appear rubbing his hands, which scared her. What are you going to do again? The elevator shook at the scream. Ah, shish, stop shouting. Chen Hao walked to the button and pressed all the buttons below the 5th floor. What are you doing? We came up from the 5th floor, so we don't know which floor we are on now. But we pressed all the buttons for the lower floors. This way, if the elevator goes down further, there will be a few more chances to stop. Bu Chaoyu said suspiciously, it's really strange. The light is off, but the button is working. At this time, voices were heard outside. Is everyone inside okay? We're fine, no problem. What's the problem? Get us out now. Okay, you guys step back. Then came a squeaking sound. The elevator door was violently opened with a crowbar. The influx of fresh air made Bu Chaoyu less nervous. At this time, they can also be found stuck between floors. This should be caused by the sudden drop of the elevator just now. Are you two injured? The firefighter asked with concern. I'm fine, Chen Hao interrupted, let's take this lady out first. She's not feeling well. Bu Chaoyu looked at Chen Hao in surprise and whispered, why? Chen Hao leaned close to her and whispered, I know you are sick. Just be patient, you will be able to go out soon. Bu Chaoyu's heart moved and he felt warm. At the same time, I was confused and worried. How did he know that I had claustrophobia? He won't look down on himself. Bu Chaoyu secretly looked at Chen Hao, but only saw his calm smile. Why are you putting on such a face and acting like that? It's just a show. I'm happy if it can restore you to your original state. Only then did Bu Chaoyu realize that everything Chen Hao did to him in the elevator was just to help distract her. The staff on the side took a long time to open the gap a little. That's it. Chen Hao stopped their movements. At this size, this lady can already go out. As he said that, he came over and lifted Bu Chaoyu up. Get out quickly, be careful. The 2 staff members outside also reached out, and one of them grabbed one of Bu Chaoyu's hands. Bu Chaoyu looked back at Chen Hao with gratitude in his eyes. However, she still said viciously, Chen Hao, if you let anyone else know about my affairs, I will kill you. Chen Hao smiled bitterly. I know, this is our secret, okay. 2 people grabbed Bu Chaoyu and it took great effort to drag her out. At this time, people planned to rescue Chen Hao. But there was only a clang, and the elevator suddenly fell again. Chen Hao, Bu Chaoyu collapsed on the ground. I felt as if my heart was being grabbed tightly. It was like a piercing pain. Hurry up and save him. Everyone was in a panic, and no one expected the elevator to fall again. Let's search down layer by layer. The fire captain immediately took control of the situation. The medical staff helped Bu Chaoyu up from the ground and said, Ma'am, we'll take you for a checkup first. Chapter 30. Bu Chaoyu gradually got used to it. I don't want it. Bu Chaoyu threw them off and stumbled after the firefighters. I want to go find Chen Hao. Bu Chaoyu bent down to take off her high heels, held them in her hands, and followed closely behind the crowd. The elevator suddenly fell, and for a few seconds Chen Hao felt as if he was weightless. But he immediately called out the system. This way time can be paused and he can think. These 1 or 2 minutes gave Chen Hao time to think of a response strategy. Fortunately, the elevator did not plummet down. This should be the effect of lighting up the floors one by one. The elevator stopped again at a certain floor. Chen Hao took a deep breath and slowly moved to the wall. At the same time, bend your knees and press the intercom. Is anyone there? I'm stuck in the elevator. Is anyone there? Sizzle, sizzle. Still no response. It seems that this walkie-talkie is no longer working. If this were an action movie, the protagonist would have to continue expanding the elevator door with his bare hands and then escape. Chen Hao tested his strength, since it was not impossible since he had strengthened it before. But reality is not a movie, who knows if there will be any accidents if you move around. The rescue team has just arrived. Wait a little longer, maybe they are looking for me too. Chen Hao, Chen Hao, Chen Hao. Suddenly, there were several shrill cries, which frightened Chen Hao. I'm here. He's still alive, hurry up. This time Chen Hao understood, it was Bu Chaoyu's voice. It's just that her voice seemed to be hoarse just now. The elevator is now stuck between the second and first floors. There was a wall outside the elevator door. As more and more people came outside, the elevator slowly rose. People slowly appeared in front of Chen Hao, and he felt relieved. Bu Chaoyu was lying on the ground and saw Chen Hao through the gap. She cried and said, Chen Hao, how are you? Chen Hao comforted him, I'm fine. Although she said so, Chen Hao couldn't help laughing when he saw her crying like a cat. You're still laughing. Bu Chaoyu was stunned, then stopped crying and said angrily, you'll be finished when you get out. Chen Hao raised his head, okay, just wait and see who will be finished. Then people pulled him out of the elevator. As his feet landed steadily, the system sound rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the special mission, The Frightened Girl. Reward. Love points, 2000. The end that was promised did not come, but instead Bu Chaoyu's hug came. You scared me to death. I thought I'd never see you again. The onlookers looked embarrassed, and the fire chief broke the silence first. Nothing, we'll leave first. Chen Hao comforted Bu Chaoyu while expressing his gratitude. At this time, the mall manager came over and said, I'm so glad you two are alright. Bu Chaoyu stopped crying immediately, turned around and said angrily, do you think we're okay? Bu Chaoyu's skirt was torn at some point, leaving a big hole at her hip. The funniest thing is that her feet are bare, with high heels scattered around her feet. Chen Hao wasn't in a much better situation, his shirt was torn. Both of them had varying degrees of abrasions on their bodies. The mall manager wiped his sweat and explained, don't worry, our mall will definitely compensate you too. Bu Chaoyu sneered, you'd better be able to do it, otherwise, I will expose your mall on all platforms and prevent my fans from patronizing it. You are an internet celebrity. Me, have you ever seen an internet celebrity who looks this high class? I'm a model. Yes, sorry Miss Model, I don't know much about the fashion world. Chen Hao watched Bu Chaoyu and the mall manager arguing without saying a word. Seeing Bu Chaoyu being so noisy, Chen Hao liked him more and more. Obviously, I used to like quiet girls. Maybe, it's because of this life and death experience. Manager, when I came in, I saw your mall's recruitment advertisement in the atrium. Why don't you contact your superiors and see if there's a chance for this model? The mall manager was taken aback for a moment, then quickly agreed. Okay, I'll definitely tell the higher-ups. A business card was respectfully handed to Bu Chaoyu. This shopping mall is not an ordinary complex. It houses many famous brands and is a highlight of Zhongcheng. Being able to squeeze into the advertising space here is also a form of publicity for the model herself. Good fortune and misfortune are interdependent, that's how the world works. Bu Chaoyu is not a fool, so he will not miss such an opportunity. After saying a few more words, he quickly accepted it. Hey, what are you grinning about? Bu Chaoyu waved his hand in front of Chen Hao. The mall manager also said he would compensate us for our financial losses. I'll take your share. Huh, why? Bu Chaoyu raised an eyebrow. Why? That suit today was custom made and expedited. It's very expensive. 6 figures. What's 6 figures to you? Just come and shoot some commercials. I won't give it to you. Bu Chaoyu glared, so many things happened today, I need to comfort my spirit. Then what I just did, Chen Hao paused deliberately, could be considered emergency treatment for you, right? Bu Chaoyu turned around and stared at Chen Hao closely. You promised me not to tell anyone else. Otherwise, you're doomed. Chen Hao didn't avoid her gaze, but just forced a smile. How could I tell our secret to others? As he spoke, he tapped his lips, Besides, I have already charged. Xiaohao stamped his feet in anger. You are a scoundrel. That's no match for you. Chen Hao rubbed her cheeks repeatedly. Let's go change clothes first, and then have a good meal. You look like a little kitten now. Puff, oh, coo. Xiaohao couldn't speak clearly, but she had begun to get used to Chen Hao's actions. Ding. Congratulations to the host for increasing the target's intimacy value. Reward: 10 love points. The elevator malfunction was such a big deal, especially in such a large shopping mall. Even if the public relations were in place, the news still got out. Xiaohao's agency seized the opportunity to establish connections with senior management of the shopping mall and secured several collaborations. This major event remained on the local city's hot searches for a while. The onlookers criticized the safety issues from the beginning until they saw the victims. Public opinion completely exploded. The passion of the prince and princess, love in an elevator crisis. Peerless beauty, who knows their account? I want to follow them. He looks like an actor, maybe there is a short drama that has already been released. People were talking at once and had already stripped Xiaohao and Chen Hao's underwear naked. However, the person who came did not have his own personal account, which made the enthusiastic netizens feel very anxious. Some capable people even began to infiltrate the Zhongde forum in an attempt to dig out more information about the two. Chapter 31. Do you have a crush on me? On the other hand, Chen Hao's campus life this week was quite dull, or to be more precise, a little too dull. There are still many posts about him in online forums. After all, just a casual shot shows this 360-degree face without any blind spots, matched with her current amazing figure. It is difficult for anyone who has seen him to forget him. However, offline harassment has obviously decreased, and the level has dropped sharply. When Chen Hao was at a loss, Bai Qing appeared. How's it going? Do you feel a lot more peaceful lately? She was holding a tripod and a camera in her hands, and seemed to be well prepared. Did you do something? Chen Hao raised his head. Bai Qing smiled without saying anything and motioned Chen Hao to follow him. Bai Qing's appearance caused the students in the classroom to whisper again. Although the unusual fact that Chen Hao is surrounded by various goddesses has become increasingly common, it still cannot withstand the gossip of gossipers. The two of them came to a garden corridor on campus where there were few people. Chen Hao looked carefully at the account operated by Bai Qing and widened his eyes. This account currently has 50,000 followers. Bai Qing in the camera uses a first-person perspective to tell the story. At first, he showed his daily vlog, and then he picked up the Lord Chen Hao's memo, and became curious about Chen Hao. The latest one is that she is determined to take the initiative to approach. Thanks to that recent incident, your followers skyrocketed by tens of thousands the moment you appeared on camera. Bai Qing said happily. Although you were trapped in the elevator but fortunately you escaped unharmed. In the second half of the sentence, her voice gradually became smaller and she felt a little guilty. So, you were filming when you greeted me just now, Chen Hao muttered to himself. Only then did he notice the sports camera hanging around Bai Qing's neck. Bai Qing nodded. Don't worry, I will definitely discuss with you before posting any footage related to you. That's not what I meant. Chen Hao approached her. I wanted to ask you, did you come to me just for the filming? Bai Qing was slightly stunned, lowered his eyes and said nothing. Interesting woman. But this time, Chen Hao didn't intend to let her go. It's loose and tight. If it gets any looser, the kite will fly away completely. You're not going to tell me. Chen Hao leaned back and lazily leaned against the pillar in the corridor. Then forget about it next time we film it. Bai Qing was not in a hurry, but simply said, I see you haven't had a few days of peace and quiet, and you're already tired of it. Seeing Chen Hao's puzzled expression, Bai Qing came up to him and asked, don't you understand? Chen Hao shook his head. Bai Qing took the phone from him and after a few operations showed him the background information. Chen Hao frowned. The private message in the background was really disgusting. In addition to some inexplicable dog-licking messages, there were also many girls speaking ill of others. The opposite sex flatters, and the same sex is jealous. It was also expected. I just didn't expect it to be revealed so soon. These people are so excited. Chen Hao took the phone and looked through it carefully. It's like they have a deep hatred. It's so hard for ordinary people to have close contact with handsome guys. It's not surprising that some people can't stand others being better than them. Chen Hao exited and opened the comment section, and the scene was completely different. Some encouraged Bai Qing to try harder to get closer to Chen Hao, some just wanted to see Chen Hao's infatuation, and some ridiculed her for overestimating her own abilities. But the third type of people were quickly attacked by Bai Qing's fans. The verbal battle lasted for dozens of floors. It turns out that private messages are where the malice of human nature is revealed. It will probably be interesting to release a function to read private messages later on. Bai Qing chuckled, and this teasing look added a bit of playful cuteness. So, you still haven't explained why those people haven't been around me lately. Just let your fan club spread the word about this backstage information. Bai Qing shook his phone. No one wants to be subjected to such cyberbullying, right? I told them, if anyone dares to harass you offline again, I will put her in my video. A hint of coldness flashed in Bai Qing's eyes. She was usually easygoing, but now she had a bit of a cold air. Chen Hao opened his mouth and asked, are those people in the fan club willing too? Although the people in the fan club are your ardent fans, they regard your happiness as their own happiness. Bai Qing moved closer to Chen Hao, paying attention to his expression. As long as the person I love is happy, I'll feel happy. Do you understand? That's really great. Great. Chen Hao smiled and looked directly at Bai Qing. As far as I'm concerned, if you like something, you must get it. Bai Qing felt a little embarrassed when he stared at her. Step back slightly and create some distance. What if the other person doesn't like you? How will you know if you don't try? Chen Hao took a few steps forward and pushed Bai Qing against the pillar. Bai Qing was slightly surprised and wanted to retreat again, but there was no way to retreat. Chen Hao, you. Chen Hao asked bluntly, really? You don't have any feelings for me at all? Bai Qing's eyes were wandering. It didn't work to answer yes, and it didn't work to answer no either. Ask her to admit her love for Chen Hao. She couldn't do it. To deny it would be too far-fetched, and secondly, I really can't bear it. She couldn't fool herself. Bai Qing took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Yes, so what? Chen Hao looked at his own reflection in Bai Qing's pupils. With a smile on her lips, this little girl actually kicked the ball over again. That's great, Chen Hao said as he leaned on the pillar with one hand, me too. The corners of Bai Qing's mouth curled up, but he quickly suppressed them. Ding! Congratulations to the host for increasing the target's intimacy value. Reward: 10 love points. Chen Hao quickly caught this detail. He continued to move closer, and Bai Qing showed no intention of dodging. Do you have to stare at me like that? Chen Hao asked with a smile. Bai Qing's eyes rolled slightly. Then what expression do you want me to have? The ambiguous atmosphere gradually increased, and the distance between the two became infinitely closer. Hey, what are you doing? Bu Chaoyu's abrupt voice sounded at the end of the corridor. Bai Qing pushed Chen Hao away and smoothed her hair. Bu Chaoyu walked closer with the clatter of her high heels. Chen Hao has been looking for you for a long time. So you're here. Bu Chaoyu naturally stood between Bai Qing and Chen Hao. That mall's notice needs a male model, and they've decided on you. I haven't agreed yet, and you've already made the decision for me. We're just friends. Bu Chaoyu said with a hint of pride. Bai Qing, what are you doing here? Shoot a vlog. Oh, let me see too. The two of them huddled together to watch the video, like two kittens licking each other's fur. Bu Chaoyu laughed out loud from time to time, as if he and Bai Qing were close friends. Unexpected harmony. This shouldn't be the state of love rivals meeting. Master, your title of Master of Balance allows you to get along easily between the two goddesses. So what is their relationship now? Sisters. Chapter 32 System Upgrade, but street lights should be installed. Sisters. Ah, is that what the sister meant? Late at night, Chen Hao tossed and turned in bed. I-chan, when you say sisterhood, do you mean friendship? I-chan sat on the desk, swinging her feet and thinking about her words. Actually, it's more like family. Family. Chen Hao's original family had parents who died early and left him a large sum of money. But money could not bring him the warmth of home. Unexpectedly, the Chen Hao who traveled through time had a similar experience as him. Family. What a rare word. Master, you have a lot of love points now. Do you want to upgrade the system again? Huh, the system can actually be upgraded. Of course, after the upgrade, the system will have more projects. Let me show you. Previously, Chen Hao's rewards were all from the system mall's roulette wheel draw, but he didn't expect that there would now be an upgraded service. As soon as he finished speaking, a picture of a shopping mall appeared in front of his eyes, which looked very much like a game world. But there is only one item for sale here. System upgrade. Love points, 50,000. Tear it apart. Chen Hao took a breath of cold air. 50,000 love points is not a small amount. Just hand over half of the inventory. Chan snuggled into Chen Hao's arms and said coquettishly, "Master, this is great value for money." Chen Hao focused his attention on the words, system upgrade, and found the explanation. System upgrade. The intimacy value is dynamic and immediately displays the intimacy value increased due to interaction. Love points are now divided into smaller groups. The love points gained through interaction will change with the increase in intimacy. They are no longer a uniform 10 points. The love point penalty is locked and no longer triggers exponential love point deductions. The goddess's information can be unlocked and viewed directly with love points, no longer restricted by intimacy value. Unlock the mall. You can purchase system online items at any time, no longer relying on lottery. With so many benefits, it seems that upgrading is imperative. Otherwise, the current love points are just used to exchange for money. Money. How can you still be short of money if you have the love of a goddess? Zhang Dequan is a lady from a wealthy family, and she still owes me this little money. Of course, you can say that I, Chen Hao, am a gigolo. But I, Chen Hao, have the capital. Chen Hao touched his chin, thought for a moment, and chose. Upgrade system. Consume 50,000 love points. Your current accumulated love points, 42,790. The love sauce in his arms disappeared instantly, and then the blue interface of the system appeared in front of Chen Hao. System upgrade. Congratulations, the system upgrade was successful. Function unlocked. Dynamic intimacy value, segmented love points, and locked love point penalties. Goddess information points exchange has been opened. Mall is now open. Chen Hao couldn't wait to retrieve Bai Qing's information. Bai Qing is a B-level goddess. Logically speaking, the cost of unlocking her information should be the lowest. Name, Bai Qing. Age, 19. Purity, 100%. Strategy level, 20. Attribute skills, intimacy value is too low to view. Other information, intimacy value is too low to view. Intimacy value, 25. Friend level. Current task. Side quest optional, become a lover with Bai Qing. She's eager to date you. Daily task. Operate the account with Bai Qing, current stage about to be completed. Chen Hao tried to focus on other information. The system immediately pops up a dialog box. Other information can be unlocked, requiring love points, 10,000. Attribute skills can be unlocked, requiring love points, 20,000. Blanche. This is not cheap at all. Chen Hao no longer dared to imagine what the price of S-level cloth would be. But he still opened Bu Chaoyu's information sheet without giving up. The other information over there needs to be unlocked 100,000. That's right, 5 zeros, 100,000. Wu Meng, as an A-level goddess, needs 50,000. Damn this system, it looks a bit like a profiteer. Chen Hao entered the mall and saw only an option box in the middle of the mall, and of course, only one item. Is this mall closed down? Haha, master, you're really humorous. Chan reappeared and chuckled, that's because your mall is only level 1, so it only refreshes one item. What? This thing will refresh. Chen Hao widened his eyes. Chan stretched out 2 fingers and enlarged the system interface. There is indeed a countdown in the upper right corner, but it is relatively small and not easy to find. Countdown. 6 days, 23 hours, 55 minutes, 26 seconds. Now the countdown is still ticking away. Chan, you mean the new item won't be refreshed until a week later, and only one will be refreshed, right? Chan smiled. This is the devil's smile. The smile of a profiteer. A malicious smile. Ideographic period. Master, please don't slander me in your heart. Our mall can also be upgraded. With each level up, more items will be added. Chan called up the mall upgrade interface. Level 1. 1 item, level 2, 3 items, level 3, 5 items. There are 5 levels in total, which means that there will be 9 items in the mall at most. It takes 20,000 love points to reach level 2. Even if I reach level 5, what if I don't like any of the 9 items? Wouldn't that be a waste of a week? It's okay, we provide acceleration card. Chan waved her hand and the lottery interface appeared. Currently, you can only draw on the lottery interface, but the mall will sometimes add new items. Chen Hao looked carefully and found that unlike before when one had to complete special tasks to be eligible for the lottery, now love points can also be used for the lottery. 10,000. What's even funnier is that the lucky draw wheel that uses love points actually has a large grid with the words, "Thank you for participating." Chen Hao sighed heavily and looked at Chan, who was showing off enthusiastically. He asked coldly, Chan, do you know that you'll be hung on the streetlight if you act like this? Street lights. What street lights? Chan blinked her eyes. Our system currently doesn't allow you to purchase real-world items. Master, if you need it, you can exchange your love points for cash. Buy street lights, Ju mi. Chen Hao felt his blood rushing up and couldn't help but clench his fists. Although he was also a hateful exploiter in his previous life, he still admitted that he was inferior to the person next to him. I say, are there any newbie benefits? After upgrading the system, there should be some kind of reward, like the $6 gift pack you get after downloading a game. I guarantee it. Chan waved her hand again, and the system mall appeared again. This is a limited item, the Goddess Radar, and it's considered an extremely rare item. Master, please consider it. Chapter 33 for you, all for you. Goddess Radar can detect goddesses within 500 meters. No need to touch them anymore to add goddesses to your collection. Note: this product can be continuously upgraded. The higher the level, the longer the detection distance. Goddess Radar. Love points consumed, 10,000. Seeing Chen Hao hesitate, Zhang quickly added, Master, as long as you have this, it will be of great benefit to you in completing your collection of goddesses. Chen Hao narrowed his eyes and thought carefully. As long as you have this Goddess Radar, you can find the goddess even without touching her, and you can also receive tasks. Good. Purchasing Goddess Radar consumes 10,000 love points. Your current accumulated love points are 32,790. Thank you for your purchase. This time, Zhang fell into Chen Hao's arms. That night, Chen Hao finally rolled a 6, and Zhang rolled several 3s. When Chan rolled 3 on the third round, she finally sighed as if giving up. She begged, Master, do you really not need to rest? Chen Hao curled his lips, looked at the moonlight outside the window, and said with a smile, the moonlight is so beautiful tonight, are you really going to let it down? But I really can't play flying chess anymore. Chan licked her tongue. Is that so? Chen Hao leaned close to her and whispered in her ear, we should play some more advanced games. Chan nodded continuously, her tongue was almost numb and she really needed a rest. She would agree to whatever the request was. What's more, there is a system. Chen Hao touched Zhang's head, and Zhang leaned obediently in his arms. Don't worry, you don't need to move anywhere this time. Chan blinked her eyes. Master Chan, are you telling the truth? Of course, there's a saying that goes, the man drives the car. The man moves, the car doesn't. The next morning, Chen Hao got up and folded the quilt with full energy. Chan looked like she was about to die. Master Chan, why are you so tired even though the car isn't moving? Chen Hao smiled and said, maybe I didn't refuel enough. You should rest more. He snapped his fingers and Chan disappeared. The system is really amazing. Before, playing flying chess would make Chen Hao overwhelmed. But after the power boost, even after driving his beloved car all night, Chen Hao still felt refreshed when he woke up the next day. Chen Hao clenched his fist and felt endless power. Master, your physical strength limit is only 2 nights at most. Take care of your health and drive moderately. Chan, just take a good rest. Chen Hao was communicating with Zhang in his mind, and when he came down, he happened to run into Wu Meng busy in the kitchen. The fragrant aroma stimulates people's appetite. Auntie, why are you making fried eggs? Chen Hao stood by the coffee machine, pressed the button, and waited for the cup to be filled. Wu Meng held 2 chopsticks, her attention focused. This is the scrambled egg I learned recently. It's very different. As the 2 chopsticks continue to rotate, the small frying pan also turns. The egg has wrinkles like cloth. Wow, Chen Hao leaned against the cupboard, admiring Wu Meng's superb cooking skills. Auntie, are you learning this to launch a new dish in the cafe? This one is not suitable for the coffee shop. It has a smell. Wu Meng twisted the chopsticks and a piece of scrambled egg was ready. She poured the egg over the rice on the plate. Chen Hao naturally came to Wu Meng and poured the curry from the big pot on her. A fragrant curry rice is ready. It's okay to have this in a cafe. Chen Hao looked at the golden egg skin. It's so tempting. It's a good choice. Wu Meng said seriously. The aroma of curry and the taste of coffee mixed together, the smell is very messy. Besides, if you prepare one more category, you have to prepare extra vegetables. It's very troublesome. Chen Hao nodded. Indeed, this would increase the cost a lot. In his previous life, Chen Hao had no experience in running a restaurant. His experience is in investment and management, so he doesn't need to worry about such details and frontline production matters. Then Auntie, why do you want to learn this? Faced with Chen Hao's insistence on asking the truth, Wu Meng smiled helplessly. She raised the corners of her mouth and pursed her lips. She looked a little shy and a little embarrassed, but more of a heart-warming beauty. For you, so you can have a taste. After Wu Meng finished speaking, he exerted force with the chopsticks in his hand and the egg skin broke. She sighed softly and placed the failed creation on her plate. Xiaohao, you'll have to learn how to run a cafe slowly, Wu Meng said as she washed the dishes. When you grow up, you'll have to run the cafe yourself. Chen Hao's heart trembled, and his hand holding the plate shook slightly. Could it be that Wu Meng has given up on taking away my property? My main quest was successful. Main mission, protect your property. Failure will result in imprisonment. Remember, failure is absolutely not an option. No, the main quest remains unchanged. Chen Hao glanced at Wu Meng who was reaching out to take the plate beside him. She looked calm and there was nothing unusual about her. Who else would take my money? My money. Before he could think about it, Wu Meng quickly took the plate. Be careful. You're so clumsy. Your mother wasn't as good as you in carrying dishes when she was young. The two came to the table, set the tableware, and started eating. Chen Hao has the original owner's memories in his mind, but there is no memory of his mother's youth. My mother, what kind of person is she? She's a very energetic and cheerful person. Wu Meng took a bite of vegetables. Whenever she appears, she'll be the brightest star in the crowd. And I just like looking at her. Maybe it's a habit. I want to be like her. Wu Meng reminisced while eating. Chen Hao's mother is older than her and treats her like a little sister. Whatever problems arise in the cafe can be easily solved. I admired her, and the man I ended up falling in love with was the same. Wu Meng smiled bitterly, but when she said these things, there was a hint of calmness in her tone. It's all over. Right? Chen Hao asked. Yes, it's all in the past. I'm looking forward now. Wu Meng looked at Chen Hao in front of him with relief in his eyes. Chen Hao looked at Wu Meng's straightforward gaze without avoiding it at all. Wu Mengshan felt embarrassed, so she lowered her head and started eating quickly. After she finished eating, she thought about her words and said, Xiaohao, you are getting older. Maybe it's time for you to date a girl. The topic changed so quickly that Chen Hao felt his brain was at a loss. Auntie knows you're young and hot-tempered, but it's not good. Do you understand? Wu Meng's face turned red and his voice became lower and lower as he spoke. She squirmed in her chair like a child who had done something wrong. Auntie, what are you talking about? Wu Meng said awkwardly, I think you need to read a quiet book sometimes. Especially at night. Chapter 34, Because I like you so I test you. Talk about girlfriend. Read a quiet book. What is going on? Even more confusing than the Wonglongjong Bluetooth headset. Chen Hao sighed. Wrong. Looking at Wu Meng's awkward look, Chen Hao reacted. She also said, night. Bang. The plate he picked up was slammed back down on the table. The plate was very strong and did not break, but Wu Meng's heart trembled. What happened? It is said that the thoughts of young people are difficult to understand, and that people at this age have strong self-esteem and want to save face. Wu Meng hesitated for a long time before he said it. There are some things that are really inconvenient for her as a woman. Auntie doesn't blame you. Auntie can understand. But no, she couldn't understand a thing. I just want you to take care of yourself. One night. Not a quarter of an hour. It's all night long. But looking at Chen Hao who couldn't even hold the plate in front of him, Wu Meng didn't care about anything else. Some things just have to be said. Go ahead with it. In fact, Chen Hao also didn't know how to deal with such a thing. In this life, Chen Hao has a nominal father, Chen Zhanfeng. In his somewhat vague memories of his youth, this man did have some father-son conversations with him. Besides, Chen Hao's parents died early in his previous life, so he relied on instinct and the internet for matters in this regard. But these are things between men. Chen Hao secretly glanced at the shy Wu Meng out of the corner of his eye. After all, no one would talk about this with the opposite sex. She is also a person who has never been married or had children, and even purity, 100%. Aunt Wu Meng loves Chen Zhanfeng so much that it is probably impossible for her to fall in love with someone else. Although she always calls her Aunt Wu Meng, the two of them are only a dozen years apart in age. In today's society, no one who is good at sweet-talking and good at handling things would call a 33-year-old woman auntie. That is to say, Chen Hao swallowed his saliva. This is a completely inexperienced driver. Are you trying to teach experienced drivers how to drive correctly? No, Wu Meng probably doesn't have a driver's license at all. I mean, Wu Meng tucked her hair behind her ears, I should go to bed early at night. Wu Meng bit her lips lightly, her eyes wandering. Like a child who has done something wrong. Chen Hao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha 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 ha, I get it. Hearing Chen Hao's laughter, Wu Mengxiang immediately found a crack in the ground to crawl into. She turned quickly, but he slipped. Chen Hao quickly grabbed her waist and asked, "Why are you still so careless?" As Chen Hao tightened his arms, the distance between the two people became closer and closer. Wu Meng subconsciously turned his face and said, all right, let go. I'd better not call you auntie anymore. Chen Hao half-jokingly said, I'm calling you old, and you're getting more and more clumsy. Wu Meng raised his face unconvincedly. Don't talk nonsense, after all, I am the elder. Then I'll call you sister, okay. This is Chen Hao's purpose. He wanted to be closer to her. His eyes were full of sincerity. Wu Meng was silent, not knowing how to respond. Chen Hao continued, nowadays, it's only appropriate for elementary school students to call you auntie, right? Wu Meng nodded softly as a sign of approval. Because Wu Meng's strategy level is already very high, as long as the request is not excessive, it is unlikely to be rejected. Ding! Congratulations to Master Wu Meng for increasing her intimacy by 10. Reward: 200 love points. System has been upgraded, intimacy value increased, A-level goddess corresponding love point reward x20. Sister Wu Meng, your scrambled eggs are delicious. Chen Hao is never stingy with praise. Xiaohao, don't be so smooth talking. Wu Meng is still that shy person. This side of him was only shown in front of Chen Hao. I'll go clean up the dishes. I'm coming too. Water flows continuously from the faucet. Chen Hao stood by the sink and washed carefully. Wu Meng wanted to do something but was blocked by him several times. Wu Meng felt a little embarrassed and could only listen to the sound of water. You're an adult now. When I have time, I'll transfer the house and the cafe's deeds to you. Wu Meng's fingertips stroked the table. This originally belonged to you. I'm just keeping it for you. Chen Hao's hands paused slightly while he was washing the dishes. He put the porcelain plates in his hands back on the dishwashing rack beside him and asked, what about you? Me? Wu Meng took a deep breath. Let's leave it this way for now. You'll have to find time to manage the coffee shop. Fortunately, you've been working there part-time, so it won't be difficult. Chen Hao called the system and retrieved Wu Meng's information. The main quest corresponding to her information bar is still there. So why did she leave? What happens next? What happens after I have full control over the coffee shop? Chen Hao wiped the water droplets off the porcelain plate. Try your best to act nonchalant. After that, I might want to go out and take a look. Wu Meng looked out the window. My mission is completed. I think I will go traveling. I want to see the world covered in snow, the scorching desert, and go diving in the sea. Something I haven't done. Chen Hao interrupted. Alone. Yes, alone. Chen Hao looked at the strategy level, 55 in Wu Meng's information column. I am so important to her, why would she want to leave? Chen Hao felt a little angry and felt like he was being played with. Could this number be fake? I-Chan also said that the numerical calculation here is the result of speculation. I won't let you go. Chen Hao said firmly. His voice was low, and even he didn't expect it to be like this. The command words just came out of his mouth. Why? Yes, why? He is just your mother's friend. He has taken care of you for several years and now plans to return your family property to you. I just want to leave, so what right do I have to say no? Chen Hao put down the rag and placed his hands on the table. He said coldly, it's not safe for you as a girl. Wu Meng laughed and said, I'm more than 10 years older than you, and you actually said I'm a girl. Chen Hao turned around and stared at her, but met Wu Meng's complicated eyes. Panic, worry, doubt and strong reluctance. She wasn't really leaving. It's a temptation. Sister Wu Meng, Chen Hao approached her, I won't let you go no matter what. Remember, I said I wanted to be able to eat the breakfast you made for me forever. Unless you don't want to. As for the trips you mentioned, we can go to the north during my winter vacation this year. Don't worry, I'm here. Chen Hao didn't know why Wu Meng was so sad all of a sudden. But he knew that women were emotional creatures. All he had to do was to catch her emotions and give her a sense of security. Xiaohao, Wu Meng mumbled and couldn't say a complete sentence for a long time. Chapter 35 Old Qian's laughter. Her voice was filled with tears. She was afraid and worried. The closer they were, the more she feared the moment of separation. It's great to meet you. She bit her lower lip and said softly. Chen Hao could no longer control himself and hugged her tightly. Remember, this is my home only when you are here. If you leave, it's just an empty house. The longer Chen Hao spent with Wu Meng, the more he could feel her uneasiness. Like a little rabbit ready to escape at any time, it vigilantly observes its surroundings. Perhaps only time and sufficient companionship can make her feel completely at ease. The end of the October holiday is also the time for dinner as agreed with Bu Chaoyu. That evening, Bu Chaoyu's special car came to pick up Chen Hao. Bu Chaoyu looked serious, as if he was going not to a restaurant but to a place of execution. Relax, your face is so tense. Chen Hao stretched out his hands and wanted to rub her. Bu Chaoyu immediately put on the defensive. Don't do that, I specially asked the stylist to do this makeup for me today. Chen Hao spread his hands and said, whatever. Can't you tell me where you're going? Bu Chaoyu sighed. It's not that I don't want to tell you, I just found out about it. As he spoke, Bu Chaoyu handed over the phone. The screen shows the email app, the sender is Dave, the editor of Milan Rising Star, and the location is Zhongyan Restaurant. This is not a place to eat river food. The Zhong here refers to Zhong City. Zhongyan Restaurant, the largest restaurant in Zhong City. Such a luxurious experience, will your company reimburse the entire cost? Dave paid for this meal. Bu Chaoyu leaned back in his chair, very proud. Cao Cao must have told him about us. Ah, he really knows his stuff. But Chen Hao doesn't think so. First of all, Bu Chaoyu is not an international superstar, he is just an ordinary person. There's no reason why the editor would be so enthusiastic. Secondly, there is a special task given by the system Mysterious Banquet. Please protect Bu Chaoyu and yourself at the banquet and try to escape unscathed. This mission doesn't sound like a good thing at all. It may even affect personal safety. The car stopped in front of the hotel and the doorman trotted over to open the door. Bu Chaoyu got out of the car in high heels, followed closely by Chen Hao. Bu Chaoyu naturally took Chen Hao's arm and they entered Zhongyan Restaurant. Entering the hall, the front desk is in front, with sofas and coffee tables on both sides. The first floor of Zhongyan Restaurant is for guests to wait. This place requires reservations and does not accept individual visitors. Do you have an appointment, please? The receptionist had delicate makeup on and was a beauty. But Chen Hao's goddess radar did not respond. It seems that the person in front of me is not up to the goddess level of the system. Well, Dave has an appointment at 7 p.m. Bu Chaoyu replied indifferently. Okay, please follow me. The waiter personally led the two people to the restaurant. You've booked a Huayang restaurant, the waiter said, pushing open the door to the private room. There's already a guest inside. What the two of them saw was a folding screen of mountains and rivers, faintly revealing the shapes of the people inside. The waiter bowed and left. The two walked further in and saw several well-trimmed green plants on the right. Looking in this direction, there is a path covered by 2 rows of green plants and bonsai, leading to a door. There should be another entrance to facilitate the entry and exit of staff. Turning a corner along the screen, there is a throne-like chair, which seems a bit abrupt. Turn left again and you will finally arrive at the round table. Sitting in the seat is Cao Cao. He was wearing a rose-red suit today and had his hair permed and dyed. It seemed that he had dressed up carefully. Oh, my dear Yuyu, and, Cao Cao scratched his hair, that. Chen Hao. Chen Hao gave his name. Several people sat down. Bu Chaoyu naturally stuck close to Cao Cao, trying to find out information about Dave. Yeah, you're finally here. Xiaohao showed her teeth and claws, obviously wanting to touch Chen Hao, but there was a piece of cloth between them. Chen Hao was not interested in such small talk. He carefully looked at the layout of the box. This place is similar to the White Horse Club, both of which are designed with great emphasis on privacy. The entire round table is wrapped by 2 folding screens. The outside cannot see the inside, and the inside cannot see the outside. This area takes up about 2/3 of the entire box. How? We are a good match today, don't you think? Xiaohao's voice suddenly came from the side. At some point, this man came to his side. Xiaohao sprayed some weird perfume again today, which made Chen Hao's nose itchy. He covered his mouth and nose. Xiaohao, I'm going to sneeze. Xiaohao jumped up. He spent a lot of time working on this look today. But when he stood up, he pressed Chen Hao's shoulder, not knowing whether intentionally or unintentionally. Chen Hao got goosebumps from this touch. Sorry to have kept you waiting. A pot-bellied man appeared and interrupted everyone. Dave spoke fluent Chinese and wore a silver watch on his wrist. Chen Hao only took one look at it and knew that it must be very expensive. Ha ha ha, let the waiter serve the food. Dave laughed, and that laugh had a hint of old money. He does look like a wealthy gentleman. After a few cold dishes, the hot dishes were served. As a dish of steamed turbot was served, the melodious sound of a pipa came to my ears. Chen Hao thought of the inappropriate armchair by the door, and thought it was prepared for the performers. Looking from this side of the screen, a graceful figure appears and disappears. The delicate hands plucked the strings of the piano, and the pleasant sound was intoxicating. The goddess radar also reacted at this time. Ding! A capturable target has been detected. Target is B level. The information screen displayed by the system appeared in front of Chen Hao. Name: Sun Jiaxin. Age: 20. Purity: 100%. Strategy degree: 0. Attribute skills: intimacy value is too low, the host cannot view. Other information: intimacy value is too low, host cannot view. Intimacy value: O, passerby level. Current task. Side quest optional difficult situation. Sun Jiaxin is currently in trouble. Contact her to learn more about her story. Daily task: order a song. Start interacting with Sun Jiaxin. It seems that the pianist playing the music is the new goddess. Chen Hao used the excuse of going to the bathroom to go to the other side of the screen. Sure enough, sitting on the armchair was a beautiful woman wearing a green cheongsam and with her hair tied up. Her oval face and willow-shaped eyebrows make her a typical Zhongyan beauty. Her name tag read, Sun Jiaxin. Switch to a more cheerful tune. Sun Jiaxin raised her head and saw the person's face clearly. Her pupils dilated, but she suppressed them. She has served many customers here, but this is the first time she has served such a handsome one. Chapter 36 Old White Man Takes My Punch. Yes, sir. She tried to calm down. When the piano music sounded again, Chen Hao's system reward had arrived. Ding! Congratulations to Master Sun Jiaxin for increasing her intimacy by 20. Reward: 200 love points. System upgraded, intimacy increased, B-level goddess corresponding love point reward x10. After 3 rounds of drinks, Dave said kindly, I should have seen your information a long time ago. I'm very pleased to meet you in person. Bu Chaoyu's eyes were filled with joy, as if he had already stood at the pinnacle of stars. But there are some things that we still need you two to discuss with us. Bu Chaoyu looked at Xiaohao in confusion. Xiaohao just smiled flatteringly. Chen Hao's heart sank. It was clear what they were going to face next. Unspoken rules. Chen Hao looked around at the 4 people at the table. 4-player landlord game. It seems that the landlord is Bu Chaoyu. No, Chen Hao looked at Xiaohao again, and his ambiguous smile was directed at him. Hey, Chen Hao sighed and stood up. Let's go. Bu Chaoyu, however, was sitting there, not moving at all. Chen Hao reached out his hand, shook her shoulders a few times, and said coldly, let's go. Do you want to stay? After this push, she found that Bu Chaoyu's body was limp. Chen Hao looked at the 2 people angrily. Dave waved his hand, still with that kind face, we don't mean to force you. Look, aren't you still okay? Dave raised his glass and took a sip. This is a rare opportunity. If you don't want to, just take her and leave. Chen Hao clenched his fists and really wanted to punch Lao Deng in the face. Chen Hao, Bu Chaoyu grabbed Chen Hao's arm at this time. Chen Hao quickly sat down and checked on the dizzy Bu Chaoyu. Fortunately, she held him back. After this punch, Bu Chaoyu's star career would probably be over. Bu Chaoyu used his remaining strength to pull Chen Hao to his side and said close to him. "Don't let them go." Chen Hao's eyes widened. Bu Chaoyu really wanted to stand on the stage of the fashion circle. With this punch, the ladder going up was broken. "It doesn't matter. There's no point in going up like this. Well, I will definitely send you up there and make you an international supermodel in the future." Chen Hao clenched his fists and grabbed Cao Cao's newly permed hair, just like grabbing a bunch of stray hair. "Ah, what are you doing? Go ahead." Chen Hao threw Cao Cao out, and it hit the screen. Ding! Congratulations to Master Zhongbu for surpassing the intimacy value by 5. Reward: 150 love points. System upgraded, intimacy increased, S-level goddess corresponding love point reward x30. The screen fell down, revealing Sun Jiaxin, whose face was filled with shock. She stood there holding the pipa, as if she was under a spell of immobilization. Next came Dave, who looked stunned. I'm just making a suggestion. You can choose not to." Before he could finish his words, Chen Hao's casserole-sized fist hit him in the face. "Ah!" Dave covered his face with his hands, blood flowing from the gaps between his fingers. Chen Hao clearly heard a click sound, and the old white man's nose was probably broken. Ding! Congratulations to Master Zhongbu for surpassing the intimacy value by 5. Reward: 150 love points. System upgraded, intimacy increased, S-level goddess corresponding love point reward x30. Let's go. Chen Hao picked up Bu Chaoyu. Bu Chaoyu was almost unconscious at this time. Chen Hao wanted to walk through the passage with 2 rows of green plants so as to attract less attention. But he was stopped by Sun Jiaxin. "That's a dead end. You have to go out the same way you came in." "What?" Chen Hao was puzzled. He originally thought that it was the employee passage. Sun Jiaxin had a complicated expression. "That's the resting place. I'll take you somewhere else." A place to rest. The corner of Chen Hao's mouth twitched. These 2 bad guys, this is a naked conspiracy. If Chen Hao had not participated in the filming that day, Bu Chaoyu would have had to face everything alone today. The consequences are unbearable to contemplate. The 3 of them went out the same way they came, thanks to the privacy of Zhongyan restaurant. The journey was smooth and unobstructed. I didn't meet any hotel staff, nor even any guests. When they arrived at the hotel lobby, Sun Jiaxin stopped. "I'll just drop it off here. I have to go to work." She stood in a strange, self-conscious manner. Only then did Chen Hao notice that she was wearing a pair of high heels and jogging all the way, which was quite difficult for her. "Thank you," Chen Hao said gratefully. He walked forward a few steps while holding Bu Chaoyu, then stopped again. "Wait a minute. Give me your phone." Sun Jiaxin handed over her phone in a daze. "My name is Chen Hao, and I'm from Zhong University. If you run into any trouble later, you can come to this address to find me." Chen Hao gave Sun Jiaxin his cell phone number and address. "What does this mean? Silly girl. 2 of the guests in the private room you were serving were beaten, and 2 ran away. Do you think your boss won't question you?" Sun Jiaxin looked like a newborn calf that was not afraid of a tiger. "I'll tell you the truth then. I heard it all clearly." Chen Hao smiled meaningfully. "You've only been working in a place like this for a few days, right?" Sun Jiaxin nodded without hesitation. High-end restaurants like Zhongyanrenjia serve the upper class. What these people care about most is privacy, and it is impossible for them to allow this service staff to talk nonsense everywhere. For those people, the truth is unimportant and facts can be written by anyone. Chen Hao sighed and told Sun Jiaxin this, but she didn't understand it for a while. "Anyway, if you have any trouble, remember to come to me." Chen Hao left these words and quickly went out with Bu Chaoyu. When he went out, the doorman naturally came to help him open the door. He looked as if he was used to it. How could it become like this? As soon as Chen Hao and Bu Chaoyu got into the nanny car, the accompanying staff asked anxiously. "Don't mention it. They're just 2 old perverts. Just drive Bu Chaoyu home." Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the special mission, Mysterious Banquet. Rewards: 500 love points, 10 transcendence points, 1 lottery draw. Only after hearing the system's voice did Chen Hao feel relieved. This incident is finally over. He glanced at Bu Chaoyu who seemed to be sleeping in his arms, and felt a little relieved. The car started and drove towards a mansion in the north of the city. When the big iron gate slowly opened, what came into view was a huge lawn. I never thought that there would be such a manor in the north center of Zhong City where every inch of land is valuable. Chen Hao always thought that this was a park, but unexpectedly, it was a private residence. Bu Chaoyu finally woke up slowly at this time. Hey, why are you home? Why don't you go home? It's so late. Bu Chaoyu raised his wrist and took a look. Chapter 37. Please stay with me. 936. Don't you have a nightlife? No, okay. Bu Chaoyu curled his lips unhappily. Did you get shot? Let's not talk about Dave for now. Chow, you've been with him for so long, don't you think he's weird? Bu Chaoyu smiled sheepishly. Oh, I've only worked with him a few times. I thought he was a passionate person. Besides, didn't we just escape danger? Don't you think what happened today was exciting and interesting? Bu Chaoyu became happier as he spoke, as if the danger just now was an illusion. Bu Chaoyu. Chen Hao's angry roar scared everyone in the car. Bu Chaoyu stammered, what are you doing? You're so scary. Chen Hao said in a low voice, do you think what happened tonight is interesting? Bu Chaoyu muttered, I know it's dangerous, but judging by the outcome. Stop quibbling. Chen Hao said sternly, safety first, especially for girls. Do you understand? What's wrong with girls? Didn't you get noticed today? Chen Hao took a deep breath. He realized that Bu Chaoyu was like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. It seems you won't understand unless you take it seriously. Chen Hao quickly approached Bu Chaoyu and rubbed her face hard. Stop it, I don't understand. Save Gu's life. The driver was driving calmly, and Bu Chaoyu's secretary was playing with his mobile phone in the passenger seat and didn't want to care about this matter at all. Or maybe, someone will finally appear to punish Bu Chaoyu, and they will be so happy. Will you dare to be so careless in the future? How could I have let my guard down? Chen Hao increased his efforts. Bu Chaoyu's mouth was almost rubbed into the shape of a chicken's butt. Stop messing with me, then tell me you'll be more careful next time. I know. Chen Hao's hand also stopped at this time. Bu Chaoyu's face was flushed and her makeup was smudged. The lipstick flew out. How disgusting. Bu Chaoyu picked up the tissue and wiped it bit by bit. Let me do it. Chen Hao stretched out his hand, and Bu Chaoyu turned his back to him. Let me do it. I can see it better. Bu Chaoyu hesitated slightly, and finally handed over the tissue reluctantly. Chen Hao held her chin with his hand and wiped off the red lipstick marks bit by bit. Are you ready? Don't talk. Chen Hao stared at Bu Chaoyu's red lips and lightened the color a little. What color did you paint it? It's too bright. It's because we're going to a dinner party, and this way we can look more mature. Does wearing heavy makeup make you an adult? Stop lecturing me. Bu Chaoyu counterattacked subconsciously, but regretted it right after he finished speaking. If it weren't for Chen Hao today, she would not have been able to escape from there alone. She looked at Chen Hao cautiously and secretly, but saw a dagger in his eyes. Yes, I'm sorry. Bu Chaoyu said in a low voice. Chen Hao didn't say anything. He observed the scenery outside the window and couldn't help wondering why this piece of grass had been open for so long. Bu Chaoyu thought he was still angry and quickly said, this matter is indeed very serious. I shouldn't take my own safety lightly. Bu Chaoyu said a lot of things, but Chen Hao didn't respond. Angry. Hey, I'm already like this, what else do you want from me? Bu Chaoyu squeezed in next to Chen Hao and looked out the window. We're almost there. This road is indeed a bit long. Because we came in through the back door. Chen Hao understood that the main gate of this mansion was on the north side, so they had to go around in a big circle when coming from the south. Do you talk like this to others? Chen Hao said coldly, you just said you would pay attention to the safety of your daughter. His eyes were fixed on the two people's arms pressed together. Bu Chaoyu turned around and said word by word, you are not someone else. Chen Hao still had a cold face, but there was a hint of smile in his heart. Say that again. Bu Chaoyu looked at his serious expression and suddenly felt shy for a moment. Never say good things twice. Will you tell me or not? Will you tell me or not? Chen Hao reached out again to grab Bu Chaoyu's face. I don't care what you say. Let go. Chen Hao let go. Bu Chaoyu rubbed his face, and Chen Hao said, remember what you said today. The car finally stopped at the main gate. A man in a tuxedo hurried over to open the door. "Miss, you're back." The man bent down slightly and blocked the car frame with his hands. "Yeah." Bu Xiaoyu didn't even look at him. Chen Hao didn't move. "I feel relieved that you are here. It's time for me to go back." Bu Xiaoyu hurriedly said, "What do you mean? Are you going back?" Chen Hao nodded and prepared to close the car window. Bu Xiaoyu flew over and pressed on the car window. "I won't allow it. You are not allowed to leave." She opened the car door and said, "Get down quickly." Chen Hao stood there in a daze, not understanding what had suddenly happened to Bu Xiaoyu. "You just said it's very late. My house is so big, it's easy to find a place for you to sleep." Chen Hao frowned slightly and was about to say something. Bu Xiaoyu was seen putting his hands together in a pleading gesture. He had no choice but to get out of the car. "Okay, then I'll send a message home later." Bu Xiaoyu took Chen Hao into a mansion that looked like a resort hotel and came to a room on the 4th floor. This is Bu Xiaoyu's bedroom. Chen Hao didn't expect Bu Xiaoyu's family to be so rich. After entering the bedroom, Bu Xiaoyu threw herself heavily onto the pink sofa. He picked up a pillow and hugged it to his chest. "Come on, there's no one else here." Chen Hao looked down at her. "Why do you insist on me staying?" I'm just worried that it's too late. It's not safe for a boy like you. To be honest." Bu Xiaoyu raised his head and said cautiously, "Oh, I'm scared." Afraid? Chen Hao looked around. He couldn't see anything scary in this pink-themed princess house. Bu Xiaoyu said embarrassedly, "It's too big here, so I'm scared. This is really too Versailles." Chen Hao couldn't help but think of his bedroom, which he could see with just a quick glance. Compared with what Bu Xiaoyu has now, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a rat's nest. "Aren't you claustrophobic? How come you can't even grow up?" "Yeah, that's right," Bu Xiaoyu said angrily, "it's too big. I always feel like someone is hiding there to harm me. Or maybe there's some monster." Chen Hao smiled bitterly. "You don't think I will believe it? There's no reason for me to lie to you. Yes, you want me to stay with you. You are attracted by my beauty." As he spoke, Chen Hao suddenly sat down next to Bu Xiaoyu. "Is that right?" Chapter 38. Tell me what the answer is. Bu Xiaoyu's brows twitched, as if he had made some kind of decision. He pounced into Chen Hao's arms. Okay, I admit it. I just want you to stay with me. It's actually not that comfortable to hold Bu Xiaoyu in your arms. Because you are already controlling your diet and combining it with the innate golden ratio. She is like a bamboo pole. Of course, the fashion world loves this feeling. She was so proactive that she couldn't get Chen Hao to do anything. But Bu Xiaoyu's expression just now was not as willing as she said. "What is this guy up to? Please." Bu Xiaoyu rubbed against Chen Hao's body. Since she could say such words, it seemed that Chen Hao had to stay today. "Just answer me one question and I'll stay." Bu Xiaoyu stopped and said seriously, "Don't mention just one, 100 will do." "Who do you usually sleep with?" I'm alone." Chen Hao frowned. I don't usually live here." Bu Xiaoyu said embarrassedly, "Because I would be scared to live here. I live in an apartment in front of the school." "You mean you're afraid, so you don't live in your own bedroom and rent a house outside?" No, that apartment has already been bought." "Did you buy it just because you were scared?" "About the same. Actually, I personally prefer smaller houses." Chen Hao took a deep breath. This damn rich second generation. Although he was also a rich second generation before, he was not as damnable as Bu Xiaoyu. Because in his previous life, Chen Hao was not from a wealthy family like Bu Xiaoyu's. "Hey, why weren't you afraid when you were a kid?" Chen Hao looked at Bu Xiaoyu in his arms. It is impossible for such a wealthy family to live in such a large house in just one generation. It has to be the accumulation of several generations. "Because, I didn't live here when I was a kid." Bu Xiaoyu's eyes were a little embarrassed. "Okay, you've asked a lot. Don't ask any more." Chen Hao hugged her tightly, making Bu Xiaoyu unable to move. "What if I insist you tell me?" Bu Xiaoyu felt a sense of oppression. He stammered. "It's not really a secret. My mother is my father's second wife. And I was born to my mother and her ex-husband." "What?" Chen Hao didn't expect the reason to be like this. Seeing Bu Xiaoyu acting like a young lady, I thought she was really born with a silver spoon in her mouth. Then again, Chen Hao said seriously, even if I agree to let you stay, do we have to sleep in the same room? Yeah. Bu Chaoyu nodded, but then quickly shook his head, no, no. Bu Chaoyu broke free from Chen Hao's embrace and patted the soft sofa. You sleep on this sofa, I'll give you my bedmate. Who? My bedmate? Chen Hao opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say for a moment. Bu Chaoyu scolded, hey, you won't understand even if I tell you. Let me bring him over. Bu Chaoyu went into the bedroom and came out with a large stuffed dog. His name is Muffin. He's very useful. I won't be afraid as long as he's around. Chen Hao took the muffin and threw it on the ground. Muffin rolled a little on the wool carpet and then stopped moving. Hey, you. Bu Chaoyu was about to explode, but saw Chen Hao stand up. Then let this muffin accompany you. I can leave now. No, no, of course living people are better. Bu Chaoyu held Chen Hao tightly and was unwilling to let go. Please, I don't want to be alone. What exactly is going to happen? This is exactly what Chen Hao was waiting for. Muffin sleeps here and we sleep on the bed. What? Bu Chaoyu was surprised at first, then her cheeks flushed. You better not think about it. What are you talking about? Chen Hao took a step forward and lifted Bu Chaoyu up. This is what I want. You, don't be so annoying. Bu Chaoyu grabbed Chen Hao's hand, but did not try to break free. It seems like he really enjoys it. Chen Hao smiled and leaned over and said, you're trying to be nice, aren't you? Bu Chaoyu's face turned red in an instant. I don't know when it started, but Chen Hao has indeed occupied a place in my heart. She looked up at Chen Hao, feeling very conflicted. Now this feeling doesn't seem to be love, does it? But I don't know why I care. Bu Chaoyu exerted some strength on his hands at this time and hid aside. Don't talk nonsense, I just want you to stay with me. Oh, is that so? Because if I go to my apartment now, people will think it's weird. Oh, I see. And you were the one who drove the car here in the first place, right? What you said makes sense. Chen Hao paused. Bu Chaoyu, what are you thinking about? Ah, Bu Chaoyu looked flustered. You were the one who said you were reluctant to accept. I was. Chen Hao sneered, so just one word, 4 characters, can make you think so much. Would you consider changing careers and becoming a writer? Bu Chaoyu just felt embarrassed and annoyed. It felt like a firework exploded above my head. For a while, not a single word came out. Chen Hao hugged Bu Chaoyu in his arms, smiling. Can you make my muffins? Chen Hao's eyes seemed to have the charm to cast a spell on people. Bu Chaoyu slowly closed her eyes, waiting for what was coming, what she was looking forward to. Hey, why are you closing your eyes? Chen Hao's cold voice suddenly sounded above his head. Bu Chaoyu opened his eyes and met Chen Hao's angry face. Didn't I tell you to be careful? You give in too easily. Bu Chaoyu said in disbelief. No, it's not what you said, your words. Her voice became smaller and smaller. Are you different from others? So, if it's my turn, then it's okay. Chen Hao's forehead touched hers, and the distance between them was very close. Chen Hao could hear the thumping heartbeat. But he knew that this was not his heartbeat, but Bu Chao's. Your words, Bu Chaoyu's heart was beating wildly, and a sweet and suffocating feeling exploded in his heart. Even she didn't know why. I hated him so much when I first met him, and later on, he ignored me. But now, facing the other party's question, she suddenly didn't know how to answer. The beating of her chest disturbed her thoughts. Ding! Congratulations to Master Zhongbu for surpassing the intimacy value by 5. Reward: 150 love points. Chen Hao smiled slightly and stared at the girl in front of him, unwilling to miss any expression on her face. Have you thought of an answer? Chapter 39 Men are dangerous. Bu Chaoyu wanted to avoid Chen Hao's gaze, but when she turned her head, he held it firmly with 2 fingers. You should give me an answer. Woo, I haven't thought about it yet. Have you not thought it through, or do you not want to say it? Or maybe you don't dare to say it. Chen Hao has completely mastered Bu Chaoyu. This kind of girl needs to be pushed into a corner and made to face her own heart. Faced with such questioning, Bu Chaoyu actually felt a little secretly happy in his heart. She felt herself being completely watched by the man in front of her. He cares about her so much. So Bu Chaoyu can also get scared sometimes. As soon as Chen Hao asked this provocative question, Bu Chaoyu immediately took the bait. Who Who said that? Bu Chaoyu took the initiative once. The first time was in the elevator, and the second time was in my own room, right now. The difference is that Bu Chaoyu is the active party this time. The active party wants to teach this man a lesson. Hiss, ow. Chen Hao just felt as if his lower lip was stung by an insect. He subconsciously pushed Bu Chaoyu away. He touched the painful wound with his index finger. What are you doing? Bu Chaoyu licked his lips and smiled smugly. Didn't you say there's no such thing as free dining in the world? This is your fee. This woman. Chen Hao rubbed the wound. You're too vindictive. Don't stare at me. Bu Chaoyu slowly stood up. You've got a great advantage. This is my first time, no matter what. No, it was the first time I took the initiative. You must remember this well. Bu Chaoyu was grabbed by Chen Hao before he could finish his words. He pulled her hard and pressed her down on the sofa. A trace of panic flashed across Bu Chaoyu's eyes, but he suppressed it the next second. What do you want to do? Chen Hao. The trembling in her voice still betrayed her uneasiness. Don't you think I'm not a man? Chen Hao's breath was right next to his ear, and the distance between their hearts was closer again. Bu Chaoyu opened his mouth, but could only utter this monotonous syllable, ah. Do you think Dave and I are really different in nature compared to him? Dave's sanctimonious look flashed through Bu Chaoyu's mind. Beneath the gentleman's temperament lies a vulgar nature. But the Chen Hao in front of him was not only righteous but also had no evil thoughts towards him. You won't hurt me. Oh, really? Chen Hao lowered his body and stared at Bu Chaoyu. It was like a vulture staring at its prey. Despite this kind of gaze, Bu Chaoyu did not feel scared. She just believed it in her heart. Trust that this man will not hurt himself. Because we are friends, and friends don't hurt friends, right? Do you want to be just friends? Bu Chaoyu hesitated at this question. Her true hope. Of course, we are more than just friends. However, Bai Qing popped into her mind. So she asked, what do you think? I was asking you, and you asked me. Chen Hao smiled, and then said without disguising, I don't want to be just friends. Do you understand? My answer. If you don't want to be just friends, then you won't hurt me. Right. At this time, Bu Chaoyu unexpectedly became more and more sober. Sophistry. Men are just men. At the critical moment, men won't talk to you about this kind of reasoning. Especially a man like Dave. Bu Chaoyu's eyes flickered subtly as he looked at Chen Hao. Her female intuition made her look downward. Then his face flushed. Tell me, what should we do if we really can't control it? Chen Hao gently smoothed away the loose hair on her forehead. Bu Chaoyu was speechless. Don't put yourself in danger from the beginning. Chen Hao said seriously, I'll be worried. Don't frighten the people who care about you, understand? The evening breeze blew, perhaps because it was still a bit hot in October. Bu Chaoyu was also feeling extremely hot and uncomfortable. Chen Hao. It's as if he is possessed by some kind of magic. Bu Chaoyu's arms involuntarily wrapped around Chen Hao's shoulders. So, no matter when and where you are, you must understand that you are a girl. Be careful with men at all costs. Bu Chaoyu nodded slightly and asked in a low voice, what about you? You are still different from them, right? It depends on you. I said it at the beginning. Chen Hao slowly lay down on his side. Although the sofa is large, two adults still have to squeeze together. Feeling each other's warmth. Whatever you want me to be, that's what I will be. Bu Chaoyu gritted his teeth, as if he had made a great decision. I want to be with you tonight. Just tonight. On the sofa. Is that just together? Bu Chaoyu turned his face towards the inside of the sofa and said in a muffled voice, so what else do you want? Chen Hao simply rested his chin on her shoulder and said at the back of her neck, I want to get to know you better. As soon as he finished speaking, his hands were around her waist. Bu Chaoyu did not refuse. So these hands also have more desire to explore. Have you ever heard of a kitten fishing? Yes, divide all the cards into two parts, and then you play a card and I play a card. As long as the card you play has the same value as the previous card, you can take away all the cards in the same group. When all the cards have been dealt, that party loses. It sounds like a game based entirely on luck. Maybe. But I don't think you can win. Why? You're so unlucky to meet people like Jojo and Dave. But I have you, don't I? Your good luck will help me too. When the eyes are moving and the love is deep, the eyes are the best windows to the soul. Yes, I will always protect you. Chen Hao lowered his head. This time, Bu Chaoyu felt more than just the fireworks exploding above his head. No longer is the heart pounding in my heart. It is the most primitive happiness that comes from deep within. Ding! Congratulations to Master Zhongbu for surpassing the intimacy value by 10. Reward: 300 love points, strategy points increased by 10. When Chen Hao woke up the next day, the first thing he felt was dizziness. It wasn't because I couldn't do it, but because someone really pushed me off the sofa, so I felt dizzy. Ah! Chen Hao felt like he had hit a fluffy object. He looked down and saw that it was Muffin. That giant stuffed toy dog, Bu Chaoyu's bed companion. Bu Chaoyu himself was lying on the sofa with his arms and legs spread out, snoring loudly. It seems like it was a really good night's dream. Chen Hao jumped up and pinched Bu Chaoyu's nose. Woo, woo, woo. Bu Chaoyu woke up with a frown. He glanced at Chen Hao who was standing next to him and yelled, You, hurry up and put on your clothes. Chapter 40 Bu Chaoyu and Bai Qing's sisterhood. What a fuss. Didn't you just? Before Chen Hao could finish his words, the pillow on the sofa flew onto his face. The pillow fell, hit Muffin again, and bounced off. Chen Hao saw Bu Chaoyu's face that looked like it was about to cry. All right, Chen Hao surrendered immediately, I'll go wash up. In the bathroom, Chen Hao washed up and splashed cold water on his face. When it was almost over, the figure in the mirror in front of him scared him. It is cloth beyond. How come you're standing behind me and not making any noise? Bu Chaoyu put on her clothes, a long light pink pajamas. It seems that unlike her deep facial features, she likes cute things. Don't tell anyone about our affairs. Although it was still in order, there was a hint of coquettishness in the tone. Chen Hao jokingly asked, Underground lover. I'm serious, Bu Chaoyu said with a stern face, and we're not really a couple. Chen Hao nodded and said meaningfully, I understand. I'm Muffin. Not really, Bu Chaoyu quickly denied, Muffin is just an object. Got it, living Muffin. Bu Chaoyu frowned and pouted, not really. I don't want to admit that we are lovers, but I am also unwilling to admit that we are just friends. Chen Hao wiped the water off his face and stared at Bu Chaoyu in the mirror. This looks like a greedy woman. Okay, I understand. Chen Hao said nonchalantly, we are all adults, there is no need to say too much. If there's nothing else, I'll go back. Seeing Chen Hao about to leave, Bu Chaoyu reached out and held him tightly. How can you just leave like that? It's daytime now. Could it be, Chen Hao said with a wicked smile, that you still need Muffin's company during the day? No, Bu Chaoyu was really angry, his expression serious. Have you never thought about Bai Qing? Bai Qing? Chen Hao was a little dazed. What does this have to do with her? Although it's not good to reveal my identity as having a lover, what's more important is Bai Qing. How can I manage Bai Qing's account? How could I be so selfish? What would others say about her if I told her publicly? You don't know how miserable it is for a girl to take the initiative, right? Bu Chaoyu talked a lot of gibberish, and the more Chen Hao listened, the more his brows furrowed. In his opinion, how could a super self-centered person like Bu Chaoyu think about others? Chen Hao was thankful that he didn't fast forward to White Album or go to hell to follow Cheng Ji's plot. Oh, could it be the system? I Chan said that because of the skill of Master of Keeping Balance, it is possible to balance the relationship between the two goddesses. However, looking at Bu Chaoyu who was speaking righteously. Is this what sisterhood is? I always feel like something is not right. Chen Hao raised a hand. Okay, I won't tell anyone about what happened today. Bu Chaoyu finally stopped his important speech on protecting Bai Qing. Yeah, I'm glad you understand. Bu Chaoyu crossed his arms over his chest. This way of handling things is good for both of us. But we are not just ordinary people now. So, if you have anything important to tell me, please do so. Bu Chaoyu took a step forward and said seriously. I have a feeling Jojo and Dave won't let us off that easily. Chen Hao felt that Dave's matter was over. But it was obvious that Bu Chaoyu had taken to heart his repeated warnings last night to be careful with men. He didn't refute it, but just jokingly said, then what kind of unusual relationship do we have now? Friends. Bu Chaoyu said calmly, the kind of close friends. Yeah. Bu Chaoyu's eyes flickered. After you've washed up, go to the cloakroom next door and find some suitable clothes to change into. The cloakroom is very large. In addition to Bu Chaoyu's clothes, there is also a clothes hanger that was temporarily pushed in. Above are various men's clothing. The suit Chen Hao wore last night had been ironed, put in a paper bag, and placed on the table nearby. Well, the service is just like that of a 5-star hotel. Chen Hao said to himself. It should not just be 5-star, but you also need to prepare these clothes. Chen Hao chose a set of casual everyday outfit. You can even vaguely see his chest muscles through the short-sleeved shirt, and he is wearing loose sweatpants. The two of them went to the restaurant on the 4th floor to have breakfast. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows allowed a lot of light to enter. The sunlight shining on the exquisitely presented breakfast whets one's appetite. There were only 2 people in the huge restaurant, but the warm milk showed that someone had indeed prepared everything. Chen Hao opened his phone and looked at the trending searches on Big Eyes. Just as he expected, the incident of the dinner did not appear in the entertainment news. Jojo and Dave disappeared from their lives as if they had never appeared. If someone calls you to eat, tell me first. Haha, do you want to apply to be my assistant? Bu Chaoyu was beaming with joy. Being my assistant has a lot of requirements. You will become my personal butler, taking care of my schedule and my life. Before Bu Chaoyu could finish her words, Chen Hao's cough interrupted her. Chen Hao rubbed his wrists and said with a forced smile, "Is this how you talk to me?" Bu Chaoyu felt cold sweat breaking out and immediately shut up. A few days later, after posting several videos featuring Chen Hao, Bai Qing's account has become increasingly active. Taking advantage of this momentum, Bai Qing asked Chen Hao out again today. The meeting place is at the Tonight's Dream coffee shop. Unlike his usual attire, today Bai Qing wore a pair of round black framed glasses, his hair was casually tied up with a sharp clip, he wore a white shirt on the upper body and black trousers on the lower body. It has the air of an urban white-collar worker. I almost didn't recognize you dressed like that. Bai Qing moved the notebook aside to make room for Chen Hao. Hurry up and get down to business. Chen Hao. Bai Qing's good looks naturally attracted a lot of fans. The girls' thoughts when chasing a boy are also well shown. The comment section is filled with a lot of people who support the couple. Passers-by who were torn between classmate friendship and lover added fuel to the fire in Bai Qing's video. The onlookers were keen on finding clues, and Bai Qing also cleverly set up some ambiguous links. The comments section became extremely heated. White peach grapes, how could there be a male classmate who would accompany me to film the hand gesture dance every day? It's obvious that their relationship is not simple. Ling Shui loves home dance, it's normal, my sisters and I also take pictures for fun. Babayu, she looks so masculine, she doesn't look like a sister, suspicious look. Arhu, I'm not talking about you. I mean, no one here is qualified to do a hand gesture dance with this man. Including myself, he's so handsome. Chapter 41. You call me auntie and I call you sister, each of us has our own opinion. AAA Washishi online tile laying. What's the point of having good looks? Can good looks be used as money? Wanzi loves meat. Zhongda's sign is right there, and as soon as it comes out, people are really eager to spend money. Not eating cilantro. Appearance is justice, who agrees and who disagrees. From speculation about the relationship between the two to analysis of their appearance, in short, as long as there is one topic, netizens can argue for 3 days and 3 nights. There are even more private messages in the background. In addition to messages from ordinary passers-by, there are also invitations from some small brands. Bai Qing doesn't like this kind of low-end brand that only contacts people privately. Duyong platform has its own internal business cooperation channels. Only big-name products like this are worth standing guard and endorsing. Hello, we are the Olivia Cosmetics brand, specializing in whitening skincare products. We need you to show a 30-second video of someone using our new sunscreen. We can provide the script. Is this possible? Hello, I'm Guagua Snacks. Are you interested in the new spicy snacks? Hello blogger, would you consider promoting an upcoming theatrical film? Please leave your personal contact information. Bai Qing screened them one by one, and he had to accept the advertisement. She was just confused about which brand to choose and how to choose. Chen Hao looked at Bai Qing, who was carefully screening, and said with a smile, "You called me over here just to watch you work." Bai Qing adjusted his glasses and said seriously, "This is not my job." This is our career. So, which advertiser do you want to choose? This Gua Gua snack, Bai Qing thought for a moment. From what I see backstage, most of the fans are young people, both men and women. These snacks should be a good target audience. Your thinking this way also takes into account the fanbase's sentiment. You've considered most people. It's just that the commission for these small snacks is very small, right? Bai Qing nodded. She had seen it on the platform behind the scenes. Chen Hao went on to say, the value of this account doesn't lie in the number of followers but in its commercial value. What products can be sold and how much can be sold or what big clients value. If the first ad is for snacks, it will be difficult to get high-end ads later. Besides, beautiful women eat spicy strips. Chen Hao poked Bai Qing's cheek. Do you think you are that kind of cute little girl? Then what do you think I am? Bai Qing raised his eyebrows, obviously unhappy. Suitable for a cool and refreshing style, Chen Hao looked Bai Qing up and down, but definitely not a cute style. Really? Bai Qing said indifferently. It's not that she doesn't know what style suits her, but... Bai Qing secretly glanced at Chen Hao. Boys would probably like petite and cute girls, right? What's on your mind? Nothing. Bai Qing stood up and said, then please choose our first business order. Chen Hao did not refuse and sat directly in Bai Qing's seat, swiping the mouse. This Alia Cosmetics brand is great. It's a domestic product and the price is reasonable. Chen Hao pointed at the screen, and the promotion fees for cosmetics are definitely not low. Chen Hao analyzed the price trends of different categories to Bai Qing one by one. It even explains which groups of people are targeted by different brands. Bai Qing was not completely ignorant of these things, but compared to Chen Hao, she only knew the basics. Bai Qing increasingly felt that this was not something a freshman should know. How do you know so much? Facing Bai Qing's question, Chen Hao just smiled faintly. Nothing, I just like to study this kind of knowledge. Bai Qing's eyes were filled with admiration and respect. This man is more than just handsome. In fact, how could Chen Hao, a top student at Zhang University who received a full scholarship to study here, be a fool? Cough cough. Chen Hao coughed, and Bai Qing came back to his senses. He had just had a lot of messy thoughts. I don't know what's wrong with me now. When I see him, I can't control my random thoughts. I've told you so much. Chen Hao knocked on the table. Have you listened carefully? Bai Qing nodded quickly like a chick eating rice. Then you should know that the most uncontrollable thing right now is these fans in your comment section. Just now when Chen Hao was examining the background content, he realized that the account had attracted some very extreme fans. This group of people was divided into several groups. Some only liked Bai Qing, some only liked Chen Hao, and some could only accept Chen Hao and Bai Qing appearing together. This is also the difficulty for group accounts. Chen Hao's previous investments were all in finance and real estate, and he knew nothing about entertainment. But his intuition told him that this was very dangerous. Then create a personal account for yourself. Bai Qing also saw the problem, that way everyone can get to know you. Personal account. This is indeed an idea. A large number of fans also means a large number of love points. Haha, love is so addictive that I get tired of it. Chen Hao almost sang it out. Why are you smiling foolishly? Bai Qing poked Chen Hao's cheek. This was the first time Bai Qing touched Chen Hao's skin, which was so elastic. She gently rubbed her thumb over the surface of her index finger that had just touched him, savoring the feeling. It's a good idea, but I don't know how to edit, and management will take time. As your partner, of course I'll take care of everything. Bai Qing said confidently. Of course, I'll also share the profits. There is no free lunch in the world. Chen Hao nodded. It's the same as before. I have to watch the video before it is released. Bai Qing agreed. That's natural. You two have been talking for a long time, why don't you take a break with some dessert? Wu Meng placed 2 servings of exquisite sweet soup on the table. It's 2 small coconut milk balls with cute panda-shaped ice cubes inside. Thank you, Auntie. Bai Qing took a sip. He was indeed a little thirsty after talking so much just now. Chen Hao smiled and said, from now on, just call me Sister Wu Meng. Bai Qing's hand holding the spoon paused slightly. Sister Wu Meng is not much older than us, Chen Hao explained. Calling her auntie makes her sound old. A hint of complexity and coldness flashed in Bai Qing's eyes. Haha, Bai Qing smiled a typical smile. Indeed, Sister Wu Meng looks very young. However, Bai Qing glanced at Chen Hao and Wu Meng. you call me sister, and I call you aunt. Let's not mess up the generations. Ding. Warning. Master Zhang Baiqing's intimacy value has been reduced by 5. Penalty. Love points minus 50. Ding. Warning to Master Wu Meng. Intimacy value reduced by 1. Penalty. Love points minus 20. Wu Meng said nothing and turned and left. Leaving behind was Chen Hao with an embarrassed face and Baiqing with a cold attitude. Chapter 42. Intolerance is not handsome enough. This Baiqing is really sharp. She can capture every little change in an emotional relationship. Master, would you like to upgrade your title of Master of Keeping Balance? This will help you balance the relationships between more goddesses. Chen Hao was shocked. Yes, I almost forgot about such a useful function. Then, the light blue interface of the system appeared before his eyes. Activated titles: Absolute Dancer, Flower Protector, Master of Keeping Balance. Among them, the Master of Balancing is level 1. The number of goddess relationships that can be balanced is 2. Currently bound to Baiqing, Bu Chaoyu. Can be upgraded to level 2. The number of goddess relationships that can be balanced, 3, requires 10,000 love points. Your current accumulated love points, 34,320. Do you want to upgrade? Chen Hao placed his index finger on the side of his nose. Haha, don't think it's so easy for me to spend my love points. Once my account becomes popular, there is no guarantee that there won't be a large number of extreme fans who hate me purely. It's better to save love points whenever possible. I-chan, I should have a lucky draw. Are there any new products in the mall? Yes, now show you the mall interface. The countdown in the mall has started again, and new products appear in the inventory. True Word Potion. Within 10 minutes, the user will answer any question asked, and the answer will be the truth. Love points consumed, 5,000. Purchase. Earning money is to be spent, and this mantra potion is indeed a rare treasure. Consumed 5,000 love points, your current remaining love points, 29,320. Then comes the lottery. The lottery qualification given by the system will usually reveal some good items. The pointer of the big turntable began to spin wildly and finally hovered. I-chan's extra long vacation. I-chan is taking a break now. All system functions are suspended, including all external messaging functions. Intimacy values, love points, and all system-related content and items in the mall will be unavailable, excluding abilities already acquired by the host. Note: love point calculation will also be suspended at midnight. The vacation lasts 3 to 7 days and the host can end the vacation at any time. Cooling time, 30 days. This feature is awesome. If one day you are unlucky and your love points plummet, can't you use this to avoid the midnight judgment? Then just try to squeeze out love points like crazy over the next few days. Hey, is the only way to deal with the current situation by upgrading the title of Master of Keeping Balance. No, Chen Hao looked at Baiqing in front of him. You should rely on your own charm and try to solve it. Everyone is tolerant of handsome guys, if not, that means he's not handsome enough. Chen Hao shut down the system in front of him and began to question Baiqing. Why are you targeting her? I didn't. Baiqing stirred the soup in front of him. I was just telling the truth. Ding. Warning. Master Zhang Baiqing's intimacy value has been reduced by 1. Penalty. Love points minus 10. Chen Hao was ashamed. It seemed that this woman would not believe anything he said now. As the old saying goes, the more you explain, the worse it gets. It would be better to just flip the table. Chen Hao pretended to be angry and sighed heavily. I thought you would understand me. I didn't expect you to be just like those ordinary people. Chen Hao's tone was stern, and Baiqing's heart moved. What he meant was that I was different from others in his mind. Baiqing pursed her lips and said nothing. Chen Hao continued, I've told you before that it's not easy for Sister Wu Meng to take care of me. If I continue to get along with her on a generational level like this, she'll feel it's her responsibility and obligation to keep taking care of me. She's already 33 years old. A woman's youth is so precious. Is she going to put it all on me, a friend's child who has no blood relationship with her? She's only 33 years old. She shouldn't have to live her life carrying the weight of her friend's wishes. Chen Hao emphasized, I'm so disappointed. You don't understand me at all. I thought we were already good friends. Baiqing, what do you take our friendship for? These words made Baiqing blush. She stirred the spoon nervously, muttering to herself, "That's me, isn't it?" "Yes, you are wrong." Bai Qing raised her head and saw Chen Hao's disappointed eyes, which hurt her deeply. She lowered her head again and continued stirring with the spoon. "Sorry. You're the wrong person to apologize to." Bai Qing raised his head in confusion again. Chen Hao gestured with his chin to Wu Meng at the bar. Wu Meng was busying around there, and Bai Qing felt more and more uneasy. "What did I just do?" She stood up suddenly and walked quickly towards where Wu Meng was. Chen Hao breathed a sigh of relief, hoping that Wu Meng could handle the situation well. Because they were a bit far away, Chen Hao couldn't hear their conversation. Bai Qing was seen leaning against the bar, talking to Wu Meng. Wu Meng smiled and patted her shoulder. "Ding! Congratulations to Master Wu Meng for increasing her intimacy value by 5. Reward: 100 love points." Bai Qing started walking back. Behind her, Chen Hao saw Wu Meng smiling faintly at him. He returned her smile. After Bai Qing came back, he sat down timidly, like a child who had done something wrong. The two of them fell into a strange awkwardness. Only after the ice in the syrup had completely melted did Chen Hao slowly speak, "Can we get along well from now on?" Bai Qing nodded quickly and stared at Chen Hao with his big eyes blinking. "Then you're not mad at me anymore, are you?" Bai Qing asked anxiously. "You won't refuse to cooperate with me, will you?" Chen Hao laughed. Bai Qing always did things with a child's mindset. "I won't refuse to cooperate with you." Chen Hao picked up the tissue on the table and wiped his mouth. "I wasn't angry at first, just disappointed." Bai Qing's heart skipped a beat. I know that what I said hurt you. I'm sorry. I sincerely apologize to you." "I accept your apology." Bai Qing took a quick look and found that he was no different from usual. The anger just now also disappeared, as if everything that happened not long ago was just a dream. "I said I don't care, so I won't." Chen Hao reached out and held her hand. "Where were we talking just now? It's my own account, right?" When it comes to this topic, Bai Qing's eyes light up. Chen Hao had already taken the initiative in this conversation. Or in other words, in this relationship, he has already become the dominant party without realizing it. "Is the account the only thing on your mind? I thought you cared more about me." "Caring about the account means caring about you." Bai Qingyan was insincere. She couldn't understand what Chen Hao was thinking. She never understood him. But it was this misunderstanding that made her unable to extricate herself. Chapter 43. In front of the camera, outside the camera. Chen Hao folded his arms across his chest and whispered, "Really?" He had an unfathomable smile on his face. Bai Qing's eyes were in a panic. She pretended to continue looking at the laptop, but in fact her mind had already flown to the man in front of her. She doesn't know how she became what she is now. "When I first came into contact with him, I clearly wanted to eat this junior to death in one bite. But now, he seemed to have become the prey that was being bitten tightly." After a long time, Chen Hao's voice sounded again. "Let me shoot the Olivia business plan with you. You can interview the brand so you can get a higher price." "What?" Bai Qing couldn't believe his ears. He was thankful that Chen Hao was still willing to cooperate with her on the account. "I didn't expect that he would take the initiative to help me think of business orders and even filming matters." Ding! Congratulations to Master Zhang Baiqing for increasing his intimacy value by 2. Reward: 20 love points. He wants to advertise whitening skincare products. We can ask him if he needs makeup or something. But regular makeup tutorials are too boring. We can make videos of us putting makeup on each other. Chen Hao's suggestion is very creative. This video has not been filmed yet, but with Bai Qing's experience, she knows that it will definitely be a big hit. Of course, brands will not miss the opportunity to insert soft advertisements in such videos. Bai Qing immediately asked Olia's contact person. The other party naturally agreed happily, and the other details would be discussed slowly. After finishing all this, Bai Qing accepted Chen Hao's proposal, but she was still very surprised. "Not many boys wear makeup." "What? You don't trust my makeup skills?" Seeing Bai Qing's surprised expression, Chen Hao joked. "I have a lot of experience in putting makeup on girls." Bai Qing couldn't help but ask, "Have you done makeup for many girls?" As soon as she asked the question, she regretted it. This makes her seem too deliberate. What does it have to do with her whether Chen Hao has ever put makeup on other girls? Doesn't it seem like you care too much about him? "Yes, I have." Bai Bai Qing shifted his gaze from the monitor and stared at Chen Hao. But I saw an expression of success on his face. You care. I don't. Who you put makeup on or when you put it on is none of my business. It does matter. Only if I put on makeup beforehand can I serve you better. Bai Qing hid his face behind the laptop monitor and rubbed the mouse wheel repeatedly. Ding. Congratulations to Master Zhang Baiqing for increasing his intimacy value by 2. Reward. 20 love points. How about we start today? Go to your house. What? What are you talking about again? Chen Hao smiled playfully. Is it inconvenient at your home? Bai Qing quickly denied. Nothing, just a little messy. A little bit. Bai Qing took Chen Hao to a nearby apartment. It is a more popular 2-story loft. The side of the entrance is connected to the bathroom, and the front is the living room and open kitchen. The bedroom should be upstairs. It's much smaller than I expected, but very clean. There's a feeling that the residents here will run away the next day. And the complexity of the cloth surpassing the room is simply two extremes. You sit here for a while, I'll go get your makeup bag. Bai Qing took out a can of soda from the refrigerator and handed it over, then went upstairs. Chen Hao looked around. Your house is not messy at all. It was chaos right away. When Bai Qing walked down from upstairs again, he was holding a large storage box in his hand. After the box was opened, various filming equipment were piled on the coffee table. There are 2 or 3 types of fill lights, stands, radio equipment, and most importantly, cosmetics. Chen Hao was amazed at the variety of cosmetics. Why are there so many? Bai Qing said as she set up the filming equipment. Just now, the staff from Olivia told me that we should try more of their new makeup products. As for the whitening products, he asked me to appear in the photoshoot separately. This looks like a lot more filming than before. Yeah, and the commission is doubled. She held up 5 fingers. Honestly, I didn't expect him to give so much. Bai Qing pinned the radio microphone on the chests of the 2 men. Okay, let's get started. Bai Qing pressed the record button. Then I thanked the financial sponsor. Then she picked up the cosmetics and skillfully applied them on Chen Hao's face. After putting on makeup, Bai Qing was a little dazed. So cool. When Chen Hao was putting makeup on Bai Qing, he first made a long list of disclaimers. Bai Qing looked unconvinced. Didn't you say you've done makeup for many girls? Yes, there are many girls. Chen Hao said with a smile. They are all the flowers of the motherland, tender and lovely. Bai Qing was confused. The kindergarten party needed volunteers, and I was responsible for applying lipstick to the children. Ha 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 ha. Bai Qing laughed out loud. Does this count as putting on makeup? Why doesn't applying lipstick count? Chen Hao pretended to be angry. Give me your face. Bai Qing cooperated by moving his face closer with a wanton smile on his face. Ha ha ha, your mouth is so big. Chen Hao's strange tone made Bai Qing laugh so hard that he doubled over. Be serious. Chen Hao frowned and pinched Bai Qing's mouth pretending to be angry. You moan. Bai Qing's lips were pinched by Chen Hao's fingers, and she couldn't speak clearly. Chen Hao took the lipstick and drew it carefully with a serious expression. After letting go, Bai Qing looked at himself in selfie mode and felt both angry and amused. He painted his 2 thin lips to look like sausages in the supermarket. Are you seriously putting makeup on me? Very serious, Chen Hao said seriously, holding up Bai Qing's chin. Look, I've carefully applied every inch of your lips. Bai Qing put his face in front of the camera and looked at it again, and couldn't help laughing. Reaching out for the napkin. No. Chen Hao stretched out his hand to stop her. I still have my eyebrows to put on. Bai Qing pointed at her flaming red lips and said, do you think I dare to let you put on makeup? Hurry up. Bai Qing shook his head and waved his hands. Chen Hao grabbed her shoulders, his eyes full of seriousness. First, tell me which one is the eyebrow pencil. Bai Qing was stunned for a moment, looked at the pile of cosmetics that Chen Hao was pointing at, and laughed again. First, let's exclude the one you put in front. Bai Qing held up the slender pen in front of the camera. This is eyeliner. Use this eyebrow pencil. Bai Qing handed it over after selecting a shade. Apply it gently. Chen Hao nodded and said seriously, I promise to listen to the leader and complete the task conscientiously. Bai Qing looked at his serious expression and knew that the subsequent results would definitely not be simple. Chapter 44 Popularity Soars, CP Party Victory. Sure enough, Looking at his own thick eyebrows that were the same as crayon Shin Chan's, Bai Qing couldn't help but burst into laughter. You know what, I have a new idol now. Who? Salted Egg Superman. The laughter of the two people spread infinitely in the small room. Bai Qing is quite funny in front of the camera, which is very different from her usual aloof appearance. Like a little sun, it infects the emotions of those around it. This ability also made Chen Hao feel a little excited. After the shooting was over, Bai Qing did not wash off her makeup, but started editing the video without stopping. Chen Hao opened the wet tissue and said, "Wipe your face. This is really funny." Bai Qing glared at him and said, "It's you who did it. I'm busy, so let's leave it at that for now." Chen Hao wiped her cheek carefully and gently. "Can't you just take a few minutes?" Bai Qing did not dodge and did not stop working. Ding! Congratulations to Master Zhang Baiqing for increasing his intimacy value by 2. Reward: 20 love points. But after Chen Hao finished wiping it carefully, he said, "You need to use special makeup remover to remove makeup. Wet wipes can't wipe it clean." Chen Hao paused. This was an area he was unfamiliar with. He thought that the increase in intimacy value just now was because Bai Qing was very satisfied with her behavior. He ignored it. If the other person likes you, even if what you do has some flaws, as long as he can feel your effort, he will be touched. Bai Qing took out a transparent liquid from a pile of cosmetics. "I'll wash it myself later." Bai Qing stopped what he was doing, looked at Chen Hao, and said seriously, "I need to finish editing the video quickly, so I won't entertain you today." "Haha, it's okay. I should be leaving soon." Chen Hao didn't plan to stay long. Bai Qing is so career-oriented that interfering with her will only make her feel disgusted. This funny video full of laughter was released in a joint release. This is the first video on Chen Hao's account. The new video immediately went viral on the internet. The interaction between the two people and Bai Qing's editing made the audience in the comments section almost crazy. This is the ultimate carnival for CP fans. Only love hamburger. I know they are real. Fainted. Venting Tangyuan. Brothers and sisters, please come out quickly. I will always protect you. Invincible Big Eater. Rice. It's rice. Eat it quickly. Don't mess with me. The first video was a joint release, which is really suspicious. Family members. It makes people suspicious. Tomatoes, not scrambled eggs. Who understands? The blogger I follow updated, and it's a public relationship video. Who can understand me? Mio. Darkness twists, crawls, tumbles, and bites. A dark curse. I can't believe it's real. 3:30 p.m. Tiger fight. It's just a beauty promotion. What are you all so excited about? Bai Qing couldn't wait to tell Chen Hao the news. Because it was expected, Chen Hao reacted calmly. One morning he was awakened by a series of system prompts. Ding! Congratulations, Master, your popularity on Duyong has skyrocketed, and you are continuously gaining love points. Ding! Congratulations, Master, your popularity on the Big Blue Book has skyrocketed. Countless girls want to be your partner, and you're continuously earning love points. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Your charm is stunning, and your popularity is skyrocketing. You have countless crazy fans on all major platforms who are crazy about you. Reward love points, 100,000, current accumulated love points, 129,470. Love points are still rising. The 100,000 love points that came out of nowhere did not make Chen Hao excited. Because he was wondering about something else. I-Chan, come out. I-Chan's figure slowly appeared. Bai Qing's account is not the first one to be run. This is probably not the first time my image has appeared in public either. Why did the love points only arrive today? Master, those people before didn't like you, so they can't count their love points. Huh, Chen Hao opened his phone and carefully read the comments under the previous video. To be honest, he couldn't feel any difference between these people and the people who were now gathered under his account. If this isn't love, then what is? They are just a group of people who are obsessed with couples. They like the feeling of being in love. I-Chan patiently explained, it's not you, Master Chan. Your calculations are too tricky. I-Chan raised a finger and shook it. Precision, this is called precision. As she spoke, I-Chan swiped her finger and listed a few comments. Chen Hao's exclusive princess. Apart from anything else, don't you think Chen Hao really has a good personality husband? Chen Hao's lover. How many people are willing to put makeup on their girlfriends? Help. La 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 fairies, I can't believe it. I really can't believe that this male god has such superb makeup skills. Ha 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 ha, put on some makeup for me. Ha ha ha. You see, the users here are the ones who can feel the strong affection for you personally. Because Bai Qing said it is better to use real name to go online, which will be conducive to his later transition into the entertainment industry. So he and Bai Qing both use their real names to go online. However, Chen Hao still frowned when he looked at the users with nicknames like Chen Hao's wife and Chen Hao's lover. It's so embarrassing. As long as you're not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed. I Ching said seriously, Master, move towards higher goals. Chen Hao glanced at the data in the background of his account and found that he now had 65,000 followers. And it is still growing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bai Qing has broken through the 100,000 follower mark because of the latest video he released. Bai Qing pinned the Olia official account on the video of the two of them putting on makeup. For every fanatical CP fan or skeptic, the answer is still the same as the beginning. Thank you for your likes, we are just friends. Interesting woman. Faced with questioning from all sides, he never gave in. With this perseverance, you will succeed in everything you do. A pop-up window suddenly appeared on my phone showing a message from Bu Xiaohao. Hey, you and Bai Qing are almost celebrities now. Have you forgotten me? Angry.jpg. No, what do you want me to do? I'm coming to see you. I want to eat hot pot. I'm hungry. Firebreathing.jpg. Oh, you who aim to be an international supermodel, are you going to eat a lot? Stop interfering in girls' affairs. Screaming.jpg. Chen Hao laughed to himself. He was indeed a little tired after being busy lately. He hoped to have a comfortable meal this time. I-Chan, help me upgrade the Master of Water. Yes, Master Chan. Upgrading to level 2, the Master of Balance consumes 10,000 love points and can balance the relationships between the three goddesses. Chapter 45, Who set up the romance trap? That day, the four of them had dinner at Chen Hao's house again. The difference was that Bu Xiaohao strongly requested Chen Hao to accompany her home. Fortunately, Chen Hao upgraded to Balance Master. Otherwise, such a request is bound to lead to a bloody storm. This time, Bu Xiaohao did not take Chen Hao back to the luxurious mansion in the north of the city. Instead, she went to the apartment she bought outside. Unlike Bai Qing, Bu Xiaohao chose a large flat overlooking the river. Although it is not located in the city center, it overlooks the most beautiful scenery of the city at night. Zhongcheng is divided into two by the Yangtze River. Looking out through the floor-to-ceiling windows, the river looks like a giant dragon entwined in the city. Chen Hao looked at Bu Xiaohao in his arms. The moonlight shone on her face, and she looked like a quiet princess. But only Chen Hao knew how crazy the princess had just been. Chen Hao couldn't understand why Bu Xiaohao suddenly became so interested in him. Until he opened the system and called up Bu Xiaohao's information to check. Name, Bu Xiaohao. Age, 20. Purity, 90%. Strategy level, 30. Attribute skills. Intimacy value is too low, the host cannot view. Other information. The magic of love is spinning, the charm you exude makes Bu Xiaohao unable to control her obsession. Intimacy, 50. Best friends. Current task. Side quest optional strategies for Bu Xiaohao. Chen Hao frowned. Even though the favorability level was at the close friend level, he couldn't see any attribute skills. Speaking of which, what is this attribute skill? Chen Hao focused his attention on attribute skills. A few lines of words immediately appeared in the blank space next to it. Attribute skills, the goddess's natural talent, a field of expertise. Or perhaps a skill acquired later in life that surpasses ordinary people. What is Bu Xiaohao's skill? Is it a catwalk? Master, do you want to spend some love points to try this? I-Chan appeared on the other side of the big bed, lying on the bed and kicking her feet leisurely. Probably because she was afraid of waking up Bu Xiaohao, she was considerate enough to only communicate with Chen Hao intracranially. Chen Hao shook his head and said, please, it will cost 100,000 love points to unlock Bu Xiaohao's column. Then again, as one of the goddesses, wouldn't I-Chan be jealous of the scene in front of her? I-Chan waved her finger and called out intimacy. 100 Master Servant level, strategy degree, 100. Master, with this level of intimacy, I won't hate you no matter what you do. Chan looked at Bu Chaoyu who was standing beside her. Your love is my love. The room was not very bright, and Chen Hao could only see the general outline of Chan. Really? What about others? This applies to other goddesses as well, so your master of keeping balance doesn't need to be constantly upgraded. We will always be by your side. Zhang's answer made Chen Hao feel relieved. I don't know when I will be able to be with you all and live a happy life. It became what he wanted in his heart. Good night, Chan. Chen Hao, hurry up and look. Chen Hao jumped up from the bed with a somersault. What's wrong? What's wrong? Bu Chaoyu held the phone in front of him. Breaking news. Internet celebrity Chen and well-known model Bu Chaoyu left Zhongyan restaurant late at night. Chen gives Bu Chaoyu a princess hug. Is this internet celebrity couple suspected of hype? Two women fighting for one man. Or is he a cheating scumbag? Just click on the most popular post, and you will see the photo of Chen Hao taking Bu Chaoyu away from Zhongyan restaurant that night. This photo was captured just right, with Bu Chaoyu falling into Chen Hao's arms. The faces of the two people were clearly captured and there was no way to deny it. This post was published by Mahua Xiaoyu. Mahua Xiaoyu. Recently, rising model Bu Chaoyu and internet celebrity Chen met at Zhongyan restaurant. After a romantic dinner, Bu Chaoyu became overwhelmed with alcohol. Chen sent her home and left the next day. Each photo is lovingly captioned. Whisper in the ear, leaving with a Princess Carrie, heading to the love nest, spending a good night together. It seemed like such irrefutable evidence that the comments below naturally went viral. Round face, I can't stand it. These two must be having a blast. They're like a married couple. Mango Smoothie replies to round face, remove the husband and wife. Chen Hao's lover, I'm so impressed. My nickname can't be changed within 7 days. I've become a clown. Chen Hao's exclusive princess, if this is the case, then I can have a chance too. Brother Chen Hao, look at me. It is too easy for these entertainment tabloids to confirm the relationship between two people with just a few photos and a few paragraphs of text. Besides, the content he posted cannot be said to be completely false. Did you go to Zhongyan restaurant? Did the two of you eat together and leave together? If this can be true, how can the others be false? Half-truths and half-lies are the most likely to confuse people. Chen Hao clicked on the homepage of Mahua Xiaoyu. This is an account that specializes in entertainment news, and it is quite large in scale. They usually track international or first-line stars, or traffic stars. Chen Hao looked up and saw Bu Chaoyu walking around the room like a whipped top. At the same time, he muttered to himself, what should I do, what should I do, the world is destroyed and so on. Bu Chaoyu can only be said to be a rising star model, and it is not at the level that they would report on their own initiative. There must be someone behind this incident. Chen Hao calmly checked his love points 52,837. The post was made yesterday evening, and it should have fermented this morning. In just a few hours, he lost tens of thousands of love points. Chan once said that the average person's dislike can be accumulated, but liking someone cannot be counted repeatedly. In other words, I have to resolve this matter quickly to curb the public's growing malice. The key to the problem is Mahua Xiaoyu's motivation. Who exactly wants to trap Bu Chaoyu and him into this dead end? Bai Qing also knew this news. Since yesterday evening, her backstage has been receiving sporadic verbal attacks. In the middle of the night, the phone buzzed and it seemed that the phone number had been opened. Cursing text messages came into view one after another. Bai Qing didn't even click on it. She was prepared to face such a situation when she started working on the internet. At first she thought someone had hired some internet trolls. It wasn't until she woke up this morning and turned on Douyin that she realized something was wrong. The various abusive private messages in the background have triggered the platform's protection prompt. You have been harassed by bad information, and the system has blocked it for you. The comment section was a mess, with some saying Bai Qing was interfering in other people's relationships, while others said they were just classmates. Bai Qing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately he had followed Chen Hao's advice at the beginning. If they debuted as a couple with such an ambiguous relationship, I wonder what the public opinion would be like. The sound of knocking on the door interrupted her thoughts. Chapter 46 The Mastermind and Bai Qing's Move. What's wrong? You look so unhappy. Chen Hao came to Bai Qing's house alone. Are you angry that I didn't tell you in advance? Bai Qing let Chen Hao into the room and said with a wry smile, it's already this late, and you still have time to joke. If you don't laugh, are you going to cry? Wouldn't that make those people proud? Bai Qing paused while pouring the water. Do you think there is someone behind this? Chen Hao foresaw the same thing as himself, and his keenness should not be underestimated. Chen Hao looked as if he understood everything. It's so obvious. It's been several days since Bu Chaoyu and I went to Zhongyan restaurant. Why not say it now, not earlier or later, precisely because our two accounts are so popular. The public's disgust will be the strongest. Bai Qing agreed, her idea was the same as Chen Hao's. She opened her laptop and showed Chen Hao some of the accounts she had sorted out. This is the benchmark account I collected that is similar to ours, as well as their company information. Chen Hao came over, and Bai Qing sorted out the information of 20 or 30 internet celebrities, including the time they registered their accounts and the content of the posts that caused the traffic explosion. Some of those from MCN companies are also marked. This is a lot of work. The bruises under her eyes showed fatigue. You probably didn't get enough sleep just to sort these out. Chen Hao's tone was full of heartache. Bai Qing waved his hand. The key now is to solve the problem. Let's take a good look at this information first. Chen Hao rolled the mouse wheel, and at the same time, Bai Qing's phone kept vibrating and ringing. Bai Qing hung up without even looking at it. In the end, it even shut down. Chen Hao asked in confusion, "Don't answer it." Bai Qing shook his head and signaled him to read the information quickly. Chen Hao continued browsing for a while. Do you think we might be targeted by other MCN companies? They're deliberately hiring internet trolls to stir up trouble. Bai Qing nodded affirmatively. Several companies have approached me for cooperation before, but I rejected them all. Bai Qing marked those companies with special colors in the information. Chen Hao frowned. That was not what he thought. He glanced at Bai Qing again and said hesitantly, "Aren't you going to ask why Bu Chaoyu and I are at Zhongyan restaurant?" "There's nothing to ask. You'll naturally say what you want to say." Bai Qing said sincerely, "Besides, that's Bu Chaoyu, not someone else." Thanks to Master of Duanshui. Chen Hao thought to himself that this passive skill was really helpful. Since that's the case, Chen Hao has no worries. He told everything about Bu Chaoyu, himself, and Dave. I think this matter may be related to them. Chen Hao knew that what happened that night would not end so easily. Knock, 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 there was an anxious knock on the door. Chen Hao stood up and went to open the door, but was stopped by Bai Qing. "Be careful." Chen Hao became even more confused. "Don't look at your phone, be careful when opening the door." Who has Bai Qing offended? The door opened, and in came the ferocious Bu Chaoyu. I'm so mad, I'm so mad. You know what? The company didn't listen to my explanation at all. All my recent announcements have been cancelled. It's just a few photos. Why don't you go and cause trouble for Dave and Jojo? Chen Hao grabbed Bu Chaoyu's shoulders to stop her from walking around. All right, Chen Hao patted her head, calm down. We have to find out who's behind this now. Who else? Dave, how can you be so sure? I asked you to go to the company to investigate, and this is the result. Bu Chaoyu sighed heavily and slumped down on the sofa. How could I possibly find out anything? As soon as I arrived at the company, they told me to leave through the back door and not to go out anytime soon. The company was completely mobbed. My Big Eyes manager even closed the comments section. It doesn't matter if we can't be sure who it is, Chen Hao said. All we need is a witness. Bai Qing and Bu Chaoyu asked in unison, who? Sun Jiaxin. Chen Hao said confidently, there was another musician in the private room that night. As long as she is willing to come forward and explain it for us, it is strong evidence. Then let's contact her quickly, Bu Chaoyu said excitedly. Chen Hao was in a dilemma. I only left her my phone number and address that day, but I don't know hers. Hey, Bu Chaoyu fell down on the sofa again, and jumped up again 3 seconds later. It's okay, let's go to Zhongyan restaurant to find her. At this point, we can only try our best to save the situation. Wait, Bai Qing stopped the two of them and showed them the computer screen. Is that her you're talking about? What opened on the screen was the official website of Zhongyan restaurant. Sun Jiaxin's personal information column. It details her birth date, hometown, specialties, etc. But there is no contact information. She's a new zither player at Zhongyan restaurant. Zhongyan restaurant will create files for all entertainment service staff to make it easier for guests to choose. Bai Qing pulls down the page. That way, if you see someone you like, you can make a reservation in advance. As long as we book a meal at Zhongyan restaurant, we can see her, Bu Chaoyu cheered. Knock, 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 there was another rapid knock on the door. The three of you looked at me and I looked at you. Who is coming this time? Fortunately, the knocking stopped after 3 times. It doesn't seem like a visiting guest, just a reminder that someone is coming. Chen Hao asked the 2 girls to stay where they were and went over to open the door. I turned the doorknob and looked out to see an empty corridor. It was as if the knock on the door just now was just an illusion. A bow. There is an envelope on the ground. Chen Hao picked up the envelope and walked back. There was not a single word on it. How strange. Who would send such a letter to your house? Bai Qing took it, opened it, and his face turned pale. Bu Chaoyu came over to take a look and immediately covered his mouth. This is a curse letter. There was only a piece of paper in the envelope, with a sentence on it made up of words cut from various places. I know you are here. Chen Hao took the letter, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it into the trash can. Bai Qing, someone is harassing you, right? He should have thought of it earlier. Bai Qing was tired not only because of staying up late to prepare the information, but also because of the harassment from these people. These people are simply lawless. Bai Qing, please move back to your own home. Living in the Bai family is always more reassuring than living alone outside. Who would have thought that? Bai Qing shook his head resolutely. I might as well be here alone if I live there. Then live in my house. Bai Qing was a little surprised. Under the current circumstances, I can't let you, a girl, live here alone. Stay at my house until this matter is over. I'll ask Sister Wu Meng to clean up a room for you. Chapter 47 Living with my sisters. Of course, it's not as spacious as your place. Bai Qing felt a little embarrassed. She really wanted to refuse, but she couldn't think of any reason. What's more, there was a voice in her heart urging her to agree quickly. Suddenly, Bu Chaoyu said loudly, I want one too. Chen Hao directly refused, just go back to your own home. Oh, that's not fair. That's not fair. Bu Chaoyu immediately started to act like a spoiled brat. It's totally unlike her usual tsundere look. Your house is so big and well protected, isn't it safer than living with us? Seeing that Chen Hao was unwilling to agree no matter what, Bu Chaoyu turned to Bai Qing for help. Bai Qing, Bu Chaoyu grabbed Bai Qing's arm and shook him, please let's live together. Okay. Under the repeated bombardment of the two, Bai Qing had no choice but to agree. So Chen Hao took Bai Qing and Bu Chaoyu home together. Then he rushed to the coffee shop to pick up Wu Meng and took her home. Sister Wu Meng, please close the coffee shop for a few days and take a rest. Chen Hao gave a brief account of the current situation. In order to reduce Wu Meng's fear, Chen Hao did not tell Bai Qing that he had received a threatening letter. However, Wu Meng soon found out that night. Because Bai Qing posted a video about the threatening letter, the comments section was overwhelmingly filled with sympathy for her. After all, she is the one who looks the most innocent now. People's attention was also firmly attracted by her, and she gained another wave of fans. We will then present strong evidence to explain everything that is happening now. At the end of the video, Bai Qing looked serious and sincere. I hope everyone will give us some time. We will definitely not let everyone down. Wu Meng twisted Chen Hao's ear and said, Xiaohao, when did you learn to lie to me? Ah, Sister Wu Meng, it hurts. Chen Hao deliberately pretended to be in extreme pain. Stop pretending. Wu Meng released his hand and covered his mouth with his hands, then laughed, I didn't use any strength at all. Bai Qing came over with a plate of watermelon. Sister Wu Meng is sorry to bother you these few days. No, it's nothing. I'm glad you can come. This house is so big, it's more lively when there are more people. Bu Chaoyu walked over and said, no need to cook tonight, let's go to Zhongyan restaurant. Have you reserved a table? Of course. And I specifically asked Sun Jiaxin to serve. Chen Hao felt very strange, it was really weird. It is difficult to reserve a table at Zhongyan restaurant, and it is even more difficult to make a specific request. You didn't make the reservation using your real name, did you? Bai Qing asked tentatively. Of course not, Bu Chaoyu said seriously, I'm very careful. Now is the critical moment, the more cautious the better. Although this dinner came too easily, I still have to give it a try if I have the chance to meet this important witness. Bai Qing, what exactly is the strong evidence you mentioned in the video? Chen Hao asked while taking a piece of watermelon. That's the Sun Jiaxin you mentioned. Are you putting all your hopes on this one person? No, it's all on you. Bai Qing's eyes were firm. You won't let me down. Chen Hao felt that the watermelon today was particularly sweet. It's so sweet that it's almost explosive. By the way, I contacted the company, and they told me to stay home and not to interfere. Bu Chaoyu spread his hands. They must have some plans, but they're obviously hiding them from me. You are deeply bound to the company. I think they will do their utmost to protect your interests. Chen Hao analyzed that Bu Chaoyu had nothing to worry about now. At worst, she could go back to the Bu family, at least it would be safe. What he is most worried about now is Bai Qing. I must find Sun Jiaxin tonight and ask her to help. I don't want to. Sun Jiaxin said the most decisive words, but there was reluctance in her eyes. You don't want to. Bu Chaoyu was the first to stand up from the table. Why don't you want to? Just tell the truth. You must have known what happened that night. I was sitting behind the screen that day, so naturally I couldn't see it. Even if you can't see, you can still hear. Sun Jiaxin was speechless for a moment. Anyway, I don't want to, and I didn't really see anything. Let me talk to you alone. Chen Hao said as he took Sun Jiaxin to a corner. What happened? What did they threaten you with? Sun Jiaxin's attitude was too abnormal. When she left that night, she said she was willing to tell the truth. Today's attitude has indeed undergone a 180-degree reversal. Sun Jiaxin's eyes were wandering. Chen Hao opened the system and took a look at Sun Jiaxin's task. Side quest optional difficult situation. Sun Jiaxin is currently in trouble. Contact her to learn more about her story. This information has been there since I first met her. I don't know if her backtracking has anything to do with this. You may not know that Bai Qing and Bu Chaoyu's family backgrounds are not simple. As long as you are willing to tell the truth. Of course I know they're not ordinary people. Sun Jiaxin suddenly spoke in a hurried tone, but what about you? Have you ever thought about yourself? They are all ladies from wealthy families, and they are just playing with you. When the storm is over and they leave, what will you do? Chen Hao opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say for a moment. Sun Jiaxin's train of thought was too interesting. Interesting woman. You're worried about me, so you don't want to tell the truth. Yeah, mainly because I don't want you to get tangled up with them anymore. But if you don't say it, won't I be the cheating scumbag at the center of public opinion? You've seen the negative comments online now, haven't you? That's okay. This kind of thing is just a passing breeze. It will be fine once the wind blows away. Chen Hao smiled bitterly, but this is a tornado. Once the wind passes, I will be in the sky. He knew without even looking that his love points were still decreasing, but because of Bai Qing's explanation video, the decrease was slower. But this reason cannot be said out loud no matter what. Warning: your current accumulated love points are -8,280. The death penalty will come in 4 hours and 28 minutes. Oh no, Bu Chaoyu rushed over and interrupted their conversation. The company issued an announcement saying that you tricked me into going on that day's trip. Announcement regarding our artist Bu Chaoyu's visit to Zhangyan restaurant. According to sources familiar with the matter, Bu Chaoyu was allegedly deliberately intoxicated by internet celebrity Chen during the dinner. Sun Jiaxin became even angrier after seeing this announcement, and he looked at Chen Hao. An expression that said, "See, you really have become a victim." Hey, did you talk nonsense with the company? Bu Chaoyu questioned Sun Jiaxin. Weren't you the one in the private room that day? You're the insider. Chapter 48 The Truth. Me? Sun Jiaxin's face flushed. Stop talking nonsense. You're just trying to distance yourself from the matter by letting the company publish this kind of stuff. Bu Chaoyu was so angry that he couldn't speak. At present, it seems that she is the biggest beneficiary of this situation. It's not her. Chen Hao interrupted the quarrel between the two. Of course, it's not any of you. This is just a way for the company to escape. Escape. I told you, you are deeply bound to the company, and they will definitely protect your interests. I'll go talk to them. Bu Chaoyu took out his cell phone, but was held down by Chen Hao. There's only one person who can fix this now. Everyone's attention was focused on Sun Jiaxin. Me? I don't want to. Sun Jiaxin refused again. I can't bear to see Chen Hao become a plaything for people like you. Chen Hao tried hard to suppress the smile on his lips. Help. This woman actually said that in front of so many people. You, what nonsense are you talking about? Bu Chaoyu's defense was completely broken. After all, she was really having fun. Bai Qing and Wu Meng didn't say anything, but their expressions were a little subtle. Wu Meng's face looked the worst, and her eyes were flustered as if she had done something wrong. You should have watched Bai Qing's video. Chen Hao knew that there would be no result if they continued arguing like this. It seemed that Sun Jiaxin cared about his interests, so this was the only way to make a breakthrough. Today it's a threatening letter, tomorrow it could be something else. If public opinion continues to ferment, I will definitely be the one who gets hurt. You don't want to see me living in fear, do you? Sun Jiaxin sighed and seemed to have decided to give in. Then you have to promise that from now on, you won't get involved with other people and just take care of yourself. Okay, I promise. Now you're willing to tell me the truth about what happened that night, right? No. This time it was Bai Qing who spoke. I believe what you say about Dave and his gang. Everyone in this room will believe it. But the public won't believe it. Why? This is the truth, Bu Chaoyu said anxiously. They don't need the truth, they just want right and wrong. This right and wrong has to be complicated, erotic, and salacious. That Cao Cao wants to poke Chen Hao, isn't that sexy enough? Bu Chaoyu followed up with, old fatty Dave is even planning something bad to me. That's different. What people want to see is stories about handsome men and beautiful women. These powerful bullies are allowed, but they're just for embellishment. What do you mean? Use deletion instead of replacement. Bai Qing offered her advice. Focus on the hero saving the beauty, and the bully's story can be told. Chen Hao added, that's not enough. The focus now is Bu Chaoyu and me. Let's change the protagonists to the three of us. Bai Qing, we have to include you in the story as well. 3 people, Sun Jiaxin exclaimed, you are so immoral, you. What are you thinking? Chen Hao laughed. Bai Qing's new video has won the approval of some people. Strike while the iron is hot and the news will spread faster. Then, how should we talk about what happened that night? Sun Jiaxin asked. Since the paparazzi said that the car was sent to the love nest, what if Bai Qing was in the car? Wouldn't that be sisterhood? Since your assistant is in the photo, just say he's Bai Qing. After everyone discussed the specific statement, Bai Qing set up the equipment and took charge of filming. After the video was shot, Bai Qing rushed back to edit and release it. Before leaving, Chen Hao said to Sun Jiaxin, thank you. But you can't work here anymore. If I don't do this, what can I do? I'll support you. Sun Jiaxin looked confused, but she couldn't help but feel a liking for Chen Hao. Ding! Congratulations to Master Sun Jiaxin for increasing her intimacy value by 10. Reward: 100 love points. Chen Hao added, once our 2 accounts are ready, we will invite you to be an artist. He pointed to the pipa in Sun Jiaxin's hand and said, you seem to be very good at classical instruments. I think more people should know about this advantage. Ding! Congratulations to Master Sun Jiaxin for increasing her intimacy value by 10. Reward: 100 love points. Once Bai Qing's video was released, it became a hot topic in less than an hour. A hero saves a beauty, powerful people bully, and capital sets the stage. Each one is a hot topic, each one attracts people to click, comment, and then forward. The truth. Reverse. Reverse. Reverse again. Not a date. A threesome. Although some reports have explosively erotic headlines, when you click on them, you can see that they are definitely clickbait titles. Bu Chaoyu felt relieved as he saw more and more positive comments. Great, this matter has come to an end. Chen Hao looked at the time. It was 11:45 p.m. There are only 15 minutes left until the love points are calculated. The good news is that his love points are already recovering. 28,379. It's not as much as before, but it's finally slowly going back up. Bai Qing also closed the computer. The crisis should be over, I can have a good sleep today. Chen Hao didn't dare to relax, it's not that simple. They won't let go easily. Sun Jiaxin's statement alone is not enough. This is all we can do now. Bai Qing put his hand on his shoulder, you should also take a break. We have to investigate someone tonight. Chen Hao turned on the computer again. Bai Qing, you have to help me. Who? Twisted little fish. Then, I'll go make some coffee for you. Wu Meng stood up. Bu Chaoyu said dissatisfiedly, you are such a worrywart. You drag us along to do hard labor. Chen Hao didn't say anything. All his attention was now focused on collecting information about Mahua Xiaoyu. Bu Chaoyu didn't leave either, he just stood behind and watched quietly. They've been producing entertainment content for 7 or 8 years, Bai Qing added. They're considered a well-known entertainment company in the industry. Could it be related to those MCN companies you collected? No, Bai Qing checked the names of several companies. There is no similar one. That's how you check. Chen Hao went to the company to disclose information and retrieve the shareholder information. This is the mastermind behind this. The three of them looked at the names together, hoping to find something in common. Suddenly a familiar name was captured by Bu Chaoyu. Brother Chao Wei. It's him, it's him. Who is Chao Weizhi? You know her, Bu Chaoyu said excitedly, it's Chao Chao. Chao Chao. PFF'd, it's actually called Viagra. He's not great at all. Chen Hao muttered to himself as he clicked on the shareholder introduction. Chapter 49 The Trap Set by Chao Weizhi. Brother Chao Wei owns 35% of the shares of an MCN company, making him a major shareholder. And this company just happened to have a cooperative relationship with Mahua Xiaoyu. It seems that he is the mastermind behind this. If you can't get it, destroy it. This really fits the feeling given by the hermaphrodite. How despicable. Bu Chaoyu punched the sofa. I didn't expect him to be such a person. Chen Hao was amused by Bu Chaoyu. Come on, after what happened that night, haven't you realized that he's not your best friend, but a weird friend? Bai Qing added with a smile, it should be the enemy honey. I didn't expect him to be so vengeful. What Bu Chaoyu said makes sense. Did that incident have to become such a big uproar? With Dave and Jojo's abilities, it wouldn't be difficult to ban them both from the industry. Why go to so much trouble? Could it be that Chao Weizhi is not the mastermind behind this? Wrong. Chen Hao returned to the previous MCN company page. Chao Weizhi also has a media company under his full control. Bai Qing, have you received any information recently? My backstage exploded. Bai Qing sighed, it's impossible to watch. What about a personal account or email? Those water armies and crazy trolls rarely attack these. That is to say, it is just expressing emotions directly on the internet. Bai Qing checked the private account and found that there were indeed fewer harassing messages here, but none of them were useful either. There was an extra contract invitation from Jiwei Media in my mailbox. Join Jiwei and share a gorgeous life. Bai Qing read the entire email starting from the title. Jiwei Media will provide public relations services to Bai Qing to help her through this crisis. There is also a contact information left in it. Jiwei Media, Chen Hao searched. Sure enough, this company is related to Chao Weizhi. A closer look reveals that Chao Weizhi has fallen into a debt crisis. He owns 5 companies, but except for Jiwei Media, all of them are shell subsidiaries. There are no projects. Chen Hao suspected that maybe there were no employees at all. He created public opinion and put us in crisis so that he could take the opportunity to sign Bai Qing, a rising star. What a brilliant method, Chen Hao exclaimed. I didn't expect that brother Chao Wei would have such a way. Don't praise him anymore. What should we do now? Chen Hao pointed to the contact information in his email. Isn't the solution right here? You want Bai Qing to sign a contract with them. Chen Hao pinched Bu Chaoyu's mouth. This time it's direct extrusion. Don't be too outrageous, okay? I mean they can be contacted through this person. Bai Qing asked, and then find out their true purpose. If necessary, you can start a live broadcast to liven things up. Bu Chaoyu broke free from Chen Hao's grip. Just tell them to tell the truth. You're not a god. Chen Hao smiled but said nothing. He is indeed not a god, but the system gave him a bottle of mantra potion in a lottery. True word potion. Within 10 minutes, the user will answer any question asked, and the answer will be the truth. Just tell the whole truth in 10 minutes or less. Do I still need to worry that he won't cooperate with me in the future? Okay, take a rest tonight. Bai Qing, contact him and tell him that you're interested, but you want to talk to Mahua Xiaoyu in person. Mahua Xiaoyu. Brother Chao Wei wouldn't be so stupid as to take action himself. He must have entrusted the entire matter to Mahua Xiaoyu, who is good at this. Bai Qing nodded, worthy of being Chen Hao. His view of the problem is indeed very sharp. Everyone fell asleep. There are many rooms in the villa, so it is not difficult to accommodate one person in one room. In the second half of the night, Chen Hao clearly felt someone coming in. The man stood by her bed for a long time, and then stayed by his bed for a while. Chen Hao was too sleepy, and he seemed to feel a soft kiss. Ah, Chen Hao, hurry up and get up. Chen Hao, I can't sleep anymore. It really is the end of the world. My life is over. Chen Hao only felt like there was a loudspeaker roaring in his ears. Open your eyes. It is cloth that transcends. The silk pink nightgown was half covered, matched with the long hair that was let down. It should be a lazy look, but it is doing the noisiest thing. Mahua Xiaoyu sent out press releases all over the place saying I was following you. I've become a nympho, sob sob sob. What? Chen Hao flipped open the quilt and jumped out of bed. Why are you following me? When did it happen? Wow, Bu Xiaoyu quickly turned around and covered his eyes. Put on your clothes first. Clothes are not important. Please explain this matter clearly. Bu Xiaoyu stammered, I can't really explain it, I just can't help but want to see what you are doing. Chen Hao grabbed Bu Xiaoyu and said, hey, what on earth did you do? Show me the press release first. While the two were arguing, Wu Meng came in after hearing the sound. Ah, I came at a bad time. Ah, no, Bu Xiaoyu quickly waved his hands, Sister Wu Meng, you misunderstood. Chen Hao found a pair of shorts and put them on, then quickly walked downstairs. Sister Wu Meng, that group has come up with a new trick. Chen Hao has no time to explain now. Time is the public's favorability towards him. To put it bluntly, it's his fate. Nude actuality. The real-life version of the Wizard of Oz, beyond the tracking. With stunning beauty, there is naturally love that surpasses ordinary people. It's quite outrageous. The news title is outrageous, and the content is even more outrageous. In a corner unnoticed by her fans, rising fashion star Bu Xiaoyu transforms into a fangirl. She waits for an opportunity to lurk around her junior, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. It's hard to believe that in her early 20s. Ha 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 ha. Chen Hao really felt at a loss whether to laugh or cry. What are you laughing at? Thankfully, they're not using clickbait this time. Chen Hao stared at Bu Xiaoyu. Are you really following me? Bu Xiaoyu blushed. I'm just curious. What were you doing when I was away? I have no ill intentions. Chen Hao, stare at each other. I will be responsible for making coffee for everyone today. Bu Xiaoyu ran away with a red face. Chen Hao naturally knew what Bu Xiaoyu was thinking. This is probably all caused by the system. The magic of love spins in circles. The charm you radiate makes Bu Xiao fall in irresistible obsession. Master, the system will only record the goddess's status at that time. If you don't use props, the goddess's status will not be changed by the system. Ai Chan's voice rang out. This shows that Bu Xiaoyu is a spontaneous tracking behavior. It turns out she is really a nympho. Incredible, I discovered another hidden attribute of Bu Xiaoyu. Can you still laugh now? Bai Qing reminded, what about Mahua Xiaoyu? Chapter 50, the first live broadcast, Mahua Xiaoyu joins the game. Chen Hao said nonchalantly, it's okay. Just invite him here. Just say we want to discuss the contract. Not only you, Bu Xiaoyu and I are also interested. Chen Hao stood up and got busy. To catch big fish, you need big bait. If we sign 3 people at once, they will definitely send a leader over. Bai Qing grabbed him and said, please be serious. Tell me what your plan is. I've made it very clear. Chen Hao held Bai Qing's hand. Why don't you trust me? I'm worried about you. Bai Qing frowned. Now things are getting more and more complicated. Can the 3 of us really get out of this unscathed? Are you so sure that Mahua Xiaoyu's people will tell the truth? Is Brother Chao Wei so easy to deal with? She asked a series of questions in one breath. It seems that this is not the result of a momentary thought. Bai Qing. Chen Hao stroked her cheek gently. Trust me, okay. Just like you always do. Then, there was a kiss. Ding. Congratulations to Master Zhang Baiqing for increasing his intimacy value by 10. Reward. 100 love points. You look a little haggard. Chen Hao brushed her hair aside. Eat something and put on some makeup to look more energetic. Let's make an appointment in the afternoon. Take it easy. Bu Xiaoyu's nympho behavior this morning added fuel to the fire of public opinion. However, the focus of the public's heated discussion is now on Bu Xiaoyu, which gives him some breathing space. Love points didn't continue to drop. In this era where appearance is justice, It is no joke that one's values follow one's facial expressions. Rather, it is a value recognized by a considerable number of people. In addition, the media has now revealed that Bu Chaoyu took the initiative. Chen Hao glanced at Bu Chaoyu, who was busy in the kitchen with Wu Meng, and couldn't help laughing. This guy insisted on going home by himself that day. It must be that stalking her was no longer enough for her. All I can do now is deny it. No matter how outrageous the reason is, you have to give a reason. Hey, Bu Chaoyu. Yes. Bu Chaoyu shuddered. What's wrong with you? Why are you so nervous? Bu Chaoyu's eyes rolled around. I'm fine, just like usual. I have an idea for you. What? I will never admit it. This afternoon's live broadcast is an opportunity. When the audience sees you, they'll definitely ask why you're following me and whether you like me or something like that. Chen Hao showed a naughty smile. You just said it was a coincidence and went to a place. This is useless, no one will believe it. You don't need them to believe it. Just say it. No one believes what I say. Chen Hao poked Bu Chaoyu's face with his hand and said, there's a saying, once you enter the customs, there will be great scholars to help you debate the scriptures. Mahua Xiaoyu sent an editor specifically responsible for this matter. Although he was called an editor, Chen Hao knew very well that he was the planner of this whole incident. Just call me Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu is a man in his 30s who wears a baseball cap and never looks people in the eye when he speaks. There's a gloomy feeling to it, much like a dark villain. You are Xiaoyu, and the other one is Mahua, Chen Hao joked. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyu explained seriously, no, this is the nickname my friends gave me when I was in school. That's weird. Why is it called Mahua? I think a lot, which makes people feel a little troubled. Xiaoyu laughed dryly twice. Then Ms. Bai Qing, let's start with you. Xiaoyu handed over the prepared contract. Chen Hao took it and said, there's no rush. Xiaoyu, why don't you start a live broadcast? Live streaming. Yes, let's all bear witness to your sincerity. Chen Hao looked around at everyone. You signed 3 people at once. We also want some guarantees. Xiaoyu frowned, as those in the entertainment industry were unwilling to miss this opportunity to build momentum. I am also more afraid that Chen Hao will have some new tricks. I'll make a phone call to communicate. Xiaoyu stood up and moved away from the crowd. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chen Hao took out the mantra potion and a bottle of red wine. He knew that Xiaoyu would not refuse, or to be more precise, it was Chao Weizhi behind him who would not refuse. Just a live broadcast. Sure enough, Xiaoyu came over with an affirmative answer. Come, let's raise our glasses and join you. Chen Hao passed everyone's glasses. You can't drink during a live broadcast. Xiaoyu's cup is a special version with added ingredients. He took it and took a sip, happy cooperation. Watching him drink it, Chen Hao smiled with satisfaction, then let's get started. This is the first time that Bai Qing's account has started a live broadcast. The platform supports the promotion of the stream, and he is also at the center of public opinion. As soon as the live broadcast started, many fans flocked in. Bai Qing, you actually started a live broadcast. Oh my god, baby, you seem so innocent in what happened recently. Baby, I'm so worried about you. Ideographic period. The barrage is full of love and affection, and there are heart balloons everywhere. There was even a big guy who lost a carnival. Thank you all for your concern. Today we have invited special guest Mahua Xiaoyu to explain what happened that day to us. The little fish that was hit by the queue was stunned. Not brothers, no, sisters. Why is this different from what you said? Xiaoyu was pushed in front of the camera very suddenly. It is indeed teacher Mahua Xiaoyu v. Wow, is teacher Xiaoyu going to explain it in person? Looking forward to it. Xiaoyu, is there any gossip you haven't told me? Ha 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 ha. The barrage was full of joy, as if it was New Year's Eve. The number of people in the live broadcast room has exceeded 100,000 plus. Xiaoyu, did you take the photos that night yourself? Chen Hao also squeezed in front of the camera. It wasn't just me, there were 2 of us. We took turns keeping watch and captured that scene. Oh my god. Chen Hao. It turns out Chen Hao is here too. This is so explosive, what are we doing tonight? Is Xiaoyu coming to the platform to announce their relationship? Chen Hao ignored the comments and continued to ask. Did you see Bu Chaoyu and I having dinner that night? No. You said Bu Chaoyu and I went home together and left the next day. But I left on the first day. Xiao Yu immediately denied it. Impossible, I didn't see you come out. Her house is so big, how could there be only one entrance and exit? I left through another exit. Xiao Yu was speechless for a moment. His usual eloquence seemed to be locked up, as if his mouth was sealed with cement. Haha, then does this count as spreading rumors? Chen Hao's voice sank. You planned this, didn't you? Would Xiao Yu actually spread rumors? But are the photos real? It turns out that the pictures speak for themselves, there is no verification. Disappointment. Xiao Yu, please answer quickly. Chapter 51 Live. The male succubus shows his power. It's not me, it's not me, Xiao Yu waved her hands repeatedly. Yes, Jiwei Media paid me to report on it. The little fish's mouth, which seemed to be locked just now, opened again. He really wanted to give himself a slap in the face and knock himself unconscious to end the situation. Or just pretend to faint. Ha 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 ha, Xiao Yu, how can you blame someone else for the report your company released? Chen Hao had no intention of letting him go. The little fish must be forced into a desperate situation so that we can make better use of him later. I'm not lying, Xiao Yu stood up excitedly and grabbed the contract next to him. Look, isn't the contract I brought with me the one from Jiwei Media? Chen Hao looked at his watch and saw that there were only 3 minutes left for the mantra potion to last. Then why did the people from Jiwei Media do this? It's brother Chao Wei. He probably thinks you're handsome, and he wants to do that with you. Puff. Chen Hao really couldn't help but spit it out. Teacher Xiao Yu, we should be careful during our first live broadcast. Bai Qing reminded from behind. She usually appears cool and aloof, but now she can hardly hold it in anymore. Mahua Xiao Yu, who is known for his versatility in the industry, was acting very abnormally tonight. When speaking, one cannot say that there are no roundabout ways, but one can say that one says everything one knows. A barrage of comments. Stick up, stick up, stick up, stick up, stick up, ideographic period, truth potion, 1 minute remaining. Ahem, then there's one more thing I need to ask you. Chen Hao hurriedly asked, Bu Chao Yu following me is also part of your propaganda, right? That's not it, that's not it, Xiao Yu waved her hands repeatedly, that was a photo we took accidentally. She really is following you. The first part is about pictures and descriptions. The second part is a true record, right? Yes, yes, yes. Xiao Yu was sweating profusely. He himself felt that his words were incoherent, but he really couldn't control his mouth tonight. You're lying, Bu Chao Yu. His face flushed, jumped out from behind and pointed at Xiao Yu, shouting, I just went there by chance. You, don't frame me. Bu Chao Yu actually started crying as he spoke. Damn, it's perfect for acting. Who, especially a man, can resist the tears of a beautiful woman? Oh, don't be anxious. Maybe teacher Xiao Yu made some mistake. It's a misunderstanding. Bai Qing took out a piece of paper, held up Bu Chao Yu's cheek, and wiped it gently. Lily Dafa is good. Ah, they seem to be on good terms, aren't they rivals in love? I don't understand anymore, can someone explain it to me? Bu Chao Yu is so beautiful when she cries, who can understand me? Chen Hao glanced at his watch. The time for the mantra potion should have passed. His tone softened instantly, and he asked seriously, Teacher Xiao Yu, you've been in the entertainment industry for so long. This incident has caused such a huge public outcry. This has also caused great harm to me, Bai Qing, and Ms. Bu Chao Yu. How can we resolve this? Most importantly, Chen Hao said, looking intently at the live camera in front of him, this is also causing a lot of trouble for our fans. Xiao Yu was completely petrified. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. The popularity of the live broadcast room has been soaring rapidly, and now there are 400,000 people. I feel sorry for Chen Hao, Bai Qing, and Bu Chao Yu. Heartache +1. Heartache +2. Little fish apologizes, little fish apologizes, little fish apologizes, little fish apologizes. Thank you all, fans, for always being with us, Chen Hao said, pulling Bai Qing and Bu Chao Yu in front of the camera. Because of you, we have the courage to face all of this. Guard. Chen Hao will always love you. Woo. What a sincere boy. Turns out he's more than just handsome. They are so beautiful together, guard it. I won't blame those who misunderstood us before, Chen Hao said. We were indeed framed at the Zhangyan restaurant. I wonder if teacher Xiao Yu is willing to testify for us. Xiao Yu was originally mourning on the side, thinking that the Mahua Xiaoyu that he founded would probably die in his own hands today. Suddenly I heard Chen Hao say this. He knew this was his only chance. Without the effect of the truth potion, Xiaoyu felt that the vague feeling in his heart disappeared. Let me first apologize to everyone who's watching. Xiaoyu bowed sincerely. We, Mahua Xiaoyu, didn't do enough to investigate this incident, so we published the report. We will definitely compensate Chen Hao and the others for the losses they caused. As for the details, we will discuss them in detail after the live broadcast. At this point, Xiaoyu and Chen Hao exchanged glances. Chen Hao understood. I'm still willing to believe Xiaoyu for once. His reports have always been objective, but there was a mistake this time. Since Chen Hao has said so, why don't you just disbelieve it for once? Mahua Xiaoyu is just a third-rate tabloid. Paparazzi is paparazzi. Even though Chen Hao had said good things, Xiaoyu knew it in her heart. Mahua Xiaoyu's credibility has been irreversibly damaged in this incident. Everyone, we, Mahua Xiaoyu, have accepted this commissioned report from Mr. Chao Weish of Jiwei Media. I believe everyone understands that internet celebrities also need to stir up hype. I, Xiaoyu, truly believe this incident was just a hype exercise and have been cooperating with Jiwei Media's actions. Xiaoyu sat up straight, very serious. It wasn't until yesterday when I saw the video posted by Bai Qing's account that I began to have doubts in my mind. It was the contract he gave me this morning that made me realize Mr. Chao Jiwei's sinister intentions. Xiaoyu paused, but due to the privacy agreement, I can't show you the details. Chen Hao nodded frequently. It's high, really high. In just a few words, he transformed himself from an accomplice to a tainted witness, and even had a bit of a victim vibe. This is the ability of a public relations person. The trend of the barrage has also changed. Except for a small number of people who are still scolding Mahua Xiaoyu, most have already directed their criticism at Jiwei Media. Chao Jiwei is so disgusting. He is a swindler. Sure enough, no one can escape Chen Hao's beauty. I had previously questioned the authenticity of last night's video. Thank you, Xiaoyu. Seeing that the time was almost right, Chen Hao immediately took the initiative. Leave the rest of the time to us. We have a lot to say to our fans. Xiaoyu tactfully said goodbye, and not long after he returned, Mahua Xiaoyu issued a formal announcement to cut ties with Jiwei Media. Of course, this is a later story. The live broadcast room is currently very popular, and Chen Hao will not miss this opportunity. Everyone, this is our first live broadcast. Thank you so much for coming to watch us. Chen Hao smiled gently, and the male succubus started to use his power again. Chapter 52. Close eyes, thin face, and smooth skin. We will protect Chen Hao's stunning beauty. We will protect Chen Hao's stunning beauty. We will protect Chen Hao's stunning beauty. The barrage of comments immediately flooded the screen. Of course, true love is not just words, it also requires money. The older brothers and sisters were also ruthless. The carnival is thrown away like it's free. Carnival times 1. Chen Hao smiled and said, thank you all for your love for us. Heart. Carnival times 1. Please remember us in the future. Thank you brothers and sisters for the carnival. Carnival times 1. Chen Hao twisted his body towards the camera and made a heart shape with 2 fingers. Bai Qing and Biyu Chaoyu were both stunned watching from the side. No. Is this guy's first time doing a live broadcast? So skilled. Biyu Chaoyu was a little dazed. Was he like this before? Bai Qing nodded. He remembered the figure swaying on the stage of the street dance club. He should always be like this. Chen Hao knew clearly that he had learned this skill from a beautiful female anchor who was addicted to the internet for a while. Simply draw a heart with 2 fingers and you can earn a carnival. This hourly wage. Ho ho ho. Chen Hao didn't even want to calculate it in detail. Ding dong. Congratulations, Master, for triggering the special mission, Love Desire. Your charisma is soaring, and your livestream is incredibly popular. However, this has also sparked a desire among your fans to possess you. Find a good balance and don't lose any fan favorability in the next hour. Special mission reward. 10,000 love points, mall lottery, 1. Countdown begins. 59, 45. No, no, no. Chen Hao kept screaming in his head, as if he had turned into a Beijinger. This live broadcast room currently brings together. I only love the fans of Chen Hao. I only love the fans of Bai Qing. I only love the fans of Biyu Chaoyu. There are also random 2-person combinations among the 3 of them. And the rare fans who like to watch threesome. Doesn't this mission mean that only threesome fans are allowed? Or do we really have to rely on their looks to make them sink to the point where they can't even remember these things? Chen Hao looked at the live camera and saw a face that looked incredibly handsome because of the beauty effects and lighting. You can't get a tiger cub without diving into the tiger's den. Chen Hao stopped thanking and twisting his body, his expression serious. Dear fans, thank you so much for coming today, so I have to make a decision that goes against our ancestors. Chen Hao, we like you. Chen Hao, whatever you do, we will follow you. Open black lens bracket Chen Hao, Chen Hao, Chen Hao, Chen Hao. I'm about to turn off the beauty effects for the live broadcast. Fans, Chen Hao clasped his hands together. Please don't leave me, okay? No, please allow me to call you family. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. The barrage exploded directly. Turn off the beauty effect. Few anchors are willing to turn off special effects. Even for a punishment game, this is huge. Is Chen Hao real? Is her appearance really that good? Bai Qing and Biyu Chaoyu are also in the shot. Did they agree? Yes, we should ask them. Chen Hao turned around and the three of them exchanged glances. Don't worry, we are willing to do that too. Bai Qing took Biyu Chaoyu's hand. Biyu Chaoyu nodded. To be honest, she is very stiff now. The atmosphere of the live broadcast is very different from her usual announcements. This series of events almost blew her brain apart. Close your eyes. Turn off microdermabrasion. Turn off facelift. Ideographic period. Chen Hao turned off the special effects as he spoke. In the end, only the lighting was left. Dear children, all special effects have been turned off. Chen Hao showed his most charming smile to the screen. From eyes to nose to lips and then to chin. This face is perfect. Turning off the special effects did not make Chen Hao's appearance disappear, but made him look more realistic. Tiny pores are also visible to people. Unlike the dead pale skin caused by special effects, Chen Hao's skin color is bronze. Healthy wheat color. The edges and corners that were previously blurred due to skin smoothing are now clearly defined. Oh my god, what a waste to use special effects. Is this a human face? It's so perfect. Husband Chen Hao, I love you. Carnival times 1. Carnival times 1. Carnival times 1. In today's live broadcast room, if you don't have a carnival, no one will pay attention to what gifts you have given. Because of the continuous carnival special effects, it took up most of the screen. New passers-by side. Only carnival effects can be seen when entering. Awesome. What does the anchor look like? Carnival anchor. Chen Hao smiled. You can turn off the gift effects in the menu bar. Chen Hao, are you born this way? There must be some fine-tuning, right? It's hard to believe it's a human. Chen Hao put his face in front of the camera and pulled his cheeks. Everyone can take a look, they are all genuine. The difference between internet celebrities and stars is obvious at this moment. If people thought Chen Hao was an internet celebrity before, now he is considered a star. At least her appearance is very good. Biyu Chaoyu and Bai Qing, who are standing behind the camera, are not much different in appearance. It should be said that after the three people turned off the live broadcast special effects, their own beauty was revealed. Bai Qing has the lazy feeling of a cool beauty, probably because she didn't get enough rest in the past few days. When Biyu Chaoyu doesn't speak, his personality is completely opposite to his real personality. It's like a carefully carved piece of ancient Greek art. Angular, elegant and high-end. Debut. Chen Hao, please debut. I want to see such a perfect face on the big screen. They are so beautiful. The people in the live broadcast room were completely captivated by the beauty of the three girls. 29:16. Chen Hao struck while the iron was hot and pulled Biyu Chaoyu and Bai Qing in front of the camera. The three of them standing together looked like people in a painting. Everyone, if we're going to debut, I think it should be the three of us together. Without Bai Qing, my account wouldn't have attracted so much attention. He looked at Biyu Chaoyu and said, without Chaoyu, the friendship between the three of us wouldn't be so deep. Is this really pure friendship? The previous report about the overtaking tracking was just random reporting by Xiaohao. Reject sexual ideologies and trust Chen Hao. I think we are not yet lovers. Bai Qing explained gently. I believe that everyone in the live broadcast room also had a youth, and now is our youthful moment. Whatever the sentiment, we promise to notify everyone as soon as there's a change. As he spoke, Bai Qing pulled Bu Chaoyu to his side. Right now, I really like Chen Hao and Bu Chaoyu. I like them as friends. Whether they are best friends or lovers, we have our own considerations. I feel so happy seeing them getting along so well. Chapter 53 Viagra is very weak. Bu Chaoyu suddenly said in a daze, "Great, finally, you don't believe that I'm a stalker anymore." As he spoke, tears began to flow again. Chen Hao thought to himself, I'm really impressed. I can pass it if I act again. Who knew that she actually shed a few tears? Bai Qing immediately held her cheeks and wiped away her tears. Okay, don't cry anymore. Chen Hao's heart was filled with alarm. This Bai Qing is really good. The barrage went crazy again. Oh my god, have we been getting the wrong CP all along? Straight women are amazing. I've fallen in love. Queen, please love me well. This generation of netizens really dares to eat anything. At this time, Chen Hao found that he had received a PK invitation from another anchor. Host, Jiwei Media. After Xiaoyu returned, he must have contacted Chao Jiwei immediately, and they took action so quickly. Bai Qing's face was filled with worry. Chen Hao, we. Chen Hao's eyes were firm. Don't worry, leave it to me. He wanted to see what other tricks this Chao Weizhe had up his sleeve. Everyone, I received a live PK from Jiwei Media. Let's see what he has to say. The barrage was full of hatred, and several big brothers and sisters on the list. Just throw in a few carnivals to boost momentum. Chen Hao clicked, accept invitation. The picture was divided into two parts, and Chao Weige's big face appeared on the screen. Today he is not as charming as before, like a cat with its tail between its legs, cautious. Chao, you've gone too far. Bu Chaoyu spoke first, and she had regained her usual spoiled daughter's temper. I treated you as a sister, and you actually used me as a sacrifice. Chen Hao teased, Chao, oh, no, I should call you Wei Zhe. What can I do for you? Chao Jiwei stammered, and suddenly raised his hand and slapped himself in the face. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have let those magazines write about it. Woohoo. If a woman cries like a pear blossom in the rain, people will feel more sympathy for her. This Viagra's crying was a mess and disgusting. To be precise, Chen Hao felt that there was a donkey braying on the other end of the phone. Let out a hoarse, desperate cry. Woohoo, wah 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 wah. How dare he cry, so's. Not worthy of sympathy, shut down quickly. I shouldn't be connected with him, it's disgusting. If he keeps crying, the audience in the live broadcast room will be driven away by his tears. Okay, stop crying, Chen Hao said sternly, look in my eyes. Answer me. How are you, Jiwei Media, planning to compensate us? I don't have any money. You're talking nonsense, Bu Chaoyu interrupted immediately, you bought all the new French spring products this year. It's because of those things that I have no money left. Chen Hao was really at a loss for words. Brother Wei, you are indeed very weak in a sense. Since you're in the live studio, why not put on a show for the big brothers and big sisters? What performance? Please, don't make it difficult for me. I'm really impressed. This Chao Jiwei must have been so arrogant that his brain was burned out. At this time, it is still unclear who is the big king and who is the small king. Let's dance. Any dance will do. Just make everyone happy. We can talk about the rest later. After saying that, Chen Hao directly turned off the sound of the live broadcast room opposite. Chao Jiwei on the opposite side clasped his hands together and bowed again and again, but no one knew what he was saying. Should Chen Hao forgive him? Looks shifty and annoying. Why not let him livestream eating aioli gay? Chen Hao is still too kind. Chen Hao smiled slightly. Family, I won't forgive him easily. But I hope you can be happy. It's a good thing to let him entertain everyone. Chao Jiwei began to take off his clothes, jacket, tie, and trousers. Showing off shorts and a tank top. Chen Hao turned on the sound of the live broadcast room opposite. The exciting DJ sound effects came with Chao Jiwei's shrill voice, sorry. At the same time, Chao Jiwei supported himself on one foot and began to spin at high speed. I close my eyes while spinning and jumping. The clamor of the world cannot see whether you are intoxicated or not. It turns out this brat came prepared. Humph, Chen Hao snorted coldly. Family members, please give Wei Zhe a thumbs up. At times like this, we need to liven up the atmosphere for him, but he just doesn't believe it. Is this guy a perpetual motion machine? Bu Xiaoyu came over and whispered in his ear. Cao Cao majored in photography, but her hobby is ballet. Turning a few circles isn't a big deal. As soon as she finished speaking, Cao Weish fell to the ground. Oops, I fell down. Chen Hao looked at Bu Xiaoyu suspiciously. That's it. Love ballet. Looks like you love guava. Bu Xiaoyu's eyes were as big as copper bells, with a few big words written in his eyes. He is pretending. Oh wow, interesting, trying to gain sympathy by faking a fall. But unfortunately, the audience has sharp eyes. It's too bizarre, I can't stand it. Does he think he is that Mei Yang Yang? Open corner bracket PFF, you're not really here to apologize, are you? Chen Hao pretended to be sympathetic. Hey, thanks for the show, Wei Zhe. Wei Zhe, have you figured out how to compensate us? Chao Jiwei slowly got up from the ground. Chen Hao, I really don't have any money. I can do anything you ask me to do. Yeah, Chen Hao didn't intend to waste any more time. It seemed that Chao Jiwei would not cry until he saw the coffin. You don't think this incident can be resolved by just dancing and playing tricks here, do you? This incident has caused great harm not only to the three of us involved, but also to the public. Everyone is being fooled by you, the instigator. I hope you and your team will think carefully about the terms of compensation and contact me by next Monday. Otherwise, we will have no choice but to take legal action. Chao Jiwei's face was pale. In his eyes, Chen Hao and his friends were just a bunch of little brats who had never experienced the harshness of society. The only one with some work experience is Bu Xiaoyu. But he knew Bu Xiaoyu too well, and he was also a man without any ideas. Wait, Chao Jiwei stammered, this matter. He was about to say something, but Chen Hao simply hung up the live broadcast. Mighty and majestic. Babies are cute even when they look serious. I can't stand it, is this the charm of a man? Chen Hao smiled sweetly at the camera. Dear family members, did you like the performance that Jiwei Media just gave us? Ha 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 ha, I hope everyone in the family is happy in Bobo room. Open corner bracket, she's actually dealing with that kind of person for us. Ah. Touched plus 10,086, I will follow you forever. A combination of wisdom and beauty, I will always love you. Chen Hao raised 2 fingers and drew a heart again. I will always love you too. Chapter 54, the fourth goddess who lived in the villa. Countdown ends. 0. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for completing the special mission, Fire of Love. Rewards. Love points, 10,000, Mall Lottery, 1. You are a deity that combines beauty and wisdom. You have been awarded the title, King of Charm. From now on, any fan who expresses their affection for you will continue to earn love points. Repeatedly increase love points. Chen Hao breathed a sigh of relief. This way, even if any news broke out in the future, he would be able to quickly accumulate love points again. He found a reason to turn off the live broadcast. Live broadcast revenue. Your live broadcast duration, 1 hour 20 minutes and 25 seconds. Followers, 251,631. Revenue, 283,716. Bai Qing opened his eyes wide. Oh my god, there are nearly 300,000 rewards in just over an hour. 300,000, Bu Xiaoyu opened his mouth wide. This money came too easily. Chen Hao curled his lips. 300,000, after deducting 50% for the platform, the live broadcast only leaves 150,000. There are 3 of us, 50,000 each. Bai Qing immediately refused. I didn't say anything the whole time. I don't want it either. You're singing and dancing. I don't want this money. We're a group now, so we all should split up. Besides, you don't say much, but your words have a big impact. Didn't you two act out your sisterhood well? Chen Hao winked. We're not acting. No acting. The 2 people explained eagerly, and then smiled at each other after saying the same words at the same time. Girls' friendship is so unpredictable. On Friday afternoon, Chao Jiwei contacted Chen Hao. The final agreement was that Chao Jiwei would issue a public apology statement in all major media outlets. The total compensation for the 3 people is 900,000 yuan. Such a huge amount of money directly caused his Jiwei Media to go bankrupt. I guess Chao Jiwei won't be able to stay in this circle anymore. At the same time, Bu Xiaoyu also cut ties with her original agency. Of course, the penalty for breach of contract was a huge sum of money, and Miss Bu didn't even blink and directly transferred the money. Wow, Miss Bu, you're really generous. Chen Hao joked, that company can provide a lot of resources. Is it really okay not to cooperate with them? There's no point in cooperating. Bu Chaoyu spread his hands, nonchalantly saying, we've already knocked Dave's nose crooked. It's going to be hard for this kind of fashion magazine to get published. Although she said so on the surface, Chen Hao knew that this guy actually cared about it to death. Don't worry, I said I would help you become a supermodel. I mean it. Bu Chaoyu's heart moved, he actually still remembers it. Ding! Congratulations to Master Zhongbu for surpassing the intimacy value by 5. Reward: 150 love points. But then again, the incident is over, why are you still here? Bu Chaoyu started to stutter again, what's wrong? What's wrong? You have so many rooms in your house, what's wrong with me staying here for a while? Besides, the owner of the house where I live hasn't said anything either. What right do you have to say that to me? She looked at Wu Meng and Bai Qing who were serving dishes. Also, Bai Qing is here too. There's a pervert squatting in Bai Qing's apartment right now. There's nothing we can do about it. Chen Hao smiled evilly. He liked to see Bu Chaoyu's anxious look the most. And I am the owner of the house. Technically, this villa was left to me by my parents. Bu Chaoyu's face flushed red, and he was angry and anxious. Wu Meng smiled. Xiaohao, I was just kidding. You're welcome to stay here as long as you want. Ha 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 ha. Chen Hao finally couldn't control his laughter. You already look like a duck without me pinching your mouth. You. Disgusting. Bu Chaoyu shouted, picked up the pillow on the sofa and rushed over. I'm going to suffocate you to death. How dare you? Do you want to murder the master who feeds and shelters you? Bu Chaoyu paused, becoming even more anxious. I told you to talk nonsense, I told you to talk nonsense. Stop fighting, it's time to eat. Bai Qing set the tableware. Wu Meng smiled and said, let them be. Enemies always meet again. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang. The people in the room stopped what they were doing. Who could it be at this time? Chen Hao stood up and walked towards the door. Why is it you? Chen Hao opened the door and saw Sun Jiaxin standing there dragging a suitcase. She seems to like wearing green clothes. Today I am wearing a dress with bamboo leaf patterns. I just can't help it, right? Sun Jiaxin said with difficulty, besides, you said so. You will support me or something. Sun Jiaxin said in a low voice. Come in first and talk. Wu Meng said, we are eating now, you should eat something too. It's you. We spent a lot of effort to get you to help us. Bu Chaoyu said in a bad tone. Bai Qing didn't say anything, turned around and went to the kitchen to get another set of tableware. The atmosphere in the house was subtly eerie. Chen Hao wailed in his heart, one problem after another. 3 women make a play, now there are 4 women. 4 women are like a pot of porridge. Cook it and boil yourself. I remember your name is Sun Jiaxin, right? Wu Meng smiled faintly. Thank you so much for this incident. If you hadn't taken care of our Xiaohao, I really don't know what I would have done. Listening to the words and the tone, Wu Meng bit, hard. This is not a simple greeting, it is a declaration of sovereignty. Actually, I should have spoken up sooner, Sun Jiaxin said a little embarrassedly, but I really cared about him too much. Plus, I didn't know you guys, so. How much do you care about him? You sound like you know Chen Hao very well. Bu Chaoyu obviously doesn't speak in so many roundabout ways. It's a direct explosion, it depends on how you respond. Humph, I know much more than a young lady like you who looks down on others with her nose. Sun Jiaxin estimated that all the attacks were targeted, with no defense at all. You, what do you mean? Bu Chaoyu emphasized, are my nostrils really that big? People's ability to understand each other varies greatly. Chen Hao couldn't help but laugh out loud, covering his mouth, ha 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 ha. Everyone's eyes were cast over. Ding. Warning. Master Zhang Baiqing's intimacy value has been reduced by 1. Penalty. Love points -10. Ding. Warning to Master Wu Meng. Intimacy value reduced by 1. Penalty. Love points -20. Ding. Warning to the Master. Zhongbu's intimacy value has been reduced by 5. Penalty. Love points -150. Sisters, you really share the same hatred for the enemy. Ahem. Chen Hao sat up straight, his expression serious. Sun Jiaxin, what on earth happened to you? Sun Jiaxin sighed. You're right. Zhongyan restaurant won't hire me anymore. Because I didn't reserve on-campus housing this semester to work there, so for a while now, I'm homeless. Chapter 55 The Surge of Love and Possessiveness. Wu Meng stopped what he was doing and asked, "Why are you homeless?" "Well, I'm not from Zhang City. Besides, I haven't been paid by Zhangyan Restaurant yet." Sun Jiaxin sighed, "Even though I've only been there for a little over a month. They said they didn't even ask me for the money for my work clothes." Well, black-hearted capitalists, Bu Chaoyu had just paid a large sum of liquidated damages and suddenly empathized with Sun Jiaxin's experience. Bai Qing came over with a smile. "Well, it's really inconvenient for a girl like you to rent an apartment. Why don't you live in Bu Chaoyu's apartment?" Bu Chaoyu and Bai Qing looked at each other and understood instantly. Wow, this is a strategy that kills two birds with one stone. Since someone lives in Bu Chaoyu's house, Bu Chaoyu naturally doesn't need to move out. Sun Jiaxin also has a place to live, so she doesn't have to move in. "Yes, you can stay at my apartment. It's near the university town, a large flat, and comes with butler service." Bu Chaoyu was overjoyed. "You can stay as long as you want. I'll record your fingerprint in the cloud right away." "No, no, no," Sun Jiaxin quickly stopped him, "that's too expensive. I'm not one of those freeloaders who eat, drink, and live for free." Bu Chaoyu rushed to speak. "I don't want your money, just live here for free." "That's impossible," Sun Jiaxin refused directly without leaving any room for negotiation. "I came to see Chen Hao, wondering if he could rent a single room for me. Then I will quickly find a part-time job to pay your rent." Sun Jiaxin blinked her big eyes and looked at Chen Hao pitifully. Chen Hao looked at her big watery eyes and couldn't bear to refuse. Plus, she had already promised him that she could come to him for help if she got into trouble. He had no reason to refuse. However, there were three eyes as hot as flames next to Sun Jiaxin. Chen Hao said seriously, "Well, my house is small, and the rooms are not spacious. You can live at the end of the second floor." "Yeah, thank you," Sun Jiaxin was so grateful. Ding! Congratulations to Master Sun Jiaxin for increasing her intimacy value by 10. Reward: 100 love points. In fact, she also came with the mentality of trying everything possible. Unexpectedly, Chen Hao did not disappoint her. She went upstairs with a cheerful step. The atmosphere on the first floor was somewhat frozen. Chen Hao stood up and said, "Everyone, I have already promised her that as long as she is willing to help, I will help her when she encounters problems." The three of them were busy with their own things and completely ignored Chen Hao. The intimacy value has not dropped, which means there is still a chance. She has no money on her. What if a girl encounters a bad guy? Bu Chaoyu: "Hey, that's not the case. I let her live in my apartment for free. I'm not someone who takes advantage," Chen Hao said seriously. "Besides, you're arguing with someone 1 second, your face red, and the next second you're saying you're giving them the house. Who would dare? You are just protecting her." Bu Chaoyu frowned. "This is really urgent. I know you are in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry." Chen Hao rolled his eyes, pulled Bu Chaoyu closer, and whispered, "Right now, we can only say that we've gotten through this smoothly, but we're still at the forefront. You don't want people to take pictures of strangers staying in your apartment and then write all sorts of nonsense about it, do you?" Bu Chaoyu's momentum softened instantly. She cares a lot about what the public thinks of her. Although she was very reluctant, she still accepted Sun Jiaxin's stay. Although the other two were slightly dissatisfied, they finally accepted it. Night. Chen Hao remembered that there was another chance to draw a lottery given by the system. So he turned the turntable on again. He didn't want anything in particular at the moment, so he just left it to fate and wandered around casually. The pointer stops at Attribute Skill Unlock ×1. Attribute Skill Unlock. Immediately view the attribute skills of the specified goddess for free. Damn it! This is a great reward. Chen Hao opened Bu Chaoyu's information card without thinking. Bu Chaoyu is the highest level S level that I have come across so far. Unlocking her attribute skills requires 100,000 love points. Unlock. Name: Bu Chaoyu. Age: 20. Purity: 84%. Strategy level: 30. Attributes and skills: your natural beauty and strong empathy make you a natural actor. Your golden ratio combined with backstage practice will help you gain a foothold in the fashion world. Other information: the magic of love is spinning, the charm you exude makes Bu Chaoyu unable to control her obsession. Intimacy value, 50, best friend level. Current task. Side quest optional, strategies for Bu Chaoyu. Chen Hao nodded repeatedly at Bu Chaoyu's message. It turns out that there is another path besides being a supermodel, being an actor. The key is that she is not a vase actor. If she works hard, she can become a talented actor. Purity, 84%. Why is it lower than the last time? No way, no way, is it possible that as long as something happens, this value will keep falling? Master, that's not the case. I-Chan appears and shows her information bar. Purity, 99%. Chen Hao was shocked. This was not right. This purity is mainly due to your weight in the goddess, heart. Normally, the goddess you have had intimate contact with is 99%. The more extreme the goddess's possessiveness towards you, the more this value will drop. My intimacy and strategy are both at 100, so my purity won't drop no matter what. Only then did Chen Hao react. No wonder Bu Chaoyu followed me. It must be that this radical emotion has reached the point where it can no longer be hidden. But, I-Chan, don't I have a master of keeping things balanced? Why is this happening? Everyone expresses love in different ways. I-Chan feels that as long as she is with her master, she is happy. Sister Wu Meng believes that being able to gaze at the person you love is happiness. As for Bu Chaoyu, I-Chan rolled over on the bed. She was born with too much. Naturally, she can't accept sharing the things she likes with others. Well, that makes sense. But if I don't suppress this emotion, there will probably be bad consequences. I-Chan nodded and waved her hand to open another interface of the system. If you keep falling, the goddess may gain the evil fall status. Evil fall. The favorability value with other goddesses is always negative, ignoring the water master status. This status can only be eliminated by using a purification potion. This is quite a troublesome situation. Chen Hao touched his chin. Honestly, it's quite troublesome to have the magic of love spinning around like this right now, right? He recalled Bu Chaoyu's current attitude towards him. Real. It looks very much like a Samoyed I once had. A silly big dog. When it can't see its owner, it will run around the house looking for people. Once you find it, follow it all the time, even going to the toilet together. Master, would you like to come and see the mall today? I-Chan interrupted his thoughts. And you've accumulated quite a bit of love points now. Chapter 56 Upgrade, Cat Girl, and Persistent Love. Love points accumulated, 102,736. Over 100,000 love points. Almost the same as before the incident. I-Chan, now that I've upgraded the store, will there be 2 items displayed? Chen Hao knew too well the nature of this system. Still need to ask clearly. Of course, we'll find new products for you. I-Chan switched the page to the mall. Would you like to buy the products here first? It will disappear after the upgrade. The mall has only one grid with only one item on it. Purification Potion. Purification Potion. Instantly eliminates the target's evil fall status, instantly increases intimacy to friend level 50, ignoring previous values, and the attack level remains unchanged. I-Chan, Chen Hao looked at her smiling sweetly, can you control the new items in this mall? Well, we will be very humane to provide you with the items you urgently need, master. How do you know I need this? I-Chan smiled sweetly, like a caring little cotton padded jacket. But Chen Hao knew clearly. It contains black cotton. Because of Sun Jiaxin, her intervention will greatly stimulate Bu Chaoyu's purity. Chen Hao thought about Bu Chaoyu's reaction today and realized that Azhong was telling the truth. Master, I won't lie to you. Especially since Sun Jiaxin's own attributes will also accelerate this state. What attributes? Chen Hao asked anxiously. What attributes are there? I-Chan came over. Master, do you want to unlock them and see? I-Chan's fingers drew circles on Chen Hao's chest muscles. Sun Jiaxin is only a B-ranked goddess. You can find out by unlocking other information. It only costs 10,000 points. Love points are the currency within the system. Currency is money, and money that is not spent is just waste paper. Chen Hao sighed. Okay, let's unlock it and see. Name, Sun Jiaxin. Age, 20. Purity, 100%. Strategy level, 5. Attribute skills. Intimacy value is too low, the host cannot view. Other information. Non-God is love, obsessed with Oni-chan type of love and unable to extricate oneself, activated. Intimacy value, 50, friend level. Current task. Side quest optional difficult situation. Sun Jiaxin is currently in trouble. Contact her to learn more about her story. Chen Hao frowned. 7 forms of love, do you mean deformed? Well, no. This is a super accurate result after AI analysis. Ai Chan stretched out her hands. Sun Jiaxin probably needs to go through 7 relationships with older men before she finds true love. 7 captures of Meng Huo, Chen Hao scoffed. Besides, she's my goddess now, why would she be in love with someone else? Ai Chan said playfully, we're not in a relationship now, are we? Also, don't you find this extremely high intimacy value weird? Chen Hao scratched his head. According to the system settings, the intimacy value is how much she likes me, and the capture degree is how much I matter to her. Logically, these 2 values should complement each other. Sun Jiaxin's situation, on the one hand, shows that she likes me very much, but on the other hand, she doesn't care about me. Ai Chan added, yes, her liking is a bit light and flirty. Because she's looking through me and loving what I represent. Chen Hao's eyes were fixed on the word, Oni-chan, which gave him goosebumps. There was silence for a moment. Chen Hao understood. She's a brother complex. She loves the older brother side of me. But not me as a person. This is similar to those CP fans before. Chen Hao's hands wandered over Ai Yang's skin. The faster this kind of fan-like love builds up, the faster it collapses. It's dangerous. Ai Chan snuggled into his arms. How is it? Are you satisfied, master? If Bu Chaoyu is a Samoyed, Chen Hao looked at Ai Chan who was blinking. Ai Chan should be a cat, the clingy kind, but a little bit mischievous. It's not impossible for a cat. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Hao felt the feeling in his palm change. It was no longer the feel of human skin, but rather the fur of a fluffy feline. Ai Chan also had a pair of black cat ears growing on her head. Cat, it's really a cat. Everything happened so fast that Chen Hao was unable to react. Meow meow meow, Ai Chan placed her palm on Chen Hao's chest. Unlike human hands, Chen Hao took her palm and rubbed it. It's a meat pad. There was no light in the room, only the blue light of the system interface and the moonlight. Chen Hao rubbed the pink and tender pads repeatedly with his hands, unable to let go. Who doesn't like kittens? The cat ears are also soft. If you take a puff. Chen Hao swallowed. The next second, it crawled into the cat's body. I should have thought of it earlier, Master Chan. Ai Chan's voice was soft. You don't like fox demons, you like cat girls, right? Chen Hao pinched her cat ears hard. What's wrong with being a cat girl? Everything is fine, Ai Chan came up to her, as long as you like it. Maybe because cats are liquid, Ai Chan's body seems to be more flexible than before. Etc. Ai Chan, please upgrade them all first. Chen Hao still understood what was important. Upgrading them all requires 20,000 love points. Do you agree to increase the mall item limit by 2? Agree. Upgrade successful. Your current accumulated love points, 71,736. The upgraded mall has 2 more items. Exactly the same product. It seemed as if he was mocking Chen Hao. Speed up card. Spend 10,000 love points. Speed up card. Spend 10,000 love points. Would you like to buy it? Buy, you idiot. Chen Hao regained the high ground. I think you need a good lesson. I'm going to teach you a lesson. The next morning, Chen Hao went downstairs yawning. I have to say, Catgirl is awesome. Especially being able to experience it in the real world is really great. Why are you grinning so foolishly so early in the morning? Wu Meng stood next to the coffee machine. I have something to give you. Wu Meng handed over a brown paper file bag. Let's go to the notary office this afternoon. I've prepared all the documents. Sister Wu Meng, what are you going to do? I told you before to get proof of property. Wu Meng said seriously, do you think I was just talking? I saw you were so busy during this period so I didn't mention it. Chapter 57. Where you are, there is peace of mind. The only inheritance left by my parents is the 3-story villa with a garden and a coffee shop near the university town. There is no cash. When Chen Zhanfeng's business failed, all the money was taken back by creditors. Only time to transfer this part. When Wu Meng and Chen Hao came out of the notary office, the system sound rang. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the main quest. You have successfully obtained your own property from Wu Meng. Reward. Love points, 100,000. Wu Meng's strategy points increased by 20, intimacy points increased by 20. Congratulations on avoiding the tragic fate of the original owner. Now, your story will be written by you. Oh, is this a transformation from a linear narrative adventure story to an open world? Open Wu Meng's information card again. Name, Wu Meng. Age, 33. Purity, 100%. Strategy level, 75. Attribute skills, intimacy value is too low, the host cannot view. Other information, you originally had no dreams, but you have dreams in this life. Intimacy value, 49. Current task, side quest optional conquer Wu Meng. Hidden mission, find out the truth behind the broken family. The relevant location has been explored White Horse Club. Main quest is really gone. In general, if the main story of a game ends, it can be said that the game has come to an end. Next are some side quests or activity copies. What if it comes to the end? Will I disappear? No, master, there's no such thing as that. Our system isn't a quick travel world. Zhang's voice broke Chen Hao's fantasy. Chen Hao frowned. He didn't like quick travel in novels. It was not good when the world ended just when he was enjoying himself. If you want to have fun, you have to have fun all the time, have fun every day, ha 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 ha. This other information is both about having dreams and not having dreams, and I don't know what it means. Chan, please explain. Open black lens bracket close black lens bracket. This time Chan didn't answer. Okay, now all your things are yours. I've fulfilled your parents' wishes. Wu Meng looked relaxed. I'll continue to help you look after the coffee shop until you're able to take over completely. Chen Hao smiled evilly. Sister Wu Meng, you have to work for me now, hee hee. Yes, I work for you, Wu Meng joked. As your boss, do you want to pay me more? Chen Hao said seriously, yes, yes. I plan to give you half of the profits from the coffee shop. Wu Meng couldn't help but stop and said, this won't work. I showed you the accounts of the cafe before, but you didn't want the money. How can you give me money now? You've been in this shop a long time, haven't you? 10 years at least. Don't veteran employees deserve it? But Wu Meng wanted to say something but was interrupted by Chen Hao. He said seriously. In my heart, you've not only taken care of me for a few years, but you're also more than just an employee working in a cafe. Chen Hao took Wu Meng's hand and held it tightly. She didn't refuse. You are the most important woman in my heart. Of course Wu Meng understood what he meant. After that night, he untied her knot. Perhaps, in her heart she was also looking forward to this moment, but she was also afraid. She was afraid of facing this relationship, afraid of the age gap, and there were many things she was afraid of. But what was said in the end was, Xiaohao, I don't know if I can take good care of you. I don't need you to take care of me. Chen Hao pulled her closer and whispered in her ear, I hope you can treat me as a man to rely on. Maybe it's difficult for you now. Chen Hao looked at the shy Wu Meng, but I know you can do it. Wu Meng felt the man's breath and the warmth of his palm. Peace of mind. This was a feeling she had never experienced before. So Wu Meng swallowed the fear back into his heart. This time, her hand also held his hand tightly. Take the initiative to feel the tenderness that belongs only to her at this moment. She really wanted time to stop at this moment. Ding! Warning to the master, Zhongbu's intimacy value has been reduced by 1. Penalty. Love points -30. The sudden system sound left Chen Hao puzzled. No, Bu Chaoyu is not here either. Chen Hao thought it was a system error and continued to walk back with Wu Meng, but... Ding! Warning to the master, Zhongbu's intimacy value has been reduced by 1. Penalty. Love points -30. Is this the second time? Chan, is there a system bug? No, master, these are all true records. With doubts, Chen Hao and Wu Meng returned home. As soon as I opened the door, a pillow flew towards me. Then came Bu Chaoyu's voice, you're going to piss me off to death. Standing in the middle of the living room were Bu Chaoyu and Sun Jiaxin. Judging from the direction the pillow was flying, it was obviously intended to hit Sun Jiaxin. Chen Hao walked over and stood between the two people. What's wrong with you guys? I can't stand it anymore. Bu Chaoyu exhaled, I can't stand her for even a minute. Sun Jiaxin picked up the pillow on the ground and looked at Chen Hao. It's nothing, I was too direct and offended my sister. What sister? Aren't we the same year? Bu Chaoyu's eyes seemed to be spitting out fire. And are you telling the truth? You told me to take care of myself and not follow Chen Hao or anything like that. Who do you think you are? Sun Jiaxin's words really hit Bu Chaoyu's sore spot. Sun Jiaxin said nothing, but looked at Chen Hao with tears in her eyes. She looked like she was letting the adults make the decision for her. Chen Hao opened Sun Jiaxin's message board and took another look. Other information. Nanagata's love. Obsessed with Oni-chan type of love and unable to extricate oneself, activated. Where there is activation, there will naturally be a time for shutdown. Apart from what I-chan said about having experienced 7 romances, is there anything else that can break her obsession? Side quest optional difficult situation. Sun Jiaxin is currently in trouble. Contact her to learn more about her story. Difficult situation. I previously thought that Sun Jiaxin had nowhere to go, but it seems that it is not that simple. Exploring her past might be a way to change her. But Chen Hao looked at the 2 people in front of him who were at loggerheads. It seemed that the problem between them had indeed reached a point where it could not be reconciled. Is there really time and opportunity? So that's what happened. Wu Meng stepped in at the critical moment. Oh, Sun Jiaxin just came here because of what the media said. We all know who you are. Chen Hao quickly responded. Yes, I know you very well. Looking at Chen Hao's smile, Bu Chaoyu felt a little better. Sun Jiaxin said at this time, hey, it's all my fault. Brother Hao, please stop arguing with your sister. Chapter 58 Love is like fire, warming the heart. These words undoubtedly added fuel to the fire. Bu Chaoyu, who had just calmed down a little, was immediately led by the nose. Say it again. Who did I quarrel with? Sun Jiaxin shrank her neck and pretended to be scared. It's all my fault. Seeing the fight starting again, Chen Hao stood between the 2 and shouted, all right. Everyone stared at him. Chen Hao looked at Sun Jiaxin and said word by word, if you still want to live here, you have to get along well with everyone. What? Sun Jiaxin opened her mouth slightly and continued to act weak. Brother Hao, I care about you too. I know whether you care about me or have other intentions. Everyone here knows it too. There was a chill in Chen Hao's eyes. The most important thing in this world is order. Everything should be based on first come, first served. If this happens again, I can only ask you to leave. Ding. Warning. Master Sun Jiaxin's intimacy value has been reduced by 10. Penalty. Love points -100. No one expected that the usually amiable Chen Hao actually had such a side to him. Wu Meng said in a low voice, Xiaohao, don't say such things. Chen Hao did not answer Wu Meng, but just looked at Sun Jiaxin coldly without saying anything. Tears welled up in Sun Jiaxin's eyes as she murmured softly, is she better than me? Now, she is indeed better than you. Why? Sun Jiaxin was a little excited. If Bu Chaoyu hadn't happened at the Zhongyan restaurant, the incident wouldn't have happened, and there wouldn't have been any public opinion storm afterwards. Chen Hao frowned. It's not the people who were hurt who are guilty. It's the scum who inflicted the violence. He narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at Sun Jiaxin. You said you would testify for us that night, didn't you? You know what is right and wrong. Sun Jiaxin gritted her teeth. She knew it clearly in her heart, as clear as it could be. But she just couldn't stand it. At first, I couldn't stand not being around Chen Hao. Then he couldn't stand Bu Chaoyu surrounding Chen Hao. She wanted to have him all to herself, forever. You're a girl, and I don't want to say such harsh words. Chen Hao's tone softened. People don't understand each other well enough right now, so there will definitely be friction. If you lose your job, we do have responsibilities. I will take on this responsibility, but I also hope that you can leave as soon as you find a job. Having said that, Sun Jiaxin already knew her current position in Chen Hao's heart. After saying that, she went upstairs to her room without looking back. Xiaohao, why do you talk to a girl like that? Wu Meng complained and went upstairs to comfort her. Bu Chaoyu was also a little at a loss, even though Sun Jiaxin had just made her mad. But considering that Sun Jiaxin lost her job because of them, she really shouldn't have said such harsh words. Hey, don't think I'll be moved by what you say. Why should I be moved by you? Chen Hao squinted his eyes. I just don't like someone being so presumptuous in my house. Then there's no need for you to be so extreme. You want to be a good person, Chen Hao sneered. I almost fell down from anger just now, have you forgotten? Bu Chaoyu was speechless for a moment. To be honest, she had been spoiled since childhood and really didn't know how to handle such interpersonal relationships. When people interact with each other, they must draw clear boundaries from the very beginning. Chen Hao gestured with his hands. As long as it's a matter of principle, there's no room for compromise. Well, she just has a bad attitude. It's not a matter of principle. She has crossed my bottom line. Chen Hao sat on the sofa and patted the seat next to him to signal Bu Chaoyu to sit down. After Bu Chaoyu sat down obediently, Chen Hao hugged her in his arms. He whispered close to her ear, "She actually wants to bully my woman. This is my bottom line." Bu Chaoyu's heart seemed to stop for a moment, and she subconsciously pushed. But Chen Hao held her tightly. "Why don't you admit it?" Chen Hao lifted her chin with one hand. Ding! Congratulations to Master Zhongbu for surpassing the intimacy value by 5. Reward: 150 love points. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for triggering the special mission. Love warms the heart like fire. Let Bu Chaoyu feel your burning love, let her know that your heart has long been crazy for her. Special mission reward: Bu Beyond Strategy Level 50. 50 points of strategy, an unprecedented super bonus. It seems that this task is difficult, and it is not as simple as just loving. Maybe love will take a long time, or maybe love must be tempered through thousands of trials and tribulations. Love can grind an iron rod into a needle. The distance between the two is getting closer. You're crazy. Bu Chaoyu desperately resisted. This is the living room. Really? I don't think this is a living room. Isn't this our love nest? Ding! Congratulations to Master Zhongbu for surpassing the intimacy value by 5. Reward: 150 love points. Oh, you seem very happy. Nonsense, Bu Chaoyu exclaimed, but subconsciously covered his mouth again, afraid that the noise would be too loud and be discovered. I didn't. You can't fool me. Just leave it to me. Oh, I don't want to. You say that, but your body is very honest. I hate you the most. Bu Chaoyu frowned. Stop it now. Stop. Chen Hao smirked. I didn't do anything. Really, stop making trouble. Sister Wu Meng and that son Joshing are both at home. They're on the second floor. Chen Hao glanced upstairs. I'm keeping an eye on them. Really? Bu Chaoyu's strength to resist weakened a little. Chen Hao did not answer her. Don't answer at this time. Bu Chaoyu's hesitation means, yes. And this, uncertainty, is the fun of this time. Do you believe me if I say I want to do this every day? Stop talking nonsense. You're acting weird today. Ding! Congratulations to Master Zhongbu for surpassing the intimacy value by 5. Reward: 150 love points. Oh, everything you said today was something I didn't like to hear. I've always treated you this way. Oh, weren't you the one who kissed me secretly? You were much cuter then than you are now. In fact, Chen Hao had already guessed who was the person next to the bed that night. First is one of the 4 goddesses in the villa. Secondly, this person must love him terribly. Finally, this person recently desperately wants to have close contact with him. Bu Chaoyu's evasive look also proved that his idea was correct. I don't have any night at all. Chen Hao directly blocked her mouth. A long time. It was so long that I couldn't breathe, and so long that I felt a sense of suffocation. When did I say it was night? Ding! Congratulations to Master Zhongbu for surpassing the intimacy value by 5. Reward: 150 love points. Chapter 59, Working as a Dead End. Bu Chaoyu was out of breath, panting, staring at Chen Hao. She had already lost her strength. Really want to be here. It's already this time, and you're still asking this kind of question. Actions can express a person's inner thoughts better than words. More straightforward, faster, even more irresistible. Bu Chaoyu looked to the side. Focus. I can't concentrate, I'm thinking. Her voice was broken and messy. Beneath some distorted tones lies the most original happiness. What are you thinking about? I guess I'm the only one thinking about it. Well, hurry up, please. Chen Hao suddenly stopped and stared at her. You can't rush things like this, understand? Bu Chaoyu's cheeks flushed red. She just felt her head spinning, maybe because she was shy or scared. I can hardly think anymore. Chen Hao continued, it's almost there, and you're going to be dissatisfied again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the special mission, love like fire warms the heart. Reward: Bu Chaoyu's attack level is 50. Your enthusiasm has deeply touched Bu Chaoyu. She has been conquered by you. Awesome. When Wu Meng walked down from upstairs, he saw Bu Chaoyu and Chen Hao sitting on both sides of the sofa. What's wrong? Did you guys have a fight too? Wu Meng sat down between the two of them. I just comforted one person. Do you need my comfort too? Chen Hao smiled. We didn't quarrel, we are very good friends. As he said this, he winked at Bu Chaoyu. Bu Chaoyu rolled his eyes at him. She was completely exhausted now and was too lazy to argue with her. Wu Meng reached out, took their hands, and placed them on his knees. We have a new friend in our family, so please get along well with each other. Chen Hao covered it with his other hand. I should be responsible for this kind of thing. Sister Wu Meng, you just need to be happy every day. Bu Chaoyu was really bored and just smiled. Wu Meng said, no matter what you say, you are all children, young people, and you will always be impulsive. Chen Hao said with a smile, don't say that again, you are becoming more and more long-winded. I think Sun Jiaxin's matter can't be delayed any longer. Chen Hao stood up. Where is Bai Qing? She has classes today and should be back soon. Wu Meng glanced at his watch. It's about time for me to go to the store. Isn't it okay to have Sister Wangshu in the store? Today is Sunday, I'm going to take stock. Wu Meng was about to go out, and before leaving, he glanced at Bu Chaoyu again. Then he whispered to Chen Hao, stop bullying her. I didn't. Before Chen Hao could finish his words, Wu Meng pressed his index finger against his lips. That look of understanding made Chen Hao swallow back what he was about to say. After Wu Meng left, Chen Hao came back. Hey, are you angry? No. Bu Chaoyu took a breath, I'm tired and don't want to talk. Chen Hao placed his hand gently on her cheek and stroked it. This time, Bu Chaoyu neither spoke nor dodged. She just closed her eyes and felt quietly. Feeling the warmth from your lover. Feel his love. When he opened his eyes again, what appeared before him were Chen Hao's charming eyes. You can't sleep here. Can I take you back to your room? So, she hooked her arms around his neck. He put his arms around her waist, supported her hips, and lifted her up. Chen Hao closed the door and breathed a sigh of relief. These things today are really exhausting. It is much more painful when women quarrel than when men just use their fists. He checked his mobile banking account and saw that there was nearly 400,000 yuan in the card. Most of this money came from Cao Cao's compensation, the live broadcast that day, and the dividends Bai Qing gave him from the last business order. There is also some miscellaneous money from part-time jobs and rewards from the system. As expected, people who rely on working can only work for their entire lives, and still have to rely on these evil ways to get rich. At this time, the doorbell rang. Who could it be? The electronic screen showed a man wearing a baseball cap and a mask. Who are you? It's me, Xiaohao. Xiaohao took off her mask. Only then did Chen Hao let him in. Why are you dressed like that? Xiaohao smiled awkwardly. Recently, everyone outside knows me, so this is the only way. It seems that this paparazzi has experienced the effect of online backlash for the first time. Hey, you brought this upon yourself. Chen Hao frowned and sneered. This Mahua Xiaohao had caused them too much trouble. I know this is indeed my fault, so I bring you a new job opportunity today. Xiaohao took out the contract from her bag. This is a very popular dating show lately. If you, Bai Qing, and Bu Chaoyu were willing to join, that would be perfect. Isn't this some new trick? Chen Hao asked doubtfully. No, I promise. Xiaohao wiped the sweat from his forehead. This is a program we've collaborated with the official TV station. As long as you're willing to appear, the price is negotiable. Also, our investors are very interested in you, and will feature you as the featured guests in future edits. Editing is very important for a reality show like this. The time that can be shown in the video is determined by the star's status. As for editing, those who understand it will understand it. Some websites can even match Sun Wukong and Lin Daiyu. Editing requires some effort to change the timeline of the original material. Adding some subtitles and sound effects can change the meaning of the entire video. Who are the investors behind you? Bema Interactive Entertainment. Xiaohao said proudly, it owns many entertainment clubs. It's a large company specializing in entertainment. The White Horse Club is one of them. White Horse Club. Isn't this the key to the destruction of my family? You can ask for any conditions. Xiaohao thought Chen Hao was still hesitating and quickly added, I have no ill intentions, but, as you know, I must compensate you. On the one hand, the public will regard the cooperation between Mahua Xiaoyu and Chen Hao as a form of mutual help in resolving past grudges. Of course, the evaluation of Chen Hao and the other two will increase. And it is an opportunity not to be missed. On the other hand, this is indeed beneficial for Mahua Xiaoyu to restore his reputation. What's more, we can also investigate the White Horse Club. Leave the project plan here. We'll review it before we get back to you. Chen Hao said calmly. As for the contract, you need to take it back. There's no rush. Xiaoyu immediately transformed into the king of Jiji country. Chen Hao, are you still upset about what happened before? As he said this, he immediately stretched out 3 fingers and began to swear. Chapter 60. Is this a trap called love? No, no, no. Chen Hao waved his hands repeatedly, interrupting Xiaoyu's spellcasting. Your priority is to give me the plan. Xiaoyu immediately shut up, fumbled for her cell phone from her pocket, and sent an electronic plan to Chen Hao. I'll personally deliver the paper documents later, Xiaoyu said with a flattering smile, and then you can officially sign the contract. Chen Hao did not answer immediately. Seeing that he was watching attentively, Xiaoyu put half of his mental arithmetic at ease. As soon as Xiaoyu left, Bai Qing came back with a worried look on her face. Chen Hao called out, Bai Qing, come and take a look at this project. It's a romantic variety show. What do you think? Bai Qing came over and said, this is a very popular program recently. It's called Ta's Canteen. Although it is a dating show, in a sense it is also a food and travel show. The production team will invite popular celebrity artists to participate. The general location is a restaurant in a popular resort area. The guests are responsible for designing food, purchasing ingredients, receiving guests and running the restaurant. During the break, I will play in the scenic area. The interaction between male and female guests in this process is also a major highlight. Food, sex, and love are all part of human nature. There are men and women, delicious food and beautiful scenery. It's a very popular show. This is a great opportunity. Bai Qing flipped through the documents. I didn't expect he would invite us. Chen Hao said proudly, what's the big deal? We were the center of public opinion before. Well, Bai Qing paused and spoke hesitantly, I have something I want to discuss with you. Discuss. Chen Hao looked at Bai Qing. This guy who didn't feel embarrassed at all when he told me, who was still a stranger at the time, that he wanted to create a couple account. There is actually such a hesitant side to him. Tell me, what's the matter? Bai Qing took out a cowhide envelope and handed it over. This is the invitation to Big Eyes Night from Big Eyes. It's for you and me. I think we should go. Chen Hao took the envelope and opened it. The invitation inside was bright red. There is an image of Big Eyes painted on it. The details in the invitation describe the event. It's actually a party where awards are given out and a bunch of people eat and drink. Then go ahead. Bai Qing crossed his arms, as if he had made up his mind. The last step is the charity auction. Chen Hao did as she said and turned another page. Here are a few sets of jewelry that look quite expensive. Chen Hao stared at him for a while, then looked up at Bai Qing. You're not going to tell me you want to buy jewelry? Chen Hao's mouth formed an O shape, and he tentatively asked a question to which he already knew the answer. Where's the money? Bai Qing's eyes were burning. He said seriously, I will pay it back. You decide the interest rate. I will also talk to Bu Chaoyu. Bai Qing is the eldest daughter of the Bai Group, a jewelry family. She is the daughter of a wealthy tycoon who monopolizes the jewelry market in Zhang City. Surprisingly, would say that he wants to borrow money from friends. The question is, does this young lady underestimate the ability of ordinary people to make money? Or did she underestimate the value of the jewelry? Hey, buying and selling jewelry as a set is very expensive. Chen Hao said, the total amount of our money is probably only about 1 million. No, I don't want to buy a complete set. That set of jewelry is missing a necklace. The price will be much cheaper. Chen Hao couldn't help but look down, staring at Bai Qing's neck. Does it come with this pendant? Bai Qing bit her lower lip tightly and nodded. It turns out there is a story behind this. You know I wouldn't have said this if I hadn't had to. I also know that this matter is indeed very difficult. If you feel. Chen Hao raised his hand and said briefly and forcefully, give me a reason. That's my mother's. Okay, then how much do you estimate it will cost? Bai Qing frowned. A pair of earrings and a ring would cost at least 400,000. Since it's a charity auction, the price should be higher than usual. Okay, don't worry about Bu Chaoyu for now. We have enough money for the two of us. You mean you are willing? Yes, Chen Hao nodded. When have I ever lied to you? Bai Qing was still in shock. He originally thought that Chen Hao would refuse directly. Unexpectedly, he agreed directly. Since it's your mother's, I guess I can't refuse. Ding. Congratulations to Master Zhang Baiqing for increasing his intimacy value by 10. Reward. 100 love points. Chen Hao looked serious. Can you confirm the estimated value of the jewelry? Baiqing nodded affirmatively. Just leave the vision in this area to me. I'm confident in the valuation of the jewelry, but do you understand how much you hold in my heart? Baiqing's eyes were in a panic, as if he had been caught. What are you talking about all of a sudden? I don't understand. You don't understand. This time, a half-smile crossed Chen Hao's face. I'm willing to give you all my savings. Don't you understand? Baiqing, you can't play dumb. Chen Hao leaned forward slightly. Baiqing subconsciously wanted to hide backwards, but he held her waist. I will return the money to you. What I care about is not the money, but the weight it represents. Do you hold the same weight in my heart as I do in yours? More or less. Baiqing's heart was gripped, and she seemed to be back to that night. That night when I stood at Chen Hao's door after eating hot pot. The man in front of me talked about his friend's night. Will she be able to hear his new answer this time? Or was this a trap he had set? A trap called love and importance. If we're just friends, I don't want to be just friends. She looked at the serious Chen Hao in front of her, looked into his eyes, and said, I think it's a lot. Because the first thing I thought of was you. Hey, Chen Hao chuckled and said deliberately, the daughter of the Bai group is so poor that she would ask a commoner like me to borrow money. I want to know the real reason. Baiqing had a complicated expression. She just closed her lips and resisted silently. Her pride prevented her from speaking. Forget it. Chen Hao sat up straight. It doesn't matter if you don't want to. I'll still give you the money. I care about you. Hearing this, Baiqing felt as if something was blocking his throat. Bitterness, grievance, sadness, all kinds of emotions surged up, mixed with the past that she didn't want to recall. Piecing together a fragmented sentence, I wanted to prove myself so badly. I wanted to let that man know. Even if I rely on my own strength, I can take back what belongs to my mother. Take back everything that originally belonged to me. Chen Hao looked at Baiqing, who had a completely different aura from before. I couldn't help but slowly reach out my hand to her. Chapter 61. Will you always hold my hand? Can I help you this time too? Baiqing pulled himself out of his emotions and looked at Chen Hao in a daze. What's wrong? Are you stupid? Chen Hao took her hand and said, I'll help you the first time, you should have expected there would be a second time. Yes, ripples gradually appeared in Baiqing's heart. The first time he was asked to create an account with him, he did not refuse. But, Baiqing said slowly, wasn't it because it was profitable that time? Oh, Chen Hao smiled. You think I'm someone who will agree if there's a benefit, right? Baiqing did not answer. Chen Hao pulled her to his side and said without disguising anything, yes, I am indeed such a person. I think everyone in the world is like this. Faced with Chen Hao's frankness, this time it was Baiqing's turn to be confused. Chen Hao continued, it's just that this profit is different from the previous ones. At first, I didn't know you, so the most obvious benefits that came to mind were money and popularity. But our relationship is different now. This benefit can just mean wanting you to be happy. Baiqing's face turned red and her heart began to beat wildly. She wanted to suppress it. Every time. Whenever she felt a little bit of emotion called love from Chen Hao, she would suppress it. Baiqing glanced at Chen Hao stealthily. He is so handsome, more handsome than a movie star. And so gentle, every word was for himself. But if you listen carefully, it's all for your own benefit. Does such a person, a man who loves me like this, really exist? Do I really deserve it? Can a person who is not even recognized by his own family really be loved by others? Why aren't you talking? Chen Hao asked, do you think I'm lying to you? Baiqing quickly shook his head. No, it's not. It's just that I don't know. Is it worth it for someone like me? Chen Hao asked gently, what kind of person are you? He actually noticed most of Baiqing's distress and awkwardness, but he wanted her to say it out loud. There is a big difference between revealing your own scars and having your weaknesses discovered by others. Only by letting Bai Qing say it herself can she completely gain her trust and occupy her heart. I don't think I'm as good as you think. Bai Qing said softly, many things finally turned out well, or better, because of you. The previous business order, this entertainment news. It's all because of you. Aren't we partners? Chen Hao interrupted without hesitation, have you forgotten? Yes, but Bai Qing felt a sore throat for some reason, my ability is not enough. I am a useless person. After saying this, she covered her face and cried. With a twitch, this usually cold goddess suddenly took off all her disguises. Beneath that hard, seemingly unbreakable iceberg lies a pool of fragile water. I can stand up even after countless blows. Someone who doesn't care even when attacked from all sides. When faced with a little bit of kindness from others, they will completely lose control. Yes, someone cares about me. Someone cares about me. This little bit of warmth can instantly shatter this hard shell. It was because I was incompetent that I lost my mother's jewelry. Obviously, it was the last thing she had. Bai Qing tried hard to calm herself down, but she found it was in vain. So I didn't care at all. I don't understand. Mom is so mean. Why did she leave me? Why did she leave me alone? Chen Hao gently hugged her, just held her, patted her back gently, and stroked her hair. Didn't say a word. I don't understand why daddy is with another woman. Why woo-woo-woo? Her questions turned into tears, then sobs. The pain buried deep in my heart finally erupted today. The outburst came so suddenly that she couldn't express her thoughts smoothly. We should have been happy. Bai Qing said in a low voice, but after Mom passed away, Dad got together with that woman. Mom's things were all disposed of and disappeared. It was as if she had never existed. I can't do anything, and I haven't done anything. Chen Hao stroked her back again and again. Thank you for your hard work for such a long time. Bai Qing, you are amazing. Chen Hao's words seemed to have a special spell, and Bai Qing's mood gradually relaxed. Ding! Congratulations to Master Zhang Baiqing for increasing his intimacy value by 10. Reward: 100 love points. After a while, she gently pushed Chen Hao away and wiped the corners of her eyes. The two were silent. What happened today? Baiqing spoke first. Don't tell anyone. Yeah, I know. Chen Hao was very serious. Chen Hao no longer had his usual playful smile and looked more steady. You can tell me anything you want. Chen Hao continued, you are different in my heart, you know. Just like I am in your heart. Bai Qing looked at his hand and felt a warm current slowly rising in her body. She subconsciously wanted to escape, but this time, Chen Hao did not let go. I don't think you should shy away from other people's kindness. If you always dwell on the sad past, you will not be able to see the happy life. Bai Qing smiled bitterly. I feel like I have lost my happiness. Nonsense. Chen Hao grabbed her hand tightly. You already held it, didn't you? Bai Qing lowered his head, looked at their tightly clasped hands and smiled. She said abruptly, will you hold my hand forever? Meeting. Don't let go until something happens, okay? Certainly. Close your eyes. Chen Hao closed his eyes. So, the next second, she leaned over and gave him a soft kiss on the cheek. Chen Hao smiled. That's it. For now, I think this is enough. For things like this, men should take the initiative. While Bai Qing was still in a daze, Chen Hao's breath came straight towards him. It took a long time before they separated. Bai Qing wiped the corner of his mouth. This is a bit too much. That can't be helped. I'm a passionate person. Don't do this again. That won't do. Chen Hao leaned closer again. If you're not a little more enthusiastic, how can you be moved by me? Bai Qing's silence was a kind of answer. Asking you to take the initiative would be like asking you to die, right? Bai Qing didn't say anything, as if she had returned to her usual cold self. Send me a copy of your plan. I'll go up and look at it on the computer. She stood up and walked quickly upstairs as if she were really anxious. However, the smile on her lips and the brisk pace she walked could not be hidden. It can't be hidden. Chapter 62. The goddess arrives suddenly. 3 days later, Big Eyes Night. This year's Big Eyes Night was unexpectedly luxurious, different from previous parties. This year, a red carpet was specially laid out for the guests to walk on and then take photos in the middle of the stage. From time to time, exclamations were heard from the waiting crowd. Oh my god, it's Big Boobs. She came early this year. Celebrities are celebrities, it's like they have their own beauty filters. That's Chen Hao, so handsome. His clothes are so unique, I wish I could wear them too. Celebrities all have professional stylists. We definitely can't compare. The first person to appear is definitely the main guest of the party, usually a celebrity. As for the shareholders of Big Eyes Boy, the manipulators behind the scenes often do not walk these red carpets. Being rich and powerful naturally brings fame within the circle and does not require public attention. It can even be said that it is right not to expose it to the public eye. But internet celebrities are internet celebrities after all, and they have to stand aside. Looking at the two sides of the red carpet where the spotlights were shining continuously, Bai Qing swallowed nervously. I'm here. Chen Hao naturally held her hand. I won't let go. Bai Qing said softly, what nonsense are you talking about? Are you going to appear like this later? Why not? Bai Qing wanted to move his hand away, but Chen Hao grabbed it tightly. Can't move at all. If one day I could hold up your skirt, I would be willing to do so. Chen Hao's gaze penetrated the crowd and stared at the actresses and directors on the red carpet. The long skirt that looks like a blooming rose is so eye-catching. The length of the skirt further lengthens the visual impact. Director X smiled and lifted up a corner of her long skirt, as if he was her lover. Bai Qing's heart was filled with ripples, but he still pretended to be calm on his face. Don't talk like that anymore, it's almost our turn. I'm serious. Chen Hao tightened his grip. I will hold your hand forever. A person walked out in front, and then Bai Qing came. She found that Chen Hao still didn't let go. So, she finally shook his hand back, tightly. Thank you. Can you hold my hand like this forever? Bai Qing's voice was firm and powerful. Chen Hao took a slightly faster step and brought her onto the red carpet. Then, Bai Qing saw that when the spotlights kept changing and flashing silver-white light, the boy's face looked even brighter. Both of them were wearing white formal suits today. Chen Hao was wearing a full white suit and had his hair permed. Bai Qing's style is more complicated, with a white dress with a large slit at the waist and long lace gloves. It outlines the figure very well. White is a color that symbolizes purity, but moderate exposure of skin can also be very eye-catching. Bai Qing couldn't help but laugh. A heartfelt, relaxed smile. Then, they naturally waved to the people on both sides. Who is this? The reporter taking the photo paused. Isn't this a celebrity? You don't even know them. They're Chen Hao and Bai Qing. They're internet celebrities right now. Oh my god, seriously, aren't these two celebrities? Their looks are amazing. Yes, I guess I'll be acting in a web drama in the future. Web drama? I heard they're going to participate in Ta's Canteen. No way, are they of such status worthy enough to be on this show? Tisk, believe it or not. When he reached the last step, Chen Hao stopped. This is the last way. Are you ready to go in? Yeah. Bai Qing nodded vigorously. Then she took a step and matched his pace. The door to the party was open, and the golden door looked even more solemn. There were already quite a few people inside, and everyone was toasting each other, chatting and laughing with different people. It was very lively. The two of them stood at the gate of this bustling world of fame and fortune, feeling dazzled. Goddess radar sounded at this time. The system's voice rang in Chen Hao's mind. A conquerable goddess has been detected, and the target is approaching. 20 meters, 18 meters, 15 meters. It was obvious that this goddess was heading straight for Chen Hao. A woman in a golden suit and a dark brown shawl appeared, holding a glass of wine. The waiter passed by and Chen Hao and Bai Qing took a cocktail from inside. Yellow liquid with a sweet smell. Ding! Congratulations! You've detected a capturable target. The target is S level. Then the information screen displayed by the system appeared again. Name, Lan Xin. Age, 28. Purity, 99%. Strategy degree, 0. Attribute skills, intimacy value is too low, the host cannot view. Other information, intimacy value is too low, host cannot view. Intimacy value, 5, passerby level. Current task. Main quest, a faint smile appears in the dark. It could be an olive branch or a sharp sword. Is it an olive branch or a sword that is extended? Chen Hao pondered this sentence again in his mind. What does this have to do with anything? He focused his attention on the main mission but found that he still gained nothing. Chen Hao thought that the main mission had ended with Wu Meng. But now it seems that this story is far from ending so easily. Lan Xin walked up to the two of them. You must be Mr. Chen Hao and Ms. Bai Qing, right? Hello, Sister Lan. Chen Hao raised his glass with a smile. His sophisticated demeanor shows that he is a veteran in social circles. Bai Qing was a little embarrassed, but still relied on her natural social instincts and smiled sweetly. Sister Lan is more elegant in person than in the camera. Sister Lan is currently an international superstar in the film and television industry and a top-tier actress. He has won numerous awards just after turning 30. The goddess of the new era, the screen superstar of the Genesis. Chen Hao couldn't help but feel curious that so many famous people were coming straight towards him. But soon, Lan Xin gave the answer they wanted. I heard that you will also participate in his canteen program. Chen Hao and Bai Qing exchanged glances. Chen Hao said, Mahua Xiaoyu did contact us, but we are still considering it. What are you still thinking about? Lan Xin put her hand on Chen Hao's shoulder affectionately, as if they were old friends. I will also participate. This is a good program. Her actions were ambiguous and seemed too abrupt in such a public place. Bai Qing felt a little jealous. Sister Lan is so confident about this show. What's the inside story? Haha, Lan Xin heard the dissatisfaction in Bai Qing's words. What inside information can I have? It's just that the ratings of any show I appear on will go through the roof. The little girl still can't keep her composure. After saying that, Lan Xin left. As if he had made some kind of decision. Chen Hao fell into deep thought as he watched Lan Xin leaving. Weird, such a weird woman. Chapter 63, A Night of Crazy Jewelry. Looking at the departing figure, Bai Qing felt very unhappy. When he turned around and saw Chen Hao with a dazed look on his face, he felt even more uncomfortable. She poked him with her arm. Are you stupid? Chen Hao chuckled and said, what are you thinking about? Bai Qing said nothing, his brows slightly furrowed. Don't you find it strange? Chen Hao shook his glass. A top-tier actress is taking the initiative to talk to us. How do you know they came here on their own initiative? Maybe they were just passing by. Chen Hao was speechless, but he couldn't tell her about the goddess radar. After all, if this is told to others, let's not talk about whether Bai Qing believes it or not. It will most likely be taken to the research institute and dissected open. We just came in, and Lan Xin has been wandering around the party for quite a while. There's no reason for her to come to the gate again. What Chen Hao said was reasonable, but Bai Qing still looked like he was possessed by a nitpicker. Who knows, maybe he thinks you're handsome. After saying that, she actually walked towards the dessert table alone. Have you been shot? Chen Hao muttered to himself. I just looked at her back and counted silently in my heart. 3, 2, 1. After just 3 numbers, Bai Qing stopped. She walked back and stopped in front of Chen Hao. Why are you still standing here? I wouldn't dare move without your permission, lest I upset you again. How could I? Bai Qing retorted subconsciously, raising his voice unconsciously, attracting the attention of people around him. Chen Hao put his arm around her waist, just like an ordinary partner. To be honest, you're becoming more and more like Bu Xiaoyu now. Bai Qing's face was full of question marks. She's better than you. Her unhappiness is written all over her face. But you like to pretend, ha 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 ha. Faced with Chen Hao's teasing, this time, Bai Qing did not refute. She seemed as if someone had caught her by the pigtails. I just don't like the way she acts. She has such a strong sense of superiority. I'm the big shot, I have the capital. Chen Hao took a piece of strawberry cake and handed it to Bai Qing. When one day you become like her, you will naturally be able to show your disdain to the people around you. I won't be able to do that even when that day comes. Bai Qing took the cake and took a bite. The sweetness of the cream and the sourness of the strawberries melted in her mouth, and her mood improved a lot. She must really want us to appear on that show. Maybe it's because of our recent popularity. Chen Hao remained noncommittal. Does a top actress need that? 2 internet celebrities come to create topics with her. And what do the olive branch and the sword mean? Does this mean that Lan Xin's appearance has both advantages and disadvantages? The olive branch usually means an invitation to join, that is. Will she die if she doesn't join? Hey, I've called you several times, why aren't you responding? Chen Hao came back to his senses and saw Bai Qing waving his hands. You said you didn't have her in your heart, but you can't forget her. Chen Hao smiled helplessly. Stop second-guessing me. The Bai Qing in front of him has returned to his previous state. But suddenly, her expression froze and she seemed petrified. Ding dong. Congratulations, Master, for triggering the special mission, Crazy Jewelry Night. Please help Bai Qing retrieve her mother's lost jewelry, including rings and earrings. Special mission reward, Bai Qing strategy level 50. Special note, failure of this mission will cause a serious blow to Bai Qing, and may cause her to lose her goddess qualification. Wait a minute, why would this goddess qualification be lost? Master, the goddess evaluation standards are very strict. If the target's quality plummets and falls outside the acceptable range of the rating, they will naturally be lost. Then conversely, if the level rises, wouldn't the goddess level also rise? Ha ha ha, you found me kiss. Chen Hao thought carefully and felt that no matter how he thought about it, Bai Qing should not be in grade B. His appearance, ability and personality are no worse than Bu Chaoyu's. At the very least, he must be A-level. The only thing that may be a burden is family background. The daughter of the Bai group and the daughter of a jeweler, this beautiful appearance did not give her the power she deserved. That's why her rating was lowered. Chen Hao followed her gaze. There was a man and a woman in the crowd. The man is middle-aged, but the woman is very beautiful. This is not because of good maintenance, but a real age gap. Looking at the man's face, Chen Hao glanced at Bai Qing again. The two faces are slightly similar, but Bai Qing's appearance is more gentle. Do you know that person? Well, that's my dad. The one next to him is. Chen Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, he already had the answer in his mind. Very young, huh? Bai Qing's voice was a little distressed, and then turned into anger the next second, not much older than me. Bai Qing threw the leftover strawberry cake into the trash can beside him. She seemed to have transformed into a sharp arrow and walked quickly towards the group of people. But at a distance, Chen Hao grabbed his wrist and stopped him. What do you want to do? When I see them, I just want to tear them apart. Here, Chen Hao slowly pulled her to the side of the marble pillar and pressed her against it. Have you ever thought about the consequences? The cool touch of the marble was transmitted into Bai Qing's body through his back. The stimulation of temperature calmed her brain temporarily. Don't you want to have the ability to impress him? You should understand that the most important thing when encountering something is rationality. Don't let anger disrupt your composure. Bai Qing took a deep breath and exhaled. Force yourself to calm down. The way to defeat your enemy is never in a physical sense, but in a complete spiritual annihilation. Chen Hao's eyes were resolute, and contained a firmness and courage that Bai Qing had never seen before. We must get your mother's things back tonight. A man's deep voice sounded behind them. Please take your hands away. Dad, Bai Qing blurted out subconsciously. Bai Jingliang had a cold face and was very unhappy. You said you wanted to make a career, so you want to hang out with this man. That's not the case. Don't talk about us like that. Bai Qing said urgently, I hope you can respect my friends. I've seen a lot of gigolos like this who rely on women. Bai Jingliang said with disdain. Hey, Chen Hao sneered, Mr. Bai, I think your daughter has the right to make friends freely. Shut up. Who the hell are you to talk to me? Bai Jingliang shouted sternly, you have no right to speak here, get out of here. Interesting, ha 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 ha, Chen Hao laughed, drawing the attention of others. I originally thought Mr. Bai, who runs a large family business, must be a refined and polite entrepreneur. Chen Hao deliberately stretched out his words, I didn't expect that today he would appear to be a money-grubbing, arrogant, and rude businessman. There was a whisper from the crowd, and a young woman squeezed out from the crowd. Chapter 64 Unobtainable Jewelry. It was the beautiful woman who had just stood with Bai Jingliang. His second wife is Yi Kiki. She held Bai Jingliang's arm as he was about to explode. Jingliang, Mr. Liu said that we should perform the first dance of the party later, let's go. Don't get into conflict with young people. Yi Kiki looked around and whispered, it's not a good look. Humph, Bai Jingliang snorted coldly, Big Eye's charity gala is getting lower and lower in quality. It's really nonsense. Chen Hao glared at Bai Jingliang. If he was not Bai Qing's father, he would have taught this old man a lesson long ago. Bai Jingliang did not leave. He said to Bai Qing, why are you still standing there? Come with us. Bai Qing glanced at Chen Hao, then held his hand resolutely without saying a word. Bai Jingliang looked at their tightly clasped hands and felt his blood boiling. Yi Kiki saw his expression suddenly change and quickly said, forget it, let's go. Just pretend we didn't see it. Shut up. Bai Jingliang got angry and Yi Kiki didn't dare to say anything. Or perhaps, this was her original intention. She stepped aside, folded her arms, and looked at the three people like a spectator. I asked you to come over here. Bai Jingliang waved his hand and called Bai Qing, do you still know your last name? Chen Hao blocked Bai Qing behind him and just stared at Bai Jingliang in silence. The onlookers were whispering that no reporters had come into the reception, otherwise it would have been big news. The fact that the daughter of the Bai group was hanging out with an internet celebrity was at most gossip in the circle. But arguing with my father was interesting. The more Bai Qing didn't move, the more he challenged Bai Jingliang's authority as a father. You are completely against me now, aren't you? Faced with Bai Jingliang's threat, Bai Qing was a little shaken. Although he hated this man, Bai Jingliang was still her father after all. She looked down and saw Chen Hao holding her hand tightly. Powerful, warm, and unquestionable. This is a choice that is made without reason and with all one's heart. She didn't want to let him down. Dad, we are the only two invited to the party. I must stay with my companion tonight. The corner of Bai Jingliang's eye twitched. He didn't expect that Bai Qing would actually disobey him. In front of so many people. Okay, you have your reasons. After saying that, Bai Jingliang turned around and left, and Yi Kiki hurriedly trotted after him. The conflict ended and the people dispersed. After a while, lively music started playing and the host announced the start of the first dance. Today, we are honored to invite Mr. Bai Jingliang and Mrs. Bai from the Bai group to be our guests for our first dance. The host said a lot, but Bai Qing didn't listen. She had heard those lines full of boasting and flattery countless times. If she keeps listening, she might actually vomit. The two did not enter the dance floor, but stood in the shadows, staring at the dancing men and women. I'm sorry, my dad is just that kind of person. Bai Qing apologized, we don't usually have conflicts in social situations. I don't know what's wrong with him today. He insisted that I stay with him. Chen Hao stared at Bai Jingliang in the middle of the dance floor. Why would a big boss risk being criticized by others to force his daughter to stay with him? Just don't want any gossip. No, he should have stopped Bai Qing when he was filming the video. Seeing Chen Hao silent, Bai Qing worried that he was really angry, and quickly added, maybe it's because of Yi Kiki. She might have said nonsense in front of Dad. Bai Qing, does your father often participate in social activities? Not really. Dad doesn't like to be in front of the media. He rarely even accepts interviews. So that's how it is. Chen Hao had a bad guess in his mind. Listen to me, the fact that they're here and are VIPs means that this party has your father's support. He's very likely connected to the organizers. Bai Qing's heart skipped a beat, and an answer that she was unwilling to accept was about to come out. Chen Hao continued, most of those jewels were provided by your father. Bai Qing bit her lower lip. She had thought about this possibility, but she didn't want to think about it. Dad took out Mom's belongings and sold them. This is hell. But more despairing news is yet to come. Do you think someone who puts his own things up for auction would allow his daughter to buy them back? That would be a joke. He won't even give you a chance to bid. Bai Qing subconsciously covered her mouth. She wanted to scream, she wanted to go crazy, she wanted to shout. She swallowed, as if swallowing it all. Her body trembled slightly. The pain would not disappear, but was buried deep in the bottom of her heart. Another layer of painful memories. Does he really want to do that? A tear fell from the corner of Bai Qing's eye. Why? Chen Hao said softly, you don't need to think about why the other person wants to hurt you. What you need to think about is what he will do specifically. He wants to keep an eye on me. He won't allow me to participate in the charity auction. You're half right. It's not just you. Chen Hao moved closer to her, shielding his mouth with his hands. Look at the two security guards in front of us on the left and right. Bai Qing looked in those two directions. Their eyes just happened to meet those two, and they immediately looked away. I don't think either of us will be able to attend later. Bai Qing's heart seemed to sink to the bottom of a deep lake. The cold from head to toe suffocated her. She wanted to hate, but who should she hate? Hate Bai Jingliang's ruthlessness. Hate Yi Kiki's provocation. Or do you hate yourself and your own incompetence? She looked at Chen Hao beside her, her only ally in this world. What should I do? Chen Hao grabbed her shoulders and said tightly, since I said I would help you get your mother's things back no matter what, I will definitely do it. I think we need to find someone to help. Chen Hao took her hand and led her through the crowd. Bai Qing only had eyes for the man's strong back. The lights in the room were focused on the center of the dance floor, and people's eyes were also there. No one noticed the two people walking quickly here. The people spinning in the center of the dance floor were Bai Jingliang and his partner. Yi Kiki looked at Bai Jingliang and said delicately, "Jingliang, you were so angry today. You scared me to death." "Silly boy, I'm not targeting you." Bai Jingliang smiled indulgently. "I know. I'm worried about your relationship as father and daughter because I seem to be getting worse and worse." Yi Kiki rubbed against Bai Jingliang's arms like a cute cat. "It has nothing to do with you. Bai Qing is just too ignorant. Even now, she's unwilling to call you, little mom, when she sees you." Chapter 65, Can you do whatever you want just because you are handsome? "I don't care. It doesn't matter if she calls me stepmother or treats me like heir." Yi Kiki raised her head. "I just want to be happy with you. You're already a mother, but you still talk like a child." Bai Jingliang raised his arm, and Yi Kiki understood. She immediately took his hand and spun him around in a circle. The two of them worked together in perfect harmony. Bai Jingliang liked his second wife more. The combination of old and young also became a hot topic in the circle for a time. What's more, his wife gave birth to a little son for him. When you have a child in your old age, you naturally love him more. Yi Kiki can be said to be a mother who has gained status because of her son. When the song ended, the crowd on the dance floor dispersed. Everyone applauded and looked at this fairy-like couple with envy. "Mr. Bai, you and your wife are a perfect match." "Yes, I never thought that such a business tycoon would be so talented." "Mrs. Bai, you are so lucky." "Haha, you guys are really good at joking." Yi Kiki covered her mouth and laughed, "But Jingliang is really funny. I like him very much." Bai Jingliang simply nodded slightly in response to everyone's praise. "Thank you all for coming to Big Eye's night tonight. You all must have a great time tonight." Outside the dance floor, the security guard's view was blocked by the crowd. They couldn't afford to offend the VIP guests at the cocktail party, so they could only slowly search for Chen Hao and Bai Qing in the crowd. Like two headless flies. PFF'd, two idiots. Bai Qing looked at the two men and smiled. "Stop laughing. We don't have that much time." Chen Hao felt much better when he saw Bai Qing's smile. "Let's go." Bai Qing didn't know where Chen Hao was going to take her. However, she now completely trusts the man in front of her. Trust him and just follow him. "Wait a minute, you must stay calm and listen to me. That person will definitely help us." "I know." Bai Qing nodded. Even though she didn't know who she would face next, she would trust Chen Hao wholeheartedly. Thanks to the goddess radar, Chen Hao easily located Lan Xin in the crowd. Lan Xin was surrounded by 2 or 3 people at this time. After she noticed the two of them, she greeted them and immediately came over. "Aren't you going to dance?" Lan Xin put the empty wine glass on the tray of the passing waiter. "After Mr. Bai, I really want to see your style, Miss Bai." Bai Qing didn't expect to meet Lan Xin again, but remembered what Chen Hao had just said. She could only force out an ugly smile. "Sorry, I'm not good at dancing." Lan Xin had long guessed that Bai Qing would speak like this. She raised her eyebrows. "It seems that Miss Bai has no interest in dancing." "Chen Hao, what about you? This is a trap that has been dug for people to jump into." He was clearly interested in Chen Hao, but he was chatting with Bai Qing, who he didn't get along with. If you two show up together and one of you refuses, the other one can't refuse as well, right? She is indeed a socialite in the world of Vanity Fair. Chen Hao smiled faintly and said, "I'm more interested in you, Sister Lan." Then he stretched out his hand in an inviting gesture. "Would you do me the honor of dancing with me?" "Ha ha ha ha, as expected, the little brother is really better at pleasing others." Lan Xin rolled her eyes at Bai Qing, then put her hand on Chen Hao's. "Then should we go to the dance floor?" Chen Hao stared at Lan Xin intently and nodded. "Yes, the second song should be played soon." "Oh, Miss Bai, I'd like to lend me your partner for a while, would you mind?" Bai Qing remained calm and said with a smile, "How could that be? Have fun." Faced with Bai Qing's sudden generosity, Lan Xin felt very refreshed. "Sister Lan, let's go." After the two left, Bai Qing felt a little nervous. Chen Hao, now I can only leave everything to him. The music started and the lights dimmed slightly. This is a quiet and soothing minor tune, which seems even more ambiguous under the dim light. The men and women on the dance floor were so close to each other that they could feel the scent of perfume and each other's breath. Lan Xin was wearing a black evening dress today, which showed off her curvy figure, and the exaggerated exposure of her back further accentuated her queenly aura. Why did you think of asking me to dance? It's my honor that Sister Lan has given me the honor of seeing you. You're so beautiful, I don't think any man would be willing to give up such an opportunity. It was obviously a trap set by Lan Xin, but Chen Hao still walked in. The thing about dancing is that the reception also started at the beginning. I think we will definitely attend Ta's canteen. You decided so quickly, Lan Xin smiled. Didn't you say before that you would consider it? Since a beautiful and charming woman like you is willing to go, I naturally don't want to miss this opportunity. Lan Xin had seen a lot of storms, and just from Chen Hao's words she knew that what he wanted was not as simple as dancing. Stop talking nonsense. Don't I know you men? Lan Xin grabbed Chen Hao's arm and said, tell me, what's going on? Chen Hao knew that since Lan Xin was willing to speak so directly, half of the matter was already done. I have a set of jewelry coming up later. I hope Sister Lan can help me with it. Handsome boy, you don't think that just because you're handsome you can do whatever you want, do you? Looking at Lan Xin's scrutinizing gaze, Chen Hao went up to her without hesitation. He stared at Lan Xin for a while, then whispered in her ear, I think it's okay. I don't know if it was because the hot air was too itchy, or because Chen Hao's words made Lan Xin laugh. In short, she laughed without any hesitation. The sound was particularly harsh in the quiet minor key. You are so cute. Lan Xin increased the strength of her hands and slowly stroked Chen Hao's arms. I'll pay for that set of jewelry. Just buy it for me. It's the only emerald green set in this auction. Humph, Lan Xin said with a disdainful smile, do you think I care about that little bit of money? Of course you don't care, but I'm also someone who doesn't want to let a woman suffer. Wow, I thought you were a gigolo who only relied on women. This is the second time I've heard someone call me a pretty boy tonight. However, Chen Hao didn't care, because people often said the same thing under his account anyway. Who makes me handsome? I'm not that kind of man. Chen Hao said sincerely, please. I don't really care whether you are that kind of man or not. Lan Xin's tone was ambiguous, and then she changed the subject. But I hope you can be that kind of man for me. Chen Hao's expression changed slightly, you mean? I will buy that set of jewelry for you, but I hope you can come and pick it up alone when the time comes. Chapter 66, Drain You. Lan Xin bent down gracefully, and Chen Hao held her soft waist. The tacit cooperation between the two caused another commotion among the crowd. Lan Xin stood up, got close to his face, and asked softly, yes, it seems that you will agree to my request, right? Chen Hao understood that this was not an inquiry, but almost the final notice of the transaction. I guess I have no choice, right? Chen Hao pulled her closer. Ha ha ha, Lan Xin laughed arrogantly again, I like men who know what's good for them. The emerald green set of jewelry, Lan Xin stroked Chen Hao's chin carefully, as if she was examining a beautiful work of art. I've got that. Someone will take you upstairs to see me after the auction. She winked playfully. As the dance ended, she let go of my hand, like a charming elf. He suddenly appeared and disappeared, leaving Chen Hao standing alone on the dance floor. Those who were watching from the dark rushed forward again and surrounded Lan Xin. Miss Lan, I wonder if you could join me for the next dance. It should be me, right? Remember you said before. What they want is not just to dance, but to become the slave of this incredibly beautiful woman. Chen Hao laughed contemptuously. On the one hand, he was laughing at the group of perverts who gathered around him. On the one hand, it is to mock one's own situation. Do I really have to sacrifice my male beauty this time? The lights in the room were brightened, and it looked like the next song would be a more cheerful dance. Bai Qing was not standing where he was just now. Chen Hao looked up and searched around, and finally found her in the corner of a marble pillar. She was dark, tipsy, and lonely. Her long hair was disheveled and her cheeks were slightly flushed. A young man was leaning one hand on a stone pillar and chatting with her. Bai Qing was naturally not interested, she didn't even look at the other person. But obviously, such an indifferent attitude. He held the male peacock tightly as it spread its tail feathers wildly. I don't think this lady has any desire to have a deep conversation with you, Chen Hao said, standing between the two of them and pulling Bai Qing into his arms. Why don't you go somewhere else to have some fun? The young man's face changed slightly, but he understood after seeing Chen Hao's face clearly. HMPH, pretty boy. After saying this, he walked away quickly. Oh, Chen Hao sighed. This was the third time, tonight. Hey, how did you get yourself into this state? Bai Qing doesn't look like he's tipsy, but rather like he's completely drunk. This is a critical moment, and you actually got yourself drunk. He's gone. Chen Hao looked at the person who had already walked away. Well, go somewhere else to open the screen. Ha 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 ha. Bai Qing narrowed his eyes to confirm that the other party had left, then stood up straight. I won't get myself drunk. Especially now. Pretending to be drunk. This is also in line with Bai Qing's way of dealing with problems. She seemed to have regained her normal sanity. He was introduced by my father. Bai Qing curled his lips helplessly. It seems his family has some kind of mind. No wonder he had to resort to pretending to be drunk. This kind of person who is introduced by parents will not take advantage of the opportunity to take advantage of the girl, and the girl will not listen to what he says because she is drunk. Just leaving is also a good option. Anyway, this kind of business marriage is not a love affair. Being rational and sober is much more important than loving or not. Your father is pretty quick on this front. Bai Qingbai glanced at Chen Hao. Well, maybe your appearance stimulated him. Chen Hao smiled proudly. It seems that I am the person your father approves of. What's your theory? He's willing to find someone with a mind to compare me to. Doesn't that prove my worth? Narcissism. You have to have the capital to fall in love, right? Bai Qing was amused by Chen Hao's witty remarks. Okay, let's get down to business. Bai Qing said seriously, the person you found to help us is Lan Xin. Is she reliable? Chen Hao nodded. Of course. She agreed as soon as I asked her. She made no other requests. No, because I'm handsome. Bai Qing looked skeptical. Is it really that simple? It's that simple. Chen Hao said seriously, I'll get it for you after the auction is over. I'll go with you. That won't work. Chen Hao refused directly and quickly thought of a reason. It would be too conspicuous for you to go with me. And you know Lan Xin doesn't like you. I not only know that she doesn't like me, Bai Qing's eyes were sharp, I also know that she likes you. Bai Qing seemed to have seen through everything. You're not going to sacrifice yourself, are you? Chen Hao looked at her secretly. Her face was stained crimson, probably due to the alcohol. Did drinking increase her IQ? Ahem, what are you thinking about? Chen Hao changed the subject. Think about where you should hide the jewelry. Don't sell it to others. Bai Qing didn't say anything, just stared at Chen Hao. Like a leopard hunting. Can you please stop glaring at me like that? Chen Hao forced an ugly smile. It's like you want to eat me. Bai Qing, stare each. It's no use staring at me like that. I said I'd get it myself, so I'll get it myself. Bai Qing, stare each. Lan Xin wouldn't want to see you either, so don't make things more complicated. Bai Qing, stare each. No, what do you want? Bai Qing finally spoke. I won't let you sacrifice yourself. That female sex maniac won't succeed easily. You really think too much. Chen Hao. Bai Qing's face suddenly changed, his expression stern. You're not overjoyed, are you? Lan Xin is indeed very pretty. Bai Qing played with her hair. Even a woman like me would think she is very beautiful. As for men. Bai Qing, could you please stop having these random thoughts? I'm not imagining things, am I? Bai Qing saw through everything. You're already very beautiful, and Lan Xin is a well-known sex maniac in the circle who loves to hunt for beauties. Chen Hao didn't expect that this first-line actress actually had such a title. What's more, Bai Qing grabbed Chen Hao's arm and said, she was already touching you when we were dancing just now. Bai Qing's hands imitated Lan Xin's actions just now. Don't tell me that you don't feel anything when someone touches you like this. Chen Hao was speechless. There's no way to wash this off, there's really no way to justify it. Besides, I don't think Lan Xin would be that kind. So, there is only one truth. Bai Qing pushed his non-existent glasses and pinched his chin. Just like the kid detective everyone knows. She's going to sleep with you. And drain you real good. Chapter 67. What a disgrace. Chen Hao had never seen Bai Qing speak so bluntly. This direct way of speaking was not the Bai Qing she remembered. Chen Hao still didn't intend to tell the truth. The closer you are to the truth, the further you are from reason. Bai Qing's mood changes tonight have been huge. Chen Hao was unwilling to take any more risks. So he took a step forward, looked at Bai Qing seriously and said, these are all unfounded speculations of yours. Lan Xin is just, Chen Hao thought about his words, maybe she is interested in me, but that doesn't mean she will do anything. I told you today that you just need to leave it to me. Don't you trust me? It's not that I don't trust you, but I trust women's intuition more. As he spoke, Bai Qing took Chen Hao's arm. That's it for tonight. Chen Hao sighed, do you still want your mother's jewelry? Yes. The jewelry, I want them all. Seeing Bai Qing so determined, Chen Hao knew that it was useless for him to say anything more. I could only complain. Your personality is really competitive, which is in stark contrast to your appearance. What's so big about it? Bai Qing raised his head. When you first met me, you should have known that I won't change my mind easily. Chen Hao smiled. Perhaps, this is the charm of Bai Qing. No matter how difficult it is, as long as you have determined something, you will never give up until you achieve your goal. I feel the same way. It's just that I will hide this idea more secretly. Because Chen Hao doesn't want to lose, and he doesn't want others to know that he is afraid of losing. Okay, but we have to plan. If you go into Lan Xin's room with me, we will end up with nothing. Bai Qing's eyes were shining and cunning. I've thought about it a long time ago. Bai Qing pulled Chen Hao closer to her. I'm going to sneak in disguised as a waiter. A very simple method and one that doesn't attract attention. When the time comes, you just hold her back. I'll call you when I find something in the room. Just sneak out when you get the call. You've already thought about it, right? Bai Qing laughed complacently. Since your sacrifice method has been rejected, I must propose an alternative plan. Chen Hao pretended to be unhappy and said, if there is no truth to it, don't talk about sacrifice anymore. Don't be so stupid. If I hadn't insisted, you would definitely have done it, right? Nonsense. Chen Hao stared at her. I was just trying to trick her into giving her the things. Oh, I admit it. I've thought about it. Chen Hao didn't give her a chance to continue and gently poked her waist. This made Bai Qing laugh out loud. Stop talking nonsense, you hear me? Don't mess with me, I just hit the nail on the head. The two were playing and joking, and did not notice Bai Jingliang and Yi Kiki staring at them from a distance. How shameful, Bai Jingliang said angrily. Jingliang, Bai Qing is already an adult and has his own ideas. What kind of a lady is she? She looks down on the noble family who supplies us with minerals, yet she hangs out with a jerk. She's still young, she'll be fine in a few years. She's still young. Humph, Bai Jingliang said with disdain. When I was her age, I knew everything about the materials and cutting techniques of Bai's jewelry. What does she know now? Yi Kiki gently patted Bai Jingliang's chest, which was heaving with anger. Don't be angry, the doctor told you not to be so stressed. How can I not be angry? With her like this, how can I trust Bai's family to her? Ahem. Bai Jingliang started coughing because he was so excited. Waiter, go get Mr. Bai a glass of water. Yi Kiki instructed a waiter beside her, and then moved close to Bai Jingliang. Jingliang, you have to take care of yourself. If you're gone, what will happen to Fanfan and me? Fanfan is my son, so I will naturally consider him. Bai Jingliang patted the back of Yi Kiki's hand, his eyes still looking in the direction of Bai Qing. If you take care of yourself, you're doing it for his sake. I understand. Don't talk so much. Yi Kiki sighed calmly. Her son Bai Yifan is only 3 years old. No matter what, there is no way to compete with the grown-up eldest daughter of the Bai family. But as a mother, I have to fight even if I don't want to. Bai Qing almost regards himself as an enemy. If the day really comes when Bai Qing takes over the Bai family, she and her son were about to be kicked out of the house. However, she couldn't tell anyone what she was thinking. The lights gradually brightened, and a door in another part of the room opened. Dear guests, next up is the highlight of this Big Eyes night, the charity auction. The host said enthusiastically from a high place. Interested guests, please enter the venue. We will start the auction in half an hour. People walked into the venue in 2s and 3s, not in a hurry. For these rich people, throwing a party is already a way of giving you face. Spend money. Let's talk about it later. Anyway, my presence at the reception has already brought you fame. My invitation is also a symbol of status. As for the money, that's real money, so you can't just give it away casually. Those who will enter the venue are those who really want it, and the most common one is mutual benefit. You join my game today and I join your game tomorrow. Left pocket into right pocket. Money always flows among those big guys. The insignificant consumption generated during the flow will fall into the hands of ordinary people. This was the auction that Chen Hao and Bai Qing entered. They entered easily and there was no obstruction. Even after they sat down, they still felt incredible. It seems that this matter doesn't require Lan Xin's intervention. Chen Hao remained silent. This was not right. This was not right. Just let them two participate in the auction. What is Bai Jingliang thinking? Don't get too excited when your mother's jewelry shows up later. I have a feeling it won't be that simple. Bai Qing nodded. In this kind of situation where you buy mine and I buy yours, the most taboo thing is for you to buy yourself. Now it feels like being in a fog. For a moment, I couldn't tell friend from foe, and couldn't figure out the situation. As the host's voice sounded again, the auction began. One exquisite collection after another was brought out and people raised their signs to bid. Until the emerald green jewel was brought onto the stage. The jewelry box contained a pair of earrings and a ring. Bai Qing subconsciously clenched her fists. This was her mother's thing. Even the jewelry box with gold rims was the same as in her memory. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very precious collection. It was donated by Mr. Bai Jingliang, one of our organizers this time. The white light shone on Bai Jingliang's face. He had no expression and his face was frighteningly pale. Chapter 68 Bai Jingliang's donation. I believe everyone has seen this treasure. The host once again focused everyone's attention on the center of the stage. Because this is a set of jewelry, but it's missing the pendant, our starting price is not high. The starting price is 100,000. When the price came out, there was a burst of astonishment in the venue. A pair of earrings plus a ring, this is an astonishing number. For jewelry, it's not even a starting price. To the wealthy people present. Too cheap. The host picked up the microphone again and said, I'm sure everyone will think this price is great value. Let us once again thank Mr. Bai Jingliang for his donation. There was thunderous applause at the scene. Mr. Bai is always our role model. The reserve price for something of this quality is at least 300,000. Mr. Bai is truly sincere. Listening to the compliments from the people around him, Bai Jingliang said nothing. He had a stern face, sat up straight, and had an intimidating aura. Jingliang, Yi Kiki said softly, what's wrong? Bai Jingliang just glanced at Yi Kiki, and the sharpness in his eyes was unstoppable. Then he raised his hand, called the waiter beside him, and whispered a few instructions. Everyone in the venue was attracted by the dazzling jewels and no one paid attention to what was happening here. On the other side, Bai Qing bit her lips and said nothing. Chen Hao grabbed her hand and pulled her closer. Wait a little longer, and they will be returned to their original owners. Should I be happy or sad? Bai Qing murmured to himself, my late wife's most precious possessions can actually be given away at such a low price. Don't think about it. Chen Hao knew that she felt very uncomfortable, as if a big hole had been torn in her heart. This is probably what betrayal feels like. 300,000. Someone in the crowd raised his sign and immediately raised the price to what the jewelry should be worth. This is a kind of respect and also a tacit understanding. You can't really let people buy things donated by jewelry tycoons at low prices. Then the worth and deeds of everyone present here would be so low that it would penetrate the center of the earth. Oh, Mr. Liang, you really have a good eye for gems, the host complimented. You're truly an expert in mineral research. This Mr. Liang was the young man who had been harassing Bai Qing before. 450,000. 600,000. No matter who bids, Mr. Liang will add another 50,000 to the price. It seems that he is determined to win this set of jewelry. In just a short while, the price of this set of jewelry was driven up to 800,000. This is already a bit of a premium. A lot of the price should be the favor paid to Bai Jingliang. It seems that this exquisite set must be given to Mr. Xiao Liang today. The host's face was full of joy. The transaction price was quite high, which he himself did not expect. 800,000 for the first time. 800,000 for the second time. 800,000. Wait a minute, Lan Xin's clear female voice suddenly rang out, I'll give you 1 million. There was a commotion at the scene. 1 million is not worth buying this set of jewelry. Is Lan Xin trying to curry favor with Bai Jingliang? This money is like the wind blowing in, haha. Lan Xin sat in the front row of the auction, and most people could only see her beautiful and seductive back. Only a very few people could see the smile on her face at this moment. It is indeed not worthwhile to spend 1 million to buy a set of jewelry that is missing the most important pendant. But what if the jewelry comes with a night of ecstasy with a top handsome guy? Then, it is great value for money. What's more, if there is the first night, won't there be 2, 4, 6, 7, and 8 nights? Bai Jingliang in the back row had a serious expression on his face. He sighed heavily. Jingliang, what's wrong with you? Yi Kiki asked anxiously. Bai Jingliang just said coldly, let's talk about it when we get home. Then he called the waiter again, go and tell Mr. Xiaoliang that it's okay. Understood, Mr. Bai. The host, standing on a high place, confirmed the price for the last time. Well, let us congratulate Ms. Lan Xin for winning this set of jewelry at a price of 1 million. Lan Xin stood up and bowed gracefully to everyone. I still want to thank you all for your kindness. A beautiful, attractive and emotionally intelligent beauty is what every man in the world of fame and fortune wants. However, no one sitting here would really have such thoughts about Lan Xindong. She and Bema Entertainment behind her are a force that cannot be underestimated. Can't afford to offend easily. Until I saw Lan Xin taking over the jewelry set personally. Chen Hao felt relieved. Okay, now you can rest assured. Chen Hao comforted. That young man just now was really scary. I guess he was trying to please your father. Bai Qing still looked serious. Popping champagne at halftime is not a good thing. Unless the stuff is really in our hands, I won't feel at ease. Very cautious, Chen Hao said seriously, 1 million to buy your filial piety is well worth it. It's not just filial piety, Bai Qing gritted his teeth, I want to let my dad know that no one can fight with me for what I want. Her eyes were burning with desire. The auction continued. Bai Qing and Chen Hao left first and began to prepare for their plans later. Chen Hao found a waiter and gave him some money in exchange for a set of clothes. After I go upstairs, come back up in half an hour. Half an hour, Bai Qing looked worried. Won't it be a done deal by then? Hey, you said you don't understand. It's been half an hour and there's still nothing. I can't be that fast. Bai Qing's face flushed, then darkened again. Who cares if you're fast or not? I'm just afraid that by the time I get in, you'll have been completely eaten up. Half an hour won't be too late, will it? Everything has a gentle beginning. Chen Hao said every word. It's not wrestling, it's just meeting. Bai Qing raised his hand. I know, I don't want to hear this. Then it dawned on her. How do you know so clearly? You. Chen Hao didn't answer, but just stared at her. This kind of question, if the other party does not ask directly. It's better to pretend to be stupid. Because this is a Pandora's box level question. If you answer it, you will be forced to answer the next one. When, with whom, how it goes on and on. Chen Hao fixed his hair and Bai Qing changed into a waiter's uniform. Seeing her serious expression, Chen Hao consoled her, relax a little. Someone will notice your expression if you act like you're ready to die heroically. No, I can't do that. Then I'll sing a song for you. Let's go, let's go. Black coffee tastes so strong, Chen Hao patted Bai Qing's shoulder, go on. Bai Qing spoke like a human machine, his voice intermittent, I just want the relaxation of soda. Good, very spirited. We will definitely succeed. Chapter 69 A Broken Deal. Ding dong. The electronic doorbell rang. Lan Xin stood up from the dressing table in front of her. She had just returned to her room and had not had time to change out of her evening gown. She couldn't help but smile and said, I'm so anxious. I haven't asked anyone to look for you yet. Lan Xin opened the door and was stunned by the person standing in front of her. Mr. Bai. Bai Jingliang smiled gently. Miss Lan, can you let me in and talk to you? Lan Xin quickly turned sideways and invited Bai Jingliang into the house. Bai Jingliang's secretary naturally stood at the door waiting. Lan Xin lives in a high-end suite. After entering the door is a spacious living room. Bai Jingliang sat down on the leather sofa as if he had come to his own home. Lan Xin was a little restrained. She hesitated and sat down on the single sofa on the other side. Here's 1 million. Bai Jingliang took out the prepared check from his pocket, return the jewelry you photographed today to me. Lan Xin looked at the check for 1 million and couldn't understand what Bai Jingliang was thinking. Seeing that she didn't respond, Bai Jingliang continued, Miss Lan, that set of jewelry is very important to me. If you like it, you are always welcome to come to the store to buy other treasures from our Bai family. You can choose any item from any Bai jewelry store in Zhang City. Bai Jingliang crossed his arms over his chest. This is not a discussion, this is a notification. Lan Xin gradually calmed down from her initial shock. Mr. Bai, that set of jewelry was donated by you voluntarily, I think. Don't tell me this. Bai Jingliang interrupted disdainfully. I want it now, go get it. Lan Xin didn't move. She hated being bossed around the most. But he didn't have the capital to argue with this business tycoon now. Please sit down for a moment. Lan Xin stood up and walked into the inner room. On her dressing table was the jewelry box from the auction. She opened the drawer of her dressing table and found the jewelry she had bought at the auction today had already been placed inside. Bai Jingliang was not someone she could afford to offend. She only hesitated for 2 seconds, of course, for Chen Hao, not the jewelry. She took out the ring and earrings, put them in the jewelry box, and brought them outside. Mr. Bai, can you please take a look at the things? Bai Jingliang opened the jewelry box, took a quick glance, and then closed it with a snap. Thank you. Bai Jingliang stood up. Then I won't disturb you from resting, Miss Lan. Mr. Bai, is there no room for negotiation on this matter? Reason told Lan Xin that she should not compete with this business tycoon. But, emotionally, she really didn't want Chen Hao's handsome fat duck, which was right in front of her mouth, to fly away. Negotiate. Bai Jingliang stopped and said, Miss Lan, you don't think I'm here to make a deal, do you? I'm telling you, I'm just here to inform you and give me what I want. You are not qualified to do business with me, Bai Jingliang. Lan Xin's expression changed, but she immediately put on a smile. I really am not qualified to discuss anything with you, Mr. Bai, but I think Bema Interactive Entertainment might be able to. Mr. Bai probably doesn't know how many artists and popular shows the company has under its umbrella. But how many sets of jewelry does a woman need in her lifetime? Mr. Bai, you should know how a celebrity displays and flaunts her treasures, right? Bai Jingliang sat back on the sofa. Can you represent Bema Interactive Entertainment? I think I still have the qualifications. Oh, really? Bai Jingliang leaned back on the sofa. No one in the business world has ever met the boss behind Bema Interactive Entertainment. It was obvious that he didn't quite believe what Lan Xin said. Lan Xin curled her lips. He is also a human being, and as a human being, he will always have someone to sleep with. Oh, ha 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 ha. Bai Jingliang laughed unrestrainedly. Very good, then Miss Lan, if you can help me get in touch with your boss, feel free to ask for anything you want. Lan Xin glanced down and stared at the jewelry on the coffee table. I want this. Bai Jingliang didn't hesitate. This won't work. The benefits that Bema Interactive Entertainment can bring to the Bai family must far exceed this set of jewelry, Mr. Bai. Don't say any more. Bai Jingliang said with a stern face, I will never leave my things in other people's hands. If that's the case, then why did Mr. Bai put it up for auction? It has nothing to do with you. Bai Jingliang said coldly, if your boss is interested in my Bai's jewelry, he is welcome to contact me. After saying that, Bai Jingliang took the jewelry box. The negotiations have completely broken down. Ding dong. Another doorbell rang. Bai Jingliang taunted. Miss Lan, you have so many customers. Lan Xin was no longer polite and said calmly, this is not an uninvited guest. Mr. Bai, at least, can you leave this jewelry here for me for one night? I'll definitely send someone to deliver it to you tomorrow morning. This is Lan Xin's last fight. Bai Jingliang didn't say anything. At least, you wouldn't want to be discovered, so you come in person to buy the auction items you donated, right? Unexpectedly, Bai Jingliang didn't care about it at all. He snorted coldly, my secretary is standing at the door. Do you think the people who come here are fools? Let someone in. Lan Xin had no choice but to tell the truth, it was Chen Hao who came. He was the one who had an argument with you. That's enough. Bai Jingliang's face turned unhappy when Chen Hao was mentioned. I don't have time to go crazy with you guys. As he said this, he strode towards the door, opened it, and bumped into Chen Hao who was struggling with his secretary. Sir, Miss Lan is talking to my boss now. You can't disturb them. Leave me alone. Bai Jingliang interrupted. All right. Let go, Xiao Song, let's go. Yes, Mr. Bai. Secretary Xiao Song straightened his collar. Chen Hao was naturally a little surprised by Bai Jingliang's appearance, but what shocked him even more was the box in the other party's hand. Mr. Bai, Chen Hao grabbed Bai Jingliang's wrist, you can't leave. Bai Jingliang narrowed his eyes slightly and said sternly, let go of your hand. Chen Hao also realized that he was too excited, so he let go of her hand and said sincerely, Mr. Bai, please give up this set of jewelry. What a joke. Why should I give you my things? Lan Xin heard the argument outside and hurried out to say, it's not very convenient here. Why don't you two come in and talk? No need. Bai Jingliang said coldly, Xiao Song, let's go. Mr. Bai, if you keep bothering me here, I'll call security, Bai Jingliang said with a serious face. Things have reached a point where they cannot be eased. Mr. Bai, I think this piece of jewelry has special meaning to you, Chen Hao said sincerely, that's why you came here in person to ask for it back. Bai Jingliang's expression eased a little. This meaning also applies to your daughter. Shut up. You're not worthy to mention my daughter. Chapter 70, Falling Out. Okay, then I won't talk about her. Chen Hao continued, then let's talk about why this set of jewelry appeared at the auction. This is my business, it has nothing to do with you. I suspect that this set of jewelry is not that important to you. At least, the fact that you are willing to sell it at a low price proves that. Chen Hao thought of the young man who kept raising the price tonight, Mr. Liang. So he continued, you ask Mr. Liang to make repeated bids, and when the price is right, let other buyers buy it. Chen Hao looked at Lan Xin who was standing beside him. The person who bought this set of jewelry today is Miss Lan Xin. You can still bribe her with money and use your power to pressure her. But what if the person who bought it today is someone you can't bribe? Bai Jingliang said coldly. At least, in Zhang City, no one can disobey me, Bai Jingliang. As he said this, he looked at Chen Hao. The same to you. Bai Jingliang stared at Chen Hao with sharp eyes. If I wanted you to, you wouldn't be able to see the rising sun in Zhang City the next day. Lan Xin quickly tried to smooth things over, saying, Mr. Bai, I think Chen Hao already understands what you mean. This time, please forgive me. Humph. Bai Jingliang looked at the secretary beside him, Xiao Song, let's go. Chen Hao said loudly, if you can't even take care of your own things, why not give it to someone who values it more? Bai Jingliang felt a surge of anger in his heart, and he punched Chen Hao in the face. Chen Hao didn't expect that Bai Jingliang would actually take action directly. He got hit hard by a punch. Chen Hao took a few steps back and leaned against the wall. Who should I give it to? Bai Jingliang walked quickly towards Chen Hao and asked sternly, who in this world is qualified to own something that belongs to me, Bai Jingliang? I've been so tolerant of you, yet you still dare to challenge me. After saying that, Bai Jingliang raised his foot and kicked hard. Chen Hao was prepared this time. He grabbed his feet and pushed him back. Secretary Xiao Song supported the staggering Bai Jingliang. Boss, be careful. Bai Jingliang, since you can't take care of this set of jewelry yourself, why not give it to Bai Qing? Chen Hao got up from the ground. This is her mother's legacy, so it naturally belongs to her. You are the one who has no right to do so. Bai Jingliang broke free from the support of his secretary Xiao Song. He wanted to say something, but found that he had no reason to refute. While several people were arguing, Bai Qingjun came over at the end of the corridor pushing a food cart. According to the plan, Chen Hao would order room service after entering the room, pretending that he wanted the hotel to deliver a delicious meal. In this way, Bai Qing's appearance as a waiter would not seem out of place. Who could have imagined that she would be facing such a scene? Dad, why are you here? Bai Qing left the dining cart and headed straight for the few people. After seeing Chen Hao's injuries clearly, he asked anxiously. Chen Hao, are you okay? What happened to your face? It's me. Bai Jingliang did not hide his feelings. He shouted sternly. Bai Qing, come here. Everyone has their place. Your place is not with that kind of person. Also, what do you mean by that outfit? While I still have patience with you, you'd better get back here. Bai Qing's gaze shifted from Chen Hao to Bai Jingliang in an instant. Angry, aggrieved, confused. Various emotions entangled in Bai Qing's heart, and finally turned into a kind of despair. She didn't know why her relationship with Bai Jingliang had become like this. The father who treated her so kindly in her childhood seemed to have died in her mind. Now in front of her was just a cold and violent man. He couldn't remember when Bai Jingliang became like this. Or maybe, this is just his true face. This is my own position, and I choose it myself. Bai Qing said coldly, without a trace of emotion in his tone. Give me what belongs to Mom. Now that you've taken it out and sold it, you've already lost it. Bai Jingliang frowned. I won't auction your mother's things this time. He pondered over his words and finally could only say this. It was just an accident. Accident? Bai Qing sneered. How many accidents are there? How many accidents have already happened? Can you solve every accident? What's your attitude? Bai Jingliang put on a fatherly air of authority. Don't you understand your relationship with me? Sometimes I really can't figure it out. Bai Qing yelled. Maybe from the day Mom left, we no longer had any relationship. You, Bai Jingliang raised his hand to hit him. But the slap was intercepted by someone. It's Chen Hao. Let go. I'm teaching my daughter a lesson, it's not your turn as an outsider to interfere. Chen Hao pushed Bai Jingliang hard, and he fell into Xiaosong's arms. Mr. Bai, do you want me to call someone? No need, Bai Jingliang scolded. Are you sending people to see how my daughter can unite with outsiders to rebel against me? Bai Qing, you are my daughter. I will give you one more chance. Bai Jingliang pointed at Bai Qing and said, come home with me now. No need. I won't go back with you, and that's not my home. I just want back what belongs to my mother. Okay. Bai Jingliang raised the jewelry box in his hand. I, Bai Jingliang, will not do business at a loss, even if it's my daughter. I bought this from Lanshin for 1 million. As long as you can come up with 1 million, it will be yours. Bai Qing bit her lower lip and looked at the smug Bai Jingliang in front of her, feeling nauseous in her heart. But there is nothing I can do. She left the Bai family since she went to college. Bai Jingliang suspended all her cards. Her money came from the generous scholarship from Zhongde University and the private savings she had made. Now that I have an account with Chen Hao, I am indeed a little richer. But, 1 million. This is an astronomical figure for Bai Qing now. Isn't it just 1 million? Mr. Bai, do you want to transfer the money through this secretary, or do you want to receive it in person? As Chen Hao spoke, he gave Bai Qing a wink. He really has this 1 million. This is the message Bai Qing received. This is the condition I offer my daughter. I will not make a deal with you. This is your daughter's money, Chen Hao said calmly. Bai Qing and I made a lot of money managing the account. Perhaps you don't know much about this since you're not involved in the entertainment industry. Miss Lanshin may know more about this than you do. Chen Hao spoke sarcastically. Bai Jingliang looked at Bai Qing and said, this is your mother's legacy. Can't you buy it back with your own money? That's my money, Bai Qing replied. You underestimated me, Dad. Bai Jingliang was silent. He knew that Bai Qing didn't have that much money on him when he left home. It is unlikely that a gigolo like Chen Hao would take his own private money. Could it be that, as he stared at his daughter, this money was really earned by Bai Qing himself? A feeling of relief welled up in my heart. Chapter 71 The Trump Card in Hand. Lanshin then stepped forward and said, Mr. Bai, to be honest, I was asked to auction this set of jewelry. Lanshin's gaze stopped at Bai Qing. Your daughter's sincerity touched me. Bai Qing moved his lips but didn't say anything in the end. Lies, this woman is telling complete lies. She absolutely did not believe that Lanshin knew the meaning of this set of jewelry before. If she knew, why would she agree to their request for just 1 million? The greater possibility is that even if she is offered a sky-high price, she will not be willing to get involved in this matter. Xiaosong, Bai Jingliang put the jewelry box in the secretary's hand and motioned him to give it to Bai Qing. I want to receive your check in the office next Monday. Bai Jingliang stared at Bai Qing. You know that lying to me will not end well. After saying that, Bai Jingliang turned and left. Dad, Bai Qing called softly. She had not expected the conflict tonight, and she didn't want to become so estranged from her father. I expect to see the money on Monday. Bai Jingliang didn't look back. Only when the two figures disappeared around the corner of the corridor did the three of them feel relieved. Bai Jingliang's appearance should be considered a surprise. Lanshin leaned against the door frame, but you can still consider staying here tonight. She looked at Chen Hao, showing her affectionate eyes. Full of desire and fiery longing, he did not avoid Bai Qing who was present at all. Chen Hao smiled and said, Miss Lan, I think you didn't give me the jewelry set as we agreed. Tisk tisk, Lanshin curled her lips and looked at Bai Qing beside her. You didn't come alone either, right? I came here on my own initiative, Bai Qing said with a cold face. He doesn't know, so don't blame him. Wow, you're being too protective. Lanshin looked at Chen Hao. Come in and talk with me. This isn't the place for you two to talk together. Lan Xin entered first, and then Bai Qing asked in a panic, where are we going to get the 1 million? Chen Hao said confidently, believe me, we have it. You don't want to. Bai Qing looked at the door in front of him. No, I promise. We really have the money. Immediately afterwards, Chen Hao said no more, took Bai Qing's hand and walked into the room together. Lan Xin looked at them and just smiled indifferently. This female devil has made up her mind that she must eat Chen Hao today. Chen Hao, would you consider cooperating with me? While waiting for the two to sit down, Lan Xin looked Chen Hao up and down, as if admiring a beautiful collection. Then she said straight to the point. Bema Interactive Entertainment will give you a bigger stage. At least it will be much better than just being an internet celebrity now. As she spoke, Lan Xin leaned forward slightly and stretched out her hand towards Chen Hao's face. No need. Bai Qing directly stood between the two people, he won't agree. Lan Xin's hand hung in the air, she smiled awkwardly, and then withdrew it. Since you are so confident, why don't you listen to his own thoughts? Chen Hao's voice was firm, my thoughts are the same as Bai Qing's. Lan Xin narrowed her eyes and looked at Bai Qing, if you want, you can join us. You're all aware of Bema Interactive Entertainment's resources. After all, many people are scrambling to get on the show, Ta's Kitchen. Now that we've come to this, Chen Hao smiled, I'll give Sister Lan a definite promise. First, we will definitely participate in the recording of Ta's Kitchen. Secondly, we will not participate as individuals, but as an entertainment company. Entertainment company, Bai Qing and Lan Xin said in unison. That's right. Chen Hao said bluntly, when Mahua Xiaohao approached us about joining the program, I said I was considering it. I was considering in what capacity. Personally, I think it's no longer appropriate. Based on the current level of discussion between Bai Qing and I, it would be better to cooperate directly with our company. Lan Xin raised an eyebrow. What company do you two belong to? Chen Hao said calmly, I have submitted the application materials to the relevant departments in the past few days. In the next few days, Haoyi Media's procedures will be completed. At that time, I will announce the establishment of the company. I will also sign a contract with the production team as the person in charge. On behalf of Bai Qing and me, I'll be responsible for all our announcements. Chen Hao leaned back on the sofa. Of course, if Bema Interactive Entertainment is interested in other artists under my company, we can also cooperate. Sister Lan, you just said that you have full authority to represent the CEO of Bema Interactive Entertainment. That must be true, right? The situation was reversed so easily. Chen Hao revealed his trump card, a trump card he had never mentioned to anyone. The effect is explosive. Lan Xin opened her mouth. She didn't expect that Chen Hao was so fast. This approach is what mature artists would adopt. By setting up your own studio or company, you can get rid of the exploitation of your original company. Of course, you can also reasonably avoid taxes. There are many benefits. It's a pity that most grassroots people in the entertainment industry don't think so much when they first enter the industry. So when you cut ties with a company, you always have to pay a price. Bai Qing's face was full of stars. Chen Hao's knowledge shocked her again. Ding! Congratulations to Master Zhang Baiqing for increasing his intimacy value by 5. Reward: 50 love points. Lan Xin's expression was grim, but she could only smile and say, "Ahaha, I didn't expect that." Well, I can only congratulate your company on its continued success. She stood up, walked to the wine cabinet next to her, and skillfully took out a bottle of red wine. I think this is a moment worth celebrating for the collaboration between our two companies. Lan Xin opened the bottle and poured it into the goblet. Only 2 glasses were poured. Next, I think it will be the communication between the company's top executives. Bai Qing bit her lip, she was really worried. Chen Hao patted the back of her hand gently and said, we've borrowed these clothes for a while now. Go return them and wait for me in the lobby. Yeah, although Bai Qing was worried, he still left. Lan Xin held 2 high-heeled glasses and sat down next to Chen Hao. Have a drink. You've already drunk a lot at today's party, haven't you? Chen Hao said in a cold tone. The scent of Lan Xin penetrated his nostrils. It was a sweet and greasy scent of perfume mixed with her body fragrance. Full of aggressive and tempting flavor. HMPH, Lan Xin put the wine glass back on the coffee table. Once there's no exchange of interests, you won't even be willing to show any kindness. Are you really a man? She moved closer to him, gazing into his face. Chapter 72 Playthings. This is the most straightforward provocation and temptation. When this happens between a man and a woman, there is a better word. Seduce. The hot breath of her breath hit his face. Honestly, if it weren't for me today, Bai Jingliang wouldn't have believed you so easily, right? Lan Xin stared at him, unwilling to miss any small details in his expression. Besides, do you really have 1 million? Lan Xin put her hand on Chen Hao's shoulder and said boldly, 1 million. Why don't you have a drink with me and I'll help you pay for it? Sister Lan, I'm afraid that's not necessary. Chen Hao turned his head slightly, creating some distance between him and Lan Xin. I don't really like this. Chen Hao knew very well that if this kind of woman really got what she wanted, she will either become bored immediately or become even more demanding. That is to say, it is truly squeezed dry and then thrown aside. But you can't completely refuse, otherwise you will never have another chance. What Chen Hao wants is a strategy. Oh, seeing that Chen Hao hadn't said anything final, Lan Xin asked, then what do you want me to do to you? She put the glass back on the table. You know, I, Lan Xin, usually don't have this much patience with others. You're the first one. Lan Xin's fingertips suddenly raised up and slid down Chen Hao's neck. Chen Hao did not dodge. He felt the stimulation brought to him by Lan Xin's fingertips. Feeling the heartbeat pounding in my chest. Feeling the gradually rising body temperature. This is the most normal reaction of every man. The first button. The second button. The third one. At this moment, Chen Hao suddenly grabbed her fingers. I hope you can have some high-level company talks like you just said, instead of treating me as your. Chen Hao bit his lip hard. Plaything. Lan Xin blinked and chuckled, I can be your plaything. She gently took off the black gauze shawl on her body. She threw the scented cloth casually, and it floated and landed on Chen Hao's head. Chen Hao frowned slightly and reached out to take it. Don't move. Lan Xin moved close to him. She stared at him through the thin black veil. I attended my best friend's wedding last year, and she chose a veil made of this material. Lan Xin naturally sat on Chen Hao's lap. I was wondering what it would be like if I got married one day. I don't think you will get married, right? Chen Hao said softly, his exhaled breath slightly touching the black veil. You know me very well. Lan Xin's fingers gently stroked his cheek. Because of the obstruction of vision, Chen Hao could not see Lan Xin's expression, but this made her voice seem even more charming. The touch on the skin further stimulated Chen Hao's heart, and his heartbeat accelerated unconsciously. The body temperature also rises unknowingly. You'll feel it, right? Lan Xin held his cheeks with both hands. Now, do you want to have a drink with me? Chen Hao felt his cheeks getting hot, and he didn't know if it was because of Lan Xin's palm or for other reasons. His mouth is dry. This time, he didn't refuse. When he stretched out his hand and wanted to take the goblet from Lan Xin's hand, the other party lifted his chin with one hand and poured the red liquid into his mouth with the other hand. The cold liquid reduced Chen Hao's irritability a lot. The warmth brought by the alcohol replaced the previous boredom. Not all of the red wine went into Chen Hao's mouth, some of it slowly flowed down his neck. The red stream left bright red marks on his white shirt. The black veil was also stained with the aroma of alcohol. Do you like it? I heard it's from a rare vintage. Lan Xin poured the remaining wine in the glass into her mouth. There must have been a natural disaster that year, so the grape yield was very low and there was very little wine. Chen Hao wiped the corner of his mouth and asked with a smile, are you trying to talk to me about winemaking? Bema Interactive Entertainment really has a vast industry. Ha ha ha, Lan Xin laughed out loud. After a while, she said, you really know how to joke. What I want to say is that I have such a precious wine. If I want something, I will definitely do everything I can to get it. Really? Chen Hao stroked her back. What a coincidence, me too. Their eyes collided and intertwined. I confirmed with my eyes that this is the right person. To be exact, they are the same kind of people. So, Lan Xin said, interesting. Chen Hao, you are a rare and interesting man I have ever met. You're an interesting woman, too. Chen Hao smiled provocatively. Is this really okay? You said before that you were your boss's mistress. Just one of the people beside him. Lan Xin picked up the wine glass again, he is also one of mine. She shook the wine glass, smiled, tilted her head back and poured all the liquid into her mouth. Finally, she licked her upper lip and tapped the glass with her fingertips. Chen Hao immediately understood, picked up the bottle of wine on the table and poured her half a glass. Doesn't your boss care? I'm afraid no man would be that magnanimous. Chen Hao stayed here more to find out more about this mysterious boss. Under Bema Interactive Entertainment is the Bema Club, the place where the secret of Chen Zhanfeng's death is hidden. Lan Xin seemed to have heard a joke. If you don't tell me, I won't tell you. She hooked her arms around Chen Hao's neck and poured him more wine. How could he know? Lan Xin looked at Chen Hao with increasingly fiery eyes, and the alcohol began to take effect. Good or bad, things that one does not want to admit, are always blamed on alcohol. In fact, this is just the most common thing, an innate touch between people. I don't think we can do it tonight. Chen Hao's palm slid across her back, but it's okay for a while. You only have a little while. I don't think you're that short. Lan Xin changed her position, which allowed her and Chen Hao to be closer. HMPH, Chen Hao snorted, is it enough to just look at me? How about you feel me well? As he spoke, he slightly moved his waist. Lan Xin laughed. He's quite strong, it looks like he's a big guy. Her hand reached down, but was stopped by Chen Hao. Didn't you just say that you are my plaything? How could a woman be stronger than a man? Lan Xin really had no idea what to do. But she didn't want to follow a routine. In this circle, she had many helpless situations at the beginning. She cleverly avoided those delicate moments. She just didn't believe it. Faced with this immature boy, she could only surrender. So how do you want to play? At least it shouldn't be here. Chen Hao picked her up. Where is the bedroom? Lan Xin raised her chin and gestured inside. End of the book.